My lords, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Goodwood Road Racing Club members, welcome to the 74th members meeting here at Goodwood. It's the second day. It's wall-to-wall racing today. I'm pleased to report we had a cracking day of practice and a couple of wonderful races yesterday. One Jerry Marshall Trophy saloon car race and a magnificent Ford GT40 race for the Mann Trophy at the end of the afternoon to the evening. Here on your big screens, vital guide to the day is the timetable, starting off with the Brooks Trophy for Grand Prix cars of the 50s at 9 AM, followed by 1 litre Formula 3 racing, the Derek Bell Cup at 9:40. The Selwyn Edge Trophy for the most extraordinary cars you'll ever see on the motor circuit here, the Edwardians at 10:20. And then we encourage you to join the spectator grid walk at 10:55 prior to the incredible Group 5 sports car demonstration. Porsche 917s, Ferrari 512s and Lola T70s on track at that point. At 11:45 we resume racing with the Graham Hill Trophy, and then we move to the Hailwood Trophy, new to the members meeting this year, the 250 and 350cc two-stroke motorcycles at 12:25 PM. Barry Nutley will be your guide to that. A further spectator grid walk is at 1 o'clock before we move into the afternoon programme, which kicks off with ground effect Formula 1 cars, two groups of those cars, more than 30 here this weekend. And we follow up with the finale, the feature finale for the Group 1 touring cars, the Jerry Marshall Trophy, the owners and the star drivers competing over an enduro distance in those fantastic saloons. We then move to the fastest cars of the day, the Bruce McLaren Trophy for the Can-Am and prototype sports cars, and Nick Padmore, the outright circuit record holder here, is over a second inside his outright record in qualifying yesterday. Super Touring cars bring us right up to date with the latest cars at the event. They come on at 3:55 and they were terrific yesterday. And before we go into further racing, the Parnell Cup comes out at 4:20. The Whitmore Cup for 60 saloon cars at 5 o'clock. Peter Collins Trophy for sports racers. And then at 6:30, the action moves from the motor circuit to the Great Hall, which some of you will know as the Earl's Court Tribute Pavilion at the Revival meeting, and that's for the prize giving in the company of Lord March and the Goodwood team. Of course, we work on a house points basis for this sort of school sports day, and this is the running order from yesterday. Point scores yesterday: Methuen, winners for the last 2 years, looking like they're going to make it 3 on the trot, 4-3-1-4. Second is Darnley. Third is Aubigny, the new captain taking over this year, and that's Andrew Jordan. And 3096 Tor Bolton bringing up the rear. But it can all change. You can get involved. You're all assigned to houses on your entry tickets, and you can take part in some diverse activities around the campus, from driving miniature cars on the skid pan in auto solos through to duck herding and all kinds of other excitement. So there's the ferret racing on your screen. There's the ferret racing course. Something a little new to me, but nonetheless something exciting. Look at this, is the BMW i8. And this is Bruce Jones arriving at the commentary box at St Mary's. So there's Bruce unfurling his lanky frame from the i8. And he will be climbing up the old brick tower and has a magnificent commanding view over much of the circuit from the opposite side to me. I'm in the box above the pits as ever. As Bruce makes his way, I'm in that Girling Tower. I'm on the first floor of that one. My name is Marcus Pye, and my regular position here, I'll be working with Chris Druitt in here during the day, and with Barry Nutley. Bruce Jones will be out the back, and Henry Hope Frost down on the I think there's Bruce. Yep. Bruce Jones.
That was quite a ride with the i8. I think I might put my order in for one of those. Fine car.
It's only your checkbook separates you from it, Bruce, so
yes.
Go for it.
I'll use yours.
Well, between us maybe we can have one. We have an I4 each. But there's the view from Madgwick Corner down the start straight with the Trundle Hill in the background. To top of the Trundle Hill, just out of sight on the right, would be the horse racing course. And this beautiful part of rural West Sussex. There's the fabled chicane that went in 1952. Horse racing here inaugurated by the Duke of Richmond and Gordon in 1948. And then that chicane went in 4 years later. Been unchanged since then. There's the Auto Solo, little Jaguar XK being demoed for us. Cobra in the background. You've got the little Lotus 25 there as well. One of the things you can do to earn points for your house. Over in the back of the paddock with the fire pits where you can toast your marshmallows or your hands or both. I don't think there is a marshmallow toasting element to the competition, but it's good. Classic cars parked up down the Lavant Straight. With a pre-66 car and you're pre-registered, you can go there. And there is that vista over the pit lane. We've seen so much activity in a double driver touring car race later in the day. Well, the car's coming out now for our first race, and that is the Brooks Trophy, named for Tony Brooks of Syracuse Grand Prix fame. Cars of the front and rear engined eras coming together. Four-wheel drive Ferguson was going very well yesterday, and of course with the ambient temperatures very low and grip at a premium, it may well be that the Ferguson, in the skilled hands of Nick Adams, a sports prototype driver in the Group C era, will be at a little bit of an advantage in some parts of the circuit, notably over by Bruce. It gets twisty at St Mary's. Wind is pretty brisk, and the temperatures will rise towards the middle part of the day, but it is a little parky, so get all your layers out of the boot of the car if you're on your way still to the venue here.
All fine.
So cars coming out. Watch for the bright green Cooper towards the back of the grid, car number 8, and that is Sam Wilson. He's a former winner here at Goodwood. You see it on the screen. Oh, a spin for the number 1 Aston Martin. That's Alain de Cadenet, no less, the multiple Le Mans starter in the DBR4. But that watch for that number 8 Cooper, because Sam Wilson, former winner here at the meeting, had gearbox selector finger problems yesterday, and only got 3 laps of practice in, so he's going to be burning for the stern. Watch for him coming through, particularly Bruce on the first lap, as young Sam Wilson is a very, very quick driver. Number 6 going through your screen there is Paul Griffin in the Sterling Moss car, a winner here at Goodwood in the Glover Trophy in 1959. So one of the cars from Sir Sterling's youth, and a car with a period Goodwood history. Lovely engine notes, various different engines in the field. They're following a GT40 runs. Barry Baxter is one here in the BRM 25 as well. 14 is Malcolm Cook in the Alec Mildren Cooper, not in the Mildren green, but in Rob Walker colours. We have Lotus 18s there as well. Sir John Chisholm and Paul Smith both up the sharp end of the grid in their X-Works cars. But there's our pole man. That's Barry Cannell in the BRP Cooper Type 51. Barry Cannell, my first all racing in vintage sports car events, I think with an Alvis, probably 20 years or so ago.
Morning, Marcus.
Good morning,
again.
Chris Stewart has joined us again. We've been on this radio show together in the studio in the paddock, but there's Ian Nuttall walking across to talk to his lad. Ian, a great racer himself, and runs the IN racing team in Nottingham.
It's going to be interesting to see the Ferguson off the line, to see where the four-wheel drive gives it an advantage into the first corner.
The Ferrari then, number 12 in the back of your screen, was the car with which Phil Hill won the 1960 Italian Grand Prix, the last front-engine car to win a World Championship Grand Prix. There's the Ferguson, four-wheel drive.
The Dino, owned and driven by Tony Smith,
yes,
manager of Genesis.
Indeed, and there's the four-wheel drive Ferguson with its Coventry Climax engine, winner of the Alton Park Gold Cup with Sir Sterling Moss in it.
Nice that it's back
in the Tasman Series.
Nice that it's back in the ownership of Stuart Rote, the Rote family.
Yes, his father was led the development of that car, and Stuart, as a lad, went to Allon Villard, where Joe Bonnier drove it and broke the Hill record. He also won the British Hill Climb Championship with Peter Westbury.
Peter Westbury sadly died last year.
Yeah, indeed, in the early part of the 1960s. We had a spinner on the warm-up lap you may not have seen, Chris. Alain de Cadenet spun his Aston Martin on the warm-up lap.
That's good. Cold tyres.
He knows where the limits are.
You just see the Lancia D50 with the pannier tanks on the side. That's got an original engine, but was built up from works drawings and as many genuine parts as they could find out in Italy. Perfect recreation of the wonderful pannier tank Lancia that was eventually taken over by Ferrari. But you've probably seen the film of the Monaco Grand Prix 1954, the Lancia driven by Alberto Ascari diving into the Monaco harbour, and he quickly swam to the surface and they had to heave it out with a crane. There's the beautiful Dino.
Indeed, that's Tony Smith's car.
That's got, is that the V12 or the V6?
It's got a V6 in it.
V6,
it did at one point have a V12, the one that Pat Hoare used in New Zealand.
And behind it, the C-Type Connaught that never raced in this country.
No, raced in the '59 American Grand Prix by Bob Said, later converted into Indianapolis specification, and not a successful piece of equipment in the period, but certainly distinctive.
It really, as you said earlier, Marcus, it really highlights that revolution in Grand Prix racing, from front-engined big cars to rear-engine little cars.
Lord March, our host, overseeing proceedings. Look at the small frontal area of the Coopers on the front row in comparison to even the Lotus 18s.
Of course, there's a warm-up lap, so they'll come round to start, but then we'll watch with interest the four-wheel drive Ferguson, whether it can out-drag the rear-wheel drive, rear-engined Coopers.
24 Simon Diffie going from the back in the Maserati. Had a rotten day yesterday with all sorts of bad luck. Nick Upton's AC broke. He's not here with John Monson's Crosley because that was damaged recently. And away they go on this warm-up lap. Also going from the back is the sort of bright turquoisey coloured Cooper.
So the AC monoposto hasn't made it onto the grid. That's a shame. Nick Upton and the Harris brothers have worked really hard.
This white 250F is ex-Jean Berra car, which is now in the Monaco colours of André Testu and Louis Chiron. But here's our grid then. Number 3, Barry Cannell on pole with the BRP Cooper 51. Alongside him 40, Will Nuttall with the Cooper Maserati Type 51. So different engines, similar cars. 7 on the outside, Nick Adams with the Ferguson P99 Climax engined car. That Road 2, 26 Gregor Fiskin Ferrari Dino, and 18 Sir John Chisholm with his Lotus 18 ex-works car, Jim Clark in his Ireland car. Then we go to number 2, Barry Baxter with the BRM Type 25 in the pale green colours. 9 is Paul Smith with his Lotus 18, and 14 Malcolm Cook, who achieved that time on 3 cylinders yesterday with the Mildred Cooper. 12 is Tony Smith with the Ferrari Dino we talked about, the ex-Phil Hill car. 5 is Michael Steele with the ex-Bob Said Connaught. 15, Richard Wilson with the Cooper Type 51. 25 is Mark Hales with the 10/10ths Maserati 250F. 16, the Belgian lawyer Mark Valkens with his Aston Martin DBR4. And right behind him on row 6, number 1, Alain de Cadenet in the sister car. 32 is Marshall Bailey, Dubai-based racer with his Lotus Climax 16. That's in his Ireland again. 6 is Paul Griffin with the ex-Sterling Moss Cooper 51. 51, Matthias Seletsky with his Cooper 51. At 93, the ex-Sterling Moss Monaco Grand Prix winning Lotus 18 of Stephen Bond. Row 8 is 4, Jeff O'Neill with his Maserati 250F. And 56 is Lucas Halusa with his 250F. Then we've got
his first race in the 250, I think.
Beautiful machine. 28 is Graham Edelman from Virginia, USA with a 250F. 17, another American, Steve Tillack with the Lancia D50. And 22, the Frenchman Franck Trouillard with his Lotus Climax 16. We go to row 10, Tim Bailey with the JBW Maserati. That's Marshall Bailey's lad with the Brian Naylor car of the period. 10 is Manuel Esabi with his Cooper 51. 19 is Michael Hibbard with the Basking Shark spec Cooper. T45-51 owned by Helmut Gessman. 8 is Sam Wilson. Watch for that car. But a car come in with number 3 into the pits, and that is the pole-sitting car. Oh. Barry Cannell's pole-sitting car is in trouble. You go back, Sam Wilson, who had that problem yesterday, needed 3 laps in practice. Watch for him coming through. He may well be up in the top 6 by the end of the race. Chris Lunn is in 20, and he's in his Cooper. 1 or 2 other cars going from the back. We've got another of the Bailey entries at the back.
Frantic work on Barry Cannell's Cooper. Maybe a loose hatch.
How disappointing that is. And here's Ian Nuttall on the left from Iron Racing. And Miles Griffiths down there, who raced that car before, and they got it going. So out he goes, the plug lead probably came off, I'd have thought. That's what it sounded like.
Or a bodywork problem. So it's going to be a great chase for Cannell to battle his way to the front.
Well, we're about to go, and that's put Will Nuttall in the driving seat in the middle, number 40, the Centro Sud Cooper Maserati. Away they go with that four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Ferguson bolts out of the blocks. Absolutely fantastic. Put all its power down. Nick Adams leads. Will Nuttall is second. John Chisholm is in third place. Gregor Fisken is fourth. Looks like it's Paul Smith in fifth place, and then the rest of them charging through behind. But it's Adams in the four-wheel drive Ferguson, demonstrating how that Harry Ferguson concept really worked. Harry Ferguson from Northern Ireland, the tractor magnate, with this development ship, absolutely brilliant. But Will Nuttall is challenging now in the number 40, tries to come around the outside. He's pretty wide through the kink before St Mary's. Bruce, with you.
Well, he tucks in. The first two have already made that break. What a start by the four-wheel drive Ferguson. So Adams leading the way, but he expects Nuttall to challenge, and Nuttall's not disappointing. Not looking quite in the right position to make a move the first time they get down to Lavant. Just looked out my window, Sam Wilson peeking people off left, right and centre. Very tight. Barry Baxter in that pale green BRM getting right in the heart of the action with the Connaught. But out front, you can see it's still the Ferguson. But no, just right now, the ex-Centro Sud Cooper Maserati takes the lead and is about to have it back again, is he?
On the kink.
Holds on at the kink.
Yep, on the kink, it's Will Nuttall ahead of Nick Adams. John Chisholm challenging hard. Gregor Fisken's in there fourth, so it's rear engine, front engine, rear engine, front engine, and the same goes back. With Tony Smith, I think, running in sixth place. There's 15, Richard Wilson up inside the 32. Lotus 16, which is the car of Marshall Bailey. Through the chicane they come, all fighting through. How's Barry Cannell faring down the field? I seen him.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Huge accident, I'm afraid here. Certain the race is going to be stopped. We've got a car off on the side, 2 cars tangled coming out of the chicane.
So out front, it's still Will Nuttall. He took the lead on the opening lap halfway round at Lavant, and trying to hold on behind is the Ferguson as they go up to Lavant with Nick Adams on board. John Chisholm in the Lotus 18 has worked his way up into third place, but in 25, the big for Maserati 250F with Mark Hales, as you would expect, really putting in a great performance and challenging very, very hard indeed. Sorry, of course, that's Gregor Fisken. I beg your pardon, not Mark Hales. I called the wrong car there, 26. Barry Baxter, 7th place, Mark Hales 8th, and Michael Steele up into 9th.
Cannell 17th at the end of the first lap. Barry Cannell 17th at the end of the first lap. The race goes on.
Yellow flags.
The yellow flags all through here.
Safety car not deployed.
Nuttall slows right down with Hales in behind him. Red flag is being thrown now. The red flag has come out.
Sorry, it's Gregor Fiskin, not Mark Hales. It's in fourth place. I threw, but the hands up, the red flag, all the drivers acknowledging it, so heeding the signals there.
Red flag's out, so
So Will Nuttall took the lead halfway around the opening lap from the fast-starting Ferguson of Nick Adams, and they were still in first and second positions when the red flag came out at the end of the second lap. John Chisholm in third, Gregor Fiskin fourth, Paul Smith fifth, and number 12 up into sixth place. That's Tony Smith. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous Ferrari.
indeed, and at the end of that, so that end of that first lap, Barry Cannell up into 17th place from the back of the grid. But obviously the rescue crews are here, and watch them get on with their work. The driver of the stricken Cooper that's at the side of the circuit has, I think, just climbed out of it, which is good news. That's the 15 car. That's the 15 car, which is that of Richard Wilson.
And the other car involved was the Lotus 18.
So the two cars involved in the incident down here. And please do as the staff says. They ask you to move along. Then please let their work happen. Sam Wilson from the back had come flying through to 15th place.
Yes, it'll be quite a story when battlers rejoined to see how Barry Cannell, the pole sitter who started from the pit lane, and Sam Wilson, the fight they were up because he was just 2 places behind Barry Cannell when the red flag came out.
The cars all being held obviously down on the line here. I think they will be ushered off into their back into the paddock quite soon. Will Nuttall had that small lead, 0.728 at the end of the first lap from Nick Adams. There was some very, very strong fighting in the first half dozen were chasing on really well. Behind Mark Hales in 8th place, Michael Steele, Matija Seletsky and Marshall Bailey were very, very close. Incredibly close. Tussling there. Mixture of front and rear engined cars.
But it was an absolutely exemplary start with that four-wheel drive traction for Nick Adams in the Ferguson. It was like a rocket. It wasn't a question of who'd be in front of the first corner. It was by how much.
Certainly was. I mean, 2.5 litre engine. Of course, that car also raced with a 1.5 litre because the regulations all changed for 1961, but it was raced in the Tasman series. And the likes of Graham Hill and Jack Fairman also drove the car. And then so Joe Bonnier, Hill climbed it. And we were also treated to it on the hill climb scene in the 60s. In fact, Peter Westbury won 2 successive British championships in Europe. Ardent hill climber, as I used to be. He did a lot more of it than I, Chris. But it was a very, very successful, if kind of outmoded, quirky and outmoded car, wasn't
And
it?
they prayed for wet weather.
They did. They
Which
did.
not many of us do.
Rather like when Roy Lane ran that six-wheeled March.
Yes.
The late Roy Lane ran the six-wheeled March, and with its twin-driven rear wheels, and that was super successful in the early part of the season when it was all sort of grizzly and damp under the trees.
And then faded.
And then faded rapidly,
Yes.
and he converted it pretty quickly back to a four-wheel drive.
How far up the
specification.
grid did Barry Cannell get in
Cannell
the
was
first lap?
17th, and Sam Wilson also from the back. He was 15th, and those two were going to be charging through. And I really had good money on them being certainly in the top half dozen or so when before the end of the race. Okay, well, while we have this delay in the program, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you some highlights of the Jerry Marshall Trophy saloon car race, the Group 1 touring car race from yesterday, which kicked our race program off.
Well, the touring car action was thick and fast. This was a 15-minute race yesterday afternoon. In sunshine, the sun broke through and it was Camaros at the front, challenged by the Rovers and the Capris. Super fantastic touring car action. And look out for the UFO Jeans BMW. In fact, we're riding with it now, looking forward. The line of sight that Emmanuel Pirot enjoyed. Nick Swift getting in the thick of the action in the number 63 Mini. But out front, it was the Rover, just driven beautifully by Chris Ward, leading the way. Straight lining the chicane pretty much, but out back, this is an incident. We had two Rovers, and in the middle, the Gitan Capri, and it didn't quite work. That's just by my commentary box at St Mary's, but everyone rejoined the battle. Who had to slow in the background. Fabulous cars in the liveries they raced in the 70s up until about 1980. So in this series, up to 1982, the latest of the cars. But it was the earlier ones making the runny, and the Camaros with all the power. And as you can see, Nick Swift doing his utmost in the corners. Nothing he could do about the Marlboro Rover 3.5 as it came past him as if he was standing still. Chris Ward, 6 seconds clear, but it wasn't to be his day. Leading the race seemingly comfortably, but there's the checkered flag. And of course, this will form the grid for today's two-driver race, which is a much longer piece of touring car action for us. Two drivers will take part in that. Yesterday's race for this one here was just the owners, and today it will be the owners and the hot shoes, and we've got lots of British touring car champions coming out to play. Everyone wants a slice of this. Jerry Marshall Trophy magic.
Well, that was a fine example of touring car racing here. We've got some drivers down having a chat there. Graham Edelman on the left-hand side of the Paul Griffin walking out in the blue overalls. He walks away, and they are down on the track, sort of towards the chicane here, and I think we're going to see some further highlights. The delay is going to be probably half an hour or so, but let's kind of look at our program, see what is due to come up later in the year here at Goodwood. And of course, we're talking Festival of Speed and Revival meeting.
absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, and so while we have this this hiatus, we letting the rescue crews do their work down before us. We've watched some highlights. We've looked at what's coming up in the year ahead, and
should we talk, Marcus, about the possibility of taking to the air?
Yes,
today
indeed.
At the members' meeting for the first time ever. You can take a helicopter ride, and the route for the helicopter trip is virtually up the hill climb course. So past Goodwood House, up the hill, a teardrop turn, which is the aviation equivalent of a donut, at the racecourse at the top of the hill, and then back down. And you'll find elite helicopters behind the big hall. Talk nicely to Glenn Curtis. It's 49 quid for a helicopter ride in the Jet Ranger, the Long Ranger, and if it's Dad's birthday or Mum's birthday, what better present could you give than a helicopter ride? Also, for the first time ever, you can have a flight in a Piper Super Cub from the Aviation Club. So 2 opportunities to take to the air. The good news about the Revival air displays, I'm assured that despite the limitations put on air displays by the CAA after the tragedy at Shoreham, air displays at Goodwood are likely to be as spectacular and moving as always. So lots of action in the air, both at members' meeting, Festival of Speed and Revival.
On your screen is the view out over Trundle Hill, which is up to our left, above the Super Shell building at Woodcote corner.
Looks sunnier on the
screen. It does, doesn't it?
Mark.
But of course we have the film on the inside of our windows here, which takes away some of the glare, which is a little bit odd. Well, after we saw the touring cars at the end of the afternoon yesterday, we had a magnificent Ford GT40 race for the Alan Mann Trophy, and I think we're going to see a package of highlights of that race, and perhaps Bruce will talk us through them.
Well, the Alan Mann Trophy race, you hardly know where to start. 28 Ford GT40s looking absolutely immaculate on the grid, trying to put the power down, track a little warmer than it had been at the start of the day. Fabulous start, but this was a race that had more stories than you could shake a stick at. As someone said, this was a race that people seem to be trying not to win. You just didn't get that impression out on the circuit.
Yes, that was one of the preparers in the paddock last night. I think it might have been Gary Spencer.
Well, starting from pole position was the number 5 car, but Rob Huff made short work on the second lap. He was through from the second row, took the lead. It was nose to tail stuff, and it got a little bit frisky out on the circuit. Number 18, David Hart, going for a spin.
That's when he selected the wrong gear. To the right of the screen was the red car, which was Christian Glaisel, who just went off over there and parked it there. He didn't get back.
Looked to me like an engine problem. I don't think he was involved in the various spinners.
No, well, we're never really entirely sure about that. But what happened was that Rob Hall, who was right in the thick of the action, stayed out as long as he could. He's still circulating. The Jordan family car, the silver GT40 with the yellow bands up it. Mike Jordan got out. Son Andrew took over, would have a big role to play in the race. But out on the circuit, it was very, very lively indeed. And the number 12 car was always in the thick of the action. And number 1 likewise, and that was Ollie Bryant having a real screamer in that.
How on earth did he get round the Wood Stretton car into the chicane? It was amazing.
Yeah, well, Tony Wood drove brilliantly in
He
that
did.
before handing it over. But as you can see, the darkness started to
in the
fall.
rear corner of the GT40, you see that there's fire in there, and that's when the wheel bearing collapsed. And,
Well, in the space of one lap, we had the Jordan car drop out of the lead, and then right behind it, the number 1 car should have taken it over, and that too pulled over. And that left 41. David Cuff had handed it over to touring car legend Steve Soper. As you can see, the door on the 41 not quite closed
and
properly.
the brake discs were glowing beautifully in the front as dusk descended.
And all the chasers seemed to then hit problems, and Steve Soper was able to enjoy those final few laps. The red flag didn't come out for that,
No.
but Soper and Cuff took victory in a fantastic evening race.
They did.
Wasn't it an epic race, Marcus?
It certainly was, and those GT40s are so beautiful. 50 years on, they were developed here at the motor circuit, and it was an absolutely fitting tribute to the cars, the men who developed them. Alan Mann himself intrinsically involved in that Ford program, and how great that that the late Alan Mann's son Henry was in that race and finished really well.
Demonstrates, Bruce, what a stress Goodwood circuit puts on the near side, particularly the near side rear wheel.
Yes, in fact, the corner beneath my feet, St Mary's, is about the only one that doesn't put any loading on it there. You can see on the screens the sweep of the circuit out at St Mary's. But to me, the cars were fantastic. You combine it with the element of a 2-driver race. Would a driver come in early to change to his hot shoe teammate or stay out? And we had all these mixes, twists of the tail. Rob Huff had driven so brilliantly, but that wasn't to be the winning car, number 24. It kept on changing the story of the race.
And the other thing that we don't see so much from this side of the circuit, but you very much see, is the dip down St Mary's and into Lavant. There's quite a gradient change.
There really is, but also there's quite a sort of foliage change, because we'll have leaves on the trees, but the trees have grown up to my left from my commentary box. In fact, I lose them from my line of sight much earlier than I did before, so I don't see much of the dip. In fact, I tend to see it more when I do what I'm supposed to be doing, which is looking at the monitor in front of me, and sometimes I don't realise the car has gone off. But you can't look at everything all the time, but I wouldn't be anywhere else. It is such a great corner, because I can pick up the cars as they about 100 yards out of Madgewick. I can see them running down and slipstreaming as they get towards Fordwater. It's a question of who's brave enough to keep the momentum and not scrub anything off through Fordwater, down into the dip, and then the kink beforehand. If you've had a good run out of Fordwater, you might fancy your goes. But if you go around the outside line, it really is, Marcus, diminishing returns there.
It is, and the camber falls away, adverse camber through St Mary's, but very much the technique is to try to combine the kink, the right-handed kink, and St Mary's for maximum exit speed.
I'm envying that hood, fur-lined hood. We could do with that, couldn't we?
Absolutely, but no matter. Yeah, you can see probably a third of the course from your vantage point, Bruce.
Yes, I reckon, and I can pick them up as they leave the second part of Lavant. I then lose them behind the bank. I can see them again as they go up towards the Shell building too. But there was a lot happening. One of the things with the members' meeting, it's not just the races. We have some fantastic demos, Marcus, and the Group 5 cars certainly had a lot of us slavering yesterday. Some beautiful, beautiful machinery in that. And we're going to have a little look back at that, I believe. Porsche 917s, Ferrari 512s, and the Lola T70s that kept them all so honest.
Yeah, this was the kind of boy's own dream from the end of the 60s into 1970, wasn't it? With these awesome Porsches and Ferraris, Lola T70s in there as well.
Ferrari 512.
The 512S going out there. Then the Lola, the green Lola. The green Porsche is the David Piper owned car.
Interesting to see the aerodynamic development on the 917, which started as aerodynamically very corrupt and was developed eventually to be stable 241 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight.
Absolutely, and they were very, very quick down that straight, wet or dry. Tyres were relatively tall in those days, and they were phenomenal.
Big 5-litre flat 12 engine in the 917, air-cooled.
Well, they ran them in 4.5, 5, 5.4s. Just amazing. It was a great demo. We're going to be seeing those cars out again on track today, and that is certainly something to look forward to. 3 distinct demonstration sessions, the Group 5 cars, the ground effect Formula 1 cars coming out in 2 different sets, and also the Super Tourers, the most up-to-date cars at the members' meeting, the cars of the 90s, etc. And a lot of marques represented in that field is Vauxhall, Peugeot, Nissan, Honda, Volvo, Audi, Alfa Romeo. Really the high spot of manufacturer involvement in the British Touring Car Championship.
You wonder, Marcus, where those cars have been for the last 15, 20
well,
years.
I was speaking to the Dodds a couple of years ago, Graham and James, and they found one of theirs in somewhere like Slovenia, on the internet, of course.
Yes.
I think it was Graham's wife Anita who actually spotted it. She probably spends her days scouring the world for lovely cars for her boys to play with.
And we've just seen this race highlights the revolution between front-engined and rear-engined Grand Prix cars that took place at the end of the 50s, beginning of the 60s. But another revolution driven by Colin Chapman was the ground effect revolution, when they realized, Peter Wright particularly, with Lotus, realized how much grip could be achieved by ground effect, by the reverse airflow negative of an airplane, virtually pulling the car down onto the road through the side pod tunnels. And wonderful to see 33 ground effect Formula One cars doing their demo here at Goodwood.
What is interesting, I remember speaking to Frank Durney, one of the great aerodynamicists at Williams. Very, very clever man, and we were talking to him about his time at Hesketh, which is one of the Formula One minnow teams, if you like, particularly by that stage, because James Hunt had moved on. He'd gone on to McLaren, he'd won the World Championship, etc. But when they ran the Hesketh 308E model, which was a sort of a car that achieved some kind of notoriety as being hired out to all and sundry, one-offs, two-offs, part seasons, etc. They tried it somewhere in testing, and they decided to box in the engine underneath, and they put an aluminium floor on all the way to the back of the gearbox. He said it virtually didn't steer because the front wheels were so lightly loaded it sucked itself down at the back. He said they didn't understand what they were on the verge of discovering. 2020 hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
You look back and think we were so close, but it was almost an accident.
And then realizing the effect, the increased effectiveness of used a skirt,
yes,
and the struggles they had getting the sliding skirts to slide and not to wear out.
Absolutely. And I remember seeing those cars sparking. I think there were ceramic tips on the bottom of the skirts, etc. They were sprung loaded in the side pods.
And encountering all sorts of strange aerodynamic effects, particularly porpoising. I remember seeing the F1 cars porpoising, literally bouncing up and down as the airflow under the car changed from front to back. Central pressure changed.
Yeah.
A real problem, and Colin Chapman thought he could make a big breakthrough with the which model? Not the 88, the one that's on static display here, which had no front wing, no rear wing, relied entirely on underbody aerodynamics, and used a curved skirt, and plagued by porpoising, and never really worked.
Absolutely, and but it gave the drivers a pretty hard time. And you think about Alan Jones winning the 1980 World Championship, and he was kind of the perfect build, big and strong, massively muscular neck, and you needed that with the ground effect cars, which were.
And when March produced the 792, the Formula 2
yes,
car with first
yes,
March car with ground effect, progressively they had to put harder and harder springs.
They went to something like 2,000-pound springs, which was unheard of.
Virtually no springs at all.
Yeah. And I drove Mark Searle's championship-winning car at the Nürburgring for a few laps on a BMW jaunt a few years ago. And I spoke to Robin Hurd, who was the main man at March, the designer, etc. He said, yes, when we got that car out of the box, one of three things steered it. He said either the driver steered it, it steered itself, or nothing steered it,
yes,
which was quite interesting. And that had the sliding skirts in it. And I'd been reporting Formula 2 races at the time, and I'd read about one skirt getting knocked over a curb and unloading, and what it did to the car. And on my last lap, I decided on a quick right-hand kink to pop it over a curb on the right hand side, see what happened, and I was ready for it, and it jumped about 6 feet sideways, which was quite exciting.
Well, both you and I, Marcus, have competed in pre-ground effect F2 cars, and they were comfortable, very comfortable compared with the 792.
They were, exactly.
On the screen, nowhere on earth like Goodwood, absolutely right, Tom Howard, and highlighting the wonderful IWC moment yesterday with the two Grand Prix Mercedes.
Stromlinienwagen.
Yes, Jochen Mass in the Streamliner and Mika Häkkinen in the W196. Mr. Derek Bell in the office. I bet he's happy to be in there.
But as opposed to Godo Wodo, which is what we refer to it colloquially.
Well done, Richard Brown. Great start to day 2 at members' meeting.
That looks pretty wonderful.
Webby on the web. Yes, that's the way to start the day, isn't it?
Yes, look at those mushies. God.
Oh no. It's a long time since we had breakfast.
It's
sail day. It is indeed. And Castrol stripes forming the backdrop to the programme for the Bonham sail.
So if you want a 300 SL Merc gull wing, nip along to Bonham's. I'm not 1 o'clock the sail starts. Thanks, Mark Gold.
Take a look at IWC's new trio of motorsport inspired watches. It's IWC Schaffhausen, very much a partner of Goodwood in the meeting today. And we'll see more Mercedes action. Some classic driver.
Henry Hope Frost will be interviewing race winners, and if the camera catches his right wrist.
Well, Henry's got his corner weights really well worked out. He has a large watch on either, on both of them.
He's got one set for 2016, one for 1956, I think.
I think he's the equivalent of Peter Scott Russell at Silverstone with the BRDC back in the 70s and 80s, when Peter Scott Russell, former racer, and he was the commentator there, and he had a dressing rail with each of the sponsors of the race's jackets, and he had his sort of loyal retainer who ran around behind him and said, "Here you go, Peter, here you go, take the Compton lighting one, or the brush fuse gear, or the ESSO," and he was always there with his correct sartorial gear.
Goodwood is being live streamed around the world, so if you're it's the evening in New Zealand, Australia. Good evening, folks.
And we heard tell of 500,000 hits prior to the Ford GT40 race yesterday, which is some accolade.
Extraordinary spike in take up on live streaming.
People have such good taste, don't they?
They do indeed. Yes, we just talked about the IWC moment, and Henry Hope Frost had a wonderful opportunity to chat to world champion Mika Häkkinen sitting in the wonderful W196 Merc. Let's have a look at that on the big screen.
Thank you, Bruce. Wonderful scenes down here in the assembly area as double world champion Mika Häkkinen climbs into the W196, the 1955 straight 8 Grand Prix car used to such devastating effect, of course, by Sterling Moss and Juan Fangio. Mika making his debut at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Let me dive in and have a quick word. Mika, welcome to Goodwood. Great to see you here.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back in England again, and it's great to be in Goodwood, you know, and it's again fantastic to see the people here, old friends, and of course beautiful cars, and to see the people's excitement.
You've been to the Festival of Speed before, or the hill climb at the house, but not to the motor circuit. This is a proper hairy old place here, you know.
Oh, it is indeed. It's really high speed, and when I went around it earlier today, I was really amazed of the speed what you can reach here in this track, and you know, you need to have a good reactions and good coordinations to keep the car in the right angle to point in the corners. But it's fun. You know, I think this track is a great fun to race and to drive. It's a high speed.
Your Formula One career, of course, very much synonymous with
I mean, it's always amazed me the design and the quality what the Mercedes has. I'm talking about this car, which is quite a few years already. It's an old car, but again, like I said, the quality is amazing. And how it's this car to drive, it is also really great fun. You know, you can really put it sideways if you want, but well, I'm not going to do it today. But anyway, it's a great car.
It's worth quite a lot of money.
Yeah, I think it was something $29 million. So it's I better be careful.
Yes. Cast your mind back to 1998, 1999, 2 World Championships, wonderful battles with Michael Schumacher. You have good memories of those times.
Oh, definitely. I mean, racing against Michael Schumacher was really demanding, really tough, and he never didn't give up. You know, he was always pushing and tried everything to win. But it was a good time. Good. I think those 98 and 99 was good years for my career in Formula One, and of course some other good years too. But winning a championship those years was definitely fantastic, and racing against Michael Schumacher it was also good. Some serious tough races we did together.
It doesn't feel like 15 years since you retired. Do you miss the racing in Formula One?
No, I don't miss it. But you're right. It's a long time ago. Today's life is focused in different aspects and different areas, and the racing is behind. But like I said, it is great memories and great career I had. So it's important to move on in your life.
It's a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And peace.
Yes, you don't use a teacup on, do you?
Okay, the IWC moment was just fantastic. Great to hear Mika enjoying himself. He's not here today. Good news is that our cars are lining up on the grid to resume the interrupted Brooks Trophy. We'll have another opportunity of seeing Nick Adams in the Ferguson, who made a demon start when the race started, but was pretty quickly caught by the Cooper from second position on the grid, and that Cooper hasn't reappeared. Barry Cannell in the UDT Laystall coloured Cooper that had to start from the pit lane, the first start, is coming through and taking up pole position, I think.
Maybe it's being treated as a new race.
I suspect
Yes,
it will be.
I think you're right.
Will Nuttall's car was in the pit lane where it remains. That was pushed off into there. Looking there at number 8, which is Sam Wilson, he's going pretty much from where he was, near the back, but he'd made good progress through the field to 15th place. Within a lap or so of the start, he had that broken gear selector finger in the very pretty green Cooper.
And you could pick him out from his bright green helmet, the frontal shot, you could see him right the way down at the back. Number 8, just behind the Marshal, if you look, with the black jacket.
Exactly. I'm just looking to see whether the JBW is there, and the other Bailey car, which is probably trying to see whether Tim Bailey's in the JBW 21 and 11, which didn't appear to practice. That'll be Tom Bailey, I think, his brother.
Lucas Halusa's 250F is minus its rear bodywork, which won't have a great deal of aerodynamic effect, but looks a bit strange. Great big oil tank behind the fuel tank.
Yes, that's the 56 car. It gives you a very good insight into what's under the tail cones of those cars. That's the white Curie Monaco entry. 26
is Gregor Fiskin in Steve Tillich's Ferrari 246 Dino V6 engine that Gregor told me on Friday can, if necessary, rev to 9,000 revs, which seems an enormous number of revs for a 1950s car. There's a classic picture of the revolution from the elegant front-engined Dino and the little Lotus 18 behind. So, as before, there will be a warm-up lap, and then a short 5-second pause on the start line, and then the race will get underway. Keep a close eye on the front row. Ferguson, of course, four-wheel drive gives it a great advantage, even on a dry road.
Just looking down into the pit lane to see whether they're going to get the number 40 car, which is Will Nuttall, going. There's a gaggle of people round the car. He's still in it.
It's being pushed. Is it being pushed away? I hope not.
Clark Kent's down there, his old mate, who races historic Formula Ford with him. Goes under the pseudonym of Clark Kent.
Looks as if Will start.
Yes,
he's staying in the car. Maserati engine. Not sure which engine that was. 2.5 litre.
The Centro Sud team was a privateer effort run by Guglielmo Mimo, as he was known, DEI, and to garner some pretty good support from BP, I think, over the years.
So engine switched off, and so there'll be a certain amount of push starting, or starters pushed up the backs or the fronts of cars.
Yeah, Gregor's getting a push start in the Ferrari, Gregor Fiskin.
Right at the back is Simon Diffie, who had a pretty busy and not successful day yesterday. Push start for him to get the 250F going, which is successful, and he moves forward, but then presumably will move back to his rightful place on the grid.
Welcome to Doug Nye, who has joined us in the commentary box. We're looking down. There's Ian Nuttall with his lad in the pit lane, and we are, with a depleted grid, about to go for a further green flag lap. Race still scheduled for 15 minutes.
Well, good to see everyone managed to get away on this parade lap, and of course Will Nuttall. The curse, we always have to have someone missing from the front row, it seems, and the man who should have been starting from the middle, the man who was leading when the red flag was flown earlier, is sitting waiting in the pit lane. But the good news is Will Nuttall will come out to play. So look for Sam Wilson coming up from very near the back in number 8. And
Will Nuttall will be starting with the pits on cold tyres. At least this opportunity will, for one green flag lap, will allow these guys who are in the main peloton to get a little bit of temperature into the rubber. Probably cold comfort, but at the end of the day, poor Will Nuttall starting on absolutely cold Dunlops in the pit lane.
Well, at the head of the field, the first two cars had pulled somewhat clear, which is Barry Cannell and the Ferguson with Nick Adams on board, and I think they've just realised they don't want to lose all the heat when they get back to the grid, so they've backed up a little bit before they got to St Mary's.
Yes.
And now Gregor Fiskin has caught up, and we have the train of cars as it's supposed to be.
I mean, the ambient temperature probably is only about 5 degrees, isn't it? Something like that at the moment. And so it would make sense to all arrive as one and have a good second go at this.
Everyone seems to have come past because the turquoise number 11, the another Cooper Maserati, Tom Bailey, at the rear of the field. You can see on the left hand at the back of the screen there. 21 is the JBW, unusual car. Tim Bailey on board that.
That's his brother, yeah. The JBW Maserati, built by Fred Wilkinson for Brian Naylor. There was a JBW Ferrari as well at one point. It was a sports car and a single-seater. He was from up north. And if you look at the JBW in profile, it looks a bit like a fighter plane shorn of its wings. Here's Will Nuttall. Miles Griffiths standing behind the car. Very, very rapid young driver. The two Lotus 18s running there, the first of the rear-engined Loti. Distinctive pannier tanked Lancia with the V8 engine angled across the frame to take the drive down beside the cockpit.
From which the Dino was developed when Ferrari took over the Lancia team.
That's Simon Diffie in one of the Cameron Miller 250Fs. Glorious growl of that V6 Ferrari going past. Just look at the kind of perspex cover over the carbs on those engines. Toothpaste tube Connaught number 5 going through with Michael Steele. He made a very feisty start last time through.
The 250F, the white one with the red stripe, still without its rear body work.
That's Paul Smith in his Lotus 18 number 9, and to his right is the sister car of John Chisholm with the Scottish Saltire on top of his crash helmet. So, for the second time of asking, the Brooks Trophy, now with poleman Barry Cannell back in his rightful qualifying position. Green flag waves at the back of the grid to signal that it's all go.
Watch the Ferguson.
Watch the Ferguson. The right-hand side of your screen is the blue car in the Rob Walker colours, and again, it's out of the block so quickly as Nick Adams cuts across to the middle part of the course. Barry Cannell is second, John Chisholm is third, Gregor Fiskin is fourth, Paul Smith is next. Round the outside, the lofty Connaught of Michael Steele, and then there goes number 40, which is Will Nuttall in the Cooper Maserati, burning from the stern. And we'll see how far he gets on. I think he'll get well into the top 10 if the car is functioning properly. There's a classic front and rear engined battle. Gregor Fiskin trying to annex third place from John Chisholm. Into your sight, Bruce.
Well, and with quite a lead. Nick Adams has got about 10 car lengths this time over Barry Cannell. Of course, he was challenged so hard by Will Nuttall last time round. Gregor Fiskin's just made a move up into third place. He's gone past John Chisholm. John Chisholm fighting back as they go up the rise towards Lavender. He'll have to look up the inside if he wants to depose the Scotsman, but Fiskin stays in third place. And Barry Baxter, you can see in the pale green BRM, running around in about sixth, fighting with Michael Steele's Connaught. But a fantastic start off the line, as we expected from the Ferguson of Nick Adams. And only now are we starting to see the poleman Barry Cannell fighting back in his Cooper Climax.
Number 11, Tom Bailey, making some good ground from his lowly grid position. And they come into Woodcote, and it's the Ferguson of Nick Adams leading, Cannell second, Fiskin third. The Lotus 18s of Chisholm and Smith next up. Barry Baxter around the outside, right out over the grass. What came around the outside of the Connaught has to tuck back in behind it as a result. He's got a Ferrari and a Maserati, and I think it's Richard, it's the 51 car as well. Through they come anyway.
I can't believe that Barry Baxter didn't lose more ground in that incident. Now he's having a go up the inside of Madgwick and makes the move stick. And Tony Smith also deposes Michael Steele's Connaught.
Yes, Baxter was certainly bold at Woodcote, but he's made it stick now. He's got a good record here, and also competes on bikes. We've seen him numerous times in the past. So 3 now for the lead. The two Lotus 18s chasing. Barry Baxter next up, under attack again. This time it's number 12, Tony Smith, who's coming up on Barry Baxter, coming down towards St Mary's, Bruce.
Well, a slight mistake there from Barry Cannell. Ran a little bit wide, and certainly catching very quickly is Gregor Fiskin in the Ferrari. And with that mistake, he's got a chance in the Ferrari to make an attack as they go through the second part of Lavant. But look at the field now. Barry Baxter going somewhat backwards, and Michael Steele not coping too well, but the lead trio pulled very well clear. Nick Adams, how long is he going to stay in front? Of course, the four-wheel drive Ferguson, brilliant at the start, but now we've got Barry Cannell taking a look up the inside. Not going to quite happen because he has to guard himself against Gregor Fiskin in the Ferrari. Fiskin being on the outside line will stay in third place, but he's got the power, he's got the grunt to close right in where he needs to be.
He certainly has, and Nick Adams driving beautifully in Stuart Rolt's Ferguson, car that was in the Ferguson Family Museum at one point. First 3 together. There are the two Lotus 18s, Chisholm and Smith. Fiskin got a couple of best sector 2s. John Chisholm matched him though. There is the green PRM, and look behind the green car from the back of the grid, number 11 is absolutely flying, and that's why it's not Bailey, it's I think it's Gary Pearson driving the car. Gary Pearson in number 11 from the back of the field. It's one of the Bailey team cars, normally driven by one of the lads, and Pearson charging his way through in that unusual kind of turquoisey colour car, an Australian machine of old.
Well, it's all even Stevens between the first three. It's still Adams in the Ferguson, from Cannell in the Cooper, and again the Ferrari with Gregor Fiskin making a challenge. He's got the nose half up alongside. This is his chance to try and nail it for the second part of Lavant, but with a wonderful sweeping line, Barry Cannell holds on to second place, and that gives a little bit of breathing space at the front for the Ferguson, but not enough, because good exit speed, but slightly constricted as he went through the kink. It looked as though Cannell had the run on him, but the Ferguson has the power down as they go up the straight towards Woodcote, is on the inside line, does have the four-wheel drive, should get the grip, and this is the moment that Fiskin has another look up the inside, but he stays in third place.
It's a nice battle, isn't it? Those three cars across the track coming into Woodcote. It's getting very, very tight up front. Gregor Fiskin's going to fancy his chances, you know, because he's really showing very, very well here. And Barry Cannell had a look towards Madrick, but he wasn't going to be able to unseat the Ferguson there. He's going to have to do it in the part of the circuit where, we've got a problem there. Sam Wilson, he's backed his number 8 keeper. He was trying to make up ground after that gearbox problem. He's off at the side. He's out of the car. He's fine, but the back of the car has taken a bit of a knock, I'm afraid.
Tom Bailey in number 11 has brought the Cooper Maserati into the pits. Nick Adams, well, getting away a little bit.
That's Gary Pearson. Right up he flew through the order.
So two of our stories, the drives from the back, unfortunately have been spiked, but the battle at the front is still absolutely fantastic. Every time Barry Cannell gets up close, you were quite right, Mark, because every time he gets close to Nick Adams in the Ferguson, he gets challenged and has to resist the attack from behind. And here's a replay, presumably, oh dearie me, that was Sam Wilson going off on a little dingle on the back of that, but
made a mess of that.
Not his meeting.
No, he was making up for that broken gear selector. And was it on its own? It looked like it.
On its own.
Just checking on progress of Will Nuttall, looking to see where car number 40 has got to. He's up. Yeah, he's making his way up the order. Oh dear, another faller. Paul Griffin put his Cooper Climax into the gravel.
It's the 1959 Glover Trophy winning car of Sterling Moss that Paul Griffin has popped into the kitty litter.
Well, look at the top three now, covered by under a second, 0.6 of a second, and this time Nick Adams in the Ferguson doesn't have the advantage that he had before as he went into the first part of Madgwick, and again the Ferrari with Gregor Fiskin looking to try and maximise, grab any opportunity that comes his way should Barry Cannell get out of line, trying to take the lead from Nick Adams. But for now, as they get to Fordwater for the 5th time, it's still the Ferguson in front, it's still the green and red little Cooper behind, chasing very hard Barry Cannell, and with all the speed to catch them, but not yet the opportunity to pass them. Gregor Fiskin right on the tail in that gorgeous 26 Ferrari.
Yeah, Barry's having to work very, very hard in that as the rear engine car in the front engine sandwich, other way around probably, reality, but it's got a good traction through that part of the circuit, but the yellow's still flying, of course, for Griffin. Now, Gregor Fiskin, I sensed, backed off rather more than the first two did through there, and there's a change of lead on the kink. Barry Cannell takes the advantage on this lap 5,
and we've got the safety car coming out, presumably to rescue that Cooper out of the kitty litter. So this will close the field up.
Fiskin's back with them. They've seen the flags, and they're relating to that. Now Barry Cannell is not having got to the head of this. Is going to see the pace car. He needs to slow it down just a touch, and they come past with John Chisholm going to bridge the gap onto the back of them now. The whole field will close up. Arms coming out of cockpits just to signify that there is a safety car out.
Maybe a couple of laps of safety car. Shouldn't be too difficult to get Paul Griffin's car out of the
Still
sand.
have about 7 minutes to go.
And what that does do, of course, it wasn't just the top three. It'll close them up, but it will close everybody else from John Chisholm, Paul Smith backwards right onto their tail when we get to the restart. Michael Steele's had an up and down sort of race. Second start of the day, second brilliant start, but just doesn't have the pace when they get up to full racing speed, and he lost the positions he gained in the early sprint off the line.
He suddenly fell back quite a lot, Bruce, in the course of one lap, didn't he?
Yeah, he lost a couple of positions, basically got out-dragged up the start-finish straight. By the time he got to Madwick, he was pushed out wide, and I'm afraid all his work was rather undone. Whether it was a missed gear out of the chicane, I do not know, but the tall Connaught sliding back down the order. But what a great chance to look at the final front-engine Formula One cars and the way they do their business so differently from the rear-engine Coopers and Lotuses that got their way past them as technology came on in leaps and bounds as the 50s turned into the 60s.
Looked as if there almost a motorway collision as the cars slowed down, and cars at the back were still going fairly quickly, but no harm done.
Barry Cannell, I see, is a Tor Bolton House member. Looking at the points, they need their points, don't they? But the next Tor Bolton runner is Lucas Halusa in the white Maserati 258, number 56, down in 15th place. Here comes the tractor to retrieve that Cooper of Paul Griffin. He comes in from the Far East to compete here at Goodwood. And all the cars back together pretty much on the track.
And worth pointing out, 14th place is as high as Will Nuttall has risen, having had to start the second start of the race from pit exit.
He's done a 31, which is about 4 or 5 quicker than those ahead of him. So he may get into the top 10. This will give him another opportunity, just maybe over a couple of laps, to get into that top 10 in the field, having started in the pit lane.
So just running down the order from the top, Barry Cannell leading the way, having just taken the lead from Nick Adams on the exit of Lavant. Nick Adams down to second in the Ferguson. Gregor Fiskin right in behind them, backed off somewhat with the yellow flags down at Lavant in the Ferrari. He's third. John Chisholm and Paul Smith in the Lotuses, 5th and 6th. Barry Baxter in the the light green, the pale green BRM is in 6th place.
There's Paul Griffin just trotting across to his bolide.
That just emphasises the length of that run, how much grass there is on the exit of the corner at the second part of Lavant. Just beached, won't be beached for too long now, as long as they pull it straight.
Nick Adams
looking at the start, and there's some good starts down the order. The Aston Martins went pretty well, didn't they? And also trying to get in the mix was Marshall Bailey in the number 32. He's back up into 8th place now, as a matter of interest.
Cannell's a bit sideways off the line, using lots of revs.
Bear in mind, he hadn't made that first start. He'd gone from the pit lane first time round, hadn't he? So it was his first experience of trying to gauge how many revs he needed to kind of break traction and fire away at something. He did. He slewed across to the left.
Great rear shot there, really showed what a clean start it was, but the fact that Nick Adams just rocketed away, there was no dent of the car going sideways, he just put it straight, 4 wheels, putting the power down, and off he went down towards Madrid.
Four-wheel drive the way forward.
It'll be interesting to see if he can get the jump on Barry at the restart.
Well, I think it's down to Barry just paying absolute attention to what's happening. He dictates the point of restart.
Yes, it may be a case of kind of backing them up, mightn't it, and then giving it a squirt coming out of the chicane. I'm hoping we're going to get a lap or so. There's Paul Griffin. They've got his car to a position of safety. He's going to pop his crash helmet on.
I think he's got the engine started and hoping to drive it back to the pits.
He's got to worry about the hands device as well, hasn't he, to hook all that up, etc. Now mandatory on these sort of cars.
And even mandatory in hill climbing now.
Is that right?
Yeah. In single seaters, yeah. Open cars.
The head and neck restraint systems that were pioneered by Jim Downing, 3 times an IMSA Camel Lights champion, and his brother-in-law way back. The early ones were like a sort of diving helmet on top of a sort of a rotating ball race, which was all very strange. And the helmet kind of ran on a track on a yoke, which was very complicated, very heavy, and probably very uncomfortable in a 24-hour race at Daytona.
The clock is counting down, 2 minutes it shows. Are we going to get another a sort of this race restarted before we run out of time? Looks like they're going on to one further lap behind the safety car, so I think we'll have to be competing against the clock here.
Yes, I fear it's just going to end like this in terms of no fight for victory unless they're going to give them one lap. There's Paul Griffin with the autocross spec Cooper. I wonder why he did his crash helmet on to drive it 50 yards across a piece of grass.
I think he had greater aspirations. I think it involved rejoining the race. But
You're probably right.
well, the order has now, of course, stayed the same behind the safety car, but Barry Cannell's got about a 2-second gap over those behind. It's really stretching out. We really want this field. And the clock has reset. That's good news. We looked at it last and it was below 2 minutes, so we will get at least one more racing lap. So they'll come round to the start-finish line, and then it's up to Barry Cannell, who's got all eyes on the safety car ahead of him, waiting to be sure that the lights go out off the roof lights off. Then he'll know the restart is coming, and then he'll know that he's the driver that's dictating it. But I would say, if I was Nick Adams, I'd want to be right up behind him, not many car lengths back. So he's got to close up, Nick Adams. Gregor Fiskin in third place, be very keen to get right onto Adams' tail as well.
Lights are off on the safety car. It scuttles away.
Question is, can the 50s Grand Prix cars keep up with the Porsche?
Yes. So Nick needs to get a bit closer to Barry.
He does, and Barry's got this sussed out in his head, hasn't he?
He's pretty much up to racing speed, isn't he?
Yeah, he was paying attention. I think the others, I don't know why Nick Adams hung back as far as he did, but in fact he wasn't the only offender. There were others further down the field that weren't staying hard on the tail of the car ahead. Now they're bunching up a little bit more as they get to the chicane, but now is the chance for Barry Cannell to stretch clear and see what he can do. But great acceleration again from the Ferguson. Nick Adams, the number one in the background, to Gregor Fiskin losing a little bit of ground in the Ferrari, back in third before the two Lotus
0.7, 1 to 2, 0.8, 2 to 3. Cannell over Adams, Adams over Fiskin, Chisholm, Smith, Baxter, Smith, Bailey the next group through.
2.5 minutes to go, so a couple of laps.
Well, again, the first three have pulled clear of all those behind. The Lotus 18's dropping back. Gregor Fiskin having looked around the outside, not close enough to do it at the kink before St Mary's, but he's kept his foot in. He wants the inside of the Ferguson, and he has it as they come up to St Mary's, and in fact gets very close to the tail of the Cooper. But Cannell leads, and now Fiskin, who tried so hard before the safety car came out, up into second place. Now, has Nick Adams got anything in his tool bag? Oh, that was terribly close, and I'm afraid Cannell really came across on the nose of Gregor Fiskin's Ferrari. I don't think he thought it would still be there, but it's Cannell from Fiskin, and Adams hanging on in third place.
And yes, John Chisholm not that far behind them in fourth, sort of rejuvenated Sir John Chisholm.
He gained ground when they were fighting through St Mary's.
He did.
And, he's keeping the momentum going. Let's see if he can join the battle. He'd love to, because they got away before the safety car came out. And now Fiskin almost two wheels on the grass.
Menacing, isn't he, through there? Just he's got all sideways, and he's dropped it. He's gone round, and he's off the circuit. Gregor Fiskin's thrown away a podium place. I'm not so sure he's snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, but from the jaws of a podium, and that has put Sir John Chisholm up into third place. Smith fourth, Baxter fifth on his tail. Tony Smith next up, but it's Cannell now from Adams as Gregor Fiskin gets going again.
Well, he knew he had to try something, and was starting to line up Barry Cannell, trying a little too hard, got those wheels on the grass just oh so gently down at Woodcote, but then it all came round, and Nick Adams isn't finished in second place. He's having another crack, and he's getting onto the tail of Barry Cannell. Can Cannell hold on in the number 3 Cooper? But the number 1 Ferguson right behind, using all that traction that it so famously provides up to St Mary's for probably the final time.
Yes, it is.
It will be the final
there's
time.
There's a car ahead of them they might catch, I think.
Nick Adams much closer. Slightly earlier on the brakes than Cannell.
Cannell's having to be terribly defensive, which won't lead to the best exit line, that's for sure.
And he's run wide, hasn't he, Cannell? But he's got in and hightailing it down the straight now towards the kink on the Lavant straight. Through he goes.
And in the background, Tony Smith, I think there was a misgear from Barry Baxter, and the Ferrari went past, nearly clipping the tail of it. But anyhow, all eyes now on Barry Cannell leading the way as we come down. This is indeed the final lap, because we've got 10 seconds left. And can the Ferguson go past? It looks like Cannell's covered all the bases through Woodcote.
He's just dominating the centre of the track, isn't he? And giving Adams very little option. But now Adams has the four-wheel drive acceleration. and he's making use of it, but Barry Cannell it is who's going to win the Brooks Trophy race from Nick Adams by 0.466 of a second. Ron Chisholm is in third place in 18th. Paul Smith in the sister car is fourth, number 9. Then we've got Tony Smith, who took advantage of that probably misgear from Barry Baxter that Bruce described. Marshall Bailey is in 7th place. 8th is Matthias Seletsky. 9th from the pit lane is Will Nuttall. Good effort from him. And in 10th place, Mark Valkens in his Aston Martin. But you can see on this replay here, as Gregor Fiskin on the penultimate lap touches the curb just enough to unbalance the Ferrari and spin it round. So very frustrated, the Scottish motor trader there. He goes round, and here's our winner then, Barry Cannell.
Young Barry Cannell.
Well, he knew he was going to have a fight with Will Nuttall, and he told Henry Hope Frost that yesterday after qualifying on pole position. Will Nuttall did have a battle, but as we knew, as we saw when it came to the second start, he had to start the number 40 Cooper, the Maserati engine one, from the pit lane. He did well to get into the top 10 though, up to 9th.
Barry Cannell making the absolute point of waving at all of the marshals, thanking the marshals on each post, pointing to them, waving, and that's gentlemanly thing to do, absolutely.
Without the marshals, we couldn't run the meetings.
Absolutely.
They do sterling work, and they're always looking for new people to join the team.
Gregor Fiskin will have to be content with fastest lap, a 1:27.953. And how does that compare? Well, 1:30.2 was his qualifying effort. So the safety car was briefly shown in 32nd place there. Here we go, here's our result. Brooks Trophy then. And first, number 3, Barry Cannell, the Cooper Climax Type 51. In second place, 0.466, and second behind is number 7, Nick Adams in the Ferguson Climax P99. In third place, number 18, John Chisholm, Lotus 18. In fourth place, number 9, Paul Smith, Lotus 18. Fifth, number 12, Tony Smith with the Ferrari Dino, got up to that place on the final lap. And in 6th place, Barry Baxter, number 2 in the BRM Type 25. 7th, Marshall Bailey, Dubai-based driver in his number 32 Lotus 16. 8th, number 51, Matthias Seletsky with his Cooper Type 51. In 9th place, number 40 is Will Nuttall, Cooper Maserati Type 51. 10th place, number 16, Mark Valkens and the Aston Martin number 16. 11th is 25, Mark Hales, Maserati 250F. And in 12th place, Manuel Elisabi with the number 10 Cooper Climax Type 51. Slipping to 13th was number 5, Michael Steele, the Connaught C-Type. 14th, eventually, number 26, Gregor Fiskin with fastest lap in the Ferrari Dino. 15th, number 56, Lucas Halusa in the white Maserati 250F. 16th, number 1, Alain de Cadenet in his Aston Martin DBR4. 17th, the 250F, number 28 of Graham Edelman. And in 18th place, the similar car of Jeff O'Neill, number 4. 19th was Simon Diffie in a 250F, number 24. 20th was number 21, Tim Bailey, the JBW Maserati. 21st, number 17, Steve Tillack in the Lancia D50. 22nd, number 20, Chris Lunn, Cooper G45. 23rd, number 22, Franck Trouillard, Lotus 16. And, of course, Paul Griffin stopped out on the course in number 6, the ex-Sterling Moss Glover Trophy winning Cooper Type 51. So that was our... And there is Barry Cannell. Barry's down in the presentation area with Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. Barry, you wily old fox.
So they say. I'd like to think so. It was sort of quite difficult to understand when we'd restart, how we would restart. I felt that once the safety car came out after the red flag, I thought we would probably finish under a safety car. But then I realised he was going to give us another lap or two, and it was get back into racing mode again. So it's very disjointed, and I do hope the guys that had the off are absolutely fine. It was a very nasty accident.
It was, you'd just taken the lead before the safety car. Did that upset your rhythm, having to follow that for a while?
Yes, it did. It did, because I made just 20 metres on Gregor. I was Gregor, I think, behind, and Nick. And I was in a rhythm. And then, of course, you break your rhythm. You worry about, I don't know whether you lose tyre temperatures or not, but it gets into your mind that you might be losing tyre temperature. Oh, it's just something that unsettles you. If you keep racing, you don't have to concentrate on anything, it just flows. But it was just very disjointed, the whole thing, sadly.
Yeah, great stuff. Well done, Barry.
Thank you so much, Henry.
Barry Cannell, winner of the Brooks Trophy in the Cooper Climax. Second place goes to Nick Adams in the unique Fergie. Nick, that was a battling performance.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah.
You had a couple of looks, didn't you, up inside, but wasn't quite to be.
No, it's quite a quirky car to drive, and you have to be very careful where the limit is. And I, truthfully, probably don't know where the limit is at the moment. And I was carrying a bit of a misfire as well. So all in all, I was pretty pleased with that actually.
Yeah. Bit of an old cliche, but were you praying for rain?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was the only time I've been in the assembly area thinking, come on, rain. Most times you don't want it, but yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Nick.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get Lauren to give you your wreath in a moment, or your garland, I should say. Let me squeeze between Sir John Chisholm's Lotus and the fence. I suppose Gregor spinning in front of you handed you it on a plate, really.
Afraid it did, yes. Yeah, I'm terribly sorry for Gregor. It's a terrible disappointment.
You're not that bothered, are you?
Well, it's a great run. It really was. I mean, the car's quicker than I am, but it was a really good run. The car was going well.
Could you see the guys up ahead and think maybe I can make some inroads into them?
I think I could have done, yes. Yes.
With another lap or two, eh?
That's right.
Well done, John.
Thank you.
John Chisholm, third place then in the Lotus 18.
Down there, and in the background, Ian Rowley, one of the great stalwarts of club and historic racing. And let's look at the highlights then of that rather eventful Brooks Trophy race with Bruce Jones.
The Brooks Trophy race for 2.5 litre Formula One front and rear engine cars from 1954 to 1960 required a couple of goes to take the start. And Barry Cannell was on pole position. There was nothing he could do against the four-wheel drive traction of the Ferguson, and as you can see, Nick Adams way clear, and the man who should have been on the middle of the front row, Will Nuttall, had to start from pit exit, but the battling at the front was absolutely fantastic. Nick Adams hung on as long as he could, but those behaved incredibly well indeed. And there you can see Nick Adams leading, being chased by Barry Cannell, and the Ferrari of Gregor Fiskin closing in, and that front trio really did break clear. Barry Baxter went for a grassy run but kept it all together as the field came down to the chicane. But unfortunately, Sam Wilson, starting from near the back, got it wrong, and I'm afraid he went for a big spin and a bit of a clout in the Cooper Climax T45. And the safety car was brought out because, unfortunately, we had Paul Griffin's Cooper Climax out in the gravel, and that left a real fight for Barry Cannell trying to hold off Gregor Fiskin. Gregor Fiskin fancied a go to take the lead, but unfortunately, look here, he just clips the curb, and that unsettles the Ferrari, and with 1 lap to go, I'm afraid his race, not run, but his race challenge for victory came to an end, and that left Barry Cannell out front, pushed all the way by Nick Adams. There's hardly a gap between the end of the highlights package and straight out. That's how we like it at Goodwood, particularly at the members' meeting. And the next race 4 in the programme, but race 2 today, the Derek Bell Cup for Formula 3 cars, the type that raced between 1964 and 1970, the Screamers.
Well, the Formula 3 cars coming out onto the circuit, and looking forward to seeing this. A great race last year, Chris, the Formula 3 race.
It was the closest finish ever, I think, at Goodwood last year. The F3 Screamers, 1 litre engine.
So again, the drivers going around the back of the circuit, desperately trying to get some heat into their tyres, but the checkered number 26, the checkered flag, Brabham on pole position, following around behind the GT40 there and the pace car. One of the beauties about Formula 3 at the time, there were so many different manufacturers involved and so many different shapes of car. And Marcus, have you driven all of them?
Marcus is just busy elsewhere for the moment, Bruce, but...
Chris, have you driven all of them?
No, I've only driven one of them. Not a Screamer, not a 1 litre Screamer. I suppose that the trick was to really keep it in the rev band, there were some wonderful slipstreaming races.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of power, there wasn't a lot of torque, and absolutely so. And later today we'll have the two-stroke motorbikes from largely the Yamahas. The same story for them. It's about keeping your momentum going.
The split-nose Lotus 59. I remember seeing Emerson Fittipaldi, works Formula 3 driver for Lotus at Mallory Park in that car. Head and shoulders above most of the other drivers. The Brabham, Bruce, is so pretty, isn't it? Little Brabham.
As I said yesterday, there is not an inch of waste on the car. At 82, looking at the large screens, we've got quite a few Technos over here. That's the more traditional shaped Techno, but right at the tail of the field we have a much earlier one from 1966.
Yes, the forward control car.
Yes, and then some, I think we can safely say. But the more traditional shapes right at the front of the field, and the checkered flag, the black and white Brabham leading the way round. Number 26, and Michael Hibbard drove that very well indeed. And then right at the end, young James King, Marcus. Well, not quite so young.
Andrew Hibbard on pole, son of Michael, the former UK Formula Junior champion. There's an interesting car, the 46 Steve Smith MG racer in the past. That's the ex-Oliver Spate Racing Chevron, one of them in fact. Rob Lamplew in 6, who raced here in period. Tim Carey with the red Brabham. Christoph Whitmore from Switzerland. The Vesey, named after Bishop Vesey of Sutton Coldfield, which is an interesting one. He's the man who established the town. 4 is Martin Halliday, the sporting trials man who's gone into racing. Another Techno there is the 19 car. That's Peter Froud. 70 is the lovely Cooper of Mauro Poponcini. And there's the Lotus that Chris was talking about. Merlin there as well. March. Lotus 31 there. And there's that very, very unusual Techno of Andrew Hayden. He also races in Austin Healey. But as they come round, ex-Tetsuika Sawakana, number 99, the Japanese racer, Paul Kite's driving it.
All with the single Weber downdraft carburetor.
Well, not all. The early ones had side drafts on them, and you might see. I think the Techno at the back is a side draft car, but the majority, as you say, with the downdraft is a double carburetor with one side of it blocked off. That's a 48 IDA. Number 1 is last year's Formula 3 champion, and that's Leif Bosson, who's a scientist from Helsingborg in Sweden. And that's a car with great Swedish history that he drives there. Poponcini's little Cooper is glorious,
so pretty,
isn't it? And that's redolent of the days when Jackie Stewart was driving the Cooper. So that's a side draft car. You see one of the early cars with the carburetors poking out horizontally rather than on the downdraft manifolds that the majority of them have. Pitonia was an aviation company, Peter and Tony at Pitonia, and they supported several cars. That's the ex-Lionel Nogue Techno of Marcus Musser, the Liverpool-born Monegasque driver. They're glorious little cars. They're just as racing cars should look, little miniature Grand Prix cars.
Rather gratifyingly, they all seem to be. Are they all present and correct? I might be missing one down towards the back, but what we know, we've got Andrew Hibbard on pole, James King alongside.
That's the Alexis of Ian Bankhurst, the ex-Project X Terry Ogilvie Hardy car. There they are. Ford engines in the main. Coopers ran BMCs in period.
Did the Technos run Fords?
That's a Ford in that Techno. There were other engines involved, but not very many of them. The Ford MAE modified Anglia engine. It stood for 997cc. James King just having a discussion with the Marshal. James King, well into his 70s now. American driver in Tony Mantle's Chevron car that Chris Smith has raced. That's 96. That's Keith Messer, multiple club racing champion, a guy who made his own cars for some of the championships. Castle Combe GT champion in the past.
Is there a problem on the inside of the second row?
Just waiting to see. That's Peter Thompson with the Brabham that was raced initially in North Africa. A few of the cars went out from France. Simon Armour, who kind of might have felt himself robbed last year by a late safety car, and then He's in that distinctive open-faced helmet in the March, which has a family kind of look about it, similar to the 701s.
There was one March 693.
There was, and Ronnie Peterson drove.
But
absolutely.
Effectively 70 was the first
Production one. That's
real
right.
year of March.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very pretty Chevron B17.
The chevrons were glorious. The lines of those cars, designed by the late Derek Bennett, built in Bolton in Lancashire, north of England. There's a man rushing with a slave battery. Chris, I think you probably got that one. Absolutely right.
Yes.
And as soon as one car needs them, the others all follow suit.
They always were kind of slightly highly strung. But in the days when there were 50 or 60 of them battling at most of the continental races, Andrew Hayden with that bizarre-looking techno at the back. Look, it's the nose is about 4 feet out the front of the car. We're underway shortly. A 20-minute race for the Formula 3 cars. Derek Bell Cup. Derek Bell, who won a couple of members meeting Formula 3 races here back in the day. A little bit of work just being done on the conveyor belting, which is where Sam Wilson went in the last race. Which corner is that? I'm trying to.
I think it's is it Woodcote.
It may well be that.
Can I just give a little announcement from race control? We won't be opening the track crossings because we've got to catch up time after the accident on the opening lap of race 1. So track crossings for the time being will not be opened.
So the Formula 3 cars still sitting on the grid here, down below us. There is one missing from the row, the one that was alongside, just ahead of Peter Froud. That would be Paul Wayne with the De Sanctis. And Paul Wayne, who's a relation of John Village, the old Formula Ford driver, who was a star, went on to manage and run teams, very high level in the sport. But that checkered flag Brabham early car on pole position, the hands of Andrew Hibbard, was very, very quick yesterday. And let's see with Andrew Hibbard, who wastes no time in Formula Junior, as he normally is going to push from the start. Carlo Facchetti was the original driver of the number 78 Techno. Went on to race in Group C sports cars in the Alba with Martino Finotto.
So green flag lap, come round to the grid, 5 or so seconds, pause, and then Union Jack will be dropped for the start.
Lotus 31 towards the back, Andrew Thorpe's car, ex-Jim Russell racing.
Nobody left behind, that's good news.
Machine.
So here's our grid.
Here's our grid. On pole position, 26 Andrew Hibbard, the checkered flag Brabham BT18, alongside number 7 James King from America with the Chevron B17. On the outside, 65 Peter Thompson with the Brabham BT21. Row 2 is 22 Simon Armour with the red and white March 703. 58 Jim Blockley with the Chevron B17. Row 3 is number 2 Ian Bankhurst with the Alexis Mark 8. Alongside him, 88 Michael Scott up from Exeter with the Brabham BT28, and 46 Steve Smith with his very pretty Chevron B15. Row 4 is 82 the Monegasque Marcus Musa with his Techno, and 99 Paul Kite with the ex-Tetsuya Kazawa Brabham BT21. Row 5 is 6 Robs Lamplough, period racer here at Goodwood with the Brabham BT28. Similar car number 60 alongside is Tim Carey. And then 63 Christoph Widmer from Switzerland with his Brabham Ford BT18A. Row 6 is 96 Keith Messer with the unique VZ based on a Centaur chassis from Richard Scott's drawing board. And number 5, Julian Maynard with the Chevron B17. Next up is 20, Thierry Gallo with the Techno. Had problems yesterday in qualifying. 1, Leif Bosson with the Nemesis run, Brabham BT28. 4 is Martin Halliday with the Chevron B615C. Row 8 is 10, Paul Wayne. No, the De Sanctis not there, unfortunately, but 19, Peter Froud is another Italian car, the Techno. Row 9 is 34, Ewan Surgison with the Brabham BT21B from the Blockley stable. 70 is Mauro Popponcini, the Belgian-Italian, with his Cooper T76. And 25 is John Council with that Lotus 59. 64 is Frank Lyons with the Merlin, used to Formula 1, Formula 5000 cars. And 8 is Robert Thorpe with the March 703. 3, John Waggett, I didn't see there with the Chevron B15 pulled off yesterday. 24 is Andrew Thorpe, Robert Thorpe's dad, with the Lotus 31. And 78 is Andrew Hayden bringing up the rear with the Techno.
Just very quickly, can I put people's minds at rest? We had a horrible accident on the first lap of the first race. The good news is that the 2 drivers, Richard Wilson has been to hospital, been checked and released. Stephen Bond has been taken to hospital with a minor injury. So that's great news. Those 2 drivers are okay, minor injuries. Thank goodness for that. So cars coming up to start the Derek Bell Cup. We anticipate very close racing.
Yes, was always the case in period, making something around 100 horsepower, so not overly powerful, got quite big grippy tyres.
And a very narrow rev band.
Yes, lots and lots of revs, that's why they were called streamers. And they are looking pristine down on the grid. That's the only one car missing, and we are about to go racing, ladies and gentlemen, for the Derek Bell Cup. Away they go, 1 or 2 not so well away. But, it's been a bump. Steve Smith went up in the air, but he came down. He's all landed okay. It's Hibbard with a wheel on the grass going into the first corner, trying to counter the attack from Peter Thompson in the blue and gold Brabham, who made a very good start from the outside. It's Hibbard from Thompson from James King. In 4th and 5th places are a pair of red cars, or red or orange cars. And trying to see, it's one of the Chevrons, isn't it, up in 4th place. I think that's Jim Blockley ahead of Simon Armour. But certainly it's Hibbard from Thompson from King. So there they go then. Haven't heard from. We've got a car off in the wall, 2 cars off in the wall here. One looks like it's Ian Bankhurst with the Alexis. It's a blue car with a stripe up the centre of it. So we've got 2 off in the bank. No sign of Bruce at the moment in the commentary box. So there he is.
No, I am still here. Sorry, yes, button problem there for me. Yes, so 2 cars off at the kick just before me, but interesting that we got, although he was monstered at the start, Andrew Hibbard held on and James King then started attacking Peter Thompson, but Thompson has now broken clear and James King has fallen back into 4th place.
Steve Smith looks like he bounced right up in the air. He hit somebody in front of him. Got 2 cars off in the bank somewhere else.
The King before St Mary's.
It is, okay. And the first half dozen or so coming through. And Marcus Musser is well. The safety car has gone out as well. That's running about 5th at the moment. And the first 4 through in the order: Hibbard, Thompson, Blockley, King, Armour and Musser. And Marcus Musser up from 9th place into 6th. Whitmore is 63, is next up. Kite, Smith, Carey, Messer, Maynard, Surgison, Bosson and Popponcini completing the top 15. The safety car is out, and there's a car running on 3 cylinders there. It's Lotus 31 of Robert Thorpe that goes past underneath me. So safety car coming out to sort out the incidents. A couple of Ian Bankhurst and Michael Scott haven't come round, nor has Rob Slamplew or John Council, and they're running. There's the Alexis of Ian Bankhurst looking a bit second, and there's Michael Scott's Brabham as well. Ian Bankhurst looks to be a-okay. He's walking to the side to the marshal's post. Both drivers are out of the cars. There's no doubt about that, and They are, say, at the kink, Bankhurst and Scott. Those two guys started in 6th and 7th place. I don't know how it happened as such, but we may get a look at that. Steve Smith was sort of involved off the start. Much to the right of the white chevron with the stripes, he gets a bit sideways, squirrely, and he hits. I think it was the 99 car of Paul Kite, just touched his rear wheel and went up in the air.
But a very, very clean start from Peter Thompson from the outside of the front row. He moved up immediately into second place. You can see the orange chevron dropping back, but Andrew Hibbard had just enough. And here comes the wheelie.
Yes, it was indeed the 99 car of Paul Kite. So Steve Smith, the ex-MGA racer, got away with it, fortunately, but his car just slewed, didn't hook up straight. And you can see as they go away again, he...
Well, he realised someone was outside him,
exactly.
So he then had
the guy behind him started really quickly in the white car, and that's I think that might have been Marcus Musa down the outside. It certainly was.
And then he was a bit cautious into Madrick in case the steering had been deranged a bit, but it seems okay.
Yeah. So lots of drama. Safety car
picking up the leaders.
It's dropped back. It's waving everyone through.
Well, it didn't pick up the leaders the first time round, so thus we had people like Paul Kite in number 99 running around in second place behind the safety car, which doesn't tally with the time charts on the time screen, so clearly they've got to sort all of that out. We know it's Andrew Hibbard leading from Peter Thompson.
Yes, where's James King gone out of all this? Four's gone back into the pits. That's Martin Halliday.
Yeah, King not to be seen around the back of the circuit, I'm afraid.
So King, last year's champion, if you like, of the Goodwood race, out of the running by the looks of things. He's being shown a lap down. So whether he's come in or back into the pits, I couldn't tell you.
Bit of a trail of oil dropped by one of the cars, so take the opportunity to sweep that up. Whether that initiated the coming together.
That's on the 11th straight, isn't it? So someone's blown up down there by the looks of things.
Well, maybe we can link James King and being in the pits or whatever. No car in the pits. Orange car. We're looking for an orange car, of course. So we've just heard that the orange car was smoking earlier, so that not the best of starts from James King, but he came through right at the end last year for that incredible finish. But this time around, I'm afraid his race has been shortened, and luckily they're clearing up the oil. You can see the yellow and red flag on the big screen, so the marshal's doing a fantastic job. But certainly you don't want to be on the oily line as you come down to Woodcote. So Andrew Hibbard leads around from Peter Thompson. Up into third place in number 58, we have Jim Blockley and then Simon Armour, who started fourth in his march and continues in fourth place.
That's right. He's not looking as strong at this point of the race as he was last year, where he was pretty dominant until a late safety car.
So another lap will come along behind the safety car. Oh, there's the nose. We have found James King. He's clearly tried to conceal his car. Is that just past pit exit?
He's just pulled off and he's hiding, isn't he? He's just pulled it to some position of safety.
And this is what happened, as you rightly said.
It's gone bang.
You can see bits bouncing up and down on the track, engine parts.
Yes, and telltale stuff coming out of the top of the carburetor as well.
Yeah,
that's,
as you said, Marcus, it's highly stressed. Oh, a lot of oil pouring from underneath.
God, fantastic camera work there. Well done, the crew.
James is just texting back to car owner Tony Mantle to say,
yes, please get a new engine.
The first lap was great.
I think the engine's gone incontinent.
So the safety car is somewhere towards the back of the field, and at the speed these guys are going, they're not going to catch up with the train. There he is. Now, has he picked up the leader?
Not yet, but the leader's coming down. Andrew Hibbard's coming out of Ford Water down the hill, so the safety car is waiting just before the kink.
So he's got a few cars to wave past, am I right?
No, he's already done the wave pass. He's now got the leaders and second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. behind. The field, by and large, is nose to tail, right down to the techno at the tail. So yes, we are now in the correct order. It was just unfortunate the first 4 cars had gone past before the safety car could be scrambled. But now we have Andrew Hibbard running around in second place behind the safety car. All eyes, as Barry Cannells were in the opening race, on the lights on the roof of the car. Peter Thompson in 65 needs to get a bit closer in second place. Then 58, Jim Blockley, and 22, Simon Armour, 4th in the march. But still hoping to clean up those cars at the kink beforehand. So don't expect the lights to go out this time around, because of course Ian Bankhurst went off. And Scott as well, parked at the side of the circuit at the kink before St Mary's.
And from the amount of oil dropping out of James King's X-engine, I think probably, I don't know if a lot of sweeping is still going on the Lavant kink on the way down to Woodcote.
In fact, you can still see little parts on the circuit there as they go down from Lavant. They need to avoid that. You don't. Oh no! Straight over the top went. Who was that? 58, Jim Blockley.
That's a potential puncture, isn't it?
I do think so. The others seem to have seen it behind and they're swerving around it.
I wonder if the marshals have seen it. They can dodge out and juggle with hot metal.
Lights still on the roof of the safety car.
Just under 11 minutes to go. Maybe another couple of laps to clean up.
So Marcus, how do you read this? We've got still plenty of time to go racing again. Do you think the job can be done by Andrew Hibbard? He's at the lead of the group. Can he hang on in there? Or is Marcus not alongside you? What do you think, Chris? I should have a light on here so I can tell you who's in the microphone.
Marcus is occupied elsewhere just for the moment. I think we're in for a fascinating restart, and I think Hibbard could... Well, he will make a real race of it.
Well, he was very, very strong in practice yesterday, and good to see the period stopwatches there. In fact, slightly after period, because they're digital.
I'm not sure why they're timing this lap.
All data is good data, apparently.
Yes. That's Lisa doing great lap charting.
Yeah, clean-up work is behind the trees from me, but it's still going on down at the kink. We've got a couple of flatbeds around there now to remove. Ian Bankhurst and our director Michael Scott, who's multitasking this weekend. He's in the camera, he's in the TV truck, and seemingly at the side of the circuit at the kink. Or someone of the same name. Great to see these Formula 3 cars. It was such a wonderful, wonderful period of racing, and you know, all the top stars of the day, if they were quick in Formula 3, of course, the likes of Emerson Fittipaldi, he seemed to be in the UK for about 5 minutes before he did his Formula 4, got into Formula 3, and hey presto, he was at the US Grand Prix racing for Lotus. And certainly when a talent that bright shines, they do shine very brightly. It was great that Colin Chapman was in a position to elevate him so quickly.
But to see Emo in that gold Lotus 59 at Mallory Park, so ultra smooth and quick, you could see a star in the making, and my goodness, what a star.
Well, sadly, you can also see 2 bent cars not in the making, in the unmaking, I think we can say. That's at the kink, still waiting to be picked up. The first is about to be lifted, which is Michael Scott's white Brabham, and then the blue Alexis of Ian Bankhurst.
Yeah, Michael Scott's been going very well over the last couple of years. He's raced all kinds of historic cars, from Formula 5000 Lola T300 through Formula 2, Formula B type Brabhams to this little 1 litre Screamer, and really has picked up his pace in recent years. Estate agent from Exeter, and with one or two little things. If you own a Ferrari in car park B, GAU32V, your side lights are left on, so I can confidently predict that you won't be driving home in it unless you go to turn them off. GAU32V is the number I've been given, and if you're at the chicane, the infield, the speaker is not working, I'm afraid to say, due to an incident. So apologise for that, and hopefully that the techies can get to it and do something to rectify that later in the day. Thank you very much. but to his brother Bill, who's been invaluable as a messenger as ever today. So safety car continues on this, the 5th lap, and interference to another shortened race, but hopefully get a little bit of racing time in at the end. Pretty chilly out in those cars, and of course the engine temperatures drop off pretty fast in these low ambient conditions. Andrew Hibbard in 26, 65 Peter Thompson, 58 Jim Blockley, long-time monoposto racer in his Chevron, 22 Simon Armour March, 82 is the Techno. So it's Brabham. In fact, where's Thompson? Has Thompson got a problem with his... No, Thompson is still there. There must be a problem with Peter Thompson's transponder, because the 65 car did appear to be there. 46 is still going, which is the one that went right up in the air at about 30 degrees, nose up, and all still running.
Marcus, do you think these cars will suffer from wet plugs?
It's quite possible.
Around
yeah, it is quite possible.
Got to keep the revs up.
They work very well at high revs, and there's nothing below about 7,000. Interesting little cars to drive. Driven 1 or 2 of them over the years, but
how many gears in the gearbox? 4?
Just only 4.
Hewlett Mark 9.
Yeah, it doesn't have a limited slip differential, so it's all quite loose. There's the Alexis that's been a little bit savaged, I'm afraid to say. The Project X car. Remember Terry Ogilvie Hardy? He raced those cars. He was the man behind the Griffin helmets that had frangible bolts in the strapping mechanism, which is why some of them came off. Period, and it was turned into a sort of big thing. Oh yes, we make them with frangible bolts. They were quite popular for a while in the 70s.
Both bent cars are now hoisted on the flatbeds. Now you don't often see an auto solo as an auto duo, but just a reminder that up on the skid pan you can earn house points by having fun driving that little mini-sized or smaller than mini-sized XK120. And here's our timetable briefly, but next is the Selwyn Edge Trophy for the Edwardian. Wonderful. Some aero engine cars, surprisingly quick. And then the first of our grid walks, initiated at the members' meeting, an opportunity to mingle with the Group 5 demonstration cars, which will come around onto the grid and pause to allow the spectators' grid walk to take place. Then the Graham Hill Trophy, Theodor Pafitis governing that, 11:45. Now, are these the modified times? I suspect we're trying to catch up time by not having track crossings. I think we're still half an hour or so behind the programme. And then comes the Hailwood Trophy for the bikes. Barry Nutley will be here. And here's our current House Challenge points score. Methuen have retaken the lead. Anthony Reid will be thrilled, and it's quite a substantial lead over Darnley, who were leading last night with...
It's more than 700 points up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And
it's a lot of welly wagging and rhubarb crumble eating.
Close match between Torbolt and Manuel Piro's house and Aubigny. Aubigny this year, Andrew Jordan, am I right?
Indeed, stepping in for Nicolas Minassien, who's at Sebring.
Madame Aubigny, the mother of the first Duke of Richmond and Gordon. So maybe another lap or two. There's a lot of concrete, a lot of cement to be mixed.
Well, also more importantly, it's the shifting of the cars. And now Ian Bankhurst's Alexis has just departed towards Lavant. That's the second of the two. Michael Scott's Brabham already been cleared up. They have got to be removed to a point of safety.
Just under 3 minutes now, so I wonder if they're going to put a couple of laps on.
Reset the clock again.
Like that 4 minutes we had for the Brooks Trophy. The Porsche course car with Andrew Hibbard sitting in behind.
Yeah, watch the big streams
just
and
keep to get some exhaust for warmth, I think.
Keep a beady eye on that clock counting down the last race. they recovered another couple of minutes and had 2 extra laps. We were fearing that it would finish under safety car, but fortunately it didn't.
Rob Slamplew in 6th, the green and gold Brabham, a veteran of competing here at Goodwood in the 1960s.
And a great collector of
aircraft,
particularly World War II aircraft.
Lights still on, flashing on the roof of the safety car, so he hasn't given his signal yet that he'll be racing next time around. And we've got to that point below 2 minutes again. Andrew Hibbard watching those lights like a hawk, because then he's got to put his brain into a different gear and get absolutely ready to lead the restart away. He's in the pole position for it, of course, leading the pack around, but riding behind Peter Thompson, who was so quick away from the standing start, is going to be watching just as beadily.
Yeah, Peter Thompson, a long-time Marcos racer, and only just taken to single-seaters over the last couple of 3 seasons with this car, which he obtained through his old buddy David Methley, who was out in Australia last weekend, visiting another old Marcos racer, Roger Eland, who sadly is none too well. But David was out in Oz, the time we were at Phillip Island. Keith Messer
trying to get
getting some temperature into the tyres of the VZ.
Even these treaded tyres, they do need yes, look, 7 minutes.
That's great stuff.
So that will be another 3 laps or so.
The VZ did just one Formula 3 race in period at Alton Park, and then it was hill climbed by a guy called Tim Collins.
Marcus, I hope Roger is watching on our streaming service out in Australia. If he is, Roger, all our best wishes. Great racer in Marcos, in Formula 3 and in historic cars.
Indeed.
Well, we're going for one more lap because the lights are still on as they go through the chicane on the roof of the Porsche safety car. Surely this will be the last lap behind the safety car. Lights still flashing, and we were just waiting for the second of the 2 flatbed trucks to pull off, and that has just done so. So this is the last lap in which they have to desperately try and get heat into their tyres, and then of course they've got to interpret next time around just how much heat they have managed to keep in their tyres as they hair off down towards Madgwick.
Interesting that the people at the back of the queue have dropped back and are now giving it some welly, trying to get some heat into the engine.
And that Lotus 31 still on 3 cylinders.
Yes, it is.
As it has been most of the race.
Clearing the plugs, desperately hoping that they don't oil a plug. But they're sounding pretty clean apart from that one Lotus at the back.
It's going to end up being a couple of laps in reality, isn't it? By the time we get back, it's down to 5.5 now. Leaders coming round and looking down the order.
I feel the pace is being picked up by the safety car. The lights are now out. Just past me at St Mary's, the lights are out. So the message loud and clear to Andrew Hibbard behind. Peter Thompson in the dark blue Brabham needs to get up as close to him as he can. So 26 leading around. We haven't restarted yet. Of course, that happens on the start-finish line. But first 3 have made a bit of clean air between themselves and Simon Armour in the march. So Simon needs to pick it up out of Lavant and get right onto their tail or risk being left behind.
Absolutely. Well, the Porsche gives Andrew Hibbard something to think about now. Signals from that safety car. And
Simon Armour and Marcus Musser in 4th and 5th have closed right in, and Rob Slamplew in 9th place, not that far behind them.
Simon Armour thinking that after last year's safety car situation, which cost him the race, allied to a mistake on the last lap, perhaps he'd like to make amends this time round. Peter Thompson looking certainly very racy in 2nd place. He wants to get a very clean exit from the chicane. Doesn't really want to be bottled up behind Andrew Hibbard, but Andrew's sort of cannily bottling them up. He gets the chance to Scarpa first, and
Scarpa he does.
Indeed. And goes through. It is Hibbard, Thompson.
Thompson is not far behind.
No, he's not.
Will he make a lunge into Madgwick?
Well, same amount of horsepower to play with, but he seemed to have better traction out of the chicane. But Andrew Hibbard, as he did at the start, has it covered, and in fact has a better exit speed from Madgwick. And now it's Jim Blockley pushing Peter Thompson for 2nd place.
He is, and Jim Blockley's challenging going down towards the kink. He's alongside, but he's not alongside enough to force his way through. Peter Thompson now more worried perhaps about fending off Jim Blockley than trying to get back with Andrew Hibbert. He's got a lead.
He's got a lead of about 10 car lengths.
Yep.
So definitely we thought the pace was with Andrew Hibbert, but I can't believe the sheer amount that he's pulled away already and stretching it. Simon Armour and Marcus Musser, fourth and fifth as they go into the dip. And Musser having a look up the inside of the march. Will he take fourth place? Yes, he will on the way in, but he has to be compromised.
Yeah, squeezed over the curve, wasn't he?
Did they touch? Very, very close front and rear wheels there, but they're fourth and fifth, and they're not able to change position. That's allowed second and third, Thompson and Blockley, to make good their escape. Marcus Musser attacking again on the back of the red and white march.
Yeah, indeed, as they come down the long Lavant straight towards Woodcote corner. Looking out to the side, then it's Andrew Hibbert with what appears to be a pretty comfortable lead. He's made a very, very good fist of that restart. We've had someone smoke out the back, whether it's somebody off or just another engine issue, I don't know. Through they go. Well, it's Hibbert then leads the way. Thompson 2.0 seconds behind. Blockley third, Armour fourth, Musser fifth, Whitmore is in sixth. Kite and Smith are seventh and eighth. In ninth place is Lamplugh, and in 10th Tim Carey, ahead of Keith Messer, one of the architects of the 1 litre Formula 3 revival.
And this restart, if you will, it won't be over 2 laps, it will be 3. There's time for this lap and one more. Simon Armour now starting to drop Marcus Musser. The pace with which the leader, Andrew Hibbert, has pulled clear is absolutely remarkable. Peter Thompson having to fight very hard to keep Jim Blockley behind him at the King before St Mary's.
Hibbert did a 28.1 out of the blocks. He did 124.7 under the lap record to make pole yesterday.
Well, driving absolutely beautifully, and when you get the cars through the Lavant kink, they do kick up, looks like someone's smoking, but of course it's the cement dust that was put down for all the oil that came out with James King's engine explosion just after the start. You can see the line on the outside of the circuit. That's the point they go over it, the cement line, and of course it's doing its job very well indeed, keeping the oil suppressed. But Peter Thompson having to fight so hard, and he's saying to Blockley, if you want to go around me, you've got to go around the outside at Woodcote. Your choice, not mine.
That's just not really an option, is it, at the moment, but needs must if he gets a bit racy in the last lap. Here's Hibbert. He's stormed away. He's now probably 4 seconds clear of the rest. We'll see confirmation of that in a second. Indeed, 3.9 seconds to the good. Armour breaking away from us at Bruce.
I was going to say, that's the eye of experience. If you say roughly 4 seconds, it comes out at 3.916. That's years of practice.
I see a lot of racing. Whitmore, Kite and Steve Smith in the car that went up in the air at the first start, and the 3 white cars are chasing down Marcus Musser. Behind them, Robs Lamplugh and Tim Carey in their Brabham BT28. So they boss on. The reigning historic Formula 3 champion is in 15th place in car number 1.
Just to give you a visual, our race leader Andrew Hibbert was through St Mary's before the chasing pair of Thompson and Blockley had turned into the kink beforehand. That's the gauge of his distance, as you said, just under 4 seconds on the start-finish line, but it'd be even more. In the background of the shot as they come out of the second part of Lavant, it's still Thompson battling with Blockley. Simon Armour can do nothing about them. Likewise, Marcus Musser behind. Is this the chance for Blockley?
Close though, isn't he? Blockley looking down the left-hand side into that dirty part of the circuit where the oil went down earlier on, but Thompson dominates to cut back on the inside. Screaming though out of the chicane and up to win the Derek Bell Cup, driving his father's Brabham BT18. It is Andrew Hibbert who wins the race from Peter Thompson and Jim Blockley second and third. Fourth is Simon Armour in the march. Fifth is the Techno of Marcus Musser, and Christoph Whitmore, the Swiss driver, up into 6th place. A very good run from him, ahead of Paul Kite and number 46, which is Steve Smith. We've got the 2 Brabham BT28s here, the green car of Lamplugh, the red car of Carey, and then the unique VZ of the 96 car, Keith Messer, all together at the end as well. And here's a nice little battle, the Cooper of Popponcini, Council's Lotus, Froud's Techno come in there, and Frank Lyons in the Merlin at the back of that quartet. So some lovely little Formula 3 cars, some good racing. Sorry again that the race was fragmented, but the margin of victory 5.4 seconds. 5.4 seconds Hibbert over Thompson, 26 over 65, 58 third, 22 fourth, 82 was 5th, and 63 a very, very close 6th with that 99 and 46 on his tail.
And some way behind and not quite yet finished is our Lotus on 3-cylinder, who at least makes the finish, unless he's coming into the pits. No, staggering over the line.
Such a disappointment, having come all the way down from Yorkshire and having had another problem. He's got a lovely collection of cars, as Andrew Thorpe, who runs the Cubicle Centre. So very well making small rooms for...
not cuticle, that's something different.
No. There's our winner then, waving to the marshals and the checkered flag. Brabham.
Roy Pike drove for checkered flag, didn't he?
Yeah, I remember him driving for Charlie Lucas at Titan. But here we go, first 26, Andrew Hibbard, Brabham BT 18. Second to 65, Peter Thompson, Brabham BT 21. Third, number 58, Jim Blockley, Chevron B17. Fourth, number 22, Simon Armour, March 703. Fifth, number 82, Marcus Musa, Techno. And in 6th place, 63, Christoph Widmer, in another of the early Brabhams. 7th was Brabham BT 21, number 99, Paul Kite. In 8th place, 46, Stephen Smith with the Chevron B15. 9th, number 6, Rob Lamplough, Brabham BT 28. 10th, number 60, Tim Carey, Brabham BT 28. 11th, 96, Keith Messer with the VZ. And in 12th place, coming through the field well, number 34, Ewan Surgison with his Brabham BT 21B. 13th, number 5, Julian Maynard with the Chevron B17. 14th, number 20, Thierry Gallo with the Techno. 15th, number 1, Leif Bosson with the Brabham BT28. 16th, number 70, Mauro Poponcini with the Cooper T76. 17th, number 25, John Council, Lotus 59. 18th, number 19, Peter Froud with the Techno. In 19th, number 64, Frank Lyons with his Merlin Mark 10. In 20th place, number 8, Robert Thorpe with the March 703. 21st, number 78, Andrew Hayden with the forward control Techno. Number 24 was 22nd, that's Andrew Thorpe, Lotus 31. And the others didn't finish. And before any further ado, let's go down to Henry Hope Frost in the assembly area, who is with our victorious number 26, Andrew Hibbard.
Yes, indeed, Marcus, thank you. Andrew, lap record qualifying pace and a dominant victory.
Hello, I didn't hear a word of that, but it's a great race. It's a bit noisy around here. I was getting a bit bored behind the safety car, but good. Was that 2 laps, 3 laps, something like that? So it was good couple of laps. I don't know what sort of time I did, but hello, Grandad. I think he's at home watching. He told me yesterday I spoke too much.
Amazing pace in qualifying, and you more than converted it.
I missed that, I'm sorry.
I was just talking about your lap record pace in qualifying. It's loud here, isn't it?
Oh, I'm quite pleased with that, but what sort of time did I do then, do you know?
I don't, I'm afraid. That'll come later.
Okay, all right. Well, no, it was good. I was pleased.
Someone's just said it at 1:25.5.
Oh, okay.
So nearly there.
Nearly there. Not quite as quick as yesterday. I was hoping we could have gone quicker, but in 2 or 3 laps, it's very difficult to get any heat into the tyres. So,
but when the safety car went in, you absolutely bolted away.
That's the aim of the game, isn't it?
Yeah. Well done, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Let's get you a garland from the girls, and I'll move into position to chat to Peter Thompson in the slightly younger Brabham BT 21.
First lap of the original race was quite...
You had a brilliant start.
Peter, second place, well done. Thank you very much. Now, Jim was all over you, wasn't he, in the final moments there?
I was a little bit aware of him. He was certainly quicker in some corners, but a little bit slower on this last one, I think, so gave me a bit of breathing space.
And young Hibbard was off, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. We managed to stay with him on the first time out, so after the safety car, he got away quicker the second time, and yeah, he just got that gap. And then I was thinking more of Jim, and he was gone. You're right, but yeah, it was a bit of a truncated race, really.
Good stuff for a Brabham 1-2.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well done, Peter. Second place. Can we move down and grab a word with Jim? You had a good go, Jim, at the end.
Yeah. I think I could, if it had been the proper race, I think I could have probably got by. I don't know, really. I was certainly quicker in quite a few places, but you know, you break up to the back of somebody and then you've got the momentum really. But yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a shame we spent all that time going around behind the safety car. But it's a good sprint at the end, and I certainly wouldn't have caught Andrew. No way, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Jim.
Thanks.
Third place, Jim Blockley in the Chevron.
Well, that's our top three then. Andrew Hibbard, Peter Thompson and Jim Blockley. Let's have a look at the highlights of that Derek Bell Cup race with Bruce Jones.
Formula 3 cars 1964 to 1970, always enthralling these screamers, and excitement from the start. Number 46 going for a wheelie, that was Stephen Smith, but he carried on with no damage whatsoever. Andrew Hibbard managed to resist a fabulous getaway by Peter Thompson and put the checkered flag Brabham into the lead of the race. And then we were running behind the safety car, and I'm afraid engine explosion for James King in the orange Chevron, and that left a long, long line of oil all the way back round to the pits. That had to be cleaned up. So the winner of the Formula 3 race here 12 months ago, and didn't come his way today. So the American out of the race, and that left the safety car out on the track with Andrew Hibbard leading away at the restart, only a car length or so clear of Peter Thompson's blue Brabham as they escaped, but then he just pulled ever further clear, and Thompson had to focus on what was coming from behind, and that was Simon Armour and Marcus Musser were fighting over fourth place. The fight over second place was absolutely intense, but all the glory went to Andrew Hibbard, leading home a Brabham 1-2.
Well, we're back live at the motor circuit, 74th members meeting. We've had a dramatic start to the day. There's the overview in the paddock, but before we get back to the circuit, let's see what's coming up on our programme.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
So after a fantastic Derek Bell Cup, we're heading back in time 60 or 70 years for the Selwyn Edge Trophy. One of the highlights, and here are the cars in the assembly area lining up. There's the V12 Delage that was the land speed record holder for one day in 1924, achieved 143 miles an hour on a narrow French road, and then the following day Mephistopheles, driven by Mr. Eldridge, took the record. There's the little Duncan Pittaway's little GN, but with a big Curtiss aircraft engine, so power to weight ratio quite extreme. And further up the queue, this is one of the stars of the meeting, the 1905 Darracq. Now in 1906 that car achieved 122 miles an hour. and it's driven with great gusto, as you'll know if you've been in at the festival last year, by Mark Walker. Drives it on the road with open exhausts when he has to compete in a meeting with sound limitations, has to put a great big silencer on it. That's the Super 6 Hudson, classic Edwardian Indianapolis car. Alongside him, the GN Thunderbug. Now that's got a V-twin engine with a capacity of 4.3 litres, so 2 litres each side. And alongside him, Richard Scaldwell's incredible GN. Have a look in the paddock at this car. It's got a wooden chassis, incredibly narrow, but it's got a Jap V8 engine out of a 1908 airship. Can you believe that? 1908, really 5 years after the Wright brothers' first flight. And Richard drives that car with immense gusto and speed. It's astonishingly quick. Alongside
that's the Richard Scaldwell car with his wife Annie driving it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very brave of her.
There's the Monarch Special. And alongside him, Andrew Frankel, well-known journalist in a very early Bentley, before Bentley developed their iconic radiator grille. This is the one that was second in the Tourist Trophy in 1922, driven by Frank Clement. The pale blue car is the Moors, French make, but again with an aircraft engine. There was a time after World War I when so many aircraft engines had been unused and were still in their packing cases, virtually given away by the United States military. And you can still pick them up with relative ease, particularly in the United States. Number 15 is another Hudson Super 6, and alongside him the little Brescia Bugatti, made famous by Raymond Mays in the 20s. Cordon Bleu and Cordon Rouge, his car, and then Ben Collins' familiar, I say familiar, 60 horsepower Mercedes. But actually, Ben isn't going to be driving. He drives it, of course, at the festival.
He's in the Monarch today.
He's in the Monarch.
Yes, so Gareth Graham will drive the...
Alongside him is the TT Sunbeam. Cameras ushered out of the way so that these cars can have their push starts. 2 Alfa Romeos, Targa Florio Alfa Romeos. We haven't yet, I don't think, seen our pole sitter, which is the incredible Indianapolis Sunbeam, to be driven by Julien Majouk, 4.9 litre car, which Julien bought from a guy who'd had it since 1935 and who'd paid £15 for the rather derelict chassis which was ultimately identified as the Sunbeam Indianapolis car.
So did Julien very graciously offer him his money back on the deal?
I don't think so. Lots of push starting would go on. If we, oops, it's a dangerous game. On the left there is the incredible 1905 Fiat with the Isotta Fraschini airship engine again, and the chain drive running forward from the differential to the wheels, which has led Mike Vardy all sorts of geometrical complications to get that chain drive working right. Wonderful car. 820 foot-pounds of torque. Can you imagine? Number 23 is the Scat, Italian make, that won the Targa Florio in 1911. Beyond him, is that Nick Mason?
What?
Beyond him, here's the Isotta Fraschini powered 1905 Fiat. Fiat were determined to make a land speed record car in 1905, produced the drawings but never produced the car.
From the driver's viewpoint, he seems to be about 3 postcodes back down the car.
Yeah.
It must be very difficult to park.
Very. 5 litre type chain driven big Bugatti, little GN. Out they come for the SF Edge trophy. Selwyn Edge was a motoring pioneer, born in Australia in and his family came to the UK in 1903 when he was 3 years old, and I beg your pardon, he came to when he was much earlier in the late 19th century, but he was an early pioneer in cycles, and then he founded De Dion England Limited to import the French De Dion car. But he was famous for his collaboration with Montague Napier, and one of his great achievements was in 1907 breaking the record at Brooklands, the newly opened Brooklands track on the Napier. And when he eventually sold his share of the Napier company, part of the agreement was that he shouldn't be involved in motoring or motor manufacture for 7 years. So he bought a farm just over the road from here at Ditchling.
This is the most extraordinary field of cars I think we've ever seen in a Goodwood race meeting. We've seen some great ones, and it's quite remarkable, isn't it? What is amazing is when you're sitting in your lovely, modern, warm, comfortable, fuel-efficient car, driving to someone like Silverstone on a VSCC weekend, and you see Mark Walker and Duncan Pittaway come past you on the road, in the rain quite possibly,
yes, there's Mark.
In these cars.
There's Mark in the 1905 world's land speed record Darragh, which was subsequently bought by Algernon Lee Guinness, and when he moved on to different things, the car sat in the cellar of their house. His mum got fed up with this rusty old wreck sitting in the cellar and ordered him to get rid of it. He chopped off the front and the back of the chassis and sent them to the scrapper, but he kept the engine in the centre of the chassis down in the basement, and a guy called Gerald Firkins persuaded Lady Guinness to sell him the engine and half the chassis, and from that he remanufactured this wonderful Darragh land speed record car, and Mark Walker has revised and refined the rebuild to make it go properly. There's the Moors with the big V8 Curtis engine. If we can pick it up, further back there is the Worsley Viper, which has a V8 Hispano-Suiza engine, which is kind of Spanish-Swiss, but the engine was actually made in America under license, so it's American, Swiss, Spanish in a Worsley chassis.
Quite a confection, isn't that? That's Nick Lees driving that car.
Multinational. Here's Andrew Frankel, well-known journalist. We read his road tests in the extraordinary and unique TT Bentley, which was found abandoned and just as a chassis with the engine, but because the chassis was unique in various features, it was identified as the 1922 TT car. Belongs to Richard Frankel, Andrew's brother. There's at the back of that gaggle of cars is Richard Scaldwell in the astonishing GN with its V8 Jap engine, wooden chassis.
That's Annie again, isn't it?
Yes.
Richard Scaldwell's in his other car, which is the Lorraine Dietrich, 130 horsepower. He's further back. 15.
Hudson's
gorgeous, isn't it?
little Brescia Bugatti.
One of those Hudsons has been remade to pattern by the Paulsons up in.
That's right. There's the Wolsey with the Viper engine, Viper Hispano-Suiza engine. And these guys don't hang around. It's not a demo, it's not a procession. They are real racers, and the cars are surprisingly quick. Mark, I think yesterday, past the pits was timed at over 90 miles an hour. Alongside him is Duncan Pittaway in the little GN stripy car with the Curtis V8 aircraft engine. Spoke to Duncan earlier this morning. He's not going to let Julien Majoub get away to a flying start. The Delage in the middle of the field. When Eldridge in the Mephistopheles took away the Delage land speed record in 1924, he immediately drove Mephistopheles to Paris and parked it outside the Delage showrooms, much to the dismay of the Delage company. Coming just onto the grid now, number 17, the extraordinary Fiat with the Assotta Fraschini, huge, long airship engine. Mike Vardy sitting behind the rear axle. Bugatti Black Bess, chain drive Bugatti, 5 litre, one of Ettore Bugatti's earliest cars. And at the back of the grid, number 26, is the AD type Vauxhall.
And beyond it, number 21, the 9-litre Gladiator.
Yes.
It's a fascinating pack, isn't it?
I don't think a grid like this has ever been seen at Goodwood before. Off we go.
And one or two of the nippier cars
leaps into the lead.
Yeah, one or two of the nippier cars, which are lighter, come flying away at the start. But it's just great, isn't it? Just amazing. They're still jostling for position. The Moors in the middle there. One of the Hudsons on the outside. Little Brescia Bugatti Type 13 in there too.
Julien Majoub and the Delage locked in battle for second place. Duncan Pittaway scuttles away in the little GM with the big V8 aircraft engine. In the middle of the pack, Mark Walker in the Darracq. A little bit of steam from the Austin towards the back of the field.
Well, Duncan Pittaway's made a very good escape. He's about 10 car lengths clear of the Delage of Silecki as they come down to St Mary's. A big twitch to the tail from Pittaway as he goes through. Nice exit speed from the Sunbeam with Julien Majoub in third place with a very long pointed tail as he tucks in behind the Delage. But Pittaway not just using the benefit of being lighter to get off the start-finish line, but driving beautifully. In fourth place is number 11 is Huey Walker in the GN Thunderbug, going beautifully behind. But certainly, as you can see, a great advantage at the moment for our race leader, Duncan Pittaway.
Duncan, who also, of course, has the giant Fiat S76 that was a star of the festival this year. Thunderbug being chased by Mark Walker, who's pumping away, pumping up the fuel. There's Annie Scaldwell in the GN. The Delage is getting much closer and pops in front of Duncan.
He gets the Delage through at Woodcote. Is Pittaway going to duck back underneath him? I think he is. Hasn't got the acceleration though, has he? It's going to be Silecki who leads the way in the 47 Delage, and he's fighting at the wheel of that car. It's fantastic, but Pittaway very quick out of the chicane.
Delage with its big V12 engine, raced by Sam Clutton in the 50s in vintage racing. Duncan is not going to let it get away. Wonderful mixture of exhaust notes going past the pits.
And a wonderful rear shot there, just showing how much more nimble the Pittaway car was as it regained the lead. So number 13 back into the lead, the GN Curtis, and the Delage with Marcus Silecki with a whole lot more to do. But as we saw last time down the Lavant Straight, plenty of horsepower for 47. And he gobbled up, but Pittaway will work really, really hard to carry all the momentum he dares through the corners.
Where did Pittaway get past the Delage?
He got into Madwick. He just had...
Oh, wonderful.
He was able to tuck down the inside, just so much more nimble.
He didn't trouble the brakes, did he?
No, that'll be it. Save on the pedal wear.
And of course, the big, heavy Delage designed to go, not to stop.
Great stuff. Pittaway, who, for one of the historic Grand Prix at Monaco, drove his Bugatti all the way down in convoy with another. Yes. Raced it at the event.
Drove it home.
Drove it home.
So there are the first three, and they've really broken clear. Popping and banging behind them is Huey Walker. Might just see him flashing into shot. In fact, there he is in the background in a wonderful battle. Jordan Paulson really pushing Mark Walker very hard again. But for the second lap running, look at the power that Delage V12 has down the Lavant Straight, back into the lead. But you know, Pittaway is far from finished. He burst into the lead at the start. He can do so again.
We also wonder whether Julien Majoub, there he is in third place, is just holding back. That was our pole sitter. Julien, always a determined driver, as we know from his performances at the Revival.
0.4 between them at the end of the first lap. The order is the same, having changed having changed twice in the intervening lap. In fact, where it was 0.48.
Can Duncan hop in front of the Delage at Madwick? No, not quite this time.
Well, not on the way in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key. But in fact, Silecki has stayed, but he's looking over his shoulder, desperate to see where Pittaway is. Has to look not just across, slightly backwards, but down, because of course Pittaway sitting so much lower in the little GN.
What is interesting is that Silecki and Pittaway have both lapped in the 151s. Yesterday, Mazoub's pole time was 156, and Mazoub himself is going 4 seconds quicker than he did yesterday, but it's not quick enough.
No, it's not. He's dropping back a bit.
Here comes Pittaway. What national colours are those on the Pittaway car, Bruce? Do you know?
Not Angola.
It may well be.
We'll work through the A's.
I think it's Somerset.
Yeah, it's not Dorset. That's yellow and red with white.
Now Duncan's alongside the Delage. Can he make it stick? He can.
Well, he knows he needs to make it stick because he knows that the Delage has so much more power under acceleration. But a great corner exit. Pittaway's giving it everything he can. He's got the kink coming up, but all the time down the straight there. You can see the Delage. Silecki ducking his head down. Oh, he's looking down in the cockpit.
No, he's got
gear
problems.
change
He's got
problems.
a gear problem.
Oh, dear.
Further down, number 10, Annie Scorwell in 7th, is 2 places ahead of her husband in 18. It's going well, and there's some back markers here.
Coming up to lap. Is that the Gladiator? Delage looks okay, perhaps a slight gear change problem, but
don't forget, for the last 2 laps, he's been ahead by the time they got down to Woodcote, and we've had to have Pittaway fighting back. And now Pittaway, we know, is so handy in the little GN. Curtis, when he gets up to corners like Madgwick, the next corner he's going to reach, he will stretch that advantage on the run down to Ford Water. It'll come down again as the Delage catches up, but again looking down into the cockpit for the gear change. Oh dear for Silecki, and all along you probably can't see the head looking down into the cockpit, but Julien Mazoub giving chase in the sunbeam.
Yeah, Pittaway a 150.392, which is a terrific time. Silecki still lapped half a second quicker than Mazoub.
Here's Mark Walker. Mark Walker belting past the pits. Oh,
number 2 in the
GN
pits.
Akela with GN's own engine, own V-twin engine into the pits. Bit of pumping, trying to pump fuel pressure up.
And the driver's surname is an anagram of the car.
New. Well, we've had a change of lead again. Pittaway must have hit trouble because we've got the Delage into the lead.
And they're all together.
Julien Mazoub right on his tail. What happened? It was off-camera shot. I couldn't see it from my commentary position, but coming down to the kink before St Mary's, Silecki was back into the lead. So we have a 3-way battle for the lead, just as it looked as though it was going the other direction.
Is Julien going quicker or the others going slower?
That's a very good point.
Last lap 152.6, so matching their pace.
And Julian's bustling up to, onto the inside at Lavant. He's preparing himself for a move, isn't he? He's got those Blockley tyres up to temperature.
I suspect Julian's been holding back. Well, we'll see. Here's Duncan again.
Here he comes
past the Delage
in a straight line. So his Delage may be slightly hobbled somewhere. And is the Sunbeam going to come through as well? No, Silecki moves across, just dominating the centre of the road. Looks over his shoulder quickly to see where Julien Mazoub is. There's a car ahead of them. Julien skirts the grass, doesn't he?
Almost 2 wheels on the grass.
Oh, and Pittaway may find himself impeded in the chicane unwittingly.
Well, for a race that really started to stretch out, it's really narrowed down at the front. And Pittaway leading. We know that Silecki in the Delage has the power to get back at him, but not as nimble. And Julien Mazoub, was he just biding his time? Of course, the tyre manufacturer knows his rubber very well indeed. It's great to see the Sunbeam rejoining the battle to get up into third place.
1.4 seconds across the top 3.
There's the giant Fiat Sottofrascini being lapping the big chain drive Bugatti. Delage.
Oh, a little bit sideways there.
Touch of the Mika Häkkinens there.
A little bit sideways for Silecki, and Pittaway's made a few lengths out of that in traffic.
I'm just wondering if there was a problem for Pittaway with traffic last time around, that he
well
suddenly lost all that ground. And now Mazoub into second. Why do second when you can do the lead? Well, that's economy of motion, isn't it?
Yeah,
third place, second place, first place, before the kink. And now, will he pull away? Of course, when he gets the tighter corners, Pittaway will be able to fight back. And if the Delage, Silecki, can lose the gear change problems or whatever has been slightly slowing it at points around the circuit, we'll be back to a 3-way battle for the lead. But Mazoub, was he biding his time, keeping his powder dry? But he's really pounced this lap.
Lapping the Targa Florio Alfa Romeo.
Beautiful line through there by Pittaway, absolutely perfect. One arc all the way through Lavant. Now he's coming up on the outside of the kink, and he's getting past. He's past Mazoub.
great entertainment. Now, can Duncan pop in front of Julian on... no, he retains second place into the chicane. There's going to be a bit of traffic, the big Austin.
Yes, way in the Austin number 5.
Doesn't hold them up, I don't think.
Nope.
They'll pop past on the finishing straight.
Pittaway gets such good acceleration out in that much, much lighter car. And you can see the GN going back into the lead past Julian Majoub in the mighty Sunbeam. In the background, Siletsky in the Delage holding on for dear life behind them. All covered by just over a second, 1.3 seconds on the start-finish line. Wonderful rear shot showing how the Sunbeam is so sideways through Madgwick in unison with the little Pittaway GN alongside him. But
this is a great race, isn't it?
It's a fantastic race. It's little and large, it's odd and strange, every sort of shape of car, and that's just wandering around the paddock. But the car in the not Angolan racing colours really going very well indeed. In second place, Duncan Pittaway. He will strike back.
Odd and strange, Bruce, and that's just the drivers.
I thought it was the commentators, but never mind.
Angola, of course, a hub of 2-litre sports car racing in the early part of the 1970s.
One GN pops past the other, one with considerably more power than the other.
Oh, Siletsky got hung out to dry there. He couldn't get around the back marker, so he's dropped off the tail of this lead battle. But a huge gaggle of cars up in front of Julian Majoub may well hold him up, and Pittaway in the far more nimble number 13, the GN Curtis, could use this moment to strike. But in fact, luckily they've got through the first part of Lavant, the second part of Lavant, where the cars are ahead of them. And the kink could be absolutely key to them all.
Cars everywhere, and look at the different sight lines the drivers have.
Yeah.
Some of them are about sort of 8 feet up on these things.
Majoub touched the grass on the inside of the kink there. He's had to come off the power a tiny little bit. Actually, no, Julian doesn't come off the power, does he? Anyhow, still, Pittaway now chose that moment to go back into the lead, and the power of the Sunbeam should tell as they come down to Woodcote, but Pittaway can leave his braking as late as he possibly dares. Julian Majoub not giving any ground at all, but lots of opposite lock from Pittaway and even more from Julian Majoub.
Julian getting a bit of ground there. The Delage is coming back, held up a little bit by that gaggle of cars.
Then there's some distance back, about another 18 seconds to Walker's 1 and 2, Mark, and being chased by Huey Walker.
1.7 between the leaders as a result of that auto crossing by Majoub. Siletsky 1.8 away in third place, so pretty much equidistant.
Good to see Mark Walker up on the big screens. He's 1905 Derek. He is totally out in the elements. He's tucked down behind the steering wheel as much as he dares, but you can see every single movement that he makes in that mighty and very, very quick car from more than a century ago.
And no brakes on the front, very few on the back. So Mark doesn't believe in slowing down. Oh, sadly, Brescia Bugatti.
Yeah, just pulled off on the infield at St Mary's, just hopped out, well picked up by the camera crews. But the lead trio, and they really are a trio again, are coming through the kink before St Mary's. The Sunbeam at the lead of that group, Julian Majoub. 2 car lengths back is Duncan Pittaway, and regaining the ground lost earlier, Marcus Siletsky in the Delage in the backdrop. But we're into the final 3 minutes until the checkered flag comes out. Who is it going to go to? It could be any one of these three, but for now, the Sunbeam of Julian Majoub are leading the way.
The valve gear chattering in the air, isn't it wonderful?
Are we going to get a Formula 3 style finish?
Through goes Pittaway down the right-hand side. He's got the momentum. It's so quick at that point of the circuit. Cuts across. Can he brake later than Majoub down here? He's got the lighter car. Siletsky's not out of the picture either.
So maybe
here
one
comes
more.
Majoub up the inside.
One more lap after this. Majoub takes a
side by side through the first apex of
But don't forget he ran wide last time. This time he had the corner. I'm quite surprised that Duncan Pittaway left so much space, because Julian had showed the lap before he's more than happy to come down the inside into Woodcote. But so now onto the starting the final lap. It's Julian Majoub from Duncan Pittaway in the Delage of Marco Siletsky tucked in behind them, trying to use the extra horsepower he has. But look at the acceleration of the lighter car, the GN Curtis, back into the lead of the race. So it shows us Julian Majoub in the lead, but we can see with our eyes that number 13 is back in front, Duncan Pittaway. But how long will he stay there? Briefly, of course, because Julian is so good through Madgwick. But that was Madgwick 1, the second part of Madgwick. He didn't manage to complete as he wanted. The Delage is coming back. Siletsky right onto Majoub's tail. May well pull past before they get.
Siletsky's gone through. He's up to second.
Up to second into the drop as they go down towards the kink for the final time before St Mary's, and he doesn't have any extra momentum because Pittaway didn't slow down very much at all, but there is something rather slower in the road ahead of them. Luckily, they've all passed it super easily between the Kink and St Mary's, but Pittaway's got a huge lead. Well, that's 5 car lengths in this race. Seletsky in second, and Majoub, will he fight back into Sunbeam? Of course he'll give it a go.
This is fantastic. Into the last 3/4 of a minute of this FSF Edge race for Edwardian cars. Mazoub with that bubble visor elegantly tweaking the wheel, but Pittaway's made a break, hasn't he? And Pittaway is quick in the first part of the straight. It's at the end where the big bangers come muscling past, or have done.
Can Delage Power bring him closer to the little GN?
Well, we saw that early in the race. The first 3 laps, he had a really good run at him, but we know that Majoub is the more attacking driver of the chasers when they come down to Woodcote. As long as Pittaway turns in slightly earlier than he did last time, he'll surely have the corner covered, but only just because Seletsky a really fighting line into the corner.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And up over the curb of Seletsky, a bit of tyre smoke from the right-hand rear wheel. Into the chicane they come for the last time. Pittaway gets a bit crossed up on the exit, and he puts his foot down. He charges for the line, and he's going to get there, but only just.
Is he?
Wow! What a fantastic photo finish by 0.230 of a second. Duncan Pittaway hangs on. Here comes Mark Walker throwing the big derrick sideways. He's going to be in fourth place, isn't he? Yes, Mark Walker in fourth. In the derrick. Huey Walker
1905.
Next up.
Well, you really, really feel that Henry Hope Frost is going to have 3 very, very happy drivers to talk to. They all have a tale to tell. And there's Huey Walker in number 11. The little to the large of many of the others.
16 is Paulson behind him in the Hudson.
I think people watching this in various parts of the world can't believe how quickly, how competitive these ancient cars are and how quick they are.
And how hard they're raced and properly raced.
Yes, Duncan thrilled with his victory in the checkered GN.
It's been a fabulous race, hasn't it?
Well, they're being applauded all around the circuit.
And I think Seletsky had to come out of the throttle, didn't he? Thinking, where on earth is this little whippersnapper going to go?
I think that defines understeer followed by oversteer, doesn't it?
Well, they're being royally received around the circuit, people waving hats, caps.
So they should. What a race. Wonderful.
That was brilliant. What a stunning race. And hats off to Duncan Pittaway with that waspish helmet.
Remember that GN chain drive, no differential. The big Fiat finishes, closely followed by Frankel in the Bentley.
That was just a real sight, wasn't it? Yeah. And it's put some new colours in the paint box of our spectators.
And Duncan is scoring points for Torp Bolton, Seletsky for Aubigny, and Majoub for Darnley. So a good spread of house points.
And the best lap of the race to Duncan Pittaway, a 150.392. 150.392.
Look at the rocker gear hammering away.
It's great. And there's our result. SF Edge Trophy. And first, number 13, Duncan Pittaway with the 1921 GN Curtis. In second place, number 47, Matthias Seletsky with the Delage V12, number 47. Third, number 25, Julian Mazoub put up such a brave fight in the Sunbeam Indianapolis. A multiple winner here in the past in different cars. Fourth was number 200, Mark Walker with 1905 Darracq 200 horsepower. Fifth, 11, Huey Walker with the 1908 GN Thunderbird. In sixth place, number 16, John Paulson with the Hudson Super 6. Seventh was 12, Tony Lees with the Vauxhall Viper. Eighth, Richard Scoldwell with the number 18, Lorraine D. Dietrich. In ninth place, number 20, Ben Collins with the Monarch. In 10th, 15, James Collins with his Hudson. In 11th place, number 9, Andrew Frankel with the Bentley. And in 12th place, number 22, T, I'm not quite sure it's a T car, Neil Dyer with the Moors Le Sanglier. 13th, 23, Andrew Howe Davis with the Scat. 14th, number 4, Nick Pellet with the Sunbeam TT. 15th, number 7, Gareth Graham with the Mercedes. In 16th, number 22, Chris Mann with his Alfa Romeo RTLF. And RLTF, sorry. Then 17th, number 5, Edward Way with the Austin with the Hull Scott aero engine. And 18th, number 19, Philip Dressel with the Mercedes. 19th, number 17, the massive Isotta Fraschini powered Fiat of Mike Vardy. Then right alongside him was number 20 Carlos Seletsky with a number 6 Bugatti Type 16 5-litre car. That in 21st, number 1 Peter Wilson with the Brasier Strano Suiza. 22nd, number 26 James Gunn with the Vauxhall AD. 23rd, Paul-Emile Bissard with the Gladiator, number 21. Both of those guys are 2 laps down. And finally, Jishan Ung with the GN Akela. Down in the presentation area, Henry Hope Frost has the jubilant Duncan Pittaway with him.
Thanks, Marcus. Yes, a breathless Duncan Pittaway as I tried to avoid pressing my trousers on the exhaust. Well done.
I'm so pleased. You don't often get races like that. Historic racing is about having a good race, and this having a mixed grid is always difficult to get a good race. And that was so close. And I genuinely thought there was one more lap, and I thought I'm never going to hold this out. I held it through the chicane. I thought I'm just not going to hold them off for one more lap. But what a fantastic race! And this car is huge. When you're next to it in a corner and it comes barreling past you at twice the speed, it just scares the Jesus out of you.
When Goodwood said they were going to have an Edwardian race, did you imagine it would be that competitive?
No, I was really worried when they said, because the speed differential is so enormous. But I knew it was going to be a race of sort of 2 or 3 halves, and to have 4 or 5 cars, or these 3 cars up the front, being so closely matched, it was just so exciting.
Were you aware that Matthias and Julian were all over each other at the end then?
No, I didn't. I mean, I was just... it's funny, these cars are so much faster on the straights, and I could only make it up in the corners, so I just was concentrating on pedalling as hard as I could through the bends, and just hoped I could stay far enough ahead for them, because coming down the Levant Straight, I was just watching my mirrors, and this radiator looming in the mirrors is a sight to be seen. So they must have, luckily, they must have had a tussle on the last, before the Levant Straight, and lost enough ground for me to keep ahead of them to the chicane, but it was only luck, because every time I came through, I couldn't keep ahead of them off across the line. I was trying to, and I thought this is going to play out to the end, so that's very good.
Well done, Doug. I'll let you relax with a wreath and a kiss, but not from me.
Thanks very much.
Let me grab a word with Matthias Seletsky. He's showing off for the fans' cameras. Matthias, let me grab a word with you in the massive Delage. You're a bit young for this Edwardian lark, aren't you?
I am a bit young. I'm 22 years old. The car is from 1923, so there's a big gap there.
What's it like to drive out there on such a quick track?
It's hard. For the first time, this was my first time here in Goodwood, and it was very hard, but a lot of fun. Very fast track.
And these boys that you are the meat in the sandwich of, they've been doing it a long time.
You can hear.
It's very difficult to hear, isn't it? We'll leave it there. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let me grab a word with Julian. There he is. Let Matthias get a garland and a kiss from the girls. Well, you've been in some tussles in your time, haven't you? That was one of the best.
No, it was a lot of fun. And towards the end, I certainly didn't have any brakes. I was having to try and slow down sort of by going sideways or whatever. But I thought I had... basically, Duncan seemed to be a bit quicker on the straights coming out. I could just have him at the end and sometimes in the corners. But in the end, I just couldn't do it anymore. Yeah.
So would you say the inaugural Edwardian race at Goodwood has been a massive hit?
I think it's been a massive hit, and I think the people who've come would never have expected anything like this, and or even known stuff like this existed, and it's really nice stuff. Yes, I think it's put on a good show, and one thing or another, I think it'll be... Well, I'd be surprised if we didn't come back again one of these days.
I think that's probably quite likely. I can't get over how quick a 100-year-old car is.
Yeah, and you know, the car's so original. It's got the original crank and conrods, and I mean, they're just like they ran in 1916 at Indianapolis and all those board track races. I mean, those guys were heroes, you know, running on beaded edge tyres on oily tracks, flat out, and they're quick things. This is the first ever twin-cam 6-cylinder engine built. And yeah, I mean, they were the height of technology at the time.
Incredible. Thank you for bringing it.
It's a pleasure.
Third place to Julian Mazoub in the 1916 Sunbeam Indianapolis. A garland and a kiss for our third place finisher in that truly extraordinary SF Edge trophy. Marcus, I'm going to turn my attention to 5-litre prototypes now out on the grid for what promises to be an epic display.
It does indeed. Thank you so much. Henry Hope Frost down there with 3 absolutely overjoyed drivers from that Edwardian race. Now, here are the highlights then, and what highlights they were. Bruce.
Edwardian specials up to 1923, some more than a century old, but you wouldn't have known it the way they were raced. A brilliant start from the outside of the front row from Duncan Pittaway in the tiny little GN Curtis. He put it out front, but he knew that the Sunbeam Indianapolis on the left-hand side of the screen there and the Delage V12 in the middle with the dark red stripes on its blue flanks had all the horsepower when it came to the straights. So he's going to hang on as long as he could. But look at the shapes and sizes as Madgwick's negotiated the first lap. 110 years old, but that doesn't slow Mark. No, he's not 110 years old, but his car is. The Darracq Mark Walker, so spectacular in number 200, but the first two broke clear. The Delage had all the power on the straights and Duncan Pittaway didn't dare touch the brakes. He had to maximise the corners in the little GN Curtis, but the Delage kept on going. Markus Seletsky, we thought he had some gear change problems. He did look down into the cockpit, and that allowed Julien Majoub in the Sunbeam Indianapolis to come. He passed both of them in one move at the kink before St Mary's in the 1916 racer, one of only two ever built, the only one remaining in number 25. And you could see how sideways, and in fact even out over the grass, Julien Majoub doing everything he could to stay with Duncan Pittaway's little GN Curtis. He'd nose ahead, but quicker, lighter out of the chicane. You'd have the acceleration from Pittaway. He knew he had to make the corners count. He'd get in front, and he just had to hope that he'd still stay there when they got to the start-finish line. The Delage came back. Matthias Seletsky on his first appearance at Goodwood, learning this high-speed circuit. These cars, there was no respect for the fact the cars were as old as they were. This was really serious racing between the top three. Pittaway looked to have it all done. Majoub kept fighting back out of the final corner. Huge switch from Duncan Pittaway. Would enough power to get to the finish line ahead of the Delage? And the answer was yes. Victory to Pittaway.
Yeah, very well called there, that highlight package point, Bruce. Fantastic it was. So here's the fourth themed bar, Goodwood RRC. And have you been to all of them? It's a set. Get your pictures.
Have you, Peter?
Peter Ritchie, I think, has. He's a caterer racer. He's well attuned to these sort of things.
Unforgettable day at Goodwood yesterday. Well, it was, and today's teeing up to be equally unforgettable. Does it get any better than this?
That's
Porsche
a mega
917,
photograph, wasn't it?
And just prompting our exit from the assembly area, these wonderful Group 5 sports cars, led away by the exotic, iconic, and any other adjective I can throw at them, Porsche 917s, which we always think of as quite big cars, but look at them closely, they're tiny. Take the bodywork off, there's a very small car, but the driver's feet sticking right out. There's not much between the driver and fresh air in front. Air-cooled, of course, the 917. That's the last iteration of the 917 with the vertical fins, followed by a couple of 512 Ferraris, the open model 512S and the 512M, the closed version. Nick Mason with the car that burnt during the making of the Steve McQueen Le Mans film. Raced, as you can see, in Pier Jackie Ignacio Giunti. And when we look at the 917s again, there's the later version. The early versions were quite terrifying, both in terms of chassis flex, multi-tube chassis, which Porsche filled with gas and tapped in a pressure gauge, big gauge on the dashboard. And if the pressure was sinking, that meant there was a crack in the tube and it would flex even more than when it was solid. Also, aerodynamically, the early 917 was seriously scary. A lot of lift at the front and the back. Frank Gardner, who wasn't frightened by much, was scared with the thing wandering all over the place down the Mulsanne Straight. And John Horsfield and the John Wyer team helped Porsche a great deal to develop the Kurztail, short-tailed 917 that tamed the handling to a certain extent. There's the works car from the Porsche Museum with the movable aerofoil between the two cut-off tails at the back. That's Dario Review of three-time Indianapolis winner. Dario is going to be taking the wheel of a ground effect F1 car today. He's talking to him yesterday evening. He's viewing it with a certain degree of trepidation, although I don't think trepidation is a word that Dario really is familiar with.
It's desire, I think we could say.
And of course the wonderful Lola T70 Coupe, in terms of cost effectiveness, probably a quarter of the cost of the Ferrari 512 and the Porsche 917 with its big 5-litre V8, usually Chevrolet engine in the back, which didn't cost nearly as much as the flat 12 Porsche engine or the V12 Ferrari engine. And rumour has it that David Piper lent his Lola T70 to Porsche to help them get the aerodynamics of the 917 correct. I don't know if it's myth or reality, but certainly there was a great deal of UK influence in sorting out the handling of the 917. That's the Coda Lunga, the long-tailed 512. Lots of trumpets for the big V12 5-litre engine on the 512. We've got some well-known Henry's down on the grid talking to some of our famous drivers of this wonderful demo.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chris. Down on the grid for the wonderful 5-litre prototype parade. These magnificent World Championship of Makes prototypes, the 5-litre cars from Porsche and Ferrari. And there in shot, one of the heroes of the era, Derek Bell. One word, wow.
Unbelievable, yeah. I mean, it's very emotional. It's weird, really. This is the very chassis that I tested here back in 1970 with Ronnie Peterson and Pete Gethin, who both sadly not with us anymore, trying to get the drivers for the Gulf Porsche team, and I got the drive. And this car then raced quite a lot during the next year in 71. And I think myself, and I think it was Dickie Atwood, won the last race at Montlhéry at the end of the year with this chassis. So it's very special, actually.
I'm a gibbering wreck. I apologise if it comes across like that. I'm totally starstruck.
And it's been completely rebuilt by the factory. You know, it's in their museum. It hasn't really done any laps until we came here. So for me, it's just a totally unique and amazing experience.
Try to convey, if you can, because it's otherworldly stuff, around the old Spa. 150 mile an hour average lap.
164 actually. I did the pole position 164 in one of these orange and blue cars in 1971. Got pole position, and then we finished second because I wasn't allowed to overtake Jackie Oliver in the race, but I stayed behind him very close. It's amazing. But I mean, we didn't know any better then, did we? You know, 246 miles an hour at Le Mans with a long tail. We just didn't have any imagination, but we wanted to be in the best car in the world, and we were.
I don't think anybody here can understand how something so beautiful and so fast can be 45 years old.
I know. Well, it is rebuilt, and I've got to get in the car, otherwise they're going to leave me behind for the first time.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Let me, I think I saw Richard Atwood. He's still in the car.
Sorry.
So let's see if I can... is that Richard in the number 19 machine? Yes, it is. There's the trademark helmet. The man, of course, who gave Porsche its first Le Mans win in 1970 in the Salzburg car, the number 23 car, an example of which is here this weekend. Let me see if I can dive in and say, Richard, this must bring back extraordinary memories.
Well, I get to drive a 917 about once a year, so it's always nice to get back in one. It's like putting an old pair of shoes or gloves on. It becomes very easy to do because we spent so long in the car a long time ago.
You won the race in 1970, Porsche's first, a really historic achievement.
Sorry? Oh, we won in 1970 with a 4.5 litre engine. We weren't meant to win, but we did, so everybody else had a problem.
I'll let you go, thank you.
Okay.
Well done, Henry. Engine starting, grid will be cleared. On the front row, the very rare McLaren M6 GT, Bruce is go at having producing a road car. Some of them converted to Can-Am spec. The Coda Lunga, the long tail being lifted on the 512 at the front of the grid. Easy to flood these cars. Such a variety of colors, Bruce. The green and blue of the 917, the red of the Porsche Salzburg team, owned by Madame Pieck,
Well, I mean, the 917 has such an incredible shape, but the different liveries make it look even more different shapes, do they not? And the white and blue one, we haven't really talked about that on the second row of the grid there. Alongside, of course, we've got the Gulf Porsches, and as you say, the Martini and the hippie car, as we like to call it, the blue and green straight one. But wonderful, wonderful. What an assembly of cars.
And Derek talking about the old Spa circuit, no Armco houses, lampposts,
plenty of trees.
The master kink, and if you lifted through the master kink, you lost 3 miles an hour for the rest of the straight, and everyone went steaming past you. So you didn't.
And it was a long, long run out of there because you had the bank corner at Malmedy, and you should carry that extra speed through there and all the way up the hill, the scary, scary part up through the trees.
And Porsche were not sympathetic if you complained about frightening handling. Brian Redman at Spa, if they jacked up the rear wheel, the flex was such that the windscreen wiper was an inch off the screen, and he said the wiper doesn't touch the screen and it's raining. They said, well, go slower, which he did sensibly. Glad to relate I think the Codalunga 512, although the tail was up, but it's clearly okay.
You know, these cars don't just look good, they sound fantastic, even on their outlap. We've got the flat 12s, we've got the V12s, and of course we've got the V8s in the loaders, and they're really giving it a fair bit of stick. We were very impressed with them yesterday, Chris, and they're going even faster today.
And Jackie Hicks, named on the back of that 512, Jackie was... I don't think he had a huge amount of imagination. He was very skilled, but he was particularly skilled in the wet. And at Spa, where it was spooky that it could be dry one side of the circuit and wet halfway round, and it was in the days before in-car radio, so no one could warn you of the rain, and that led to a great number of lurid accidents at Spa. But Jackie was incredible, as was Pedro Rodriguez, and Pedro won the 1,000-kilometer race at Brands Hatch in pouring rain, and someone asked him up the race, what were you thinking? And Pedro said, nothing.
And it was also a race in which he was coming back from an earlier problem, wasn't it? So it was a remarkable How many laps had he been by? 5 or something?
Yeah.
Just quite extraordinary.
Henry had a brief word with Richard Atwood. Richard, such a lovely, unassuming character, but to talk to someone who's raced a 917 at Spa and has won Le Mans for Porsche for their first win at Le Mans. Legend, and quite rightly a legend in his lifetime. Second at Monaco in the Grand Prix with a BRM.
Looking at the 917s out on the circuit, of course, we've got a Langheck, we've got the regular Kurtzheck, the Ks, but we also have the evolution of the car. This is a car that did need sorting, and one of the later ones you can see with the vertical planes to its rear wing. I think that's on the number 2 car. I'm just waiting for them to come round again, but that's one with just the adjustable middle flap.
Yes, I think that, Bruce, and the one with the vertical fins at the back is pretty much the final iteration of the Kurtzheck, the short-tailed 917.
Yeah, in fact, the one with the vertical planes is just coming into St Mary's now. It is the one with 19 on its wings. It's running behind number 21 on the circuit.
21 being driven by Derek Bell, just been talking to Henry. Number 19 driven by Richard Atwood. Nick Mason, I believe, is in his own 512. The one, I was going to say the star, but certainly the blazing star of the Steve McQueen film. They wanted, during the film, to have a camera in the middle of the track with the cars from the start going past the camera, and all the cameramen steadfastly refused to man the camera, so Steve said, OK, I'll do it. And there he was in the middle of the track with the camera, and some of the drivers didn't know that he was going to be there, so there was a certain amount of last-minute swerving.
And more importantly, you can imagine his insurance company didn't know he was going to be there. Yeah. Or theirs. Yes.
The McLaren M6. Martin Bolsover brings one McLaren Chevrolet being driven and owned by Thomas Studer. That's the orange McLaren, quite rightly in orange colours, but Bolsover, ex-hill climb champion, brings one to Shelsley. There's 917 in Porsche Salzburg colours, and the Porsche Salzburg team received, when John Wyer was running the so-called works Porsches, the Golf Salzburg team often got improvements to the car before the official team, well, being owned by effectively Mrs. Porsche, Madame Pieck, they had a certain advantage. Interesting, there's the McLaren, followed by the Lola T70. Both pretty cars. I think probably the Lola even prettier than the McLaren. I think Bruce made 3 of those, if I'm right. The M6 GT. Some of them got converted to Can-Am spec and then have been converted back again.
But one of those cars that when you stand alongside it, you're just amazed how small it is, how petite.
Yes, and as Richard Atwood said to me a year or 2 ago, if you were going to have an accident in a 917, you made sure you went in backwards, because there was just a little bit of fiberglass, a bit of fresh air between you and the scenery, between your legs and the scenery.
Yes, doesn't really bear thinking about.
And the cockpit is tiny. I think if you were more than about 5'9", it was a squeeze to get in. Frank Gardner was quite a tall guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was also a driver who wasn't too concerned about telling people things how they really were. So I guess he would have forced his opinions upon Porsche. But you need someone like that when you're developing a car that has been so difficult from the outset.
Yeah, 917 first appeared at the Nürburgring in the wet, and a number of the drivers wisely declined to drive it. So it was the junior team members who were chucked into the 917. This is in 1969 when it was first produced, and was extremely leery to drive, and was some 30 seconds slower than the little Porsche 908.
Yes, well, I think around Nürburgring, above all circuits, you do need to know you've got a car that can handle 14 and a bit miles of magic, but scary magic, I think we can safely say. And in sort of the mists of history, the form of the Ferraris in the early 70s is rather forgotten. It's overlooked. All attention seems to focus on the Porsche 917s, but they did give them a really good run for their money.
I believe is that Nick Mason in the 512S? It is 10 tenths. I don't know, Bruce, whether house points are scored in demo runs. They should be, shouldn't they? I would score 100 points for a 917 at least.
Okay, on that sliding scale, how many would you apportion to a 512S then? 99?
99 and a half.
Very good, sir. Round it up, just to be fair.
The only way you could see behind yourself in a 512M was that mirror above the windscreen. Some of them had mirrors on long sticks poking out above the front wings, but without those, you had no idea who was coming up behind. Not that many people were.
Yes, it would largely be if you were having a problem, one feels, or just trying to turn across someone to dive into a corner. But anyhow, it's great to see just so many cars out here in this wonderful Group 5 demo.
We had mixed views on the Codalunga.
I was the one that said I didn't like it very much.
Yes, and
I haven't been struck down yet, but it's coming.
Yeah. 917 versus 917 over the finishing line. Again, another one, the number 35 with the mirror on the roof. Not easy at 246 miles an hour to keep the door closed. A lot of aerodynamic effects trying to suck the door open, and often, or more, quite frequently, that you suddenly lost your door halfway down the Mulsanne Strait, which in the middle of the night must have woken you up a bit.
And then some, yes, always a problem, doors at Le Mans once you started having roofs on cars, and the bodywork got lighter and lighter. And in fact, we saw yesterday the Ford GT40 in which Steve Soper took victory. His door hadn't quite closed properly, and he was very aware of the fact it was flexing above him as you came round at racing speed.
So our checkered flag is out. What a treat to see these wonderful Group 5. Brought about because the CSI decreed that in 1968 that prototypes should be limited to 3 litres. Porsche and Ferrari said, no, we want to continue racing our 5-litre engines. And so CSI said, OK, if you can prove their production cars by making 25 of them, thinking that they never will, then you can race them, and promptly, or relatively promptly, Porsche built 25, lined them up at the factory, invited the CSI inspectors to come and prove and see that they existed, and Mr. PX said, drive any one of them you like, they're all fully functioning. CSI inspectors probably wisely declined the offer to drive. I think, Bruce, I would have jumped at the chance. Cabia 917 round Stuttgart.
Very, very rude not to. But what I love. Oh, hello. Driving on the Martini one has just pulled off onto the grass around the back of the circuit. Do you think they've run out of fuel? Well, certainly they're being pushed pretty hard around the circuit. We have to take our hats off to all involved in that Group 5 sports car demo, because it wasn't just the sight of the cars and the ability to see them being driven really pretty fast indeed. It was the sound as well. So important. So the last of the loaders that's being driven into the pit lane there. There we have three of the four makes of car we had here. The Lola, the big yellow Lola, the T70.
The long-tailed 512, just with headlights ablaze, now extinguished. Coming through the chicane and into the paddock. Brian Redman, following year, drove, of course, the 3-litre 312 PB Ferrari, probably much nicer and easier to drive. Out comes the classic Bedford flatbed to maybe recover the 917, the Martini 917 that pulled off. I think it pulled off halfway down the Lavant Straight, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there, Chris. So still the psychedelic liveried blue and green number 35 917 just completing its in-lap, but wonderful sights and sounds and such evocative shapes. Brilliant cars, Group 5 sports cars. The demo has come to an end, and the next thing you should see out on the track is the Graham Hill Trophy race coming up shortly.
Yes, looking forward to that very much, and we've got these superb GT cars coming out.
Do we suspect that the grid walk has been scrubbed to save time? We are catching up from time lost from the incident in race 1. The Graham Hill Trophy was due to start at 11:45. We'd lost 40 minutes, and I think we are steadily catching up. So highlights of the Group 5 demonstration. Over to Bruce.
Well, it was fantastic to see the Porsche 917s, the Ferrari 512s, and the Lola T70s out on the grid, and wonderful. And Lord March just seen down there talking to Derek Bell, reunited with the Porsche 917 that he drove here in 1970 when he first tested the car. Richard Atwood, Le Mans winner, the first Le Mans winner for Porsche, also out in one of the 917s he had raced in period. So not just the cars, but the drivers, the right drivers in the right cars. And the cameras were snapping all out around the circuit. The Lola T70s, not as fated as the Porsches and the Ferraris, but they mopped up many, many sports car wins in period. And the cars not just being driven around the circuit, but driven with considerable gusto. And the long-tail Ferrari was out there for all to see, and all the different liveries that were so popular in period as the 917 was raced. These 5-litre cars at the start of the 1970s. It's still a classic period of sports car racing. All the colours, there's the Martini Porsche 917, but the Gulf cars were the ones that really, really drew the eyes. Wonderful to see and to hear these great cars.
Well, here's our programme, and next up is the Graham Hill Trophy for the 60s GT cars. We follow that up with the Hailwood Trophy, our first sight of the day of the motorcycles. Looking forward to that. We're planning still the spectator grid walk at 1 p.m. Ground Effect Formula 1 cars will leave the grid and go out then 25 minutes after that. The big touring car race, Jerry Marshall Trophy, part 2 of that, double driver race with the owners and star drivers at 2:15. Bruce McLaren Trophy, the fastest cars of the weekend, the mighty Lolas and McLarens, etc., going out at 3:20. And yesterday, Nick Padmore, our outright circuit record holder, a second under his record. Super Touring demonstration, the newest cars at the weekend at 3:55. So they're working towards catching up on the timetable. Our good friends at the British Automobile Racing Club in charge of the logistics. So plenty of action to look forward to at this, the 74th members meeting. The House Challenge continues, with Methuen extending that lead of almost 700 points over Darnley, with very, very close together, just 4 points separating Aubigny and Tor Bolton in the battle for the wooden spoon, or to avoid the wooden spoon, as I guess we'd say. But all to play for. Drivers scoring points, spectators, you can score points as well, and might be worth going to different parts of the campus and trying your hand at one or two of the activities. Goodwood RFC, fantastic event, great cars and great atmosphere, says Stuart Baines. Tootsie Peach, well, Tootsie looking and sounding great. Indeed, this is Kate Matthews.
Gone prowling in front of Goodwood House. Looks as if it's caught a bit of a skin disease, that Mini.
There's an ointment for that, apparently.
Anna Leach, thanks Anna. Loving Goodwood's 74th members meeting with breakfast at the Great Hall. Well, we're all loving it. Not all of us got breakfast. Alexander, I hope you enjoyed it.
Look at that.
Yes, weren't they stunning?
Yeah, the Porsches and Lola there. Group 5 racers, awesome high-speed action. Bring it on. Really enjoyed that. Oh, putting the fire pits to good use.
To make s'mores.
What are they?
Not sure what s'mores are, but they look pretty tasty. Francesca heaps, having heaps of s'mores.
The fire pits look very welcoming over
They
there
do.
in the paddock.
Gather around them.
Take your marshmallows and toasting forks.
Aubigny,
Andrew
is really loving every minute.
He's racing for Argentina, isn't he?
He is. I think he should race wearing the blue and white blazer.
Do you think the house captains should be beholden upon them to compete in overalls made in their stripy?
They should.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you, Goodwood. Beverly has her first helicopter ride. Yes. Reminder, thanks, Beverly, thanks, Paul, that helicopter rides are available. There's the Long Ranger, Jet Ranger, which will take you, if you want to, effectively up the hill climb course past Goodwood House. Out come these wonderful cars for the Graham Hill Trophy. Cobras, Daytona Cobras, E-types, the Iso Bizzarini, Iso Grifo, Daytona Coupe, classic Cobras, wonderful low drag E-type. There's the TVR Griffith and the one of three only Ginetta G10s, Bizzarinis, and the DP214 Aston Martin, followed by the more standard Aston Martin DB4 GT. Nice to see a Mustang in the field going well.
Shelby's.
Elan's, a couple of Mustangs.
Usually to see the Elan 26R, the racing version of the Elan out there.
About which Jackie Stewart wasn't terribly favourably impressed, said it wasn't nice to drive. Bizzarini is virtually a mid-engine car, although it looks front-engine. The engine's way back, almost into the cockpit.
I think you can change from sitting strapped into the driving seat with Bizzarini or Isa Grifo. You can probably change the rearmost two spark plugs from the driver's seat.
There's a panel above the dashboard to change the access the distributor.
What's been interesting in this is that the replica of the Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe, which sits on pole in the hands of James Cottingham, was lapped yesterday for that position at 124.302, chipping away at these times year on year on year, and that's an average speed of 101.63 miles per hour.
And
in
Marcus,
fact,
we mustn't put our anoraks on and complain that they're not all of them absolutely genuine period cars. Some of them are recreations, but without them we wouldn't have these wonderful races.
Absolutely.
these the original cars have such value that lots of their owners, of course, are reluctant to risk them.
The top 4 have lapped at more than 100 miles an hour average on this 2.4 mile circuit, unchanged since 1952 when the chicane went in. With a low drag E-type, beautiful little TVR there, the early Griffith 400 in the hands of Mike Whitaker. That's Carsten LeBlanc's Cobra, and the mighty Cobras with their Ford V8 engines coming up, led by 17. The quite sure what colour that is. Wasabi green, mushy pea green. Doesn't really matter. It's green.
Camouflage green.
Sitting there on the old James Cottingham, very quick in that.
With a bit of blanking tape.
Just to try and get the oil temperature up, really, rather than the water temperature.
Low drag E-type number 55 coming onto the grid.
Car looked after by Gary Spencer, who walks around behind it. Alongside in the middle is 47 Bradley Ellis, former British GT champion. He was driving a Viper back then. He's in one of the Scrag team Jaguar E-types. Another of the Cobras on the outside is Andrew Smith in the 56 car.
If you see an E-type with a bonnet handle on either side, that means a very early E-type chassis.
There's Andrew Smith on the outside. Then you've got John Minshaw with the blue, lovely dark blue Jaguar E-type on row 2. And alongside him, the Cobra of Rob Hall, number 1. We saw Rob in the GT40 yesterday, doing superbly well, as ever. He's a terrific driver.
We just saw in the earlier race, the Brooks Trophy, Gregor Fiskin driving the little Dino 246 Ferrari. He's in the field with the unique ISO Grifo A3C, the last iteration of the ISO sports racing cars with its independent rear suspension. They haven't yet sorted the handling of that car out. It will progressively get quicker and quicker.
There's Rob Hall, the view from his Cobra, a white car. You can see that on row 2. A good blanking strip across the radiator. There's 4. That's David Hart, the Dutchman, in his Cobra, property developer, in the dark blue car from Rotterdam,
who has starred in the TT.
Indeed. 9 there with his BRDC badge. Here's Gary Pearson. He's had a pretty mixed weekend, hasn't he? Problems yesterday with the GT40, that's out of the equation. Then problems with the Cooper Maserati in the earlier Brooks Trophy race. But this is back in his comfort zone with the Jag. And alongside him is Graham Dodd, driving Martin Melling's low drag coupe version. Behind them you're going to see Mike Whitaker in the TVR Griffith, looked after by Nigel Rubin. Carlos Monteverde with his Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe.
Unusually, the number 3 Bizzarini on wire wheels, Roger Wills' car.
There we go, and green flag lap, and 1 or 2 of them took off like it was the start of the race, which was interesting. It might just have been to
get some heat into the rear tyres.
How much traction there was, given that we've had those races earlier on. The last race was the Edwardians, which don't always keep all their oil in. Here's our grid then. 17 James Cottingham on pole in the green Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe. Alongside 47 Bradley Ellis in the Jaguar E-Type, that's the British Racing green car, semi-lightweight spec car. 56 Andrew Smith in the paler of the Shelby American Cobras. On the outside, row 2 is 8 John Minshaw with his Jaguar E-Type, the blue car. 1 Rob Hall in the white and blue AC Cobra. Row 3 is 4 David Hart in his Cobra. 9 is Gary Pearson Jaguar E-Type, and 55 Graham Dodd in the very, very dark E-Type low drag coupe with the stripes over the top. 85 is metallic blue TVR of Mike Whitaker. 16 is Carlos Monteverde in his Shelby American coupe. Row 5 is 63 Carsten LeBlanc, the Dutchman, with his Cobra. Bill Shepherd 31 with his Cobra, and 89 Mike Wrigley with the Jaguar E-Type lightweight low drag coupe. Row 6 is 98 Peter Thompson, first time out, I believe, in the ex-Kevin Kivlochen TVR Griffith, the yellow car, and 82, David Brabham of that ilk. Gets a G10. Row 7 is 3 Roger Wills in the pale blue Bizzarini, 11 Gregor Fiskin in the very similar Iso Griffo A3C, both powered by 5.3 Chevrolet engines. Then 2 Wolfgang Friedrichs in his Aston Martin Project 214. Row 8 is 5 Adrian Wilmot, the XF3 driver in a DB4 GT. 14 Martin Hunt in his Jaguar E-Type. 10 is Tim Summers on row 9 with his Cobra. 7 Rupert Cleveley with the first of the Shelby Mustangs, GT350s. And 86 Jeremy Cook in his Lotus Elan 26R, very noisy inside that car. Row 10 is 72 Nick Sleep in his Shelby Mustang, 15 Martin Ayers with his Lotus Elan 26R. Row 11 is 95 Harindra de Silva with the Jaguar E-Type. 6th, the Lebanese driver Tariq Mahmoud with his Bizzarini. And number 12, Katerina Kivalova with her Jaguar E-Type. Katerina, who podiumed last September in the Freddie March race with the Cooper Jaguar, shared with Phil Keane. So as they come round to the start line for this, which is a 20-minute race. Often we've seen these cars in double driver action, of course, at the Revival, and this time it's just a single driver sprint race, and fantastic it's going to be. A stampede towards Madgwick Corner in the first seconds of the race. Cottingham in that green Cobra. It's taken a lot of re-preparation by team. Interesting to see the early spec TVR Griffith ahead of the more bulbous one. That's the Mexican B, the Peter Thompson. We saw him finish second in the Formula 3 race. Peter Thompson now in the bright yellow TVR Griffith. It's a good-looking field, isn't it, Chris?
It really is. Cobra's rather brutal, E-Types svelte and streamlined.
Aston Martins as well. TVR's going to hear the engine revs rise. Who's going to get the power down? Well, Rob Hall started well. One or two of the Cobras further down the order. It's a lot of cars vying for position, and it's just going to be Cottingham with, from the outside, Andrew Smith, his old buddy, coming up too. One of the E-Types is very wide on the grass, and I think Rob Hall found himself on there as well. Is that Bradley Ellis? It is Bradley Ellis squirming around on the grass on the outside, scrungling in the greensward, but he gets it back onto the track. He's got some work to do now. And 16 there, another of the Daytona Coopers. That's Carlos Monteverde, the Brazilian driver based over here. But as they fire around the back, flat out these big capacity GT cars going past Bruce now in that tower left of picture.
What a wonderful rumble as they go, but the Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupes, all the horsepower at the start. They certainly dropped poor Bradley Ellis, and then he was pushed wide in the first corner. But it's 1 and 2, Cottingham ahead of Smith, and the TVR's really mixing it. There's Mike Whitaker, good to see him so near the front. But look, the green Cobra ahead of the silver, the metal one behind them. And so it's Cottingham leading from Smith, but Smith keeping him very honest. And the AC Cobra is hunting in pairs as well and coming through. Number 1 was Rob Hall. He has so many good races here. He's in 6th place at the moment.
Certainly does. They're down at Woodcote Corner, and I see Whitaker in that distinctive TVR ahead of Bradley Ellis there. But it's Cottingham and Smith.
TVR and E-Type side by side.
Cottingham Smith gap back to David Hart in both Gary Pearson, I think, is up into 4th. It is. Minshaw is in 5th. Rob Hall is in 6th. And look at this, they're all side by side into, of course, Monteverde with Bradley Ellis on the inside. I think it was making up the time. There's Pearson attacking David Hart and getting through at Ford Water. John Minshaw right in behind him. David Hart up on the grass through the kink over the top of the curbing there. That's a superb battle, and squirming along on the outside, the white Cobra of Rob Hall.
Well, first 2 well clear, then number 9 is in 3rd place, going through very happily. That's Gary Pearson, but the 3-way battle between 2 Cobras, and in the middle, the meat in the sandwich, if you will, the other E-Type. It's so exciting, so sideways. But I've got Adrian Wilmot, 3 cars off at St Mary's. Adrian Wilmot's looks like he's lost a wheel actually coming in. The front's bogged right down in the field in the Aston Martin. We had a red Bizzarini going for a spin, and I couldn't catch the 3rd car. Hopefully on the replay I will, but just look at the screen for a second and you can see up front it's all going fine. The Cobra Daytona Coupe is pulling ever further clear, but it's now E-Type Cobra, E-Type Cobra, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. No, he has got the wheel, but it does look a little bit compressed there. So Adrian out.
Certainly beached, isn't it? So we've got Cottingham and Smith, the two buddies in their matching Cobras, and a gap back to now Pearson in 3rd place. Behind Pearson is David Hart, and then Minshaw and Hall. They're together, so 2-2-2. Behind them, 47, Bradley Ellis has come up the order, trying to make up ground. Qualified 2nd yesterday. Mike Whitaker is in next place in the blue TV on ready 5. Monteverdi is behind him, and behind Monteverdi, Carsten LeBlanc up from 11th on the grid. Anyway, made 1 place, but he's ahead of Bill Shepherd.
Looking at the speed in qualifying, with 8/10 of a second advantage, James Cottingham ahead of Bradley Ellis, then another 1/3 of a second back to Andrew Smith. There was no indication that Smith would be able to take the battle. And who's that? Is that Minshaw, number 8? Minshaw's gone round, he's clipped the banking just, but he's going again. That was the battle, the 4-way battle for 3rd place. So he's dropped out of it, and that leaves 2 Cobras now fighting with Gary Pearson, and Pearson at the back of that group. Out front though, Andrew Smith really taking the battle to race leader James Cottingham. I thought Cottingham would escape. Not going to be happening.
Andrew Smith had the outright record here for a while in a T70 Lola in the what's effectively the Briggs McLaren race today. Set down into the chicane they come, and Cottingham takes a lot of momentum into the chicane, which helps, and he's got it out cleanly as well. Cottingham and Smith go through. They're both in the 24s,
but one of the
fantastic. Pearson 3rd on his own now. 4th and 5th are Hart and Hall.
But look who's 6th. Up from the middle of the front row, he got pushed wide at the Badrick on the opening lap. Car number 47, Bradley Ellis, right back in the mix, and I think he's got the pace to go round these 2 Cobras. Won't be the work of a minute. Hall just holding off David Hart, but right on their tail and gaining all the time. It's number 47, Bradley Ellis.
David Brabham down in 15th place in the 98 Ginetta. And look, one of the Mustangs going through here on our screens is Rob Hall, who's got to the head of his little group. Bradley Ellis in 47, driving the wheels off the Chris Scragg Jaguar, and he dances up over the little gradient up into Lavant corner, that is, isn't it? The double apex right onto the straight, and Bradley Ellis isn't that far, essentially behind number 9, the 3rd place car, Gary Pearson. His problem is that there are 2 Cobras between them. Now there's a battle for the lead, because somewhere during this lap, Andrew Smith has found some pace, and he's caught James Cottingham.
It's been coming for about a lap and a half. He was edging ever closer, but now catching one thing and passing is quite another. Is Cottingham just staying to play and making a race of it? His speed in qualifying was
new fastest lap, Smith 24.476, which is precious close to Cottingham's pole time. Pearson is 3rd. He's 8.4 seconds behind Smith, but then behind him, Hall, Hart and Ellis are split by a second.
Well, wonderful fight for the lead between the 2 Cobra Daytona Coupes, the 2 that near the front end. There's one further down the field, but clouting the curbs at the King before St Mary's, Andrew Smith had to come off the power a tiny bit. Now we're riding looking forward the way that James Cottingham sees the track as he goes out of the dip up to Lavant. He stays wide as he dares, then he comes onto the apex, and there's one more apex to come. Again, not using all the width on the circuit. He knows that Andrew Smith is behind, trying to find a way through, but in fact a far better line on the exit there for James Cottingham. He's eked out a bit of an advantage, but Andrew Smith, we've seen before, he's been able to close right in, and I'm sure he'll do so all over again. 3rd place, and now being pushed really hard, is the Pearson E-Type.
Bradley Ellis in the background, skirting the grass.
Yeah, well, I thought he would have managed to find a way by at least David Hart so far. He's got to get right onto his tail. He's done it before. I think he might have made a slight mistake, and as you said, getting on the grass, couldn't put the power down as he wanted.
Tough cookie, the Dutchman. He'll be very hard to overtake, but Bradley Ellis is certainly up for the challenge. He's a pro driver, and Pearson a little bit snaky coming out of the chicane, which is going to allow Rob Hall to close in. Meanwhile, the battle continues up front. I wish we could see a camera backwards from the green car, because there's the silver one all over it, and that is the car of Andrew Smith, the Scot. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Loving every second of this.
Well, this time he didn't clout the curb quite so hard at the kink. He had to come off the power a little bit last time. That's why he dropped back, but now he's just 1 car length behind, maybe 1.5 as they go through the dip up to Lavin. Not close enough to look at the inside, but close enough to make race leader James Cossingham really just wonder where the attack's coming from. And in third place, Gary Pearson's really having to fight in the wake behind them. But what a wonderful lead scrap in the background. Oh dear, number 3.
It's Roger Wills out in the Pizzarini. Andrew Smith under braking, closing up on Cossingham. But we've got the next 4 cars pretty much together
and the
now.
The order has changed. Pearson has lost third place. I knew Hall was attacking very hard just out of our sight. He's gone into third place, and now David Hart is pushing hard. And 47, the second of the E-types, Gary Pearson. Bradley Ellis, who got pushed wide in the first corner, is really making good ground. We've got to see if he can overtake as well. Looking up the inside, but not quite serious enough this time. Madgwick is the corner where the lead did not change, so still it's Cossingham in the way.
New fastest lap of the race to Andrew Smith, 1:24.437. Hall is now third in number 1. 9 Pearson is fourth. Then we've got 4, which is Hart, and Ellis behind him.
With points being scored in the race, each driver is apportioned to a house, and Anthony Reid will be delighted that his fellow Scot, Andrew Smith, will be scoring for Methuen, but also the maximum points for the race winner. James Cossingham has those at the moment. He too is with Methuen. So
I still rather think that Bradley Ellis is going to finish higher than 6th place. He's got the pace. Ellis 26.1 last time round, was a couple of tenths quicker than Hart and a chunk quicker than Pearson.
Well, he may or may not be helped by the fact that Battle is ahead of him. The trouble is, it keeps covering the bit of track he wants to get onto, as David Hart is using all sorts of lines to try and unsettle Gary Pearson. And I think just eking his way clear in third place now is Rob Hall. In the white Cobra, you can see he's finally got a bit of a gap. Then comes Pearson in fourth, and now let's see what Bradley Ellis can do under braking. Can't quite get past Hart, but Hart's having a really serious look at Pearson. If he runs wide, I think Bradley Ellis will nip up the inside. Oh, it's so close, Marcus.
Cottingham 23.981, a new record, 23.981. He has the advantage of 0.44, but he's got traffic ahead of him as backwards to land. That's Martinez, and he's backwards on the grass, but will continue, I'm sure. Hall has a second now over Pearson. Pearson only has 6 tenths covering himself, Hart and Ellis. Winshaw recovering from that half spin at St Mary's, and number 8 is up to 7th again ahead of Whitaker and Monteverdi, and Graham Dodd now beginning to show he's in 10th.
I really feel that Bradley Ellis in 6th place will make his move when Hart does something decisive in the number 4 AC Cobra in trying to get past Pearson ahead of him. The Pearson E-type actually pulled out a bit of a gap because Hart made a bit of a mistake at St Mary's, ran a little bit wide. Not as wide as the 63.
63 into the wall. That's Carsten LeBlanc has hit the Cobra pretty hard.
Just trying to gauge where that is. Is that up at Fordwater? Yes, it's up at Fordwater. I'm just going to grab my binoculars. That was quite a clonk there, so just remember 0.4 of a second clear.
He's out of the car though, that's the good news.
What a strong car that was.
He's perfectly fine, but the Cobra's not very well. Yes, look at that, straight off. No correction of trajectory.
That's a very unusual place
Safety
to see.
car though, safety car you can't overtake now with the safety car out, but the leaders have gone past one of the Mustangs, I see. There you can see the damaged car at the side of the track.
As I was saying, Marcus, it's quite an unusual place for someone to have an accident to go straight on there. Normally your accident will come on the exit of the corner, but that was absolutely four square.
Just speared off, didn't it?
Yeah. So our race leaders still going around. James Cossingham ahead of Andrew Smith, and now I think they've backed off. They've got the signal. So
yes, they're down at Lavant now, the 17.56.
And they had really worked their way clear, having a fantastic battle. James Cossingham and his good friend Andrew Smith in the Cobra Daytona Coupes. Rob Hall had just eked his way clear of that fabulous four-way battle for third place. So he'd made third place his own in the white #1 Cobra, but the battle behind between the two E-types and David Hart's Cobra was
David Hart had
mesmeric.
got ahead of Pearson on that last lap, so David Hart at #4 into 4th place. 17 Cottingham, 56 Smith in the Cobras, then 1 Hall and the Cobra Coupes, then 1 Hall and 4 Hart in the Cobra Hardtops, and then 9 Pearson, 47 Ellis in the E-types. In fact, Pearson's best lap so far at 21:26.166, Ellis's 1:26.006, so absolutely nothing really between them. Also in the low 26s, 26.1 is the best of John Minshaw, 26.5 Mike Whittaker, who's gone very, very well first shot out in this early TVR Griffith.
So the safety car's been unusually busy here. Oh, good to see David Bradman's been going very well there, hasn't he? We haven't really talked too much about him.
He's in 12th, yep.
So just sort of looking at the cars as they come on around the circuit. One car you just on the screens at the moment, the blue TVR, that has really gone well for Mike Whittaker. Good to see a mix of cars up at the front.
Yeah, Mike Whittaker, the HSCC Guards Trophy champion a couple of years ago.
It's very hard to gauge exactly why Carsten LeBlanc went on. It looks as though he just maybe got a wheel just a little bit too far to the left of the circuit on turn-in, got it on the grass and didn't have any grip whatsoever, but obviously it would have happened very quickly. Good to see him out of the car so quickly. So the safety car leading around, we have just under 6 minutes on the clock, and the race first and second, the two Cobra Daytona Coupes going through the dip up towards Lavant. And then there's a bit of a gap back to the car in third place, which is just going through St Mary's now. That's Rob Hall in the white Cobra. Then, as you pointed out, Marcus, we had David Hart going up into 4th place. He's listed on the screens in 5th place. However, Pearson is listed ahead of him.
That's interesting. Not sure what's happened there, but last time round, Hart was shown ahead. Unless there was a little glitch on one of the transponders.
Yeah, but Hart's running ahead on the track. That's what slightly confuses me. But hey, I don't know who to trust.
I haven't seen any sort of a penalty flagged up. In fact, it wouldn't be a minor penalty, would it? It would be anything, it would be 10 seconds for something. So he would drop down a couple more places than that. Here's the start then, and you saw the two Cobra Daytona Coupes on the outside of that front row come across. A very good start from David Hart up the inside, and David Hart was 3rd into Madgwick, and that's why Bradley Ellis and also Rob Hall went out wide onto the grass.
You really had to feel for Bradley Ellis. He knew he didn't have the grunt off the start-finish line. The Cobra Daytona Coupes on either side went past, but now let's try and see how his E-Type got squeezed to the outside. It's just past the first part of Madgwick. We're seeing this from many angles. Wonderful to see these brilliant cars accelerating hard off the line on their blast down to the first corner.
Yeah,
but
great,
Bradley Ellis did get pushed out to the outside, and he's spent the race fighting his way back.
Superb camera work. Now he has a potential reprieve, doesn't he? Because suddenly he's back in the peloton, so to speak, and we will see what happens here. This is just going past the scene of the incident, and the Everyman's Garage truck has arrived to hoik the Cobra away.
Yeah, so just for now, enjoy running at abated speed around the circuit, looking forward through James Cottingham's windscreen as they negotiate the second part of Lavant. Sorry, approaching the King before St Mary's, I beg your pardon. I just noticed the trees on the outside. So the field bunching up, but there are 3 cars that are between the Cobra Daytona Coupes. These are cars that have been lapped. 72 Mustang, the number 6 Iso Bitsarini, and the number 12 Jaguar E-Type, which is Katerina Kibalova. And then come the the top place regular Cobras, that's Rob Hall and David Hart. Then Gary Pearson, the Simon Screen's got his E-Type back into 5th, and Bradley Ellis in 6th. So we've got 3 pairs of cars, very similar performance, but at the moment the advantage with Cottingham and Smith in their Cobra Daytona Coupes.
Yeah, just 0.8 of a second between them last time through, within what, a 2.5 minutes or so of the scheduled finish of this race, and I'm wondering whether they will just to give them an extra couple of minutes to race it out to the flag, or whether we will finish under safety car.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the clock at the top of the screen. Twice already this morning we've seen extra minutes added on, a few extra minutes to allow them to be released. Looking to my right across to Ford Water, they've yet to get the stricken Carsten LeBlanc Cobra up onto the flatbed, so it could be a while yet.
They'll retrieve it very carefully, although they're not going to inflict any more damage to the front corner, I don't think. But it's the usual professional job from every man. 74th members meeting, and plenty of you here enjoying it, braving the biting cold. Ironic, wasn't it, that about 7 o'clock last night, 8 o'clock last night, the wind had dropped and the temperature was probably the highest it had been all day.
Not for me, Marcus. I was sitting on a trailer being dragged by a tractor around the circuit, and even at tractor speed, it was pretty cold out of the wind. But the wind's not. But the wind today actually is a fraction of how it was blowing yesterday morning in particular.
Positively balmy. It's gone up to 4 minutes on the clock, so we do have an extension, but we're about to winch the damaged Cobra onto that truck. It's good to see Carsten LeBlanc climb out and amble across to the marshal's post.
Yes, Carsten had started, in fact, just outside the top 10 in 11th position, was in the thick of the battle, not the lead battle, but having a good battle nonetheless. Yet to find out exactly why he went on at Ford Water.
Yeah,
but
he was running about 11th at the time. I was wondering whether to take that truck with the Cobra on it, because that'll be the final arbiter really in the sort of the extension, with 3 minutes still to go on the clock, 3¼ minutes.
I think there's a gap that they can pull it through there, but they have yet to get it up onto the flat bed. We can see it was tilted back, waiting to receive the Cobra, but the 63 Cobra, battered and bruised, is still sitting down on the ground. I think now they're starting to winch it up, certainly people trying to just give it a little bit of guidance from the back. Anyhow,
one of the good things is that when these cars go in, they're very well caged these days, and they are the type of car that can bounce back from a heavy impact and be fixed relatively quickly by experts with the correct jigs and personnel.
Of course, Marcus, we're trying to catch up with time lost earlier in the meeting, so maybe the race organisers will be a bit more ruthless about rewinding the clock. Keep an eye on the clock and we'll see what happens. But without it being rewound, probably this is the last lap behind the safety car.
Well, what I can tell you, Chris and Marcus, is the car, with the safety car, still has the lights flashing on its roof as it goes past Carsten LeBlanc's car, which is still down on terra firma. So the light with this lap is definitely obviously going to be completed behind the safety car, but I think they could take it to the conclusion of the race. I won't guess, but the fact is the Cobra is still down on the ground, I'm afraid. And the safety car is just coming through the kink before St Mary's. Good to see out on screen how many people have been wise enough to bring a hat today. Certainly helps keep the heat in, and so well dressed.
That fastest lap of James Cottingham to 1:23.981 is staggering.
Yes, he was really being pushed so hard by Andrew Smith, to the extent that it becomes hard to get your own line right as you're being pushed. Andrew Smith was a fifth of a second behind, but then really it struck back very well. James Cottingham just put his focus forward, and there was the lap time that delivered it, and what a lap that was.
The bacon butt is being consumed. Keep the warmth inside.
Yes, and if it all gets a little too cold, you can go into the Great Hall, which just has remarkable looking fare. I only know about it because I've seen photos of it, but I walked in last year. A magical place, particularly after it gets dark this evening.
I suspect the clock is not going to be rewound.
Well, the cars are now just coming into the chicane, the first few, so let's see what happens. 38 seconds remaining on the clock until the checkered flag was due to be shown. Going on to another lap.
They've had a few laps. They've had what? The safety car came out on lap 9, so they've had 10, 11, 12, 13, 4 laps behind that. Probably won't be a fueling issue running this slowly. Time has now ticked away. Sletterton winner there, he looked rather young to have earned his spurs on track. The clock's ticked back, and I haven't seen any flags. Looking up to my right, there's another low drag coupe. That's Mike Wrigley. Races you're seeing out later on in the Formula 1 demo. It is Williams FWO7. Aston Martin project car 214, and there's the background is the LeBlanc Cobra being cajoled onto the flatbed.
Good to see so many people out around the circuit using their earwig, the little radio you put into your ear. And, the aerial is actually in the lanyard there, the Goodwood lanyard, so that's why you can hear at all points around the circuit what we're saying. And also people are listening all around the world through live streaming, the miracle element that helps people from all over stay in touch with events like the Goodwood members meeting. So James Cossingham coming around behind the safety car, but the lights are still ablaze on the roof of that, waiting for further signal because the clock has run down to completion. Let's see what happens this time with the race leader in number 17.
So greetings if you're waking up in the United States of America. Hope you've been up all night or in the early hours watching the fun and games that we're having at Goodwood. Yep,
Checkered flag has been given, so it is going to finish at 14 laps in the order, so it's going to be a victory for James Cottingham from the DK Engineering team with car 17, the AC Cobra Daytona Coupe reps, similar car 56 of Andrew Smith in second place. In third place, the more conventional styled Cobra of Rob Hall, number 1, fourth for David Hart in a similar car, fifth and sixth Jaguar E-types of Gary Pearson, number 9, and number 47 Bradley Ellis. Good eighth for Mike Whittaker in the Tommy Edwardian TVR Griffith. He finished just behind John Minshaw in the number 8 Jaguar, and completing the top 10, 16 Carlos Monteverde in his Daytona Cobra, and 31 Bill Shepherd in a Cobra. That's the Graham Hill Trophy. Our next race is scheduled to be the motorcycle race for the Hailwood Trophy, a first at the members' meeting. Ominously for the house points table, Cottingham and Smith are 1 and 2 in that race, both driving for Methuen. Hall and Pearson were Tor Boltonites, as was Minshaw and Whittaker, so lots of a slug of points for Tor Bolton, who are propping up the table in the battle with Aubigny. So it looks like 22 finishers in that race, and prospects building for the motorcycles. 253, 52 strokes this time.
But as Barry Nutley will tell you all when he comes to take the mic to bring his expertise to the motorcycling, because these ones haven't raced here before, a lot of the riders had to get to know the circuit yesterday. They only had 15 minutes to do it, and they were working like crazy last night, working on different gearing, so first-sighters, but they all just love the speed and flow of the track.
In the meantime, the GT cars are being led into the paddock, where they will find lurking our colleague Henry Hope Frost. There's the result then. Graham Hill Trophy, First, number 17, James Cottingham in the Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe. Number 17, second, 56, Andrew Smith in the sister car, half a second behind. Third, Rob Hall, car number 1, AC Cobra. Fourth, number 4, David Hart, AC Cobra. Fifth, number 9, Gary Pearson, Jaguar E-Type. Sixth, Bradley Ellis, number 47, Jaguar E-Type. Seventh, number 8, John Minshaw, Jaguar E-Type. Eighth, number 85, Mike Whitaker, TVR Griffith 400. Ninth, number 16, Carlos Monteverde, Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe. 10th, number 31, Bill Shepherd with the AC Cobra. 11th, 55, Graham Dodd, Jaguar E-Type Low Drag Coupe. And in 12th place, 82, David Brabham with the Ginetta G10. 13th, number 98, Peter Thompson with his TVR Griffith. 14th, number 11, Gregor Fiskin, Iso Griffo A3 Competizione. In 15th place, number 2, Wolfgang Friedrichs with the Aston Martin Project 214. 16th, Tim Summers with the number 10, AC Cobra. 17th, 86, Jeremy Cook, Lotus Elan 26R. 18th, number 7, Rupert Cleveley with the Ford Shelby Mustang GT350. 19th, 89, Mike Wrigley with the Jaguar E-Type Low Drag Coupe. 20th, 72, Nick Sleep with his Shelby Mustang. At 21st, number 6, Tarek Mahmoud with his Bizzarini. In 22nd place, car number 12, which was Katerina Kivalova with the Jaguar E-Type. The rest of the runners didn't finish. So that was the GT plateau, and down with our winners, Henry Hope Frost.
Thanks, Marcus. I thought I'd corral them to speak to me together. James Cottingham, Andrew Smith, they are friends, of course, and had a right old ding-dong until the safety car. James, you had the edge, but Smithy was all over you.
Yeah, I was impressed. Obviously, Smithy's early night and his bit of medicine last night obviously helped him, get back on the pace. So, yeah, he gave me a good run for the money, and it was really great. And, I was hoping that maybe we could have a 1 or 2 lap dash to the finish, but obviously safety's so important here, and I just hope that Carston's okay, and obviously the marshals doing what they can to get the car out as quickly as possible out of the way. But we had a great race anyway, and it was very close. But obviously I had the edge, Smithy, so sorry about that.
It's great to watch the 2 Daytona Cobra Coupes sort of in formation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sight that we don't get to see, is it? There were such great cars in period, and obviously there's so few of them, they're so valuable, we don't see them out racing. To see 2 of them having such a good ding-dong is really good, and I'm so glad that we're allowed to bring the cars here and have such a good race, and hopefully look forward to doing more in the future.
Well done. Obviously, if there hadn't been a safety car, you'd have caught him and you'd have won by half an hour.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. It was I was just pleased to be keeping up with him. Jimmy's had so much sort of driver coaching recently that I was
from you.
Yeah, I was quite pleased just to be behind him. But no, it was a great race. I mean, I felt I was sort of with him for most of the way. Although I made a couple of mistakes which dropped me back, but similarly, I was hoping we might have had a bit of a sprint to the end, but it wasn't to be.
And Bradley talked himself out of the deal by running wide. Do you think he'd have been a factor if he'd not done that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think James and I managed to get a good start and get away. I mean, I think we probably built up a fair old lead by the end of the first lap and kind of let the rest of them battle it out. But yeah, I mean, that was the time that Bradley did the E-Type in qualifying was astonishing.
A 1-2 for Scuderia Bear.
Absolutely, yeah. Although James is a traitor this race, he's decided not to wear his overalls. I'm a bit disappointed with.
It's time for a garland and a kiss, neither of which you'll get from me. Well done, chaps. Let me talk to Rob Hall, who was 3rd in the white AC Cobra. You're having quite a fun weekend, aren't you, sir?
Yes, it's all been going well, yes, apart from feeling terrible, so a skew to your tyre, but yeah, I enjoyed that again.
Those naughty Shelbys were a bit too far up the road, weren't they, really?
Oh, I thought I'd won. I didn't see them.
Nice try.
No, yeah, time we was having a battle and they went. Fair play to them. They drove well. So yeah, they should be quick. They was quicker. That's why they made a Cobra Daytona. It should be quicker than a Cobra. So no complaints. They drove well. And we had a good fun. So that was good.
And you had fun in the GT40 last night too, didn't you? Leading the race for quite a while.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, really enjoyed that. The owner, he's over the moon with the car. He enjoyed his stint. We finished 8th, and we're over the moon with that. So yes, really enjoyed it.
Are you going to be back out in that wonderful Ligier again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Well, what a cracking race that was. The big GT cars never disappoint on the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and we're going to see the highlights of the Graham Hill Trophy race with Bruce Jones.
One of the most exciting and most eagerly anticipated races is the GT race for cars from 60 to 66, the Graham Hill Trophy race. The Cobra Daytona Coupes super fast off the line. 17, James Cottingham leading from Andrew Smith. Now, the middle of the front row was Bradley Ellis, 47 E-Type, but he didn't come round the corner in third place or fourth. He got pushed wide onto the grass, and that was his race really compromised. But there he is, wide on the grass, having to keep his foot in as much as he dared, but he came off the throttle and lost places by the handful. But he would fight his way back towards the front. In the background of the shot, you can see now David Hart having a real go with number 18 E-Type of John Minshaw, and that did for John. Unfortunately, his race was run, but the battle behind the Cobra Daytona Coupes really hotted up. David Hart holding off Rob Hall fighting back, and then he gave chase number 9, Gary Pearson. In the background, Bradley Ellis caught up. Don't forget, he was pushed wide at the opening corner. But we had Bizzarini, we had Project Aston Martins, E-Types at every corner out on the circuit. Wonderful to see, but none of them could hold a candle to the Cobra Daytona Coupes. Those behind tried incredibly hard to keep up, but there was nothing they could do about the cars at the front. The Cobra Daytona Coupes dicing away, keeping each other honest, but we had to have the safety car out because Carsten LeBlanc had a crash down at Fordwater in his AC Cobra, and victory went to Cottingham.
Down in the presentation area, Henry Hope Frost has caught up with IndyCar driver Max Chilton.
Max, good to see you. Welcome back to Goodwood.
Good to see you, Henry. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. You've got a bit of fever, haven't you, for all this stuff?
I've always got fever for this. I'm always seeing your hashtag fever on social media. These cars race amazing. It was great to have two friends, James and Smithy, nose to tail. It's a shame that race got cut short.
Yeah, and you're going to be out in a brutal NASCAR stock car, aren't you?
I am. I'm taking my girlfriend around in the NASCAR, 780 horsepower. She's never been in a race car, so hopefully we'll get her screaming.
Does she know she's going out with you in the car?
She does. I told her late at night, and she sort of agreed to it, and now she's having doubts, but hopefully she enjoys it.
Quick word about the day job with Chip Ganassi racing in the IndyCar. Great opportunity for you to make your name in the States.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I'm the first British Formula One driver to go over in the last 25 years, I think it is. But it's an amazing atmosphere out there. It's still amazingly competitive. And it's more of a level playing field. It gives you a chance because everyone's basically got the same car. There's two different engine choices, two different aero packages. But you know, if you nail a weekend, you should come away with a result. When in Formula One, it's not that case.
I know after the first round in St. Pete's, you were disappointed with the result. Can you build on that, though?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually quite happy with the performance. We were on for a top 10 starting 17th, but we had an engine overheat. You wouldn't believe it, but the rads filled up with leaves, so it was like a very British problem. And now we had to do an extra pit stop to cool the engine down.
Do you think you can make a go of it in the States in IndyCar? Would you see yourself coming back to Formula One day, perhaps?
I'm going to give it a go. It's my main focus, and I've got a great opportunity, so I'll give it a go. Formula One was my dream, and it still is my dream. But as we all know, life moves on. You've got to go with the flow.
We wish you well, mate, and good to see you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So that was Henry Hope Frost with Max Chilton down there among the Cobra Daytona Coupes with James Cottingham, our race winner, and runner-up Andrew Smith. Down the main start straight here. What's going to happen at Goodwood Motorsport events the rest of the year? Well, we're about to find out, ladies and gents.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Two wheels on track now for something completely different, and today is race day. Yesterday we had practice qualifying, just a 15-minute session for these 250 and 350cc two-strokes, predominantly Yamaha, from the 70s through the 70s and into the 80s. And these bikes are later than anything we've ever seen here on the Goodwood circuit in recent times, of course, because the revival cutoff is normally about 1962. So relatively modern. Two strokes have never been here before. They had yesterday to sort out their gearing, their jetting, and in many cases the riders have never been to the circuit. And we had qualifying. Nigel Palmer on screen there. I spoke to him earlier this morning and he said, what a circuit. He said, I came here for the first time and this is now among my top 3 tracks in the UK. Okay. So there it is, brilliant stuff. Nigel Palmer lining up. Look out for the yellow helmeted Ian Simpson. He's going very quickly indeed. Pole position was taken by Michael Russell, number 68, on the right-hand side of the grid. It will be a clutch start, ladies and gentlemen. They all go at the same time. There's Ian Simpson, Isle of Man TT winner and British Superbike champion in 1994. Michael Russell, his father, Gordon Russell, slipped off a 250 Yamaha yesterday, the one in the yellow Kenny Roberts colours. But these TZ250s, TZ350s, there's 1 or 2 Italian, there's a Ringhini in there, there's also an Air Macchi, but they're number 4, Dean Stimpson on the front row on the Graham Verriard TZG 1981.
Barry, a question for you. The pole position for the motorbikes is on the opposite side of the circuit.
Yes, it is.
Is that out of choice? Or?
No. Traditionally with bikes, pole position is on the outside of the first bend, rather than the pole man getting chopped up as he goes into the first turn. So pole, you're quite right. Well spotted, Bruce. You're on it, aren't you? How are you anyway? Okay.
I just slipped out of my box and you started talking. I had to run up the ladder very quickly. I don't want to let you down.
No, you won't.
I've been practicing Simpson, Stimpson. I'm ready.
You never do. 52 there, not in our programme, but I've been to see him, and it's Fred Burbage on a TZ350, late entry. Another late entry is number 65, Ian Draper. So look out for 65, look out for 52. If you don't have them listed, Bruce, I know who they are.
Excellent.
So
that's all of them.
That's the result.
Keep you on your toes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Hailwood Trophy, named after arguably one of the greatest motorcycle racers of all time, Mike Hailwood, did a brilliant job. By the age of 18, he was a British champion in 4 classes, then went on to add 3 250cc titles, 2 in the 350 class, and the 500 crown he won every year from 62 to 65. Mike the Bike, the Hailwood Trophy, a warm-up lap for these guys to find their way round, and then we will have a mass start. All 2 strokes, 1 paddling off the line. In period, of course, this would have been a run and bump start where they ran and dropped the clutch and away they went. Number 31, Julian Ide, paddling off the circuit to the side. A bit of a problem, but I do believe now he's got it going. Somebody started from pit lane. Bruce, believe it or not, coming down towards you, they're doing about 140 miles an hour.
I can believe that very easily. I was just admiring how much speed, particularly the pole man had coming down. Michael Russell, and there he is on pole position. Take us through the grid, Barry.
Okay, Ian Simpson and Dean Stimpson completing the front row. Row 2, Nigel Palmer, he was quick. Glenn English, we expect him to go well. Charlie Williams on one of the oldest bikes out there, 1974. Grant Goodings and Richard Parker completing row 3. Row 4, Julian Ide, we saw him paddling off. Let's hope he gets started. Richard Ellis, Stuart Tong, Robin Lamb and Steve Bowman, they're on row 5.
Clive Ling on the Ringini Bimota alongside Chris Moore on row 6. Row 7, Vince Cundall, Nick Bedford and Peter Crew, a name we know very well, a Goodwood regular. Barry Baxter, another Goodwood favourite. Thomas George, Andrew Windsor, Fred Burbage and Ian Draper there on row 9. Andy Clues, Sebastian Perez, Gordon Russell with that fixed Yamaha, hopefully he's got the Perspex on, and the Harley Davidson of Mark Linton right there on row 11 alongside Russell. They're fiddling their way through now, lining up with the red flag. This is going to be frenetic, just the one-off race. Ian Simpson, watch him. This is racing for proper. Dean Stimpson, number 4 on the Harris Yamaha, Harris chassis TZG. We've Maxtons, we have Ringinis, Spondon, the chassis builder. Ringini, of course, that Italian manufacturer, and we saw that right at the back of the grid. So let's see what that can do. Look out for Charlie Harris. Charlie Williams, I beg your pardon. Charlie Williams, a TT winner, qualified 6, wait for it then, the Hailwood Trophy, getting ready for the flag, 3 on the front row. It's Michael Russell, Ian Simpson in the middle, Dean Stimpson, number 4, got a cracking start. Dean Stimpson then down towards the first turn, but up the inside, it's Ian Simpson with the yellow helmet. The former TT winner goes underneath. Ian Simpson leading, but no. Michael Russell round the outside. Simpson it is though. Simpson and 18 up there from a cracking start as well. Glenn English. Glenn English who qualified about 5th. Glenn English has gone underneath Ian Simpson. English leads as they come round towards you. It's Glenn English, Ian Simpson, Dean Stimpson and number 20 there in 4th place, Richard Parker. Bruce.
Well, what a start. I was just admiring how well Dean Stimpson had got away from the line to take the lead, fought back with Simpson, but the speed with which Glenn English poured his bike through Fordwater down the hill towards me, absolutely amazing. I don't know where he found that performance from, but he clearly just did not lift through Fordwater.
Well, Glenn English, a former regular Lansdowne Cup rider, of course, on 4-stroke machinery, but by golly, he's doing a cracking job here on the Chas Mortimer Yamaha TZG, and number 20 there, going right behind him, Richard Park on the Martin Jones Spondon Yamaha. English, though, with about 6 bike lengths lead, Ian Simpson, number 30, yellow helmet. And there, number 4, still with him, Dean Stimpson. The Graham Veyard bike looking nice and clean. Watch Stimpson, there we've got a 5-man breakaway now. Number 12 is our man, Nigel Palmer, who came here for the first time, absolutely loves the circuit. Behind Nigel Palmer, it's number 8. Chris Moore, and looking down the timing screen now, the gap, half a second already Glenn English has. There, Charlie Williams, number 2, with a bit of tape streaming from his left front fork leg, and up in front goes Ian Simpson. Ian Simpson takes the lead then. Oh dear, it's a retirement. Glenn English, hand in the air. The number 18 rider, English, is out of the running. Well, so after a cracking start. Sorry, Bruce.
No, I'm sorry, I cut on to you, but I'd say it had to be a problem. He was pulling away from them so well, but the rider I was watching is Richard Parker. He just moved up on the number 20, the Dayglow and white livery bike, into 3rd place. That's become 2nd. What can he do about Ian Simpson? But he started down in about 10th place, so number 20 really flying, but hearts out to Glenn English there.
Yeah, on the grass, coasting out of the action. But that, you're quite right, Richard Parker on the Martin Jones Spondon bike doing a cracking job. Parker it is then, number 20 in 2nd place. Out in front, Ian Simpson from Dalbeattie, who very much loves his classic racing and historic racing these days. But look at it, alongside, look how he's shooting into the lead. Look, Ian Simpson on the inside, but can he outbreak him? He stays tight. Clever, can he work? That was just kept inside Richard Parker and held the lead.
Right, but Dean Stimpson's keeping them very honest, tucked in behind in number 4, so really having a go. And I don't think that, I'm trying to see who's down in 4th place. Is it Michael Russell? Is he closing in behind? Let's see when they come to start-finish line. But 20 into 2nd place, Parker. Simpson leads, Parker 2nd and Stimpson 3rd. Then Palmer up into 3rd.
It's Palmer. There's Mike Russell behind Palmer. And have we got Charlie Williams here? Yes, we have. Charlie Williams, number 2. is in 6th place, 7th place at the moment, behind Grant Goodings. This is the battle between Goodings. Goodings number 46, there he is, there's Charlie Williams. 3 times a World Championship race winner in the Isle of Man, of course, when it played a part in the World Championship. 1976 saw the demise of it. It was then out of the World Championship as an essential event. But I'm impressed with this young man, going really, really well indeed. Richard Parker then on the 1981 bike, one of the more modern.
And it's worth pointing out, Barry, for people who've only ever seen motorbikes racing here at Goodwood in the last handful of years, we used to not 2 strokes, we used to the older 4 strokes, but a very different way you have to race these bikes to get the performance out of them.
Glenn English 18 back in the pits. Oh, a little nudge. We've got Avon Classic tyres, not a control tyre, but everybody has Avon as the favoured choice. Ian Simpson's taking no prisoners at all through the chicane there and onto the start straight again. It is the Scotsman leads. Then in 2nd place it's Parker, then Dean Stimpson, and then we're looking for Nigel Palmer, who's having a fantastic ride. He's only 3 seconds off. Personal best, brilliant, 128.89, 2 seconds nearly, well, a second and a half under the qualifying time from yesterday. That is absolutely phenomenal. They are on it, and we still, Bruce, have 15 minutes of this to go. This is going to be revival, relived or revived, whichever way you want it.
Well, I feel there are many twists to tell. I'm just waiting to see if Michael Russell, who took pole position, can do anything. He's down in where's he now? He's just moved up into 4th place. He's just got, since the start-finish line, he's moved ahead of Palmer up into 4th. Can he fight back? He seemed to have the speed in qualifying, but the top 3 have pulled away, but now he's got clear into 4th place. Let's see if Russell can attack back.
I think the pace at the front is such that he's got his work cut out to close them down, and Ian Simpson is really on a mission. We normally see him here at the Revival on a CB450 Honda, which by his own admission is a bit of a slug. Not so this Yamaha that he's on. He's really, really going well, but in 2nd place and charging very well. That brilliant, brilliant effort by Richard Parker. Parker then, through he goes, but right with him is Dean Stimpson. Stimpson in the slipstream now. Simpson getting away. We thought we might trip up with Simpson and Stimpson. So far, I've kept my nose clean.
No, I was confident.
Dean Stimpson, number 4. There he is. Palmer, though, I'm impressed. Really, really good. The gap, though, 1.8 seconds up the road is the race leader ahead of these 2. And closing now is Russell in 4th place.
Yeah, just taking a look at Russell's lap time. Yes, he was in the 1:28, but that lap from Simpson, 1:27.2. So whatever Russell's doing is not enough. But now it's the first time we've had a really appreciable gap at St Mary's between 1st and then the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Not so long ago, you could have thrown a blanket over the 3 of them. So certainly Ian Simpson is coming really, really good. But that battle between Parker and Stimpson keeps on changing. Parker back in front. Stimpson was ahead on the start-finish line. That's just how we like our racing. Chopping and changing. You can see them in the background there. Oh, suddenly looking behind him. Stimpson, well, there's no one really that close behind you.
Well,
what was he doing?
Looking Michael Russell. Michael Russell is about 3 seconds down the road, but I think Dean Simpson realises he's probably got a pit crew down there telling him Russell's on a bit of a charge. He's got to get the hurry up, and hurry up he does. He slides underneath Richard Parker to assume 2nd place. Might be momentarily. Let's just see how the speed of these bikes compares. Stimpson, well, to be honest with you, my programme doesn't tell me if it's a 250 or a 350, but certainly Richard Parker's bike has got him matched for speed. There, and now there's Nigel Palmer, number 12.
I think he's the first of the 250s. He's got the green backings on his rondelle. The others are all blue numbers at the front end, all seem to be the 350s. Well, and of course, to disprove that theory, you suddenly get 2 bikes with white fairings that won't let you know what you're talking about. Oh, there's a blue background. Well done, number 46. You're my new favourite. That's, of course, Grant Goodings. I've always liked him.
Grant Goodings underneath Charlie Williams. And these 2 now neck and neck. Stimpson just ahead of Richard Parker. This is the way the battle is raging. The twin-cylinder Yamaha, of course, provided the backbone of club racing and indeed international racing from through the 70s. Yamaha seized the opportunity to produce a bike which easily was quicker than the Italian four-strokes of the time, and made them available to clubmen at about 1,500 quid.
Michael Russell is on a charge. Just saw him in the background of the shot, the battle there between Stimpson and Parker over second place, and certainly took half a second off them last time around, if not slightly more. Michael Russell started from pole position, but he is coming back. No one can hold a candle, though, to Ian Simpson, who last time around was 3.7 seconds clear, and he may have eked a little bit more. Last time he just did a 1 minute 26.886, going faster and faster and faster. What's the gap? 4.7 seconds now.
Yeah, and it's coming down because these two are tripping each other up. Parker and Stimpson swapping places, swapping paint, and they're riding against each other, not blissfully unaware of Michael Russell closing, but certainly we're going to have a six-wheeler any minute. Here comes Russell, 68, pole position man, and the times here now, 1:26.8, so a very, very good time indeed against the qualifying yesterday. Mind you, it was cold yesterday, it's cold today as well. These tyres never really get the chance to warm up, the treaded Avons. They're a bit challenging in these conditions.
The other thing that could be challenging, back markers ahead, and Ian Simpson's gone around a gaggle of them so far, but the next duo up to tackle them will be Parker and Stimpson fighting over second place.
Indeed.
And Michael Russell in behind. Michael Russell may be able to gain an advantage. It's a question of where you come across the back markers. Number 20 holding down second place now is Parker. Stimpson right in behind him, and he's certainly dispatched the back markers, and so has Stimpson behind. And how is Michael Russell faring? He should be in the background of that shot when we change the angle, but Stimpson for now still in third place.
Number 10, George Thomas there, just been passed, so he's been gobbled up by the second and third place pairing, and Michael Russell, the next man to put him under the hammer. Indeed, Russell's done it, so there goes Russell, 68 through in fourth place and closing. So these three now are back on, it's game on again, but out in front it's now 5.4 seconds the lead Ian Simpson has. And if that TZ holds together, and I've every reason to believe it will, he's looking good here for the victory. This is where the battle is, though. It's anybody's now. Stimpson, Parker, Russell, and Stimpson filling in the sandwich there. Parker at the moment has got the second place and still riding very well, but a good way down the road now. Nigel Palmer, number 12, ahead of Grant Goodings, and Charlie Williams, of course, in 7th place. And then Gordon Russell, number 67, 67, I beg your pardon, on the yellow Yamaha, which he dropped yesterday. There's your second place man, Richard Parker, for Torbolton House. More points for them.
Yes, in fact, we do really need to give Gordon Russell a pat on the back. Stone last, I think he did one flying lap yesterday, Barry, before we saw his bike lying on its side on the exit of the chicane, but picked it up, tidied himself up, and going very well indeed this afternoon. But I think he's gone as high as he can. He's 20-odd seconds down on the bike ahead of him, which is Charlie Williams, so not likely to catch that in 8 minutes.
I can tell you, looking the way these riders are going, they absolutely love this Goodwood circuit. It suits the two-stroke power delivery, the flowing lines, high corner speed. The power comes in at about 8,000 revs, and then you have 3,000 really to play with, because they redline at about 11, 12 maximum. 60, 65 horsepower from the 250s, maybe as high as 80 from the 350s. And, well, you can just see how much they love the action here. Where's Simpson? Simpson's stretching that lead out nearly 7 seconds now.
Well, the visual for me, he's just gone through the kink before St Mary's as the chasing pack were going through Ford Water. And again, talking about, have we had the move there?
Yeah,
Michael Russell gone past the...
Up to
third place now, he's closing in. But we were talking about how with the two-stroke bikes you've got to keep the revs up high, and when you're overtaking, if you go slightly offline, have to come off the power, it's just the ramifications are so huge. But Michael Russell, such experience, Martini liveried bike, number 68, chasing after second place, and you sort of have to feel he's going to get it.
Now Simpson there, up among the tailenders again. Here comes the second, third and fourth. 4 on the bike, 4th in the race for Dean Stimpson. When I spoke to Ian Simpson, the race leader, earlier today, he said, I just love my classic racing. I'm getting a bit old now to do superbike and even the TT, but what a rider he's been in his time. Not without injury, severe left leg injuries on a couple of occasions. and that hampered his career, I have to say. That caused his retirement eventually from the Superbike Championship. Injury was the issue, but he's enjoying it, riding for fun, and here's that battle now. I heard you smack your lips. You want to come in, Bruce? Away you go.
No, I was just having a Sunday roast, honestly. But yeah, I was just about to say that Michael Russell had to come off the power, and it looked as though Stimpson had just got a better exit from the chicane, but it didn't manifest itself in a passing manoeuvre at Madgwick. But they're coming down to Ford Water, and still in second place is Parker, who's been riding so well. But Russell and Stimpson very close indeed. Ian Simpson, he's way off over the horizon into the distance, but again, back markers up ahead of them. Of course, with bikes, it's not the problem it is with cars. There's much more space on the track for them. Russell holding down third place, and Stimpson looking for his moment in fourth on number 4.
Round the number 66 they go, and that's Richard Ellis moving out of the way, and there number 52, Fred Burbage, being relegated as well. But you know, these guys, I'm not familiar with these guys, and maybe I should be, but I'm not. I'm not a regular follower of classic and historic two-stroke racing. So Richard Parker is without doubt a luminary in his own field, and he's doing a cracking job here, the number 20 rider. So I suppose we shouldn't be surprised. Dean Stimpson we've heard of over the years. He certainly is a very good motorcycle rider and racer in classic, and he's got that third place back. Michael Russell now pushed back again to fourth. I told you he'd have a job on his hands, and out in front now, almost 10 seconds the advantage from Ian Simpson.
Well, he hasn't got anyone to play with, but the best way to keep your focus is to be right on the limit. Well, same in any sport, and he's doing that. 1:26.5 last time around. That is a really, really quick lap time.
I hope Henry Hope Frost down there on the start line has got his Goodwood Dalbeattie dictionary ready, because he might need it when he speaks to Ian Simpson if he brings it home for the victory here. And it's certainly looking very good at the moment with 4.5 minutes, but what a scrap there is behind. 4 minutes to go, and it's anybody's, isn't it, for the final 2 places on the podium, Bruce?
Yeah, but I fear it could well be Simpson and then Stimpson, because number 4 really pressing hard. Parker hanging on in second place. Michael Russell with a watching brief behind him. In fact, he's lost a little bit of ground there, but number 4 Stimpson about as close as you can be under the tail of Parker as they go through up the Lavin straight through the kink. But Parker seemed to carry a bit more speed out of the kink. But what's it going to be like under braking? Very good speed there from Stimpson, though. That surprised me.
On the inside, he wants it. You can tell, and he's tucked on the inside. No, cutting across. Richard Parker, number 20, with the vivid red wheels. You're not having it, mate. I want it. This is important. The one race here on the 74th members meeting, Goodwood weekend, for 250 and 350.
Better exit from Stimpson, though.
Flyer, here he goes.
That's what he wants to do on the final lap, get his wheel ahead just on the start-finish line, but somehow Parker kept it ahead of him.
Parker's good at Madgwick. He's swept it into there. Round he comes, out towards the back then, out of the country, where they wind these things up to about 140 miles an hour down towards the kink, as Nigel Palmer called it. The kink, I guess, St Mary's, just to your left, Bruce, and here they come. It's Parker from Stimpson.
With Russell closing behind, he's had a much better exit from Ford Water in 4th place now. He's not quite close enough to take a tilt at Stimpson, but with any corner, you can be good in, but not necessarily good out. Good out is the way to be, and certainly Parker was very good out of St Mary's into the dip and holds on to second place nicely. Stimpson, the attack, well, he's still got at least just under 3 minutes until he's going to see the checkered flag, but he's got time to fight back, but he lost a bit of ground there in that battle for second place.
Well, I can tell you, Charlie Williams is going to be very happy with 7th place, because he said, I didn't think my early 70s TZ would hold a candle to these boys, and he's not too shabby. Yeah, he's 50 seconds off Ian Simpson's lead time, but it's still a respectable finish for the TT veteran. So, and it couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. What a cracking fellow Charlie Williams is. There's the race leader then. 2 and a bit minutes to go.
So 2 laps to go then. This is the penultimate lap, and there in the background, only now such is the advantage, 7.5 seconds. Do we get the chasing pack?
Parker's put a man between them. He's thrown Stimpson a tail ender. So Parker now has got the break he needs, I think, to consolidate that second place. And now he's going for broke here. Stimpson's having to thread his way through those back markers. And he's done it. He took 2 in one fell swoop there. That was impressive. And what that's done really is thrown Michael Russell in the weeds a little bit, but he's made his way through as well. So it's game on again with 1.5 minutes remaining before these guys call it a day. But out in front now, actually the lead's come down significantly.
It has, because on the last lap, Parker in second place at 1 minute 26.6, and race leader Simpson at 1 minute 27.8. But he was sitting on nigh on a 10-second lead. He could afford to back off. It was only because I said, of course, the best way to concentrate is to go at 100% that he decided to disprove that theory.
Maybe he's just bringing it home. You know, these two strokes are notoriously fragile, but they seem to have used yesterday to good effect in terms of setup, both from a machine handling perspective and indeed gearing and carburation. I learned an awful lot yesterday in the two-stroke paddock talking to these guys about TZ 250 and 350 setup, and it's a shame really that we don't see as much of the two-strokes in modern racing, that being because the manufacturers of course don't produce two-strokes for sale anymore, not in any sort of quantity. In large motorcycles, it's all four-strokes, and obviously if you want to see two-stroke racing of this caliber, you have to go to classic and historic events. And what a race we've been treated to here. 7 seconds, still the gap ahead of this man, Richard Parker in second place, and Stimpson. Has he got anything left, Bruce? What do you think?
Well, I think he has. He's halved the gap for second between himself and Parker in second place, but he's running out of time. This is the final lap. The checkered flag is coming out right now. Should be hung on the start-finish line. Should be taken by Ian Simpson, but is it going to be Stimpson moving up to second, or will it be Parker holding on? And some distance behind them and not making it happen at the moment is Michael Russell in fourth place. He started on pole. Doesn't look as though it's going to be his race today. It belongs to the rider with the yellow helmet, who's going to, as you say, treat Henry Hope Frost to some great dialects down in the collection area. He's ridden absolutely beautifully. The speed with which he escaped, made his move at the first corner and has pulled clear. Here he comes home, Ian Simpson.
Ian Simpson then, number 30, the yellow helmeted rider from Dalbeattie, pulling a mini wheelie, looking for the checkered flag, a little shake of the fist. He absolutely loves it, adores the two-stroke, and what a result for him. Looking for Richard Parker, who makes it over the line ahead of Dean Stimpson, just 0.2 of a second separating the final two men on the podium. But race winner and the victory at the checkered flag, Ian Simpson. And what a race we have been treated to.
Yeah, that was quite a charge from Stimpson at the end. 0.171 of a second. He said his fastest lap on the final lap of the race. In fact, that was the race's fastest lap. So faster than anything race leader Simpson could produce. But Simpson had that under control, and a great, great victory for him and for Darnley House.
Speeds of up to 150 miles an hour then from these twin-cylinder two-strokes. The sound, the smell, very evocative of a bygone era, and that's exactly what we hoped to generate here at members meeting. And I have to say, from the two-wheel brigade, you achieved it, boys. You certainly did. Richard Parker there, runner-up on the 1981 Spondon Yamaha TZG, and third place Dean Stimpson. We saw them scrap all the way through, and I tell you, a man who will be grinning from ear to ear. Charlie Williams, as indeed Nigel Palmer, brought it home. Williams, in actual fact, got the better of Grant Goodings and finished sixth. So that is a result. Well done. Dean Simpson in shot. Let's take a look at confirmation then of a thrilling Hailwood Trophy race here. Ian Simpson victory, 14 laps completed, 5 seconds ahead of Richard Parker. Dean Stimpson, a narrow margin in third place. Russell, Palmer in fifth. Charlie Williams, sixth place on an aging TZ250. He'll be pleased with that. Grant Goodings, Gordon Russell got his bike sorted, bounced back. Steve Boehm, Robin Lamb, Fred Burbage. Well, that's incredible. A late entry, and Vince Cundall there in 12th. 13th, Richard Ellis. George Thomas, Andy Clues. 16th, Ian Draper. Cliveling on the Ringini in 17th place, and Nick Bedford on another Harris TZ 18th. Victory then for Ian Simpson. A good day's work at the office, I think, for the Scotsman. Absolutely lives for his racing, helped very much by his father Bill, as I say, out of Dalbeattie. cut his teeth at Knock Hill, and I'll be up there at some stage during the summer for British Superbikes, and looking forward very much to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that terrific Hailwood Trophy motorcycle race. The rest of the day, of course, will be filled with more sensational four-wheel action, but it's so good to see the debut of the two strokes here at the members' meeting at Goodwood. Ian Simpson there putting on. Look on the right-hand side, that little guard to prevent the front brake getting clipped accidentally should he run into anyone. It's nothing worse if you give someone a shunt, it puts your front brake on. You could quite easily go over the handlebars. But the bike was prepared well and it delivered. What more can you do? There's Father Bill, thrilled. I hope Henry has practiced his dialect, because Henry Hope-Frost is going to speak to the victorious Ian Simpson.
I am indeed, Barry. Ian, displaying all the skill that brought you glory in British Superbikes 20 plus years ago. Well done.
Oh, that was good fun, that. The track's really cold, so it's really difficult to get a feeling through the tyres. There's loads of mist on the inside of the screen as well, from the fuel blowing back, and you want to be tucked in round here, and I couldn't really see out the screen, so I was sitting up a bit too much there. But I'm so stiff anyway, so it's not easy to tuck in.
A little bit easier for you without Mike Russell, I suppose, to battle with?
Yeah, Mike's a real good rider. What happened to him there, do you know? The bike breakdown?
Yeah, he was fourth, I think, in the end, but he was behind the two guys behind you, but you had a 10-second gap.
Oh, I was trying hard there to keep it smooth. You need to be smooth and try and use all the road and keep the throttle open around here, so I really enjoyed that. Thanks.
I think for a first go, a major success for the Hailwood Trophy at the members' meeting.
Yeah, I love any motorbike racing, so it's brilliant to get the bikes out here and amongst the cars and something a bit different for people to see, so really good fun, that.
We look forward to seeing you back here again.
Hopefully, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ian. Let me talk to Richard Parker, who was second on the Spondon Yamaha. Well done, Richard.
Thank you. Yeah, I enjoyed that race. Started to challenge Ian for a while, then had a bit of a moment, and he pulled away, but second place, brilliant. Really happy with that. Thanks to Mrs. Jones for the sponsorship, putting the bike together. Really appreciate it. Put a lot of hard work into the bike, so to get a second is a bit of payback. Thank you.
Were you aware that Dean was pretty close behind?
No, I don't really want to look behind me. I want to see who's in front, but when he come past me, I thought, well, just going to get my finger out and get back past and try and stay in front. So I don't know how close it was at the end, but I was just doing my own thing, really.
Great to watch. Well done, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Second place in the Mike Hailwood Trophy. Third place. I've got to make sure I've got my teeth in. We've had a Simpson and a Stimpson on the podium. Dean, well done.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Did you think you might be able to get him if you had a few more laps?
Yeah, I was thinking into the last section just before the chicane. I thought I might challenge, but it wasn't to be. We got close, but not far enough.
And with pole man Mike Russell behind you, did you think he might be able to make a way past?
Yeah, I had a couple of looks behind me during the race, and he got back by once down the back straight, and I thought, oh, I've got to try and settle in, try and smoothen up a bit, and get back past him and try and catch Richard.
Good stuff. And would you reckon that the Hailwood Trophy's been a success then? First time here?
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, it's my first time here, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Good stuff. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Dean Stimpson, third place on the Harris Yamaha. A fantastic event, Barry. I'll hand back up to you and Marcus.
Brilliant, thank you. Great job, Henry, and three very happy men down there. Let's have a look at the highlights then of the Sunday race, the Hailwood Trophy for two-stroke motorcycles from 1970 through to the early 80s, and they did not disappoint. Michael Russell from pole position made a fist of it, but a brilliant start by the number 4 Dean Stimpson and his Scottish counterpart Ian Simpson in the yellow helmet provided us with a thrilling race from the word go. They got stuck into each other and the places swapped thick and fast. The number 20 rider as well did an absolutely terrific job, and that's the way it was. But Ian Simpson, number 30. Number 20 chasing hard, Richard Parker, the guy you saw interviewed there, delivered. And Dean Stimpson at one point was under threat from Michael Russell. Russell charged, but at the battle, these guys were elbows, knees in, swapping paintwork. Ian Simpson, though, once he got his head down, got out in front, managed to pull a 10-second lead, leaving the others to scrap behind and fight their way through the traffic. Russell at one point, the number 68 rider, was up to third place, but Dean Stimpson had to come back. Ian Simpson, though, from Del Beatty, brought it home to a great victory.
So thick and fast, the highlights package just finished. Now, first of two batches of cars for the Formula One ground effect display. We've had to put them in two batches. We have 33 of these amazing cars, these groundbreaking cars coming out to make the sort of sights and sounds that we all so love. And certainly when talking about the sounds, the Ligier Matra with Rob Hall at the wheel probably makes the finest of them all. But cars from the Lotus 78 that created the ground effect revolution in Formula One, and one of the very latest that is out there from about 1982, the last handful, the McLaren MP4 ones, and Tommy Dreeland there in his Williams. So many glorious cars to take a look at as they go out around the circuit.
And when Michael Andretti first tried the ground effect Lotus, he came back glowing, so it's painted to the road.
Yes, it was an absolute transformation, working the Bernoulli effect under the car, sucking the car down, the low pressure zone, sucking it down, and it just transformed handling. And also it meant you could run with less wing if you so chose on the faster circuits. So like many step changes in Formula One, where one team led, the others all had to follow.
It wasn't an easy technology to get right. They realized that put side skirts on that you'd get much more ground effect, and but they had sticking skirts and porpoising, skirts wearing out. They ended up with ceramic skirts. Porpoising, Bruce, I think was one of the major problems. Is that Dario leading the way in the Lotus 88?
Well, he said he was going out on it last night. Unless he suddenly had a withdrawal of fever, he will be the man at the wheel. So one of many cars down from the classic Team Lotus collection.
Ferrari T12, not the prettiest of cars. Even its mother wouldn't love it all that much, but effective. Of course, with the flat 12 engine, wide engine, the tunnels couldn't be as effective as with the narrow Cosworth V8.
No, indeed, many sort of compromises had to be made, and also at this time they were learning how to use wind tunnels effectively, and the vagaries of wind tunnels as they went to test the evolutions of their cars. Some of the data fed back to them wasn't entirely helpful, it must be said.
I think, Bruce, indeed, it's Dario Franchitti in the Lotus 88, the twin chassis car that was too revolutionary, and got banned.
Yes, it was an idea because these cars had precious little suspension travel and really shook the fillings out of the teeth of the drivers. But Lotus decided, yes, indeed, there's Dario Franchitti. If you look at the big screens climbing out, having a regular chassis to give proper suspension to the driver, and then the outer chassis, if you will, was the bodywork that when you went at speed, it dropped it down to the track and sealed it down again. So you had the ground clearance you weren't supposed to have in the pits, or the lack of ground clearance, that gave you the downforce. But right now, Dario Franchitti, no doubt smiling from ear to ear, has climbed out of the Lotus 88. Such a revolutionary car, but many revolutions don't lead to success, and that was one of them. But he's hopped out to speak to Lord March on the grid. So let's throw down to the grid and Henry Hope Frost.
Thanks, Bruce. What a wonderful sight, ladies and gentlemen. The ground effect Formula One cars of the late 70s and early 80s. I want to have a quick word with Dario Franchitti, who's talking to our event host, Lord March. He's just done the parade lap in the twin chassis Lotus 88, a unique car that was banned, of course, in 1981. And if you look up and down the grid, you can see these wonderful shadows, arrows, Alfa Romeos, Williams, McLaren, Tyrrell. The list goes on. We'll try and do a bit of a walk around up the grid in a moment, but let me see if I can rudely interrupt and have a word with Dario. Wow.
Amazing. I thought the 917 512 Group 5 demonstration was impressive, and then I jumped in this thing, and I mean, these were the cars I watched growing up. You know, Marino and I used to sit and watch these things, and this is what got us excited about racing. First DFE car I've ever driven, though.
Is that right?
Yeah. I was asking the guys, how'd you start it? And the iconic noise of the air starter is incredible.
It's a bit of a sort of pinch me, wake me up in the morning when it's all over type thing, isn't it?
It's Goodwood, isn't it? Every time I come here, I get to do something cool like this, and it keeps you coming back, and you just walk around with a camera taking pictures of all these things, and fantastic.
Are you going to give it some beans? Clive Chapman's nodding.
Yes. I'll be sensible. It's a demonstration, but I want to experience the. It'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. You are you're one of that rare breed of sort of international, sort of modern day single-seater drivers who really gets the past, and this is what this is all about.
You know, people say that, and then having talked to even some of the guys in F1 now, there are more than you think that actually adore the past, but they're so focused on what they're doing, and they're not allowed to talk about it, and they might have supported another team back in the past. There's a lot of drivers, a lot of modern drivers actually really enjoy the past as well. So I am not a one-off, and at my age now, I'm actually getting more towards the older generation drivers, but even the younger guys, the guys still in their 20s, they still talk about the history of it. And who wouldn't with what it, you get to see cars of all these generations just having fun.
I'm just talking to Max Chilton, another young guy who really gets it. You're helping him, aren't you, a little bit with how he should ingratiate himself to life in the States with Chip Ganassi?
Yeah, Max doesn't need any help like that. I'm helping him on the driving side, working with the team. I work with all the 4 drivers at Ganassi, and obviously Max is the rookie this year, so I spend more time with him. But he's such a good guy. He's here. He's probably listening to this, which I don't want him to hear. But he's unfailingly polite, and he gets in the car and he does the job, and he's a smart guy. So I enjoy it. I'm enjoying working with him a lot, and he showed up today and he's taking that NASCAR for a wee burn.
I am, as they say, well gel.
I would be too. In this situation, I would be. This is fun.
Thanks, mate. Have fun. Shall we see if I can grab a quick word with Lord March? Clive Chapman, if we can see that on camera there. Clive Chapman demonstrating how the twin chassis Lotus 88 works. I think I might just doorstep this.
Yeah.
Clive, explaining to Lord March how this wonderful and unique machine works.
Yeah, well, get to 50 mile an hour and suddenly the bodywork sinks down. You get a lot of downforce, and that's the idea.
Was it too clever for its own good? Is that why it was banned?
I think my father did not like the fact the 80 didn't work, so he said to Peter Wright, come on, what can we do? And maybe Peter Wright had got a bit carried away and said, well, let's make 2 chassis, that'll do it. And it led to this extraordinary car, also with the carbon fibre composite chassis. Never raced in period, but happily the FIA let it race in historic F1. So that was a real treat for me and Classic Team Lotus to actually get to race it eventually. And it was good. It wasn't fantastically quick, but really nice to have it out here today.
Good stuff. And thank you for bringing all these wonderful cars.
Just to be invited. It's a real treat.
Thanks, Clive.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and speak to Lord March if I can. Lord March, a quick word. I don't think anyone can quite believe their eyes.
No, it's fantastic, isn't it, to see them here like this, and something we can really only do at members' meetings. Obviously, we can't do it at Revival, and we can't put them together on a grid in this way at Festival Speed. So it's wonderful to see these, and of course the Le Mans cars too. It's two great spectacles.
I think in terms of demonstrations, we've moved the goalposts to another pitch. Where do we go from here with our demonstrations?
Yeah, I've just been asked the same question by Clive, actually. Where do we go with the next F1 demonstration? We've done, obviously we've done some pretty exceptional ones. We've done the high box cars last year. Now we've got the ground effects cars. So, well, we'll see. I'm sure we'll pull something together great for next year, and it's wonderful to see all these cars, so many of which never, actually don't come out that often. So I think we've got 7 Lotuses here as well.
And from your perspective and your team's perspective, the meeting has exceeded expectations?
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning, but I think we're very pleased with how it's going. It's meant to feel very different to Revival, I think it does. And these high-speed demonstrations certainly set it apart. And to see, I think, cars, to see a massive, similar sort of cars together is always very exciting.
Thank you very much for your time, Lord March.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, a wonderful array of cars down here on the grid, ladies and gentlemen. The wonderful Alfa Romeo 179 alongside the World Championship winning Williams FW07. A car that was made famous, of course, by Alan Jones and Carlos Reutemann. You can see the Marlboro McLaren, the ex-John Watson car behind it, one of the Candy Tyrrells raced by Jean-Pierre Charrier, Derek Daly, the Ragno Arrows alongside it. Let's wander up here, Mark, and have a look at the extraordinary Ferrari 312 T4, the 1979 World Championship winning Ferrari, driven by Jody Scheckter and Gilles Villeneuve in period. A car that we very rarely see in public at all. Wonderful machine. Let's see if there's anybody I can talk to who is charged with demonstrating this wonderful Ferrari, alongside another of the classic Team Lotus JPS machines. And I can see just behind the Lotus 79, the car that moved the goalposts in terms of aerodynamic performance, with Mario Andretti. Mark, let's keep moving up and see who else we can see among this incredible array of Formula One cars. The Guinness March, sandwiched between the Lotus 78 and the 79. Let's have a quick word with Chris Locke, who is wearing a Mario Andretti helmet. That's slightly surreal, Chris.
Well, I try to just maintain the image, that's all. I do the best I can.
Isn't it funny how something can be so beautiful and so effective?
Both as a driver and a car, yeah. I mean, Lotus was so far ahead of its time in the 60s and 70s with innovative designs like the Ground Effects Lotus 79, and Mario obviously was the best driver at that time in the view of a lot of us, and put it to the best use.
It's wonderful what Clive Chapman and Classic Team Lotus are doing, preserving this vital history lesson for Formula One fans.
Absolutely. Clive's a wonderful man. I'm sure his father is looking down and smiling at carrying on the legacy like he is.
Thank you, Chris. Have fun.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, let's see if we can keep going up the grid, see what other delights we can see in this amazing parade. Great opportunity for fans to get close to Formula One cars. Another of the Lotus 78s that predated the 79 that was so effective. Going to have a quick word with Andrew Beaumont, a regular at Goodwood in single-seaters and sports cars. Andrew, tell us about this unique Lotus.
Yeah, it's one that I just bought. It's a Lotus 81, and it was when I bought it in JPS colours, but in period it raced in the Essex Petroleum colours. So I decided to put it back into that, which is a bit more, well, certainly different to the run-of-the-mill JPS, which there are obviously lots of. So I thought it'd be nice to have it in the original colours.
And your Ronnie Peterson helmet is just about the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It does look a bit strange, I know. Obviously, I've got a Lotus 76 that Ronnie drove. That's why I've got a Ronnie helmet. So, although I'm a fan of his anyway, but really I should have a Mario helmet for this one because it's a Mario car.
Hopefully you and Chris Locke can run in formation the Mario and Ronnie show.
Yeah, I was thinking of asking if I could borrow it because I'm racing it in America this year, so perhaps I'll borrow it from Chris.
Thanks, Andrew. Enjoy it.
Cheers, thanks.
Mark, if we have a look against the pit wall and see the extraordinary Brabham BT49 Cosworth-powered car that took Nelson Piquet to the title in 1981, I wanted to try and grab a quick word with Joachim Falk-Russenol, who is driving this car. Here he is. Let's see if we can have a very, very quick word. Joachim, a wonderful, wonderful machine, the legendary Parmalat Brabham. What's it like?
Well, I think it's a privilege and an honor to drive this car. And a few minutes ago, I met Gordon Murray, which was the chief designer of this car. And I said to him, you cannot imagine how spoiled I am when I drive that car. It's a piece of history. It's the ex-Nelson Piquet winning car. And we try to drive it as fast as possible.
You've had a lot of success, haven't you, in Brabhams in historic Formula One?
Yeah, for the past years, yeah, in historic Formula One, and now in Masters, and before in TGP. Yeah, we won several championships and some races on that car. Yeah, I'm very attached to that car.
On behalf of everyone who can see it at this very moment, thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. Thanks to you for inviting us.
Our pleasure. I'm going to leave it there, guys, because we're being asked to clear the grid, but enjoy this feast of Formula One fever that's coming right up.
Thank you, Henry. Henry Hope Frost down on the grid with Joachim Falk-Russenol and the wonderful Brabham BT49. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, you have been asked to clear the grid now. It's a wonderful opportunity to get up close and personal in and among these extraordinary Formula One cars. And by an extraordinary stroke of good fortune, and my brother was looking out of our commentary box window and spotted Mr. Gordon Murray, designer of that sensational Brabham, and Gordon's in the box on the cans. So Gordon, welcome to your first members meeting here at Goodwood, and this must bring back very, very fond memories. A lot of hard work, but some great rewards too.
No, it's fantastic to be here, and what a grid we've got in front of us. I mean, all these cars, of course, were right in the heyday of ground effect.
You've had Clive Chapman down there extolling the virtues of his father's work with the Lotuses, and that particular Brabham, you were saying you made a lot of them, and they were hugely successful cars. I think they're revered certainly among the historic fraternity who raced them as the ultimate packaging of a Cosworth DFE engine.
It was very evolutionary, actually. We raced the car for nearly 3 seasons and built 18 of them, all told, and the mechanics liked it. It was a very easy car to work on, very simple car, but quite pure packaging.
It looks absolutely fresh now. You look at the GT40s racing earlier on, they're 50 years old, and in another 20 years' time or whatever else, we'll look back on this era, and that Brabham in particular is something which looks like it's fresh out of the box.
Yes, it was a good kind of design. Unfortunately, it was the first car I couldn't drive myself. Up until the BT48, we had tall drivers, and I used to drive all the Formula 1 cars. And I think when we lost Reutemann and Watson, I shortened the monocoques by 3 inches. So I couldn't fit in the 49.
That's disappointing. So you haven't sampled it firsthand. You used to come testing here occasionally with those cars?
We did, indeed. Very fast around here, of course. That car produced more than 2 tons of downforce.
Really?
At top speed, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary. The success you had with Nelson Piquet in particular is resounding. What constraints were you under when you designed the car? Were there budgetary constraints or anything else to get in the way?
Working with Bernie Ecclestone, there were always budgetary constraints. We had a very small budget relative to some of our more esteemed opposition. That was the first Formula 1 car ever to have carbon fibre in the monocoque, 3 years ahead of the McLaren monocoque. And so we were experimenting in those days. We built our own wind tunnel. We were the first team to have our own wind tunnel. And then we experimented with carbon fibre. We had our own oven and autoclave. So about 1/3 of the 49 is monocoque is carbon fibre.
Really? And the evolution of that car, you said 18 were made, and then you went up to the D-spec car, the one-off D-spec car. And how did it evolve?
Well, everybody was learning. When we first started with 49, everybody was really learning. We didn't really understand the forces we were dealing with, the magnitude of them anyway. And then the 49C was the hybrid pneumatic suspension, which of course is the car that won the championship. And then that was banned. So 49D was the ultimate sort of 49, and that was the one where we developed over 2 tons of downforce. So it was a gradual development over 3 years.
And that enormous downforce loading puts tremendous pressure on the componentry, and the lifing of the componentry becomes terribly important, doesn't it?
It did, yes. We were just beginning to understand the real forces of the car and the importance of the stiffness of the components, like the side pods, for example. And once in Austria at Zollveig, we were finding that the side pods were getting too close to the ground. And we put a wire with 2 little rubber washers on it across the middle of the cockpit, across Piquet's arms, and measured that the cockpit was opening 10 millimeters with the bending of the side force.
It's virtually half an inch. That is absolutely amazing. In terms of the speeds, some of the tracks were incredibly fast. I guess you probably went to Kyalami, which was very high and very thin air, so you pulled incredible speeds with a 3-litre car.
Indeed, yes. Silverstone, the old Silverstone, before all the chicanes and things. I mean, the 49 testing there with Nelson on qualifying tyres, I think we averaged over 160 miles an hour. One lap.
That is absolutely extraordinary. So it makes the 136 or whatever I recorded around here look almost tame. And looking back on those days, would you like to relive them?
I wouldn't like to relive the sleepless nights and the stress. The actual racing was great fun in those days, and I'm really pleased I was involved in that period. But I think 20 years in Formula One as a designer is enough for any human being.
Yeah, that was remarkable, actually. A very, very good innings. I don't know how you can stick it for so long. And these days, of course, to cut costs, we have 21 races in a season, which was is a few more. That's bizarre.
The teams are slightly bigger now, though.
Yes,
I think,
yes.
Before '78, I was the only person in the design office. So in those days, you knew you were chief designer because there's nobody else looking over your shoulder.
Remind us of how you started out in racing, Gordon.
I was born in Southern Africa, and my dad was a motor mechanic, and he used to work on Cooper 500s and Formula 3 cars and homemade specials. And from 6 years old, I never wanted to do anything else but motor racing. And then when I was 19, I designed and built my own engine and my own chassis and went sports car racing. And then eventually, 69, came over here to get a job in racing, really.
Absolutely. And still love your cars. You've been involved with developing other cars along the way, some fantastic road cars as well. And still enjoy it as much as ever.
Oh, in fact, even more. The business we're in now, we're doing such a diverse number of different designs. It's the most fun I've ever had, I think.
Excellent. Well, sit back and enjoy. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy this 2 grids of 3-litre Formula One cars from the ground effect era coming out to entertain us. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
A delight. Well, isn't that great to see that distinctive crash helmet of Dario Franchitti? First time he's driven a DFE car. I can't believe that. He was saying as he went out in the twin chassis Lotus 88B. He's going to find it very interesting, particularly if the top chassis, in inverted commas, isn't nailed down, because it'll pop up when he's going very slowly through 1 or 2 of the corners.
Marcus, last night he was saying, no, I'm going to poodle around very slowly. Today he's saying, well, it would be rude not to give it a bit of welly.
Absolutely. I think he's been egged on by Clive Chapman, hasn't he? There's the unique Arrows A5. That's Neil Glover driving that car. He also has the unique Chevron P37 Formula 5000 car. Sid Houle, McLaren M29 there. And he's still wearing his Lotus 80 coloured crash helmet. Andy Willis with the Ferrari flat 12 engine. Chassis of those Ferraris relatively primitive in comparison to a lot of the others. Lotus 78, 4 of those made. That's Chris Dinage driving it, who was one of the mechanics on Team Lotus at the time, and now is team manager at Classic Team Lotus up at Hethel. Arrows A1 there with the Warsteiner colours, the gold colour. Going through. Bruce out of the back, you get a great vista, and you can see these cars in full flight.
I certainly can, but better than that, it's just started to brighten up as it did yesterday afternoon. So for people who come here with a real desire to take photos of these drivers, they've got a little more light with which to play. On the screens at the moment, Dario Franchitti in that twin chassis Lotus 88, and let's see if he cranks it up. He's got the Samson Shag Shadow egging him on right behind. If you give them a few laps, they'll pick up the pace with each lap, but those who feel they need to get past will presumably get past. But wonderful to see this 88.
Indeed.
So rare.
And the shadow behind the one that Jan Lammers drove in period.
Yes, with Elio De Angelis as his teammate, and it was run on precious little money, the shadow, but certainly in terms of a livery that stands out and stands the test of time, the Samson Shag line is fantastic.
Cosworth DFE engine that powers the majority of these cars, debuted in 67 at the Dutch Grand Prix. 4th of June 1967, Jim Clark scored first win, first time out. My 9th birthday, forever remembered in racing against a yardstick there. I went on to win 155 races. I suppose they made around 400 horsepower to start with, and in excess of 500 did the short stroke DFYs, etc. later on. That basic engine also used in 2.6 litre turbocharged form in the IndyCar Championship, of course.
You do wonder how Formula One history would be if it hadn't been for the Cosworth DFE. Which teams wouldn't have at the top now? Which teams would have, how many teams would have been left racing? Having a spec engine that was so good, well, spec because you could all choose the same one, was brilliant.
One of the interesting things, of course, about the DFA days, though, that it didn't really matter where you started on the grid, because they were quite unreliable when they got stressed and stretched in their later forms. And these days where you say, unless you're on the first couple of rows, you haven't really got a look in on a Sunday. Back then, you had some remarkable drives through the field to victory. There's a Williams there coming up, 27 Williams. That looks like James Hansen driving it today. Behind the arrows there, the Tony Southgate designed car, but the Williams in behind. Another groundbreaking car that took Alan Jones to the World Championship in 1980. The 07s had come out the previous year, but the 07s, as Gordon Murray was just saying about the Brabhams, evolved quite rapidly. While the family of cars was still known as 07, the spec changed enormously, and the bodywork of these looks very different to the early ones.
It does indeed, much sort of more rounded at the front.
Indeed.
But don't forget, if the FW07 had been on song at the start of '79, it would have wiped the floor with the Ferraris, but came on good. The second half of the season was all about the FW07. But Ferrari did take that title with Jody Scheckter.
Yeah. Clay Reggett's only won that first race, didn't he, for Williams at Silverstone with a 07. There's Dario Franchitti, three-time Indy 500 winner. The cameras are going to follow Dario for a lap.
Yeah, we just want to check that he stays good to his word to start winding it up a bit. But
it's a remarkable concept, that, isn't it? And so this twin chassis car that, well, at Silverstone, the team was told that the car was outlawed, essentially, so they went back and they changed them back into the 87 spec, took the secondary parts away, and came out with them reverted to 87 spec.
Less than ideal, I think we can say, chopping, but they'd already had a very, very hard start to the season. The car wasn't particularly competitive, but it kept getting frustrated. Was it acceptable? Was it not? And Colin Chapman, for one, just got absolutely fed up with the vacillations and the question continuing in Formula One, but he was too competitive a man to have walked away.
He made quite a famous remark, didn't he? I think somebody mentioned it last night on the radio.
Yeah, he said after Long Beach and being turned away, he said, right, I'm off going home via Florida. I'm going to watch the space shuttle, a worthwhile pursuit of technology by mankind. And no doubt if there was a door, it would have been slammed, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, it's great to see the cars out, and Classic Team Lotus has brought a wonderful collection down with it from Norfolk. It's just over the road from the Lotus factory at Hethel in Potash Lane. But there really is a superb collection of cars out. I think in the second tranche we're going to see the Matra-powered Ligier, and perhaps more importantly here the Matra-powered Ligier.
Yes, a real treat. But Classic Team Lotus does such a great job at running so many of its old cars for customers these days, and it's wonderful. It just means so many of us all around the world get to see them.
Very much so. And in fact the FIA Masters Historic Championship has really come good over the last year or so. We had pretty regularly in excess of 20 cars running last year, with quite a lot of local warriors joining in the rounds nearest them, and a twin series running in the States. It supported the American and Mexican Grand Prix at the end of the year. Tirolo 09 there going through. This is the one that Barago made the model of, using the Lotus molds but painted blue and put some Candy stickers on it. Candy, the washing machine manufacturer.
Oh, you've shattered a childhood dream, Marcus. Dreadful.
James Hansen is pushing on, isn't he? I ought to put a bit of a clock on him, I think. Just unofficially, of course.
Yes, just when he came past me at St Mary's, he had the Alpha 179B right on his tail, and as you can see, the Alpha is dropping away in the background, and that too was using plenty of rev, so Hansen really is starting to nail it down out there.
Yeah, James doesn't hang around. Raced in the British Touring Car Championship a number of years ago, but loves these single seats. He's been out testing various Formula One cars at Donington in recent weeks. Difficult to get places to run them these days. Here comes James Hansen. I reckon he's fastest on the track.
Yes, I think he is. I thought the 2 laps ago the Alfa Romeo was probably setting the pace, and the Samson Shadow being driven hard but dropped by them. But look how Hansen's catching that group of Lotuses up ahead of him. So the 27 Williams may be obstructed somewhat by them, but closing very quickly onto their tails. But, you know, a bit like watching the Super Touring demonstration yesterday, we're almost mistaking this as a race. We're starting to talk about so-and-so's catching so-and-so, but certainly the Williams is flying.
Well, we've got a clock on the Williams now, but of course he's hit traffic. He's got Chris Dinage to deal with, in inverted commas, in the Lotus 78. Two of the 4 78s here this weekend. Alfa Romeo there on screen, and the checker flag is out, so we'll maybe have a look at one or two of the other drivers in the next session. There's Dario. I think he's enjoyed himself, hasn't he?
Oh, I'm sure he has. Another page in his book, but he will. That should be now his duties for the day, so he can relax with a late lunch in the Drivers' Club. But actually, knowing Dario, in fact, he keeps getting a camera shot. He's there leaning out over any car he fancies with his camera, getting video and static footage.
Just sensational. Well, we're going to see the second tranche of cars come out in a moment. I don't think there are any to pick up from around the circuit, are there, Bruce? Nothing on your side, nothing stopped on your side of the circuit?
No, unless something stopped at Madgwick. Everything I think that went past me at the start has carried on going. So yes, good news.
There goes James Hansen going through now. And we'll see the Brabham BT49 out in the next group, which is going to be very evocative.
Also in the next group is Bobby Verdon-Roe in the McLaren MP41.
Yes.
He was not hanging around yesterday.
And managed to spin it coming out of the chicane, which was a good effort. Oh, Sid Hall's McLaren has, the M29 has suddenly started to go slowly.
Yes, it fell quiet. It was as though something was in the road as he came around St Mary's, and he slowed as he approached the dip, but actually perhaps for a reason other than the one I was thinking.
Just as we thought we were going to get straight underway with the next session, it looks like there's going to be a short delay while the M29 is towed back.
Gives me a chance to mention that the Jerry Marshall race has been reduced from 45 minutes to 40 minutes. We're trying to catch up with lost time, so that'll be a 40-minute race for the Jerry Marshall Trophy.
Yeah, Brother Bill will be down in the assembly area, just noting the start drivers for that one.
You just hope that all parties taking part in that race are aware of it. Oh, the Alfa Romeo's had a problem as well, the 179B. We spoke too soon, Marcus.
I think they fueled for 5 laps, didn't they?
Yes, so just touching on the 5 minutes being removed from the Jerry Marshall Trophy race. Of course, a driver at the sharp end both the past 2 years. Stuart Graham has been caught out by pit windows. So I think above anything, he's got to be told when the pit window is this time in case it's changed. So that was great, Marcus. Can we do it all over again? Ground effect Formula 1 cars?
I think your wish is going to be granted, Bruce. Well, in a few minutes, and also, hopefully, again, some on another members' meeting, we can see the ground effect cars. Last year it was the airbox cars from a previous era. There's always something new and exciting. Warsteiner arrows back into the paddock.
So Thomas Steinker rather disappointed, actually.
Don't talk to me, Bruce, about Alfa Romeo reliability.
I had one, it was absolutely fine.
Yeah, mine are absolutely fine. They only break down on important journeys.
Like what, going to the airport? Or?
Yeah, something like that. That's the Marshall signal for, do you need a tow? Yes, please.
Must say conditions out around the circuit have improved. The wind has dropped. It's that little bit warmer, but we've almost got patches of blue sky. We had exactly this. Yes, there is. If I look over Lavant, there's a tiny hole in the clouds. Being optimistic, we might have sunshine yet. So certainly that will brighten the photographs for you all, and hopefully they can do that just as the next batch of cars come out onto the circuit. Looking down into the pit exit, there's McLaren MP4 with Bobby Verdon-Roe, a car he knows very well indeed. First of the carbon-tubbed McLarens. And I thought it was very interesting how both Gordon Murray talked about having beaten McLaren to having the carbon fibre in the monocoque, and also Clive Chapman pointed out that in fact the Lotus 88 had a carbon fibre tub, but they couldn't reveal it because the car was tested in secret some months before the MP4 was revealed. So hey, even all these years on, competing to be the best, eh?
And all these years on, learning something new. I always thought McLaren were first with the carbon fibre tub. I think it was Hercules in the States that started making things from carbon fibre. Exactly so.
And yes, I mean, the history book is written almost in capital letters that it was McLaren, but it's great to hear that the sort of the referrals to prior things. I think we need to get Gordon Murray up in the commentary box all the more, because he's always a man who's interested in every facet. And the cars he designs now, the little city cars, are fantastic. And the way in which they're produced is super clever, but that's for another day. So Gordon never stops thinking about the next difference.
Gordon has just told me that there are a number of projects running using this new manufacturing technology. So he's full of excitement about that. Another nice thing, Bruce, is the variety of colours and designs. You can't complain that all these F1 cars look alike.
No, I think, well, in fact, these liveries stand the test of time, but if you had a field of 25 of these coming down towards you at the first corner, as a commentator, you would be able to differentiate between them. But this desire at the moment for majority of the F1 cars to be black and white and red makes it very, very hard. And in fact, the World Endurance Championship, the three manufacturers were all having cars of pretty much the same colours, which I think is very disappointing, particularly if it's not necessarily the colour they use for their marketing.
But also take the paint off. They're very different shapes, whereas current F1 cars, if you took the paint off, you wouldn't know one from the other. No, I wouldn't anyway.
No, quite so. But that's the rule book to blame as much as anything else. There was more scope for interpretation, not interpretation, just for design back then. Whether it worked or not, didn't always work if you drove an Oscella, but it was good to have them in Formula One having a go.
Bill has kindly brought us the grid for the Jerry Marshall Trophy with the start drivers underlined, and we'll go through those when the grid comes up on screen. Such an elegant design, that BT49. I didn't realize how many of them they made, 18 or 19 in the various ABCD versions.
Yes, so that was an eye-opener for me as well. I'll have written it down somewhere, then lose the piece of paper, so I can't ever write about it again. But great to see. But also, what you thought was largely changing on those cars was actually just the different way they apportioned the white and the dark blue, the navy blue on the flanks. That sort of changed the shape of the car, but...
And 2 tons of downforce, which meant if you were in a tunnel, I mean, the thing only weighed less than a ton. If you were in a tunnel, you could drive it through the tunnel upside down.
Some have tried. So we're just waiting, presumably, for the Alfa Romeo that was stuck on the circuit and Sid Hall's McLaren to be returned. There's the Alfa Romeo, well picked up, waiting for the Everyman Garage Land Rover to give it a tow.
Yes, shout out for our cameramen who brave the cold. Mind you, they're used to it. They go to Nürburgring and places like that. But they do a wonderful job producing fantastic shots here at Goodwood, and we're privileged to have these shots on our big screens.
It's not just those of us at Goodwood, because they are being watched all around the world on the Goodwood road racing website.
Sorry, Bruce, remind me what engine that the Alfa had. Was it a flat 12 like the Type 33?
Yeah.
Bobby Verden-Rowe, star of the revival on numerous occasions, winner of the Tourist Trophy.
Yes, always in the thick of the action, Bobby. And he obviously created his own yesterday with a little eye-opening rotation, but didn't hit anything, so that was fine.
And Verden-Rowe family prominent in the Setrington Cup.
Yes, and in fact, you've been talking about the Brian Redman book, and that's being published by Bobby's older brother, Evro, Eric Verden-Rowe, his publishing company down in Dorset, just bought that one out.
I don't feel ashamed at all to recommend the Brian Redman book. It's beautifully written, it's full of fantastic anecdotes. Well worth whatever you pay for it.
But it just covered such an interesting period of racing. There was so much diversity racing in sports cars, in Formula One, whatever you could get your hands in. And don't forget, of course, Brian was so successful. Was it 3 consecutive Formula 5000 championship titles in the States in the mid-70s? He wasn't the youngest driver in the pack then either. So absolutely full of respect for Brian, as well as being one of the best raconteurs you'll come across.
Except Brucey, that we won't comment on his umpiring skills. He umpires every year for us at the cricket match before the revival.
Okay, we'll keep that secret then, shall we?
I think there are the 2 aircraft from Goodwood Aviation, the white Piper Super Cub, in which you can take a flight, followed by the Cessna that is often used for banner towing. Rob Wildeboer was telling me the struggle towing banners. It's quite a drag, and it's very easy to overheat the engine. There's the Piper Cub, used as a spotter plane during World War II. That's how it started. And you can fly a Piper Cub with the door open. You wouldn't today because it's a bit windy, a bit cold. I've flown one many hours in Piper Cubs, tugging the gliders into the sky. Robust aeroplane, very long wingspan. Tandem seating, of course, the early J3 Cub, little 80 horsepower one, you flew from the rear seat and sort of peered over your passenger's neck to see where the runway was.
Did you find that disconcerting at first?
No, I never flew one from the back seat. It would have been, especially if the passenger was bigger than me. Okay, it looks as if the Alfa Romeo has been towed out of the way. These engines are starting. Bobby Verdon-Rowe leading the way out of the pit lane. Classic Cosworth DFV sound. Fascinating that Dario had never driven a car powered by a DFV.
Yes, well, a little more education for him. And but I'm sure over the coming years, Dario will get his hands on many cars. Now he's got a bit of time on his hands, but he did actually say, either on air yesterday or to us by the radio truck last night, that he actually is busier now than when he was racing, because he's got so many commentary gigs and this, that, and the other and stuff for Goodwood. But a good sort of busy, I think we could say.
Yeah, commentating on the Formula E series.
Yeah, he really seems to be enjoying that, working with Jack Nicholls and the crew.
So Bobby getting some heat into the tyres.
It's the car in which he won the FIA historic Formula One Championship, and he is not going to be hanging around. He's already...
the next car isn't even at Ford Water, he's through St Mary's.
He's exploiting a clear track, isn't he?
Yeah, point to prove.
2.4 miles. That's the Williams FW08. That's Tommy Dreelan on your screens. And the Ozella.
Interesting to read the criticism by Chapman of the wonderful Lotus 79 that swept the field with Mario Andretti and Ronnie Peterson, but apparently had too much chassis flex, wasn't stiff enough, and the FW08 Williams effectively put these things right and was champion the following year. There goes Bobby.
I flicked the clock on him. I know this is only essentially the first flying lap, but we can see what he did. I think he was in the 10s yesterday from what we heard.
Let's put a clock on the Ligier. What a lovely sound.
Loic Demont's not hanging around either. He's in a Tyrrell 010, Belgian driver. Raced in Radicals before he moved into the F1 series. So nearly won the FIA Masters Championship last year, the Belgian. The man who did win it is in the dark green Tyrrell, now running in a kind of ground effect spec, having been updated over the winter by John Felstead at Wolf Manufacturing. Another 78 Lotus, that's Katsuaki Kubota. Let's see what all that puff of dust or whatever was there, vapor maybe.
So Bobby into the chicane.
somewhere in the 14s.
Yes.
But such is the spread of cars that Bobby still seems to have plenty of clear track to go out and play. I think he's probably worked it out, the sort of likely speed the others will be running, and it's given him another clear flying lap. He's approaching Ford Water, going through there now. And the March 821 is going through St Mary's, but actually going very, very slowly. The number 17 March, he's going to catch it probably by the exit of Lavant, such is the closing speed. Through St Mary's, a little twitch just as he went over the crest, down into the dip, getting it all straight. But any moment now, you should see the Rothmans March in its passage.
Joachim Falk in the Parmalat Brabham goes through. Mark Davis in the Arrows A3 in its Vosteiner colours. We saw an A1 in the previous session.
Another car making good progress, as you would expect. It sounds good, but it looks fantastic too. Rob Hall in the number 8 Ligier Matra JS17. So watch what sort of pace he can be running at. Verdon Rowe was clearly blocked rather badly by the March at Lavant, though. That cost him pace onto the long straight.
Well, there's second lap's a 13:13 on my clock, so balked or not, he's certainly not hanging around. Here's the Ligier. He's on he's Chris's phone.
He was 1:17 last time round. Put the clock on him again.
He's being chased all the way by Loic Dumont with the Tyrrell.
Williams Tyrrell battle down the pit lane. Not the pit lane, the pit straight.
Yes, I'm glad glad that's the case, Chris.
Yes, you had people jumping out of the way otherwise.
Yes, certainly Verdon Rowe, Hall and Dimar, the three fastest drivers out there. The others are going at a fairly good pace too, but those three definitely enjoying their lap to the full, I think we can say.
Here comes Bobby Verdon Rowe. 109.73. 109.73. That's getting down there.
Here comes Ligier into the chicane. Listen to the glorious Matra sound. Quicker. 110.
Just doing a visual on Dumont this time.
It is funny just listening to those sounds and thinking, I'm at Goodwood. We're so accustomed to the cars that only competed here in period. It's a treat to have these modern ones, much more modern ones, but it's just calibrating my brain to the sound and the sights here at Goodwood.
It's on the sheer speed of the cars.
And how? Certainly must say these ground effect cars seem to have no problem at all with getting it around St Mary's, looking very much nailed to the track, and certainly some of the earlier cars we can say find it a bit more of a challenge. Andy Wolf just gone past me in the later Tyrrell, going beautifully, but just nailed down there.
It's Rob Hall down at Woodcote, passing the Super Shell building. Loic Dumont still in the chase, but I think he may have backed off a little. Here's Rob Hall. He certainly isn't stinting. He's in the Omnium Ventures entered car. About a 1:14 for Loic Dumont. That was just a by eye time. I only have one clock. Andy Wolf in the Tyrrell running with a forward front wing. Didn't always do that, but that's atones for the lack of skirts on the ground. Andy Wolf, the FIA Masters historic F1 champion for post-78 cars, pre-78 champion.
Looks as if that front wing is angled upwards. It can't be, but
it does. It does look as though the right-hand side, from the driver's point of view, is higher than the left.
Yes, the guy who was also in the pre-78 last year was Nick Padmore, who we saw yesterday under the outright lap record here for historic cars. and he was in Phil Hall's Lola T70.
Rob in the 110s again. Green Tyrrell's going quickly. We'll get a.
I've switched my clock to him.
Have you? Well, since Gordon Murray's still with us, let's put a clock on Joachim Foch in the Brabham, just coming over the start line. Target is a 103 that Marcus saw Piquet doing in period and testing the car here.
Let's give him an easier
another one
target.
in the truck and some more engines.
Yeah, let's give him an easier target. Let's see if he can go for Bobby Verden-Rowe's 109. Well, this is his last chance to do so. The checkered flag is out now on the start-finish line, but the Spaniard, who is such a friend of Goodwood, looks like he's backed off a little bit around the lap. Bobby Verden-Rowe in the McLaren MP4 in the middle of the Lotuses, well, he should have taken the checkered flag, so he'll be backing off through Madgwick. The bright yellow Skoll Fittipaldi at the rear of that little group there. Gavin Pickering driving that today. So it's been such a treat to have these ground effect, this high-speed demo, and it really is a pucker demo here. 2 batches of cars, 33 cars in all, down to show that the spread of cars at the end of the 70s into the early 80s, this ground effect was the thing to have. It took Formula One onto another level. And actually, ironically, in some ways, it started to sound the death knell of some of the great circuits because the cars just became so fast, and safety standards needed to rise.
Yeah, Joachim brings the BT49 back into the paddock. A number of these cars are on display in our pit lane.
So the last few cars coming in. Now we're looking down, and there is Max Chilton in, ready to make a little bit of noise out on the circuit in his NASCAR racer. Oh yes, there she is in the background. Max is looking cool. She's tried to look cool, but inside.
Do we know what the plan is for Max to do? Is it some donuts around the place?
I think you keep it in a straight line. I think it's just to have squirts of acceleration, make a lot of noise, and scare his girlfriend. I think that's the three things he's got to do.
Probably easily achieved. Well, 2 out of 3 anyway.
Well, we'll see how. Well, we'll find out from her later. But I think if you try to do that, just make it very, very quick into the first corner, which he's going to do. Go sideways out of the pits. Tick. So a different sort of thunder coming around the circuit. In fact, I can hear it from the St Mary's commentary box when it's in Madgwick. And he's not giving it many beans just yet, but he's going to give bursts of acceleration, I feel, as he drives past something you don't normally have NASCARs going past, banks of daffodils.
They look crude, but they are surprisingly sophisticated race cars, NASCAR.
I think that's half of their beauty, the fact they do look so crude, and you just can't believe they're driving and being driven the way that they are. And of course, they don't only race on ovals. That was for long their stamping ground, but a handful of races during the year where they have to turn right as well as left. Add to the fun.
Have you ever witnessed 40 cars nose to tail in a squadron around the banking?
Yeah, well, not so much the banking. I went to a short oval, which was the Indiana State Fair. No, hold on, was it Indy Raceway Park? One of those when I was at the Indy 500 one year, or another year at the American Grand Prix. I mean, it literally is a ribbon of colour that stretches from one end of a quarter-mile track to the other. You don't know where one lap starts and the next one finishes with all the cars.
The noise must be fantastic.
It's constant. It's just that sound that goes through your solar plexus.
Max, of course, racing in IndyCar this season.
Yes, he did a season in the Indy Lights Championship last year, getting used to the ovals, and now he's stepped up. But being the competitive fellow he is, still, as he said to Henry Hope Frost earlier, I haven't closed the door on my Formula One ambitions, but right now I'm trying to make my way in the States. And a very personable young man, and I'm sure he'll impress a lot of them with his manners in the paddock, but also his speed on the track. He's got that learning year on the banks underneath him, and let's see what he can do, because Chip Ganassi are a very, very handy team indeed. And of course with Dario Franchitti, former alumni of Chip Ganassi Racing, helping all of them, but particularly Max. I'm sure he's going to come on in leaps and bounds. So I don't think at the speed that Max has gone around, he's scared his girlfriend at all. But I could be wrong. Hold on.
Hang on. Yeah.
Now he is.
Yes. How to lose a girlfriend in 6 revolutions. No, 3 revolutions. Oh no, I might be right.
Depends what she's shouting at him, really.
Yes.
That's enough, Maximilian.
There's a lovely YouTuber, Riccardo Patrese, taking his wife around. I'm not sure which circuit it is, with her screaming at him the whole way around. It's an absolute treat to watch.
She was only half a lap in and she'd called the divorce lawyer,
yeah, I think so.
Without the use of a phone. So Max has got some heat into the tyres by the turning. Oh, a very nice, neat one in the middle there. One of the 3.
Describing a perfect circle.
So yes, you really do feel alien territory for a Chevrolet NASCAR racer, any of the NASCAR races, but down through Ford Water. But Max just loves coming to Goodwood. He attends every one of these events that he possibly can around his racing schedule. And
I think NASCARs are going to feature. Are they going to feature this year at Festival of Speed?
Well, I would think so.
They usually
do many years, and it's wonderful having them over. And he's actually, they're talking. I just looked across. He was looking across from the driving seat to his girlfriend.
You mean is she shouting at him?
Well, there seems to be communication between the two of them. No, he's waving now. I think she's happy if he's waving. Yeah, I think he's kept it pretty tame. But good to see that car out here. Just, you know, we're all petrol heads here. Any shape of car that goes quickly and makes a wonderful sound, we put a tick in the box next to it. Oh, and down the Lavant straight, he's opening it up a little bit. Keeping it in a low gear, but the revs are high.
Just a reminder that our next race, the Jerry Marshall Trophy, reduced to 40 minutes. This is part 2 with a driver change, so lots of drama in the pit lane, particularly with the left-hand drive cars, where the driver's door virtually occupies the left-hand side of the pit lane.
Quite a thought, because that's, with the race compressed by 5 minutes, that's even tighter, the pit window, so the scope of when you can come in reduced all the more. So maybe they'll climb out the passenger side, eh?
I think Max is lost in the fog.
Those are superior donuts, and I think he'll probably pull in.
He does. Great fun.
Cloud of tyre smoke still blowing away. Max Chilton's long since removed himself from his NASCAR from the circuit. But,
can we get Henry to interview Max's girlfriend?
Let's hope. It would have been great if Henry could have gone round in the ride. But, oh, house points. Who's leading?
Oh, look who's in the lead again. It's Methuen.
It's pretty close behind, though, isn't it? It really could go either way. So if, according to who's doing the ferret chasing, the duck gathering, and all the other games you can in which you can participate, who knows who's going to come second. But you have to think that Anthony Reid has a big smile on his face. Is it going to be 3 years in a row for Methuen?
Torbolton and Aubigny pretty much neck and neck, fighting for third place. Darnley a little bit ahead, 45-12. So time still to earn house points. Chuckerwelly drive an auto solo. I wonder if the tug of war has taken place. There were 3 tug of wars scheduled. Can we take a moment to appreciate this image of Andrew Jordan?
That's the image of the weekend.
Ducks? That's fantastic. And he seems to, are they just coming out or has he herded them in?
I don't think he's got a clue either.
No.
I was going to say he's taken to it like a duck to water, but that doesn't work, does it really?
As much as I admire 917 T70s, GT40s, my heart stops me here.
It's a fair look.
It is.
A few too many apostrophes, Mike.
Great to see a local hero, Derek. I've just been speaking to Derek on good form.
Nicely framed, sir. Beautiful photo.
Peter Ritchie, well done. Caterham racer. Ben Collins in the Monarch Special. He handed over the steering wheel of the 60 horsepower Mercedes. Paul Thompson, thanks for that. Mika having great fun yesterday. The Flying Finn. We have a Snapchat event filter at 74 members meeting this year. Send us your best moments from today. Goodwood Road and Racing. Do. They'll be posted. And there is the Piper Cub. Visit the flying school for a flight in our Piper Super Cub, Goodwood Air Training School. Rob Wildeboer, talk nicely to him. He'll pop you in the back seat of the Cub and give you a delightful, gentle flight over Goodwood. So the grid awaits, and the grid is awaiting the cars in Jerry Marshall Part 2.
Another of the highlights of the weekend, Chris, and
it really is.
Pleased to say that our eyes and ears in the assembly area, Brother Bill, has been down there and has produced us a list of start drivers.
Hurrah!
Which is really, really good. Should we flick through those quickly now for those of you who want to jot them off in your programs? Cars are coming out. Let's just run through very quickly. The front rows will be 6, which will be yesterday's winner, Chris Ward. 18, which will be John Young. 1, Nigel Garrett. The second row will be 9, David Clark. 21, Graham Bryant. Sonoli put that car on pole yesterday. Third row, 10, Kerry Michael. 25, Emanuele Piro. Number 8, Mike Whitaker starts. 1, 2, 3 will be Rick Wood. 63, the very rapid little mini of Nick Swift. He'll kick off, and then Andrew Jordan will take over. The next row will be 74, Tim Harvey. 14, Patrick Watts. That's the needle there. And 2, Frank Stippler. The 6th row will be 3, Adrian Reynard. 15, Rob Gravitt. Next row 7, Tiffany Dell in 19. 26, Anthony Robinson. And 127, Pantelis Laki Christoforou. The next row will be number 45K and 16, Morley. Next row 60, which will be Barwick. 33, Jackson. That's Jackson, isn't it? And 12, Adam Brindle. The 57 car will be Peter Clements. It's an addition to your programme. It's a Ford Escort RS 2000 Mark 1. And Peter Clements will start. Andrew Smith will take it over, fresh from his run in the Cobra earlier on. And 4, which will be Chris Snowden alongside in the Alfa Romeo. The penultimate row, we unfortunately don't have the Huff and Mines Capri that broke yesterday. So Rob Huff denied a start in this one, car 17. 5 will be Fowler. And into Mike Wiles. 7 will be De Boerman, that smoky Capri from yesterday. Hope the Belgians got it sorted out. But unfortunately, we don't see the 11, Alum, and 42 Lindsay cars, which broke yesterday. So still very full field of Group 1 cars.
And we can look forward to some classic in-car coverage of Nick Swift in the Mini. Gesticulating wildly, full of emotion, while driving extremely quickly and extremely skillfully.
That's right, with that open-faced crash helmet.
Yeah. Good thing we're not lip readers, Marcus.
For the full hamster cheek to look.
Yeah.
He drives fantastically well. Nick Swift, whose family Swift Tune engineering company builds the probably the most powerful A-Series Mini engines.
And Stuart Graham, no doubt, will really irritate him by... Well, no, I don't think we'll irritate him by wishing him better luck than he's had in previous members' meeting, where he's always been caught out by the pit lane closing.
Now, with the race reduced from 45 to 40 minutes, that's going to alter the pit window area, isn't it? So we'll take the lead from our screens. Because instead of being between 15 and 30 minutes, it's probably going to be sort of between I don't know, 12 and 25 or something like that. We haven't been told officially. We're the last to know. But that will be an interesting development. 13 and 26, is it? 13 and 26 minutes, we believe. But we will see. There's John Young. Very, very competitive Ford pilot from Essex. Roxwell Racing. That's the Fabergé Brute Camaro, a replica of the car that Stuart Graham raced in the 1970s. The Southern Organs Championship, that was an interesting thing. Southern Organs was all a bit of a scam. Sponsored an awful lot of cars, and not much money was handed over. Bastos, one of the Belgian cigarette brands, is a Luigi team car. Luigi was an Italian engineer based in Belgium, Luigi Cimarosti, and that is locally based David Clark. Of course, that car won here last year. This is a reconstruction of the AJ Rivers, Rob Potter, Richard Lloyd Chevrolet Camaro. Ollie and Graham Bryant. Papa Graham drives first, son Ollie goes later, and Richard Lloyd, who was a top guy, started racing in things like Mod Sport Spitfires, and of course sadly lost his life in the same aircraft accident that claimed the great David Leslie. 3 Chevrolet Camaros, a Capri and a Rover, so we've got 4 V8s and a straight 6, no, a V6 on the front. V6 Capri, straight 6s in the BMW on row 3, the UFO car there. So this is the green flag lap then. We've also got the rotary powered Mazda, Ian Cowley and Patrick Watts in it, and it's Patrick Watts who's going to start that car, and he'll be starting it very convincingly, I'm sure.
With its unique sound, fortunately not as loud as the Le Mans winning Mazda, which deafened us for 24 hours.
Yes, I was there.
I was, yes.
Yeah.
Ears are still rattling.
Johnny Herbert, Bertrand Gershon, Volker Weidler. It's going back 25 years.
Yes, scary.
I think it was the last time I was at Le Mans.
Good to see Dolly Sprints.
Yes, on odd size wheels Dolly's had, didn't they? 14-inch wheels that sort of no one made any tyres for. It's difficult to get them for now. There's our grid then. On pole position, number 6 is the Rover of Chris Ward, alongside John Young in the 18 Capri, and then Nigel Garrett in the number 1 Chevrolet Camaro. Row 2 is David Clark in the red Camaro number 9, and the red and white Camaro, Graham Bryant starting the 21 car. The third row is 10 Kerry Michael, 25 which is Emanuele Pirro in the UFO Jeans BMW, and 8 Mike Whitaker in the Capri. Next row is 1, 2, 3 Wood, Rick Wood in the Gitan Capri. 63 Nick Swift. Row 5 is 74, which is Tim Harvey. 14, which is Patrick Watts, and number 2 Frank Stippler, one of the world's foremost racers. Row 6 is Adrian Reynard in Rawdon Welby's Rover, and alongside him number 15, which is Rob Gravitt, former champion. Row 7 is Tiffany Dell in 19, Kane in 26, and Christopherou in 127. Row 8 is Kay, 16 is Morley. Row 9 is 60, which is Barwick. Row alongside him is 33, which is Jackson, and then number 12 Brindle.
Is that Anthony Reid's only drive of the weekend?
And we go to 57, which is Clements, and 4 Snowden. Nobody on the inside of row 11, but Fowler is in 5 in the middle, and De Boerman in 7. And the 2 cars from the back row, which were due to be 11 and 42, are, alas, non-starters. So we're going to go into action very quickly.
So we're on board with Emanuele in the BMW.
Yes, that's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Sharing with Gerhard Berger.
He's got a lot of American brawn ahead of him. And of course, the engine in the Rover is based on the Oldsmobile and Buick engine, which Rover license built. Very good investment, that, wasn't it? Probably
really
paid tuppence halfpenny for the deal and kept them going for about 4 decades. So we're about to go then with the Jerry Marshall Trophy, remembering the great versatile Jerry Marshall. Raced everything from a Formula Ford Lotus right through to big burly sports cars, but mainly remembered for his touring car exploits. The flag goes down, and the Capri was pretty quick out of the blocks in the middle as the Camaro sprung one of their wheels, and the Rover did too, but it looks like it's Chris Ward got his nose ahead. Look, Patrick Watts in the rotary rocket coming up the grass on the inside, the Mazda RX-7. It's cost him quite a few places, but we're riding on board now with 25, Emanuele Pirro. Nigel Garrett in the green Camaro was hung out to dry on the outside. He's got problems, and he's going to get going though. He's lost about 10 or 12 places, something like that. He's running right down in mid-pack. And Graham Bryant also being a bit cautious, been overtaken by Emanuele Pirro, but going to muscle his way through on the inside, perhaps. No. And Rick Woods made a good one. He's ahead of Emanuele Pirro too.
Yeah, but one of the best starts was made by the number 10 Escort up into 3rd place. Kerry Michael on board there. So yes, the black and green Camaro, the Brute sponsored one, had so much trouble at the start. He's down, I can't count that high. Over 16, I'd reckon. Plays the Bastos, David Clark, Camaro in the thick of the battle, and then UFO, BMW, and the Simon is Camaro. Oh, did they touch? I'm fairly sure they were as close as you can
Tim
be.
Harvey's there in the Rover, I think, as well, isn't he? But what a fabulous traffic jam over at Lavant. That is brilliant. A great view that was, as they bunched up into the double apex right-hander, but down the straight we're running again with Emanuele Pirro, who ducked past the fast-starting Rick Wood into St Mary's corner. He's now behind Bryant and ahead of Bryant. Look at that, muscling down the inside. That's the Marlborough Rover. That's Tim Harvey, isn't it, going through?
Yeah, he certainly had the desire to make progress. Was picking off cars on every single corner, and the last one, as you said, the 530i has been pushed back down to about 7th or 8th place.
Did you see Nick Swift nudging a Capri to one side as he went into the chicane?
It doesn't surprise me one iota. But a good lead there by Chris Ward. He'll hand over at some point in the race, but to Gordon Shedden. What a strong driver lineup. Leading by 1.6 seconds from John Young, who started the middle of the front row in the Capri, and then Kerry Michael from row 3 in the Escort up to 3rd place.
Yes, indeed, and David Clark 4th in 9. 21 is Graham Bryant, and then that's Poirot, and 74 is Harvey in behind him. 1 or 2 cars with transponder issues.
Best battle though, 4th, 5th, 6th. The Bastos and the Simonis Camaros are right behind them as they go into the dip. It's Tim Harvey in the Rover. He will pick his way past them very, very soon indeed. The speed with which he got onto their tail, quite remarkable. In fact, he's being held up by them, but the first 3 are pulling ever further clear. Now the Simonis Camaro, Graham Bryant takes a look up the inside of David Clark.
And the other Camaro, the black one, down in 16th. Which is terrifying. Very quick in a straight line, the car of Bryant. They got that well sorted, freshly done. Only drove it, I think, the first time last week, but it's Camaro who's there being chased by a brace of Rovers coming down into Woodcote corner. Tim Harvey up the inside of David Clark.
There's no time like the present if your neighbour's Tim Harvey, and he's made that move stick very, very well indeed. In fact, is the Camaro about to lose another place? Yes, it is. The Daily Express Rover has gone through as well, so really positive, and that's Tiffany Dell in the Daily Express car. Wall of sound coming into a commentary box on it from the start-finish straight.
So Tim Harvey, Tiffany Dell battle is joined, Rover battle, and Tiff, I think, might have the legs on Tim.
Well, they're pretty close together down the inside towards, through at Forward. The bumpers flapping on the back of Tiff's car. There's Ward in 6, Young in 18, Kerry Michael going well in number 10, very well in the Escort.
Great visual on the big screens, how far clear Chris Ward is from John Young's. I must say the number 18 Capri sounded a little bit down in the dumps as it came past me, still holding down 2nd place. But look, 3 abreast in the middle of the pack. Patrick Watts deciding the track is better than the grass, and the rotary Mazda going inside Pirro. So there Pirro's recording that for posterity with his forward facing camera. Obviously wishes he wasn't recording it, but record he was.
Yeah, Patrick Watts, who was 9th at the end of that last lap, behind Rick Wood. And let's see, yes, Garrett up to 15th. He was 16th at the end of the first lap. And that's going to leave Stuart Graham a lot of work to do. Rick Wood there, under pressure from Emanuele Pirro, goes down the inside.
Well, more to the point, it's almost the other way round, because he's just come past Emanuele Pirro. And Pirro really starting to struggle. I suppose if he decides the car's not behaving well, he can hand it over to teammate Berger ASAP once we've got past, I think, the 13-minute mark in the race.
Nigel Garrett making up places from after a dreadful start. Can he get past the Motorcraft Capri? Not at Madgwick.
No, so Mike Whittaker hangs on. How far clear is Chris Ward? He's at my feet at
5.7 seconds in the last round. David Clark's car's not running terribly well, I don't think.
Yeah,
had problems yesterday.
Yeah, he did indeed. And now Kerry Michael in third place has got the Simon is Graham Bryant driven Camaro right on his tail.
3 abreast into the kink, and Pirro closes the door on the outside on Nigel Garrett, who's looming large in the Brute car. To the Simonised Camaro, car polish manufacturer Simonised, well up the road in the hands of Graham Bryant, who's driving it beautifully.
And Nigel Garrett's got the cheeky Mini of Nick Swift.
He has.
You could almost do the whole program looking at the cheeky Mini, and Nick Swift is leaving him little space, but in return Nigel Garrett says, no, I do need some tarmac. So he chops across his nose, and the loss of momentum obviously costs the Mini big time. He's lost 2. Another Capri has gone past him. Now he's got the Dolly Sprint with, is that Ken Clark, number 15? No, it's Rob Gravett in the black and silver Dolly having a nibble.
That's going really well, isn't it?
First 2 long-time teammates, Chris Ward and John Young, are just way clear of the rest. They're 7.3 seconds. But up into third has come Graham Bryant, ahead of Kerry Michael in the gallant Ford Escort, and being attacked now up into Madgwick. Tiffany Dell goes past Kerry Michael at Madgwick, and next target is up the road is the Camaro, but as one Rover goes past, if he looks in his mirrors, Kerry Michael's going to see Tim Harvey in that Dayglow car.
Emanuele lost 2 places on the way into the chicane. Nick Swift and Rob Gravett in the Dolomite.
Well, Harvey, you're quite right, is going to pick off the Escort very soon. Escort just started so well with Kerry Michael, and there goes the place change up into 5th for Tim Harvey, back into 6th for the fast-starting Kerry Michael in the snub-nosed Escort that got off the 3rd row. Up at, Bastos, David Clark, Camaro running onto the grass at St Mary's. Managed to hold it together, lost a few more places, I'm afraid. There he is really struggling. One of the Capris trying to go past him
it's
now.
last year's winner. And it's Michael Whittaker, already see him out in the TVR, now pedalling on to try to catch Clark. That score's quick, isn't it?
It really is. He just started so well, but actually another car that's got a problem, I just want to throw it in, is Emanuele Pirro, unfortunately. Seems to be going backwards down the order, much like the Bastos Camaro.
Well, that car started, in the middle of the 3rd row, so in 7th place. Pirro, though, down the order now in about 18th, isn't he?
Yeah, losing a lot of time. Patrick Watts, well worth watching. The Capri's having a great deal of fun. And the number 2 Capri with Frank Stippler on board, really in the thick of the action down there.
Watch for that Camaro, the 21 car of Bryant, because once Ollie gets on board, it is going to really fly. It's going well with Graham in it. Graham's on a 29.763, and in fairness, the quickest lap of the race is to Chris Ward on a 28.7. So he's kept the leaders in sight and certainly keeping them honest. Gordon Shedden won't hang about, though.
No, and this time Nigel Garrett has made it past the Capri at Madgwick.
Oh, we've got problems. A very smoky Rover. Hold on, let's work out. Is that Tiffany Dell's? Tiff has pulled off on the grass just before St Mary's. It went pop on the run down out of Ford Water. Had that little bit of bodywork damage. I don't think that's... is it just an exhaust problem? Anyhow, I'm sure when Tiff gets out, if I look away from my screen, I'll be able to tell by his gesticulations, because he's not a man who knowingly keeps his arms by his side when he's got a message to impart.
Look at this battle. Rick Wood, David Clark. I think Nigel Garrett was in behind him as well.
Oh, Gerhard Berger
getting ready, wasn't he? And there's Garrett's behind. Then we've got the Belga Capri, the Stippler in Paul Pocciol's Asso car, replica of the Vince Woodman car at period. The John Mowat Mini in the hands of Nick Swift. Really exciting.
I just wanted to see, I said I wanted to see what Tiff did by way of gesticulation. He got out, put his arms out sideways, and just lowered his head, the sort of, what can you do, as the steam pours out under the bonnet. It had gone so well, got up into 5th place there. 4th place at the start of the last lap.
No, Pirro's not going to get a go. It's gone lame, unfortunately. Still smoking the Rover. So fourth now is 74, which is Tim Harvey. Then it's Kerry Michael.
Oh, we've just had a Capri. Sorry, I've turned to my right. So busy looking at Tiff. And Capri has hit the barriers very hard. There must be oil. We've got the Simonez Camaro spinning. Is it going to? Oh, it stopped just short of the Capri, out of the kink before St Mary's. John Young came through very slowly indeed, but it's the Esso Capri.
That's Stippler, isn't it? And Graham Bryant's there.
Mark Fowler's car is the one that, and somehow Bryant has got around the back of that cluster, but now we've got about 8 cars coming in, another one on the grass behind. Oh, golly gosh, that was skin of the teeth, was it not?
It's the Fowler car, is it, from down the grid?
Yeah, Fowler car from down the grid.
Sorry, I mistook them.
Don't worry, and Tiff is oblivious to this. He can't see it. It's just tucked around the corner from where he's waving toward his friends out on the circuit. But the compression of cars was just what you didn't want with 2 cars on the grass on the exit of the kink. But well done, gentlemen. And the Bryant
was Bryant lapping Fowler or just running with the oil?
No, Fowler had already gone off.
He'd hit the wall.
And hit the wall, bounced back, and there was clearly something loose on the circuit causing the cars to go round. And in the end, Bryant drove behind the Capri
that's what he did.
And rejoined.
Triplex Capri 45 coming into the pits.
Yeah, well that had been limping slowly around the corner. He could have been involved in that incident.
It's sounding very rough.
And then John Young, I just looked up and he suddenly came off the power through St Mary's, so the lead would have gone out even more. 8.7 seconds between Ward in the lead in the Rover and Young. Young certainly had to lift.
So we've got Garrett in the 1 car right on David Clark's tail. They're 8th and 9th at the moment. Put 7 laps in. It's 6 Ward, 18 Young, 8 seconds behind. Harvey is now 3rd. In 4th place is Watts in the Mazda. 5th is Kerry Michael. 6th is the Bryant Camaro. 7th is Rick Wood. 8th in 123. 8th is David Clark.
Oh, just Marcus, I just got to cut across you. Just watching how the cars got around past the
safety car.
The kink. Well, just as that happened, Nick Swift drove off the circuit just past the nose of the stricken Capri and has parked. Well, he's obviously pulled off to talk to Tiffany Dell. He's parked at St Mary's and he's hopping out. Can't see what the problem was.
Oh, and we've got the lead car was about to come into the pits. The very, very late decision. He saw the safety car and then he's ducked out. So. That was very, very close to being in the end of the pit wall. I think the pit lane may well just be closed as the safety car is out there. But that's cost him a little bit of time. The gap's come down to 6.6.
So that cost him a couple of seconds or so.
We haven't seen the...
we're heading towards the 13 minutes when... without the safety car, the pit lane should be open.
Yeah, the pits weren't open, and that was what the problem is. It was a mistake there, and he corrected it. But what's happened now, the safety car has compressed everybody. So after 8 laps, onto lap 9, it's brought them all back together. And Tim Harvey is going to be 3rd in 74.
But Marcus, he would have been premature coming into the pits.
He would have been premature coming into the pits, absolutely.
Set the clock going a little too fast. But it should be pointed out, Patrick Watts, we've had little cameo rolls from him. He has gone so well. He was from down and about the 5th row in the Mazda. He's up in 4th place in the number 14 Mazda, just in behind Tim Harvey, of course.
That's Nidell's car blowing up.
Yeah.
And
I wonder if that's caused oil on the circuit.
I think that's inevitably.
I still can't work out why Nick Swift pulled off, but he's sitting down there with Tiff, scratching his beard. So there's all the oil. Now let's have a look in the background. Oh, the Dolly got very sideways.
On the oil, and the Alpha's gone as well.
Ah, that would be on the. Okay, that's on the run down the hill. They got it back together, got onto the circuit, but unfortunately, I think the next person down will probably be Mark Fowler. Oh, he's already in.
No, he's already gone.
He's already gone. Okay, now look here. There was the Triplex Capri. That should be not far ahead of John Young. And then that gets going again. So in about 15 seconds, we will then. Now look at the replay of. Nick Swift, as you can see, he's on the grass because he's bouncing away.
No, he's got a problem, his hands up.
Yeah, but this is when he retired, he pulled over. That's not the sort of rodeo ride that Nick Swift enjoys. He prefers to be on the tarmac, but why the long face? Well, we know why the long face. And we should be doing that because he always provides some of the very best footage of any race he's in from his mighty minis.
Doing sort of Basel 40 and sort of hitting it with a stick.
And what a good thing we're not lip readers.
Aren't you?
Fortunately not.
Good news is the flatbeds are coming out around the circuit. The Capri's already been pulled back from just after King ahead of St Mary's, but obviously we need to have 2 more cars here that need shifting. We've got Tiffany Dell's Rover and just behind it Nick Swift's Mini. And sorry for not being able to call Mark Fowler's stricken Capri before, because I had to look at the screen and I couldn't look to my right, and just almost hidden by the bushes is the Capri, but it bounced away from the wall and did sit out. But a good avoidance there from Graham Bryant in the number 21 Camaro, just on your screens there. To go on the grass, big grassy moment, round the back of the broken Capri and get going again. But all plans in the pit lane, everyone has to sort of slow right down. We're into the pit stop window, but the pit lane is closed behind the safety car, so the drivers have to keep on going around, and all the tactics they've dreamt up before the race, of course, have to be reappraised.
That's right, let's put everyone back together, which is interesting. That's going to put that Kerry Michael Escort, mighty giant killer, up there. We've got 3 Camaros running in 4, split by Rick Wood's Gitan Capri.
And Nigel Garrett ruining that, bogging it down at the start, cost him a lot of places.
He got eased out onto the grass at the first corner. He just lost a lot of places. There's R. Anthony M. Reid. I didn't know he raced in specs, did you?
It's a special handicap because Methuen are leading. They've
maybe it's extra points for racing with specs.
That's more like it.
That's probably what's happened.
Yes. But yes, I mean, the black and green Camaro is so strong in the past 2 years. That manoeuvre at the first corner, it was probably as low as almost 20th place, Marcus.
Came around 16th on the first lap.
It was 16th at the end, but 20th at the time. Andrew Jordan, well, I'm sure his house captain's blazer is underneath.
Now this is what happened. We're going to see what happened to Chris Ward. Here he comes.
Safety cars out onto the circuit.
Ooh.
He wasn't actually that close to the Porsche. In fairness.
He was waved off, I think, maybe by his team. Oh, he saw the.
I think he saw the
safety car. Yeah.
It was a reflex action. I think safety car, quick, think, and he gave himself just enough time to think. No, hold on. So back out onto the circuit. The pit lane quiet instead of busy, and the cars continuing to go around the track. There is third in that line is the XXX Capri, but that is not third overall. Leading the race is the Ward Rover. Second place, John Young in the red Capri. Third is actually the fourth car in that line.
The XXX Capri is actually the only car to have made a pit stop and come out again.
Is the bonnet of the Rover deliberately up by an inch at the back? Will it be thumped down in the pit lane?
No. It'll be flicking air over the windscreen and reducing the drag factor. That's Theo Pafitis waiting to take over from
he can hear you,
Christoforo. He's probably got his earwig in.
You have to be careful what we say, Theo.
I've always liked him.
He's our favourite dragon.
So, but nerves are jangling standing in the pit lanes. Theo's been doing as much driving as he can, but still short in years of experience. And you just want to focus. You just want to get in the car. But this has slightly changed the complexion of the race, and there's going to be a real scurry into the pits as soon as the pit lane opens, ready for racing again.
Stuart Graham and masquerading as Hans Stuck, Nigel Greensill.
Stuart also racing in spectacles. Gets to us all in the end.
Yeah, and Nigel Greensill just wants to look cool in those sun specs, doesn't he?
He does. Shades. I wonder what happened to Nick Swift.
Yeah, he just pulled off, but with no sort of prior obvious steam from under the bonnet of the little Mini, but just parked there having a long chat with Tiff now.
I have to say I do love the livery on the Gitan Capri, which is a replica of one that raced in period.
Such a good colour, isn't it?
It's a fantastic
sharp
colour.
Blue.
Yeah.
Well, touring car drivers, eh? Adam Morgan getting stuck in down there. There's Flash Gordon,
Flash
on
Gordon.
the pit wall, waiting to take over the race leading Rover that Chris Ward gave us a little scare with when he seemed to be diving towards the pits. Wave yellow flags, the checker. Go on, Marcus.
Of course, it was 10 seconds advantage after 6 laps that Chris Ward had, and it's been evaporated.
Well, here's a replay. This is where
Nick pulls off.
Just pulled off.
Yeah. There's going to be a mass diving for the pit lane as soon as it reopens.
And that's going to cause issues, isn't it? Because it'll be very busy. It won't be too long before the stricken Capri is hauled onto the back of the flatbed.
It's onto the flatbed
Is
now.
it?
I think they're just tidying it up, waiting to drive it away. In fact, the drivers all see that because they're just coming down the hill out of Fordwater. There's the number 5 Capri.
Can we have some more time, please, Mr. Tidekeepers? Another 4 or 5 minutes.
They've been very generous earlier today, but
They
you can't
have.
go on doing that forever, unfortunately. So it's Rover, Capri, Rover, Mazda, Escort, and then Camaro. It's surprising it's back to 6th.
Some pit lane pugilism. We like
is,
that.
yes.
Okay, the last car in the line is the Peter Clements, the two-tone green Escort RS 2000, the Mark 1 model, and that's just driven past the flatbed with the rather bent SO liveried Capri now is driven away past me at St Mary's.
I think I might put a shilling on Ollie Bryant when he gets aboard the Simonized Camaro.
You're going to unlock the shilling box.
Absolutely.
What a good idea.
Yeah.
Does the flatbed come all the way back to
I think it'll
paddock?
I think it'll probably pull off at Lavant.
Yes.
There is scope to be done. But in the shot, you can see the Rover that's leading the race. You see the Capri that's chasing. The blue and white Capri with the Triple X livery is not in the battle. That's a lap down, having made a pit visit already. Not a pit stop, but a pit visit.
We're here 6 minutes, 6 extra minutes.
I like this. You ask and it happens.
I know.
Now, when the light goes off on the safety car, does the pit lane automatically open? Can they dive in? Or will they have to do one more lap before pit lane opens? We'll see.
We will see. There's another little twist to be looking for.
Little nuance of this race.
And of course, don't want to raise the point, but I'm going to anyhow, because I noticed Stuart Graham in the pit lane, and we know Nigel Garrett's out in the number 1 Camaro, so at least they're getting the pit window right thing. As long as Nigel comes in before the pit window closes, then we won't have 3 years in a row.
I've had a wag from my left just add a little comment. Does that mean that the race that was 45 minutes, that was reduced to 40, is now going to be 46?
Exactly that. Exactly that.
You get a bonus minute.
Yeah, that must have been my brother's O-level maths coming in handy.
They always said it would.
Lights still on the Porsche.
What, 40 years later or something?
Any sign of the flatbed?
No, it's well, I can't see it.
Here is the flatbed. It's taking the straight.
Oh, here it comes. Okay, so
through the chicane.
Flatbed into the paddock, but just too late, perhaps, for the safety car lights to go out.
No, I think there's time at plenty. He's only at Lavant at the moment. So.
The truck's out of the way.
He's done a bit of a mischief to that Capri.
Yes.
Your local Ford dealer will put it right.
Lights are off on the Porsche pace car. So the safety car coming in on this lap, which is lap 13.
Safety car bolts away.
Tim Harvey isn't as close as he wants to be in 3rd place. He's got the Triple X Capri in the way, but he's several car lengths behind that. And down in the pit lane, Stuart Graham, Nigel Greensall, Flash Gordon and et al. Waiting to take over. Now, how many of these drivers are thinking, I'll do 1 extra lap at speed? And how many going, I'm just coming straight in? Because the pit window, it's not open forever.
Who's Al?
Al? Et al. He's in the Triple X Capri. We haven't talked about him very much.
Now then. Staying out for at least another lap.
Okay, Rick Wood seems to be the first of the pit visitors in the blue Capri.
Rick Wood's coming, and the Stippler Capri is in.
And Watts immediately picks off Tim Harvey up into 3rd place in the rotary Mazda without even using the grass as he did at the start. So really going well. Patrick Watts, Tim Harvey, ex-touring car Dicers, and the Triple X Rover in the pit lane there. That's being Adam Brindle handing over to Nigel Greensall. We saw him waiting. Now, is Harvey going to stay in 4th place, or is he going to be picked off by the chasing Camaro behind, the Simon's Camaro with Graham Bryant on board? And that, of course, as Marcus is looking forward to Ollie Bryant taking over at some stage soon.
Barwick is one of the people who stopped to hand, Morley to Reed, Barwick to O'Neill. So we had about 6 or 7 cars come in at that point. Yes, indeed, 7 cars. Those were 74. 1, 2, 3, 2, 33, 12, 3, 60 and 16.
Quite a good move to get into the pit lane early. It's not too crowded.
Well, I think the luxury for Rick Wood, he could wait to see how many of the cars ahead of him, and about the first 10 went on, so he knew that was 10 fewer cars potentially in the pit lane, and got in first, so I think that was a very good call from him.
Yep, here's the leader. He's managed to stretch away a little bit from John Young.
Is he coming in?
He's got his Total Control Racing
he is.
car behind.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Chris Ward going through again, as is John Young, as is Watts in third place.
Harvey's in from fourth.
Yep.
In the background.
As is Nigel Garrett in the Brute Camaro.
Kerry Michael's in as well. Certainly we've got two of the Camaros in.
Now we'll see Busy.
We will.
Dolly comes out of the pit. That was being handed over by Rob Gravett to Ken Clark.
I'm surprised that that Graham Bryant stayed out for another lap.
Long left-hand doors on the Camaro's opening. Stewart gets shoved into the Brute Camaro.
So the escort that was started by Kerry Michael now handed over to Chris Sanders. That's back onto the track. That was the one that rose up to third place in the opening lap. Bit of a push start for the car that Tim Harvey has climbed out of, and that's back into the race again, the Marlborough Rover.
We're going to see the stagger begin to unwind.
Well, that shows how much place the Gitan Capri has gained. That was the first one into the pits, and it was way behind Tim Harvey's Rover when it made its pit stop, and it's come out, and just as Tim Harvey has handed over to Andrew Bruce, the places have changed, so big gain for the blue Capri.
Stuart Graham's got a Capri which appears to be
the Garrett.
Is it just waiting at the lights, or is it?
There's a queue waiting to get out of the pit lane, including the Garrett Graham Camaro. So it's lost a lot of time.
In comes John Young as well. So it's now at 15 laps. Chris Ward in the green Rover, blue Rover number 6. 14 is Watts in the Mazda in second place.
Grassy moment, bit of rodeo for whoever is on board number 2 at the moment. Is that Frank Stippler? I think he's handed over to Paul Pocciol.
Pocciol,
who managed to get it straight and then got it a bit sideways, and round it went on the exit of St Mary's, but he stayed off the ploughed bit. That's the tactic you need to engage when you're on the grass there.
So Ollie Bryant now in the Simonized Camaro. The third car not to have stopped is Whittaker, just on his best lap, a 31. Number 8, no. Bryant goes back out. This is Ollie Bryant now out into 4th place.
Yeah, just behind the now Chris Sanders driven RS2000, the number 10. So that battle should be well, very interesting. But you do feel Graham Bryant, combination of Graham Bryant, Camaro power, and his sheer will to win. I think we'll see that place swapping around the battle over third.
Brindle Greensel Rover had a huge moment coming out of the chicane, really squirrely. In comes Patrick Watts in the Mazda. Another good slide out of the chicane from the Belga Capri.
It's Chris Ward giving Gordon Shudden the last few minutes.
Leader coming out of chicane and taking another lap.
I think he's getting quite close to the closing element of the pit window, having given us the kittens by
couple of laps, I'd have thought.
Yeah, coming in almost before it was open.
Chris Ward's driver's window was halfway down last lap. It's all the way down this lap.
That's so he can shout insults in sort of Grand Prix du Rock style at his pal on the pit
second
wall.
and third place cars, 14 Watts handing over to Ian Cowley, 8 Mike Whittaker handing over to Jordan.
Gosh, it's all happening down at St Mary's and Nick Swift's Mini. Nick has something strange has happened. Nick Swift has lost the power of speech, and I think Tiff as well, because the Belga Capri came bouncing across the grass on the inside at St Mary's, missed both of their cars and rejoined the circuit, but they've now resorted to gesticulation. But they can't quite work out what happened there. That was a wonderful little vignette, but quite scary for all concerned. Now, is Ward coming in this time around? You can't tell, of course, as he turns in.
He's got 57 seconds in hand.
Yes,
and he is coming in. He's in, finally, on 17 laps, Chris Ward, with a big lead. But everyone behind him basically has stopped. So
Very slick driver change, must say. He threw himself out of the car and then Flash Gordon folding himself in. How big's the gap going to be when they rejoin? Oh, John Young's Capri with Steve Soper on board on the grass on the exit of St Mary's, but keeps it together.
So it hasn't crossed the timing line yet, the lead car, 17 laps.
But a nice quick pit stop and
he's
not
out.
held up at the exit to the pit lane.
What was 57 odd seconds over Ollie Bryant is reduced quite considerably, but we'd expect that. And Matt Neal, who's just bounced down the grass, going to the chicane, set the fastest lap of the race last time round. It's not going to work that time, though.
It's funny when you're looking at a shot and something catches your eye in the background. In that case, it was that huge Bastos Camaro bouncing left and then right and getting it all together. So well held. But let's keep an eye on the lap times.
Bryant, the fastest lap of the race at 26.617. 17 seconds is the gap between Shedden on his out lap and Bryant.
Chris Ward explaining how it's been going. Looks quite happy.
Well, he didn't to start with. By the end, he seemed okay, but it seemed really quite intense there, suggesting maybe all wasn't right. But he's done his bit, and with just over a quarter of an hour, it's now Gordon Shedden's turn to keep it on the island and probably even extend the lead. But let's see, because we can tell that Matt Neal's pressing on in his Camaro that he took over from David Clark, the number 9 Camaro, in 3rd place, and he's not that far behind the Bryant Simonis Camaro, which you see in the screens, number 21.
Methwood and house captain Anthony Reid, 10th in the Dolomite Sprint at the moment.
Just under quarter of an hour to go.
So there is Matt Neal in the Bastos Camaro. And Chris Sanders giving chase in the RS2000.
No, is that Camaro slowing?
What was that? The Escort going past?
Body language of the car suggests that it's not going that quickly.
Maybe that grassy moment has upset it.
Or maybe whatever's causing the problem now was what put him on the grass.
11 seconds now, and that time Bryant took 6 seconds out of Gordon Shedden. It's the left tyre that's flat, rear tyre's flat on the Camaro. He shredded the tyre.
Yep.
And in he comes from 3rd place.
We always talk about the left rear taking the beating at Goodwood.
So, do they have any spare Chevy Camaro wheels down there, I wonder? That's another question. And that's going to put the Whittaker-Jordan Capri up into... They have got a spare wheel, which is a good effort.
But lots of nuts to undo. Rover's back together again.
Just looking to see the lap times that Steve Soper's managing in 5th place. He's just set that car's fastest lap not long ago, actually lapping well, whereas the previous lap he ran on the grass. So smooth. Oh dear, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Battle for 8th place, just going past me. A Marlboro Rover between a Triplex Rover and a Triplex Dolomite. All good stuff. Cars we saw race so hard and for so long in period, but the Triplex Dolomite really is fancying a go, and that's Anthony Reid, maximum attack, the 2 red Capris together.
Yes, that's Soper coming past, isn't it? Coming past Jordan. So it's 7.8 seconds, 1 to 2 now. Ollie Bryant closing in. A 30, that's not time for Shedden. A 27 flat for Ollie Bryant.
What we really need, Marcus, is Henry Hope Frost to go and have a quick word with Chris Ward, because I wasn't entirely sure Chris was happy, judging by his gesticulations just after he handed the car over to Gordon Shedden.
I think it's a suspicion of a misfire.
And I just wonder if he wanted to stay out as long as he could before handing over to Gordon, so he could monitor what was happening with the misfire as it developed, if it is indeed a misfire. Because there was no reason for him otherwise to stay out so long, and still the Bastos Camaro sits there waiting for that tyre to be changed.
There is the lead car.
It's not able to make a lot of ground on that Capri, is it?
No, not finding it easy.
Gobbling it up with a 3.5 litre V8 under the bonnet. And here is the chaser, and it's Ollie Bryant.
Last time it was 7.8 seconds on the start-finish line. It does look less, and the clock is ticking down. Just under 12 minutes remaining in the race. Marcus, let's see what the gap is between Shedden in the lead Rover.
Shedden a 29.7. Bryant.
He did a 27 last time.
A 27.4. So it's down to 5.4 seconds. 5.4 seconds still with 11.5 minutes to go. It's doable at this rate of catching.
So 2 seconds lost in one lap, almost precisely. So Ollie Bryant, in 21 Camaro is now giving chase with a target that's getting larger in front of him. So that's rather encouraging for him.
Chris Sanders is going like a dingbat. He's in the 31s, but he is being caught inevitably. And into the pits has come the second of the red Capris. That's the Whittaker Jordan car. That looks like it's out of the race, unfortunately.
Well, he was running in about 5th place, so everyone else steps up one. That'd be good news for Anthony Reid. He'll gain a place. Watson Cowley have just gone past on aggregate. The number 14 Mazda. There is that red number 8 Capri in the pits.
Bonnet up.
Okay, I think the next place change will be the battle for 3rd place, because Chris Sanders is being caught really rather quickly in the RS2000 number 10 Escort.
Stuart Graham's into 11th place, number 1, the Brute Camaro.
Yeah, Steve Soper in 4th place, the number 18 Capri started from the middle of the front row by John Young, is catching the 3rd place Escort very quickly.
28.7, a PB for Gordon Shedden for that car.
It came past here sounding very crisp.
But it's 4.4 seconds. 4.4 again, Brian quicker by about a second. It did sound good, yeah. Chris Sanders is in 3rd place with the Escort with the brightest headlights of any Escort I've ever seen.
I don't think he's going to hold on to 3rd place for long, because Steve Soper is really hunting him down. But gosh, Shedden is still attacking. I just wondered if he was actually brakes, but he's locked the brakes going into puff of tyre smoke as he went into St Mary's. Slightly wayward line. Now he's got the Belga Capri in his sights. That's a lap down. That's the one that went vaulting across the grass just past Nick Swift's Mini not so long ago. But that should be dispatched somewhere with Avon Straight. But now Steve Soper in 4th place, but not for much longer in the red Capri. He's right on the tail of Chris Sanders' Escort, and he should make short work of that. In fact, he doesn't even hang around to make short work of it.
Anthony Reid going past Andrew Bruce. Second place. Reid going up into he's up into 8th place now.
Stuart Graham up into 10th.
The Andrew Bruce car still with a funny dicky transponder, and yes, now he's into 8th. Reid, so leader goes through, and the Camaro is closer again.
New fastest lap of the race as he gave chase.
2.3 seconds. Ollie Bryant 26.563. Bear in mind, pole was what? Let's try and find it for you. I've got it to hand. It's a straight fight now, and looks like Ollie Bryant can see his quarry up ahead. But it's the reigning PTCC champion Gordon Shedden, twice a titleist, the Scot, who leads the way. Soper now 3rd in the car 18.
He's nearly half a minute back from the 2nd place Ollie Bryant, number 21 Camaro, but in turn that was at the start of the lap 2.3 seconds down on the race leading Rover. Gordon Shedden on board. That is coming down, and coming down with every straight of the circuit.
Yeah, Greensall's got Cowley in the Mazda, so Nigel Greensall in Adam Brindle's Rover up into 6th place, kind of a 12, ahead of the 14 Mazda. And Anthony Reid's also chasing down the Mazda, gaining it a couple of seconds. Here are the leaders, they're nose to tail in the chicane on lap 23. Chris Ward looking concerned, not even a hint of a smile. It's a grimace from the JD Classics pit.
Lights ablaze on the Bryant Camaro.
He impressed Shedden to a personal best for that car, but a 28.5 doesn't bear comparison to a 27.1. Coming down through the long right-handed kicks, Ollie Bryant closing in.
Place change for 10th. Stuart Graham has moved ahead of the Gravit Wood dolly out the back of the circuit, so another place gained. But the Camaro we're all watching is the number 21 version. Simon is sponsorship with Graham Bryant starting the race, and Ollie Bryant now on board and closing down to under a second away from the tailgate of the number 6 Rover that's led from the outset of the race.
Nose to tail, very much nose to tail. Lights ablaze on the Camaro.
You're going to have to go the long way round, Ollie.
I think he has made it.
He's done it. Pure grunt.
Maybe not.
But no, Shedden comes back underneath him. Absolutely fantastic. 6 minutes to go.
Now the Camaro's grunt takes it past the Rover.
New leader then, car 21. Oliver Bryant in the car started by Father Graham, and Gordon Shedden isn't going to let him go. Steve Soper, winner of the Alan Mann Trophy with David Cuff last night in the GT40s, progressing nicely in third
You know,
place.
it's not over at the front, Marcus.
It's not over.
Look how Gordon Shedden is really attacking the back half of the circuit and close right in again. When we get to the Lavin Straight, though, you do feel the grunt of the Camaro should have it pulling clear. But in the corners, Shedden is giving his absolute all in an attempt to get back into the lead in the number 6 Rover.
But the Rover might be kinder on its tyres than the Camaro. Oh, no. Shedden dropping back a bit. Now here's
only by a length or so.
Well, it's just to show how sideways Shedden was getting in the approach to St Mary's, but not for want of trying, I think.
No, he's dropped back a long way now. He's got it really sideways on the grass at Woodcote, Gordon Shedden, and that's the end of the challenge, I do declare. Car's still going, but he's dropped back a long way this time through. He's wide out over the curbs. It goes to 4 seconds. 4 seconds. All that early lead that Chris Ward built up, squandered by the apparition of the safety car. Fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, Matt Neal, a 1:26.464.
Oh, what might have been, because of course he was not far. He was literally on the about 2, 3, 4 car lengths back behind the number 21 Camaro when that happened, and that is now leading the race with Graham Bryant, Ollie Bryant on board.
Gary Michael and Chris Sanders are having a fabulous race. Personal best for that car by Chris Sanders, 1:31.405. And while Nigel Greensword is gradually closing, it is only gradual. We've got Morgan between them. Morgan in the 32s, Greensword in 29s. He's taking a couple of seconds out. But here's what happened down at Woodcote Corner. Yes, the Rover just ran out of grip, didn't it? Completely out of grip, just slithered out down the outside.
I would still like to have word with either of those drivers after the race to find what it was that slowed Ward, and it's clearly giving problems as well because Shedden's having to overdrive that car. Maybe it hasn't got enough brakes.
Used its tyres or brakes or both.
Graham Bryant.
That's Graham Bryant looking pensive. Looks like an expectant father, in fact. That's indeed what he is.
Well, Ollie Bryant driving beautifully, and you can see he's really stretched his legs. 5.8 seconds clear of the Rover after that mishap for Gordon Shedden last time, and a far more, how should we say, measured approach to St Mary's this time. Still clouting the curb from Shedden, but the gap will maybe even have almost doubled by the time they get to the start-finish line. Stuart Graham in the thick of battle. Just fighting over 9th and 10th places, and just trying to get the car in front out of the way, and Graham really working very hard in the big black and green Camaro just behind the Marlborough liveried Rover, picking off the Triple X Dolomite down there.
Indeed, that's looking great. We've got the Rover, Camaro, Triumph Dolomite Sprint and the little rotary Mazda all together.
Anthony Reid driving the car that was in 8th place, which is the number 16 Dolomite. Where does he drop to 10th?
Stuart Graham up into 7th in car 1. Reid 8th. Oh no, we've got to slot in the Rover, haven't we? That's got the dodgy.
Yes.
There he goes. Yes, the dodgy transponder.
Just a minute to go coming up.
Seven laps down, 7.4 seconds between first and second. '16 Anthony Reid driving like the wind in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint.
But just to confuse the mix, he's now got the race leader right behind him, Ollie Bryant, coming through in the 21 Camaro. 30 seconds still to tick through on the clock. Is that going to be enough to start one more lap, or is this the final lap? He can afford to back off. He has a lead of 7.5 seconds ahead of the Shedden Rover, which he can no longer see.
They'll run out of time, I think.
I think they will. He's still got to get through Woodcote, through the chicane.
And their car's ahead of him.
Yep, the sign has come up. This is the final lap of the race. So victory after this chicane has been negotiated will go to the Bryants. Graham, the father, started the car, and Ollie Bryant, the son, coming through to take victory. So Camaro's taken the plaudits in 2016.
What a fantastic race. I should have put my shilling on earlier, shouldn't I?
Yes, back in the box for another decade.
Didn't count. So Graham and Ollie Bryant win in 21. And that's a bit of a half a smile from Graham. And that's going to be a nice sweetener after the problems with the GT40 yesterday that was going so well. And in second place, Chris Ward and Gordon Shedden. Chris Ward, yesterday's qualifying heat winner. Gordon Shedden, BGCC champion in the Rover. Third place, one of Britain's greatest touring car drivers of all time, Steve Soper, in John Young's Ford Capri, car number 18. And a magnificent fourth is going to be the little Escort, number 10 of Kerry Michael and Chris Sanders, being caught towards the end, but holding on well. Next up is going to be Adam Morgan, isn't it, in the Gitin Capri, and right behind him Nigel Greensall in Adam Brindle's Rover. They finished 0.9 of a second apart. In 5th and 6th places. 7th is Stuart Graham. Big belch of backfire there going past to the black Camaro. Stuart Graham pulls that Fabergé car back up the order to 7th place, and Andrew Bruce's Rover is going to be the last unlapped runner, car 74. The Tim Morley and Anthony Reid Dolomite is in 9th place, and 10th place the Watts and Cowley Mazda. Well, what a fabulous race that was, and give them all a big wave as they come back, ladies and gentlemen. There's our order then. Jerry Marshall Trophy for 2016. First, Graham and Ollie Bryant in the Chevrolet Camaro car 21. Second, Chris Ward and Gordon Shedden in the Rover, number 6. Third, the number 18 Capri of John Young and Steve Soper. Fourth, the number 10 Ford Escort of Kerry Michael and Chris Sanders. Fifth, the 1-2-3 Gitin Capri of Rick Wood and Adam Morgan. And in 6th place, number 12, the Rover, Triple X Rover of Adam Brindle and Nigel Greensall. In 7th place, the number 1 Chevrolet Camaro, and that is Nigel Garrett and Stuart Graham. 8th is the 74 Rover, which was Tim Harvey and Andrew Bruce. 9th was the 16 Dolomite Sprint, the triplex car of Tim Morley and Anthony Reid. And in 10th place, the Mazda RX-7 number 14 of Patrick Watts and Ian Cowley. In 11th place, the 15 Dolomite, the Broadspeed car, Rob Gravitt and James Wood. And in 12th place, the number 7 Ford Capri of the Belgians, De Boerman and Thibault. 13th was the Kane and Robinson Dolomite Sprint, number 26. 14th, the Snowden Whale Alfa Romeo, number 4. 15th, Clements and Andrew Smith, RS 2000, 57. 16th, the Adrian Reynard and Rawdon Welby Rover, the Sanyo car, number 3. 17th, the number 2 Capri of Frank Stippler and Paul Pochol. And in 18th place, the Barwick O'Neill Mini 1275, the Patrick Motor Company car. 19th, the Escort of Lucky Christoforou and Theo Paphitis car, number 127. 20th, the Clark and Neil Camaro that went so well after its pit stop. Matt Neal recording the fastest lap of the race. 21st was 45, the Cayenne Mass Triple X Capri. 22nd was Car 8, the Jordan Whittaker Capri. But of course that was well done, that retired, as did the 33 Dolomite Sprint and the 63 Mini. Plus the number 19 Rover, Tiffany Dell, that blew up, the Fowler Wilds Ford Capri that crashed, and the Berger Pirot BMW, an early pit stopper. Well, down in the presentation area, we can go to Henry Hope Frost, who's with the victorious Bryants.
Thanks, Marcus. A very happy dad and lad. Graham, you were described when you were caught on camera on pit wall as an expectant father.
Well, yes, all the years I've been coming here, when Ollie first came when he was a schoolboy, we've had a few seconds, never won anything. So it's Ollie's first win, my first win, and it's great to be, you know, father and son. Fantastic, as far as I'm concerned.
Great opening stint by you.
Yeah, terrific. It's a great car to drive. It's fantastic. And then there was a load of oil dumped to the far side of the circuit, and I went off, spun, went round the back of the car that was parked, and ended up facing the right way, restarted it, and came back on the circuit, and no trouble.
Massively grunty down the straights and keeps you awake in the corners.
It does. I mean, you know, in fact, the brakes aren't bad. I mean, they're not terrific, but we didn't lose the brakes. But the handling's good. They're renowned for going down the straight bits, which is what it does.
Yeah, well done. Well done, superstar. Is that really your first Goodwood win?
Yeah, it is.
You must have led about 1,000 races.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a lot of bad luck, unfortunately, in the past, but several poles and lots of podiums, but first win. So been coming here since I was 12, so it's good to get a win.
Good battle with Flash, but I think he probably had a bit of an issue at the end.
Yeah, he was obviously slower in the straights, but I'd expect that versus the Chevy. But through the corners, he was phenomenal, carrying loads of corner speed. So I nearly got sucked into following him through at the same speed a couple of times, which would have caught me out. But no, it was fantastic fun and really, really good battle.
Better go to your car on.
I think I need to let you go because you're out in the T70.
Yeah. Right.
Well done, mate.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Let's see if we can grab a word with our second place crew. Chris Ward and Gordon Shedden doing a little bit for telly at the moment. We could do our third place crew first. Let's go and do our third place crew first. John Young and Steve Soper. Let me go all the way around the back of the Ford Capri. Grab a quick word with John. Well done, John. Another podium.
Yes, it's the cars performed reasonably well this weekend. Yeah, we're pleased with it.
There was lots of oil down at St Mary's, wasn't there? Was that a problem?
Yeah, I think so. And there was a few cars parked there as well, which it didn't aid things. But yeah, I think for the most part, people behaved very well, and it was a good race.
Bit hairy in the pits at the driver change after the safety car period.
Yes, there was a bit of a rush and a dash, should we say.
You've seen it all before, haven't you?
Once or twice.
Thanks, John. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let me grab, not for the first time this weekend, Steve, you are on top form.
Yeah, it was enjoyable, that. Yeah, we sort of messed up. A pit stop wasn't as good as last night, but we've still managed to get on the podium. That's good.
How did you find the oil problem at St Mary's?
No, I didn't find any. By the time I got in, it seemed fine. It had gone.
Good stuff. Well done, Steve.
No, I enjoyed it. It's a great race. Great to go back to the old times.
Great. Thanks for coming. Steve Soper, John Young, third place. Let me squeeze back over to our second place car and quickly grab a word with Chris and Gordon. Chris, you bolted off into the lead again, and how was it after that?
I tried my best. I went out there. It was a good start today compared to yesterday. Built up the lead. Then we had the oil. It was a little bit dicey for a few laps, and then the safety car came out, which compromised us a little bit, to be fair, because that lead that we built up now disappeared. And with only a few laps once the restart had commenced, it was difficult to build a lead sufficient for Gordon to manage with the Camaro.
When you changed your mind on the pit stop, we wondered if it was because you'd seen the safety car or the pit lane was closed.
I'd seen our board saying in, so I'd come in, and then as soon as I got to the pit lane entrance, I saw the board saying, no, so I had to make a quick decision. Fortunately, it came off, but what I maybe should have done is gone down the pit lane, but we're still here. We finished second, and another good result for JD Classics.
Yeah, well done, Chris. Flash, that was fun.
It was, and you know, Chris has got this habit of doing amazing first stints, and he did it again today. Safety car scuppered it a little bit for us, but yeah, it's a little bit, you know, I'm doing everything I can to uphold a bit of good old British honour in the Rover, but yeah, to no avail at the end. The Camaro just powered past.
It was pretty hairy at the end, but once he got past you, yeah, he was gone.
Yeah, just horsepower. It's you know, I think this car's quite quick, but it's a little bit like taking a pea shooter to a gunfight when you come up against some of these American brutes.
Well done, Flash. Another podium.
Yeah, it's great, and you know, well done, Chris and JD as well.
Thanks, mate. Gordon Shedden and Chris Ward second then in the final part of the Jerry Marshall Trophy.
Well, you always expect fireworks when the big touring cars are out, and Chris Ward, great start on the Rover. Patrick Watts trying the grassy line up into turn one into Madrick. That didn't work for him, but he wasn't the only one losing out, because the black and green Camaro, just going off the left of your screen on the outside of the red and white Camaro, lost a lot of ground, went down to about 20th place in the thick of the battle there. Emanuele Pirro in the UFO Jeans 530i BMW, but that wasn't to last, unfortunately, for the Italian, and his teammate Gerhard Berger didn't get to race at all. He was only a few laps into the race before he had to bring it into the pits prematurely. The Rover leading this wonderful gaggle of Fords and Camaros and BMWs further back, but the battling was super tight, and Tim Harvey was right in the thick of it, making most of the early passing in the Marlboro liveried Rover. And of course we had to capture the action from Nick Swift's Mini. He's always in the thick of the battle. Everyone was enjoying it from the sidelines of the circuit, but unfortunately we had cars starting to fall. That was Tiffany Dell pulling off at St Mary's. A bit of oil on the track, and it did lead to problems. There's the 45 Capri going for a spin. No damage done for him, but just up ahead, Mark Fowler's car is already parked and getting to see more of the side of that Camaro, the Dolomite, than you wanted. The Alpha GTV also going onto the grass on the run down from Fordwater, but there's Mark Fowler's stricken Capri, and that led to the safety car coming out. We went through the safety car period, and then after they were released again, in came Ward from the lead to hand over the Rover to Gordon Shedden. The number 9 Camaro is still really going on, but the chase was led by the 21 Camaro, and Ollie Bryant took over after his father had such a good run early on, and the sheer horsepower of the Camaro had that going into the lead. Gordon Shedden tried to hang on to the Camaro, but you got to the straight and you could just see the sheer grunt of the American cars, and pressing on too hard, I'm afraid Gordon Shedden ran out. So after many years of triumphs, victory for the Bryants.
Just had some information from Goodwood Central, and that races 10, 11 and 12, the ones after this, will be reduced to 15 minutes, and the demo for Super Tourers to 8. But the McLaren Trophy goes as scheduled, over 20 minutes, and Ollie Bryant, I saw, arrived late at the grid, because of course he was on the podium for the last one. There's the man he's got to beat, and that is young Master Nicholas Padmore with the Team Surtees Lola T70. So looking at those cars, these are the big sports racing cars, the prototypes of the mid to late 60s, and a series of spectacular monocoque chassis Lola T70s, space frame McLarens as well, and one or two other machines out there. One's the Hamill of Roland Lewis, who's qualified really well in this company. Roland Lewis qualifying in 14th place, the local man from Littlehampton Way. They've got Tony Sinclair's Lola running properly again, the Jade team. That car was quick yesterday, was up in the among the leaders when he had to bail out at Lavant Corner. And also I see that the new combustion team has sorted Nigel Humes Lola as well, car that Nigel Hume has returned to drive. That's Nigel Hume going away now. 45 Nick Padmore Lola, 4 Phil Keane Lola, and 29 Ollie Bryant Lola. All T70s on the front row. Second row 70 Pedro Mercedes Silva in Lola, and Mr. perennially 5th Chris Drake in 25 McLaren M1B. Row 3 is 16 Chris Jolly, the Super Cooper Chevrolet, 96 Andrew Beaumont with his McLaren M1B, and 5 Tony Sinclair in Grant Reed's Lola T70. Row 4 is Anthony Scrowan, the Belgian, Lotus 30. 6 is Marshall Bailey in the Cambridge Cigarettes Lola T70 Spider. Row 5 is 129 Billy Bellinger with the Cooper Ford Monaco, and the Italian 28 Tommaso Gelmini, Lola T70, 44 John Bladen with McLaren M1A. Row 6, 63 Roland Lewis and the unusual Hamill left-hand drive car, and 15 Mark Devis with his green Lola T70 Spider. Row 7 is 83 Anthony Galliers Pratt with pale blue Lola. 2 is Michael Smits with his Lola T70, and 9 Harms Winter with another McLaren M1A. Row 8 is 88 Marcus Musa, McLaren M1B. 12 Gareth Williams with the Ford-powered M1B, that's Keith St John Radio London car. 19 is Rod Smith, McLaren M1B. 18 Anthony Taylor, McLaren M1B, and 56 the Portuguese João Paulo Campos Costa, who had problems with Lotus 30 yesterday. Row 10 is 3 the American Ray Boswano with the Canadian Fayard Brothers built Chinook Chevrolet, and the Frenchman number 11 Xavier Micheron with his McLaren M1A. And at the back, number 1 returning Lola ace Nigel Hume, who had all kinds of problems yesterday with a Lola T70. Long time since he's driven one of those, with a massive spin in practice, and then went through the chicane. So the Bruce McLaren trophy, very poignant, because Bruce, who was such a sensational guy, very, very gifted engineer and driver, of course lost his life here in 1970, was one of the great advocates of Goodwood. They used to test here a lot and used the circuit to develop the cars that won 4 successive Can-Am series. We're on board with Ollie Bryant in Lash McCall's Lola, which he debuted here last September. The car looked after by a long-standing Lola expert, that's Clive Robinson. So we wait to see what's going to transpire. The Union Jack drops, away they go. One car stopped in the middle, and that's Marshall Bailey didn't get going by the looks of things. And it's, look at that, it's Phil Keane from the middle of the front row who gets out there into the lead. Phil Keane in John Minshaw's T70, he leads the way. Padmore second. He's got a breakage in the gear, so let to know he's got going. Finally away. But there's the battle, and through on the inside, Padmore.
He carried more speed. You could see it through Ford Water. He made it strike by the exit of Ford Water. And so the pole starter, Padmore, back into the lead. Great start there from Phil Keane to really, really push him and get in front by Madgwick. But field flowing beautifully and making a wonderful noise as they come through St Mary's. Now they're going into Lavant. What a sound.
Ollie Bryant really up for the challenge, having won his first Goodwood race only 10 minutes ago. Here he is in the 29 Lola, and you can see now the forward-facing camera what it looks like to pull 170 miles an hour down the Lavant Straight.
Of course, the rear view mirror there making it very hard to see the car he's chasing. Hard for us, but hard for the camera, not for Ollie Bryant as he gives chase. And the Super Cooper, good to see that up at the thin end of the field at the front. But Padmore didn't get the best of starts from pole, was jumped, but he soon replaced Keane in the lead of the race, and the pole man leading from the front.
Padmore, Keane, Bryant, Macedo Silva, the Portuguese, and then a gap back to Jolly and Sinclair. Drake in the middle of that with a Dickey transponder, so it's Jolly, Drake and Sinclair.
Yes, all sorts itself out. Looking to my right from the commentary box, I can see that it's now about a 1.5 second gap as they come down the hill, maybe slightly less through the King before St Mary's. And Padmore really as hard on the power as he dares in the number 45. Red and white Lola leading Phil Keane, and if anything, Phil Keane is now starting to be caught by Ollie Bryant in the battle for second place. And Mercedes Silva tucked in behind. Safety car.
Safety car's out. So what's happened? What's happened with safety car already on lap 2?
I think it's up at the end of the lap. You've got waved yellows at Woodcote, I'm afraid. I can see the ambulance chasing up there. The blue lights, the ambulance, as the leaders are working their way towards the Lavant Straight. And they would have seen all that. I can just see, yes, getting to the yellow flags is our race leader, Nick Padmore.
Yes, we've got a car off at, look at Mark Davis has got back to the pits, but he's walking away.
He's minus a bonnet panel as well.
Yeah. And he's clutching his side as he walks, but he's gone back. Still a car down there. The only other one not to turn back is number 2, which is Smits.
So Nick Padmore's going to have to do it all again. He was jumped at the start by Phil Keane from the middle of the front row. He got back in front by the time they got to the exit of Fordwater and was starting to pull clear. Ollie Bryant in 3rd place, another of the Lola T70 Spiders, and looking to take the chase, take the battle to Phil Keane. Pedro Mercedes Silva in behind him, and Chris Drake, car number 25, got up to 5th place. The safety car is out on the circuit, and everybody else going around, and we saw Mark Davis coming into the pit lane.
Continuing behind the safety car, as you can see, in the order of 45 Nick Padmore, 4 Phil Keane, 29 Bryant, 70 Mercedes Silva, 25 Drake, 16 Jolly, 5 Sinclair, 96 Beaumont, 129 Bellinger, and 8 Anthony Scrowan completing the top 10. So and we've got a number 1 Nigel Humes T70 has taken a big bang on the front. Not sure how that occurred, but he's out of the race. Really has had a miserable weekend. One guy going really well is 16 Chris Jolly in the Super Cooper, car that was raced by Skip Hudson in the States and the USRRC. Mighty machine, looked after by Steve Farthing's Rennsport organisation.
Very, very different engine note at the moment. The car's burbling rather than roaring as they come past the back part of the circuit behind the safety car. So Nick Padmore leading the way from Phil Keane and Ollie Bryant. Lola T70 Spiders to the fore. Their Chevrolet V8 power making that wonderful sound. And then Pedro Mercedes Silva, car number 70, another T70 Spider tucked in behind them in 4th place.
There's the Mark Davis Lola with a rather bent steering wheel.
Yeah, so Mark Davis, you can see why he was holding his wrists or perhaps even his ribs when he came back in, but good to see him out of a rather bent car there.
Behind the safety car. On to lap 3 now. And we're riding with Ollie Bryant behind Phil Keane, modern GT racer. Ollie's done a fair amount of modern GT racing as well. And Nick Padmore continues to be out front, having set a pole time yesterday of 1 minute 17.079 seconds, more than a second inside his own outright lap record for the historic era of Goodwood. 3 laps in and running at 3 3/4 minutes. Laps into the pits has come Anthony Galliers Pratt with the silver blue Lola T70, number 83, so he's pulled out of the race. Team from Blakely Motorsports looking under the back of the car to see if they can spot what the problem is. Padmore then, who only got a very last-minute call-up to drive Phil Hall's car again, which he's driven very convincingly in recent years. Tony Sinclair, the Tulsa tearaway in car number 5. Problems in qualifying. They lost an engine, or had an engine give trouble in testing here only a week ago, and they've changed to their backup Chevrolet motor for that car. Had a bit of a wallop here in September at the revival meeting. We're going to have a look at the start again. The red car on pole of Nick Padmore didn't get away as well as Phil Keane outside of his left. You can see Marshall Bailey's car stationary in the middle of the pack there, but everyone avoided him. Here it is from the front, and Keane got away really nicely, a bit of squirreling at the back as you'd expect, but putting down a lot of power from these big engines. Chris Drake got pushed out quite wide at turn 1 at Madgwick by Chris Jolly, but Jolly was clinging to his line. It was all fair and square. The Chinook, the silver Chinook, made by the expatriate Hungarian Feo brothers in Canada, is there at the back row, Boissonneau. And look at that, Mark Davis had already missed that car. Gareth Williams next to the outside. He's a surgeon by profession. And away they go. That's the view from the back of Olive Bryant's car. That's a fantastic shot, isn't it? And you can see the carburetors on top of the engine here. The vapour coming out. Pedro Macedo Silva gets pretty close, going up through Madgwick in the dark green T70, but Bryant gets on the gas. And it's been red flagged, ladies and gentlemen. The race has been red flagged, so they'll be pulled off the circuit. So after 3 laps, we're onto the 4th lap, and there's a red. So the cars all forming up down at the chicane.
Marshall's at the paddock entrance, beckoning the safety car forward, but he's assembling.
Waiting for everyone to pitch up, I think.
It looks like he's pretty much got the lot of them. I can't see any more coming in. I think they're all in line now.
So I don't think the grid will be reforming for a restart.
As I say, it looks a little unlikely at the moment, but we will take our advice and lead from race control. The big Lolas and McLarens and 2 other marks down there as well, of course the Chinook and the interesting Hamill, the left-hand drive Hamill. Ed Hamill built the cars in the States. We saw the car here before in the hands of Chris Childs a number of years ago. And the Porsche, magnificent looking Porsche, leading the competitors back. Whether they will go into I think they're going to form up on the exit of the chicane for convenience, leaving a clear track. Formed up, and I'll switch their engines off. Can't leave them running with no air going through the radiators. Well, while we're waiting for direction, we'll look forward to the other Goodwood Road Racing Club events of the year, the Festival of Speed, at Goodwood House, and also the revival meeting back here in September.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, the sun is coming out, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got this slight hiatus, but let's look back to the highlights of the Jerry Marshall Trophy race that was for the Group 1 Saloons. It was Capri's, Dolomites, Rover ST1s, and at the front we've got the Camaros challenging as well. Patrick Watts has a run up the inside on the grass, trying to gain advantage, but in fact losing ground in the Mazda RX-7. The black and green Fabergé Camaro got pushed out wide by the Bastos Camaro at the opening corner and lost about 15 to 20 places. But in the thick of the action was a UFO 530i BMW with Emanuele Pirro really enjoying his run, but sadly mechanical gremlins was a strike and the Camaros were left up the front end, giving chase of the Rover at the very pointed end of the field, with Chris Ward putting up yet another exemplary performance for the JD Classics crew. But one of the drivers who was really on the charge was Tim Harvey, former British touring car champion from 20-something years ago, 1992, in the Rover STI with the Marlboro livery, and Nick Swift in the Little Mini getting up close and personal as Nigel Garrett recovered in the #1 Camaro. People enjoying things from the pits. Tiffany Dell not enjoying the smoke coming from under the 19 Rover. He had to park at St Mary's, and a lot of action was happening just before the corner. Oil was put down by Tiff. The Triple X Capri goes for a little rotation on it, and then one of the Dolomites, number 26, very sideways. The Alpilati, Alpha behind, also getting on the grass. Scary moments for them, but they gathered it up before they got to the kink at St Mary's. But Mark Fowler's Capri was in the wall on the outside. And then we came to the run of pit stops. Chris Ward came in. He waited as long as he possibly could and then handed over to Gordon Shedden, and the Bastos Camaro still going very strongly. But at the end of the race, this was the power of the 21 Camaro. That had been on the grass earlier with Dad Graham Bryant on board. Ollie Bryant then took it past the Rover, and the sheer grunt of the Camaro, you can see it as they go out of Madgwick. Shedden had no reply, and so victory, the first for the pair of them at Goodwood, went to the Bryants. You couldn't fault Shedden for trying. He got so wide, but he had to end up back in second place. So the late afternoon sunshine, good to see it. It came out yesterday afternoon after another cold morning, and what a chance to see the cars parked on the banking. Anything pre-66, if you book it in, you can park it on the banking on the run along from Lavant. And the displays around the circuit provided, some of them by you, the public, are just as much part of the show as anything else. So it's great to see petrol heads from all around the world watching this, and they can watch it from all around the world because it's streamed live on the Goodwood Road Racing website, on YouTube. And before yesterday's GT40 race, we had 500,000 hits. That was the spike, and I'd be really interested to see what today's racing has been for people in different time zones, people who just can't be here this year. They can keep up with the action, an action we have had aplenty at the 74th members meeting.
And one of the features of members meeting and revival, of course, is the motor show in the car parks. And there's a lovely example: Mazda, Marcos, Jaguar. So the drivers are all out of their cars, wondering whether this race will resume or not. Look at that lovely Bentley Continental R with a little imp next door.
Yeah.
Not
the NSU and an AC
ME3000.
Yeah. So only one of those fits normally into a car parking space.
The NSU is the type of car which Klaus Ludwig started his racing career in, and the AC ME3000, as an Anorak fact here, was developed from the Bohanna Stables Diablo.
And it is chain driven.
Indeed, with a transverse Ford V6 in it.
With a chain from the engine to the gearbox. Alfa Romeo. Is that a
Sunbeam Tiger?
Giulietta, Sunbeam Tiger. Wonderful motor show.
MGB, Aston Martin down there as well. I drove a DBS V8 round here once on
Silver
a
Cloud.
track day.
Nope, Bentley.
You were brave enough to call it. I was waiting to see.
Yes. Let's have a look at some of today's highlights, starting with Brooks Trophy.
Yes, the Brooks Trophy was the first race of the day, and it's the Grand Prix cars of the 1950s. That four-wheel drive Ferguson was so rapid as it put all its power down, with Nick Adams driving it. Way up until there's a push start for Will Nuttall driving the ex-Wolfgang von Tripp's Cooper Maserati. Toothpaste Tube Connell raced in one Grand Prix, the 59 US Grand Prix, in the middle of the pack there. And all sorts of action midfield. There's the pale green BRM.
I spoke to Barry Baxter while he was waiting to go out on the motorcycle. He said the reason for slowing down later was that the gear lever came off.
Ah, okay. And that's Sam Wilson, who started way down the field. Talking of gear problems, he had gearbox problem yesterday. They're moving the cars up onto the grid, which is encouraging.
Terrific battle. Barry Cannell, Gregor Fiskin, and the four-wheel drive Ferguson. Gregor drops it.
He touched the curb on the inside, and it just destabilised the car, didn't it? And it went round in a loop.
But he wasn't out there not to try. But anyhow, there is victory for Barry Cannell right in behind him. Great run in the Ferguson from Nick Adams. So that set our day rolling. It seems a long time ago now.
Yes, it does. A lot of water under the bridge here. And these T70s being moved up onto the line now below us. And there's the Dana car with of Ollie Bryant, looked after by Clive Robinson. The Jade Run car of Tony Sinclair, owned by Grant Reed from Mars.
Nice to see, Marcus, a couple of Lotus 30s.
Yes.
Which are going better than they did in period.
That's right. Anthony Scrown is driving very well in the number 8 car, the Belgian driver.
Another of Colin Chapman's ideas, let's have a backbone frame, rather like the Elan, but the other way around, but it was too flexible, didn't work.
Did he not think that there actually wasn't much side impact protection?
Yeah, don't think that was his major concern.
No. Tommaso Gelmini with the white and blue T70 up from Italy for this meeting. And then 9 is Harms Venter. 88 is Marcus Musser's car.
We're missing Chris Goodwin, aren't we?
Yeah, not here this year.
Not here this week, no. And the, Marshall Bailey's T70 has been pushed straight back into the pits. There's the rare Hamill, number 63 of Roland Lewis. A recent birthday boy, had a nice track day here at Goodwood a couple of weeks back. 18 is veteran Anthony Taylor with his McLaren M1. Behind another of the Lotus 30s, that's João Paulo Campos Costa from Portugal. He's been racing in Arrows in the Formula 1 Championship, having moved up from a Formula Junior Lola. 3 is Roy Boissonneau from the States with the Chinook, which looks very McLaren M1B-esque. And 12 is the Radio London X Keith St John Ford-powered McLaren, which is driven by Gareth Williams, who's a fabled surgeon. So the majority of the cars back on the grid now.
And you certainly feel that Nick Padmore will be just trying to think what he can do to get as much traction as Phil Keane had from alongside him. The initial drive off the line from Padmore was good, but Phil Keane just hooked it through the gears that bit faster to take the lead. It wasn't a lead that he kept for long, Marcus, so by the time they got to the exit of Ford Water, he was back in second again.
Yes, absolutely. And Nick Padmore's confidence in the Lola number 45 is absolute, isn't it?
Total.
Yeah, yeah. He makes it do some remarkable things. And that time that he eked out of it yesterday, a 1:17.079, was absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, others seem to really be concerned about how cold it was and how little grip they were getting, but he didn't really go around as far as mentioning that. So a man on top of his game, on top of that car.
Very much so, and he can leap in and out of historic Formula 1 cars and drive them with great aplomb as well. He did quite a bit of racing in Max Smith Hilliard's cars last year, and was top man in the pre-78 championship with the FIA Masters Series at the wheel of the Lotus 77. And yes, he certainly a guy who very much underrated. Father Keith, a mini racer of yore, and always supporting Nick. A couple of Coopers in the field. The Cooper Chevrolet of Chris Jolly, which was running 6th when the race was stopped, and then the Ford-powered one of James Bellinger, Billy to his mates, car 129, car owned by Keith Arlers. There's a Maserati one we see as well, which is pretty remarkable.
Both of them with space frame,
yes,
rather than monocoques. Here's
how the
our
points
current
going.
score. Look at Methuen marching ahead.
Marching has to war.
Yes, 6,330. That's many more points than were scored last year. Tor Bolton in second place. Darnley.
It's actually Reed, the team captain, house captain, going round and round and round again, and sort of whipping his people up into a frenzy.
Or driving laps of the auto solo and scoring points. Darnley, who jumped into a lead yesterday evening, have slipped down into third place. Aubigny and Drew Jordan's team bring up fourth place.
There's some Toxophilae.
Toxophilae. You can earn points. Great to see people still lining up to earn house points.
Do you fire an arrow with a rubber sucker on the end of it, or is it the proper thing?
Well, the target at the other end looked the proper thing, didn't it?
Fair crosswind, I'd have thought.
I don't think I'd be strong enough to even to pull the bow back.
Yes, you're right about the crosswind, a bit of a built-in excuse. Well, there's one on the target. Well done, sir.
Pedal carts.
Is that Anthony Reid in the background warming his up, pumping away? All these things really just add to the whole day out here at Goodwood, doesn't it?
Yes.
So they're waving at the big screen. We're over this side with the camera.
Give us a wave. Warm up the knees.
They're off, most of them.
On the way out wacky races.
Someone's storming through, pedaling like crazy. This is reminds us of the Setrington Cup.
Except here you can see their legs rather than just the feet, as you can see.
Some alternative routes have been taken.
You've got to take the Joker lap like World Rallycross.
Yeah, that's the way. Missed the pylon. Take the shortcut. Excellent stuff.
Reach out to try and grab the competitor's cart. I'm not sure I like all of this.
The course seems to be a little random. A bit like the Horse of the Year show. I always wonder, watching that on television, and wonder how they know which way to go.
Taking out the pylons.
Oh, bit of a shortcut there over the board. Oh, he's not on the full lap. Call the stewards. Stewards inquiry.
You'd have to say the chap in the red trousers is the one who's sticking to the course most rigidly, claiming victory. He knows the other fella's been disqualified.
Do you think they have a miniature safety car just in case?
Well, the damaged car from that last race is on the back of the wagon and will be repatriated to the paddock. To look at another race from earlier this morning, we're going to look at the highlights of the Derek Bell Cup 1 litre Formula 3 race, and this was another very exciting one. There we go.
Andrew Hibbard starting from pole for this.
Watch this. A sideways, slightly sideways Steve Smith in the ex-Carlo Facchetti chevron leaps up in the air, and through Madrick they stream, but very soon there was a safety car, because look at that, there's a mighty engine blow, and that's last year's winner James King already out of the equation with Tony Mantle's chevron, and it's not very well.
Once we got underway again, though, it was Peter Thompson really pushing Andrew Hibbard, but Hibbard seemed to have all the answers in the final sprint. It was a couple of laps sprint from the end of the safety car period. Simon Armour really giving it a go in number 22, the march there, but no one seemed to have the answers to the top three, and particularly Andrew Hibbard. And here he comes through in the checkered flag Brabham. Victory for him.
Checkered flag for the checkered flag.
Back with live pictures from the Bruce McLaren grid. 3 Lola T70s on the front row. Thank you, Goodwood, for a fantastic day at the members' meeting. I took the family, worth every penny. Well done, Duncan Sutton. And an appropriate picture of 512s, now 917s. What's the correct collective noun for Porsche 917s? A pod, perhaps. Well, perhaps. Webby on the web, well done. Awesome to hear these F1 cars on track, wasn't it, Miss Monkey Penny?
Monkey Penny, fabulous.
There's Dario. Enjoying life as always, Goodwood. Hashtag 74 Charlie. Oh, I can't say that.
Charlie Stout,
Charlie
GRC.
Stout, GRC. Let me have a go in that. Lotus,
Let me have a
please,
go in that
Dario.
Lotus, please. Absolutely. Oh, look at that Ferrari short wheelbase 250 SW.
Extraordinary attention to detail.
Drive tastefully, yes, I think that's absolutely right. Classic bike race. Thoroughly enjoying the weekend, says Bonnie Shoeholic. Oh, I live in a family of those.
Allow them one each for Christmas, Marcus.
One shoe each?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, so it should be. So keep the tweets coming.
So the cars sitting reformed on the grid, waiting for a signal of when they might be required to fire up again for the Bruce McLaren Trophy.
And how many more minutes racing we're going to get in the Bruce McLaren Trophy?
Yes, it set off as a 20-minute race, but we had the stoppage after 2 laps. Safety car was out, 44. That's John Bladen from his McLaren M1A.
Former FIA Thoroughbred Grand Prix champion, John Bladen, no less, and that's Jarno in the background, who looks after the car from TT Motors down in Winterbourne, Kingston, Dorset.
And our remaining demonstration Super Touring is, we were told, reduced to 8 minutes, and equally our 3 final races, time limited, of course.
There's the Dana Chevrolet powered Lola of Ollie Bryant. Sitting relaxed on the, well, 1 or 2 cars are starting up. We saw the M1A McLaren there, the early shape McLaren Can-Am car, US RRC type car, and Jarno behind it. I can tell you was named after Jarno Saarinen, great Finnish motorcycle racer.
There's a Lotus 30 with Lotus 40 type exhaust. Most Lotus 30s had the exhaust coming out underneath.
Do you have a license for that flamethrower, sir?
Yes. My brother had a Lotus 30.
Did you drive it?
I drove it once, yes. Once was enough.
Hey ho, said Anthony Scrowan.
Very pretty car. And I was here when Jimmy Clark drove the Lotus 40 in the TT. He said it was like paper hanging in a breeze.
Most rewarding. There's 70.
Appropriate number for the T70.
It's, Pedro Mercedes Silva. That's the Hamill of Roland Lewis, who we often see at Castle Coombe racing his Jade Chrysler. One of his Jade Chryslers, in fact. Also has the ex-Davy McGee Formula 3 Brabham WD-41. The car's been nicely restored by the Jade team. There is one of the Jade team principals. That's Tony Sinclair. And he's in the ex-John Surtees Jackie Stewart Lola T70 with that very distinctive colour scheme.
So, were some T70s converted to coupes and then
there were some
Spiders?
coupes, and they have been for historic racing, that's for sure. That's Marcus Musa with the ex-Maston Gregory Pacesetter Holmes car. Born in Liverpool, but based in Monaco. His father was a consul. Pacesetter Holmes. That's the Ford-powered Super Cooper of Billy Bellinger.
With the chassis braced by a good, strong rollover bar.
Stout.
All these cars, of course, with right-hand gear change.
They were sometimes called King Cobras, the Ford-powered Coopers. The Maserati one was an ex-Roy Salvadori car run by Tommy Atkins. High-efficiency motors for Roy Salvadori, 5-litre Maserati. We've seen it here in the past.
We have. Roy didn't like it very much, but later on they developed it, got it, the engine revving right and the car handling right.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it, with those the 3 Lolas across the front of the grid. Phil Keane in the middle in the ex-Sid Taylor Racing car that Denny Holm and others drove in period. Of course, in that mid-50s period, these cars were the quickest cars you ever saw on a circuit, because Formula 1 was 1500cc back then.
I think perhaps our tyre wall might need a bit of rebuilding at Woodcote.
Yes, they're still finishing that off, aren't they? But everyone's in the cars, strapped in, helmets on, and just waiting for the green light, so to speak, to continue. Our new spotter, Nick, behind, is focusing his long lens down there to see what's going on.
It's a way to avoid the traffic going home. Goodwood in recent weeks has had to put up with a temporary short runway because the main runways have been pretty much waterlogged, but now, after these 10 days or so of drying wind, all the runways are okay.
Waggling the wings?
Yes.
Probably knows he's on camera. What's that aircraft, Chris? You're into your light aviation?
Ask me another. I think
It's a white and blue one.
I think it was a Piper Arrow, but don't hold me to it. Lord March giving Nick Padmore some fatherly advice. Spoke to Nick yesterday evening, touching 176 down Lavin Strait into Woodcote. Yes, one of the most exciting races today has been the Edwardian cars in the SF Edge race. Let's have another look at the drama of that race.
There was plenty of it, wasn't there?
It really was. Great start by the Indianapolis Sunbeam.
And also from the light GN with the aero engine from the outside.
Middle of the pack, Andrew Frankel in the very early 1922 TT Bentley. There's Mark Walker, just out of screen, in the 1905 Darracq.
There's the Moors with a novice cross on the back. What you need with a massive aero engine in front of you. Hudson on the outside. That's the Darracq.
The Darracq, I think, has the first ever V8 engine. Here's the battle between Duncan Pittaway in the GN with the aircraft engine and the big Delage.
Yeah, Matthias Seletsky, who drove beautifully.
He did. His first race in the car at Goodwood, and then through came Julien Majoub in the Indianapolis Sunbeam. But he wasn't to hold the lead for long. Duncan Pittaway got back in front in the little GN. Watch the GN coming out of the chicane.
Julien Majoub went all herbaceous, didn't he?
He did.
Well, the big problem for Julien Majoub at this point, the reason he went herbaceous, he said he had very few brakes left. And the far more nimble Duncan Pittaway's little GN had the advantage in terms of cornering, but look at the lack of power he has as the Delage comes back at it, the Sunbeam comes back at it, and Seletsky thinks he wants to have a little look up the inside, but Pittaway isn't having any of it, so he hangs on in front.
And every now and then Seletsky looks down as if he's struggling with gear change. Understeer followed very rapidly by oversteer with the GN.
Looks like we used the driver's seat as a hinge, didn't it?
Over the checkered flag, lovely close finish to a most entertaining race.
That was the first time here at Goodwood for the Edwardians, and I very much hope that we'll see them invited again at some point, because it's an ever-moving feast.
It is.
And with a little bit more freedom than the revival meeting in September, which have run annually since 1998, 50 years to the day since the motor circuit was opened by the Duke of Richmond and Gordon in '48, and that certainly is an event we all look forward to immensely. It's a very, very busy month. There's a Zandvoort Historic Grand Prix, there's the revival meeting here, there's the Spa 6 Hours follows up, and lots on. Particularly, you think of the preparation teams. You have to turn these cars around. There's a lot of rebuilding involved in them. A lot of maintenance that's done routinely to life components and just check everything over. And it doesn't come cheap.
No, and the gearbox particularly takes quite a hammering.
Yes, anything with massive torque is going to thrap the gearbox, isn't it?
It's been a day for fur hats, hasn't it? It's almost like St. Petersburg in the winter. If you're wondering why it's taking a long time to get this race underway, I believe our valiant marshals are still engaged in reconstructing the tire barrier at Woodcote. Bobble hats. Well, of course, members meetings early in the spring at Goodwood Imperial, we wore duffel coats and bobble hats.
Nothing changes.
No. Well, how about having another look at the great racing in the Graham Hill Trophy?
Well, those cars looked absolutely fabulous, even standing still, but the Shelby Daytona coupes on the front row with the E-Type in between them, but for the E-Type driver it was not the best of starts, and Bradley Ellis got out-muscled on the run to the first corner. Worse was to follow, but pole position to the lead of the race. Andrew Smith on the outside, but James Cottingham at the front as Bradley Ellis got moved to the side, to the grass on the outside, lost a lot of ground. You can see him just trying to get it straight again, but down to about 10th place for number 47.
He's behind Collis Monteverdi and Carsten LeBlanc at that point, isn't he?
Yeah, but great battling, and David Hart seemed to be in the thick of it. Number 8 was John Minshaw going round, so a good result for him was had come to an end very early.
The good result for him was keeping it out.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But then Rob Hall really making a charge in the number 1 Cobra, and his next target, Gary Pearson, he's got past David Hart, and Bradley Ellis has closed back up again. And then we had great scrapping down the field. The Bizzarini fighting with the Project 214 Aston Martin. Number 11, that's Gregor Fiskin, busy boy over the course of the weekend.
Shelby Mustang under attack, flame out there as the E-Type approaches. That's on the overrun. And here we are riding on board with James Cottingham when the safety car had come out.
And that was the checkered flag, because I'm afraid they didn't get to go racing again with that safety car. So the checkered flag brought that one to a conclusion. So James Cottingham kept the lead ahead of Andrew Smith.
Yeah, old buddies. Well, certainly very exciting. Drivers climbing out of the first couple of cars again. And Chris Jolly just popped his crash helmet off in the Super Cooper, bright yellow crash helmet. The car sitting on the inside of row 3. The big wheel still working, the Ferris wheel on the fairground.
Just a reminder, there's probably still time just about to bag a helicopter ride if you fancy a ride in the Jet Ranger over the hill climb course at Goodwood, past Goodwood House, up the hill to the race course at the top of the hill and back down again. Go and talk nicely to elite helicopters behind the Great Hall, and there is a helicopter. It's not one of the elite helicopters, Jet Rangers, but it gives you an idea of the possibilities. We've also seen the white Piper Cub high-winged aircraft in which you can also take a fixed-wing flight over Goodwood.
Well, next up, we're going to look at a reel of the Hailwood Trophy motorcycle race. Bruce better talk us through this one, because he was on duty for it.
I was, but it's an armchair ride when you're working with Barry Nutley. But over years, I've got used to the Manx Nortons, but a whole different array of bikes this time. Two-stroke 250 and 350cc racers that competed between 1970 and 1984. Very much dominated by Yamaha bikes. You can pick them up for a really reasonable fee, around £15,000 at a time. And it was Michael Russell who was on pole, but he didn't come away with the glory in the race because Ian Simpson in the yellow helmet pulled clear and rode beautifully. And behind him, a wonderful scrap between Richard Parker on the number 20, there he is in the middle, and in behind him, Dean Stimpson, really enjoying the battle. He thought he might even take the lead battle to Simpson, but Simpson just pulled clear, and the scrapping all took place behind. Oh, a little nudge there. That's on the opening lap as number 20, Parker thought he'd make his move, but soon Simpson edged clear. And then, in fact, we saw Michael Russell coming up to play in that battle. There he is at number 68. He got ahead of Simpson fleetingly, but no one could do anything about Simpson. And in the end, he won by about 10 seconds. Rode beautifully, and there he celebrates with a little pop wheelie as he accelerates past the pits and out.
On the screen, an interesting airplane, the Navion, which was developed from the basics of the P-51 Mustang into a touring airplane, not with a Merlin engine, but a lovely airplane to fly, not cheap to maintain. Retractable undercarriage, of course. And rare, I think only 2 or 3 in this country. We look forward to great flying displays at both the Festival of Speed and the Revival. Sadly, we won't see the Vulcan. The Vulcan is grounded and the centre of a display at Robin Hood Airport, Doncaster. And despite the, oh, here we go, lovely, oh, look, they are lovely old Benters, aren't they? Goodwood Road Racing. Sam Daly, thanks, Sam. SC events at 74 members meeting. Duck herding fun at the Lavant Country Corner. Seriously cool events. Well, seriously cool today and yesterday. Great day at Goodwood Road Racing Club. Dodgy 69. A lovely GT40. Lemsip and Goodwood streaming, keeping me sane. Not well. Sad to hear that, Alan, but hope we've been able to cheer you up today.
Two sorts of streaming, I guess.
Yes.
Now, one of the highlights yesterday, as we wait for the restart of this race, was we had the IWC moments. If you want to know what they were, we had two of the most glorious W196 Mercedes here. We had Jochen Mass in the Streamliner and 1998 and 99 world champion Mika Häkkinen here at the Goodwood circuit for the first time. He was in the regular W196 racer. An advertisement was being filmed, so Goodwood delighted to be there. But the IWC moment, let's hear from what Mika Häkkinen had to say.
Thank you, Bruce. Wonderful scenes down here in the assembly area as double world champion Mika Häkkinen climbs into the W196, the 1955 straight 8 Grand Prix car used to such devastating effect, of course, by Sterling Moss and Juan Fangio. Mika making his debut at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Let me dive in and have a quick word. Mika, welcome to Goodwood. Great to see you here.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back in England again, and it's great to be in Goodwood, you know, and it's again fantastic to see the people here, old friends, and of course beautiful cars, and to see the people's excitement.
You've been to the Festival of Speed before, or the hill climb at the house, but not to the motor circuit. This is a proper hairy old place here, you know.
Oh, it is indeed. It's really high speed, and when I went around it earlier today, I was really amazed of the speed what you can reach here in this track, and you know, you need to have a good reactions and good coordinations to keep the car in a right angle to point in the corners. But it's fun. You know, I think this track is a great fun to race and to drive. It's a high speed.
Your Formula One career, of course, very much synonymous with Mercedes-Benz. What's it like to be in one of these priceless cars from many years before you raced?
I mean, it's always amazed me the design and the quality what the Mercedes has. I'm talking about this car, which is quite a few years already. It's an old car, but again, like I said, the quality is amazing. And how it's this car to drive, it is also really great fun. You know, you can really put it sideways if you want, but well, I'm not going to do it today. But anyway, it's a great car.
It's worth quite a lot of money.
Yeah, I think it was something $29 million. So it's I better be careful.
Yes. Cast your mind back to 1998, 1999, 2 World Championships, wonderful battles with Michael Schumacher. You have good memories of those times.
Oh, definitely. I mean, racing against Michael Schumacher was really demanding, really tough, and he never didn't give up. You know, he was always pushing and tried everything to win. But it was a good time. Good. I think those 98 and 99 was good years for my career in Formula One, and of course some other good years too. But winning a championship those years was definitely fantastic, and racing against Michael Schumacher it was also good. Some serious tough races we did together.
It doesn't feel like 15 years since you retired. Do you miss the racing in Formula One?
No, I don't miss it. But you're right. It's a long time ago. Today's life is focused in different aspects and different areas, and the racing is behind. But like I said, it is great memories and great career I had. So it's important to move on in your life.
It's a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well done, Henry. Great interview, and that was followed by lovely IWC moment. The two Mercedes Grand Prix cars, the Streamliner from 1954, the W196 open wheeler from 1955, bringing back memories of Juan Manuel Fangio and Sterling Moss chasing each other, separated by only a few feet. And then at the 1955 British Grand Prix at Aintree, Sterling just popping ahead. Doug Nye is in the box. He's going to give me some secret information that nobody has ever known before. Mika really enjoying this. IWC Schaffhausen, makers of high-quality watches, producing an advertisement, which I hope we will see pretty soon, either in the cinema or on television. Fangio drove the Streamliner in 1954, launched at the French Grand Prix at Reims, and then at Silverstone on a course very different from today, but with the corners outlined by cement-filled oil drums. Fangio couldn't really see the corner, and ended up with a very battered Streamliner. This Streamliner is the practice car from Monza. It's unstable, but presumably aerodynamically, so they rushed the older car down the high-speed with the high-speed transporter, the wonderful transporter based on the 300 SL, which I think Doug used to sit derelict outside the factory for many years on the high-speed test track, and then got, I don't know if it was a recreation or it was the original car got rebuilt. Doug tells me the old one finally rotted away. No one was sensible enough to snap it up because it had no value in those days. And Rudolf Uhlenhaut, who incidentally had an English mum, ordered a new one to be built. And that's the blue one that we've seen at Festival of Speed. I think you probably saw the lineup of how many 300 SLRs at Festival of Speed, 7, including the 2 coupes. Which many people regard probably as the most valuable cars in the world, except they're priceless, they'll never be sold. But Rudolf Uhlenhaut used to use one of them to go skiing, and Doug has been a passenger, and I'm not sure whether you drove it, Doug, drove the coupe, and his ears have been ringing ever since. Doug drove it with a Mercedes mechanic sitting in the passenger seat, white with fear. So looking towards Woodcote, it looks as if reconstruction of the tyre barrier is nearing completion. Decision still to be taken over whether we can run some more minutes of the Bruce McLaren Trophy. Hope we can. These are wonderful cars, very spectacular. But of course, we still have the Super Touring Car demonstration, which was announced as being reduced to 8 minutes. And then 3 more races, the Parnell Cup, the Whitmore Cup, and our final Peter Collins Trophy for the sports cars of the sort that would have raced in the 9-hour races here at Goodwood. So we're waiting for race control to let us know decisions on timings. Our telephone has just rung. Doug rushes to pick it up, and this, I hope, will be the information that we're looking for. Bruce, how's a thing in your little refrigerated box with spiders hibernating?
I'm sitting next to a packet of fish fingers and they haven't thawed. No, I'm actually just looking across to Woodcote, and the last tractor is just leaving the corner, so it looks like they've now completed the repairs to the tyre wall there, and hopefully that's the message that Doug is receiving at the back of your commentary box, the warm commentary box, relatively.
So, Bruce, what's going to happen is when this race restarts, there's going to be one green flag lap and then 5 minutes of racing. So, better than nothing. 5 minutes of pretty intense racing.
Well, it will be. I mean, you know, I get excited watching these cars doing an outlap, so I'm all ready for it. And bring it on. But we've got those T70 Spiders filling the front row, another one on the second row, and then the first of the McLarens tucked in behind. And let's see what they can get up to.
So 5 minutes will be probably 3 laps. Shame it's been curtailed. It was a nasty accident at Woodcote. Goodwood is a very unforgiving circuit, and so cars are being pushed back from their grid positions, presumably to get them started. And
well, the drivers aren't in their cars at the moment, so that's not necessarily looking. Anyhow, we'll wait and watch and see what happens, but we're hoping for a restart. But of course, the clock keeps on ticking, and the one thing you can't stop around here is the falling of night.
No, I think the decision has been taken to abandon this race. Sadly, cars are being pushed backwards and then pushed through the gate into the paddock. So these lovely Lola T70s and Lotus 30s, we'll see them at Revival. One of the highlights of Revival every year is the Big Banger race that is, I think, the penultimate race on the Sunday, usually.
Yes, more often than not, certainly go out with a bang. So the T70s being pushed, the McLaren's being pushed back.
Henry
up the circuit and guided into the collection area.
Henry Hope Frost will have great memories of being invited to hop into Chris Goodwin's McLaren for his victory lap of Goodwood, clinging on to the roll bar. One of the highlights of Henry's career.
Yes, he got a fair few hits on that once he put it onto social media afterwards, but nothing in comparison to what this meeting has been picking up over the past day and a half. And it's a great pleasure to all of us that more people than ever before can share in the members' meeting from wherever they are in the world. And also for those who are here, they can watch it all over again when they get home. That's the beauty of the streaming.
Yes, Bruce McLaren trophy cars going back into the paddock. We await one of our most anticipated demonstrations, that of the wonderful super touring cars from the days when British and European touring car championships were for very advanced and almost budgetless saloon cars, touring cars, and so many manufacturers. Ford with the Mondeo, Audi with the A4, even Peugeot with the 406, Honda. What a difference from recent years of the British Touring Car Championship. It's still fun, it's still close racing and highly skillful racing, but I think those super touring days were very special.
And particularly special when you got up close enough to the cars to realise just how special they were under the skin, how advanced. Of course, from the outside, they still looked in that touring car shape, but it was the technology that lay within. And the fact so many of them are out now is testament to the desire for people to drive these cars. And one of the drivers, I think it was John Cleland yesterday, saying, yeah, people say you've only got 300 horsepower, but trust me, they are very, very tough cars to drive at 10 tenths. Did he say any fool can drive them at 7 tenths? but 10/10 is the really critical element with these cars.
Confirmation on the screen of what we suspected. The Bruce McLaren Trophy sadly has been cancelled, but now we can look in the assembly area at the Super Touring cars preparing to come out for their demonstration. That's the Audi A4 that I believe Emanuele Pirro, he certainly drove it yesterday and will be driving it again today. Nissan Primera, Honda, Ford Mondeo,
Renault Laguna, Vauxhall Cavalier, Vauxhall Vectra, Volvo 850, Volvo S40. The Volvo S850, by the way, is a static display, but hopefully if you see it in the paddock.
Is that the estate car version or the saloon version?
Well, I'll have to guess. It has to come past my commentary position.
No, it wouldn't do if it's static.
I'll just nod.
Yes, okay. Yeah, it is Emanuele, who was enthusing about the Audi, wishing it had a passenger seat so he could take people for a lap of Goodwood.
But fantastically, Emanuele, you know, he loves the detail of this event. He even dug out the right overalls, the ones he drove the car wearing all those years ago, and that really was the start, the launch of his career with Audi when he raced with them in Germany.
Q8 Volvo S40 next door to the Honda Accord. Another Audi behind, and then the Nissan Primera. Hans Stuck's car. Hans Joachim Stuck is coming to Shelsley Walsh. Big news in July to drive the pre-war Auto Union, the V16 Auto Union that his father drove at Shelsley Walsh in 1936. So pretty much exactly 80 years later, son Hans Joachim is coming to Shelsley. Not a date to be missed, July 1617. Alfa Romeo 155, sponsored by Selenia. And they gradually developed these cars. So there's the Vectra.
Yeah, we saw the evolution from the Curia Cost liveried Cavalier to the Vectra. Moving across, don't include the NASCAR. We know that Chevrolet SS is not part of the show. The gold and green Peugeot that was brought back. It was raced in Australia by Patrick Watts after he'd raced them in the UK, and he absolutely adores that 406.
Vauxhall with Derek Warwick's name on the side window. So it sounds as if these engines are firing up.
And there's the Mondeo that sounds absolutely unbelievable.
Is that the Mondeo that Nigel Mansell drove?
I'm not sure it's that particular one, but
that version.
Nissan Primera there from the Dodd family team. Father Graham Dodd and son James, both ardent super touring converts in recent years.
We had news earlier that this demonstration was time reduced to 8 minutes. It's possible, we haven't heard yet that it's been reduced further, but I doubt that it will be shorter than 8 minutes long. Anyway, it gives us a good opportunity to see the Super Tours, and they, yesterday, when they were demonstrating, it almost became a race. You can't take the racer out of people like Cleland, Patrick Watts.
That's
Emanuele.
right.
Let's have a look at what happens at Festival of Speed and a revival to whet our appetites for this year.
Absolutely breathless, completely amazing.
Well, we're back live and we're waiting for the signal to say that the circuit is ready to release the Super Touring cars from the assembly area onto the Goodwood course, to the 4-mile course. A lot of action, a lot of activity down at Woodcote Corner, where the Lola crashed in that last attempted race at Boost McLaren Trophy. But we will be back in action just as soon as we can. There's still a little bit of work going on down there, and then these cars of the 90s will be coming out, sort of superb, very competitive era of the British Touring Car Championship and others. We've got the Audi there at the front, we've got the Honda, Accord, Volvo, another Honda in behind, and Stuart White's Honda, the first one we saw, and he's last year's champion in the sort of putative Super Touring Championships, which are built up in pathos over the last couple of 3 years. That's James Dodd, that's Doddy Jr. with his Honda Accord, and another of the Audis in behind. It's the Henstuck car originally, as you can see. Henstuck in July coming to Shelsley Walsh to drive the very same Auto Union that his late father drove 80 years ago. It's going to be very, very spectacular. Of the Nissan Primeras there. Of course, our Methuen house captain looks like a triple winner in that. Anthony Reid, a veteran of these cars in the BTCC. There's Simon Garrett's Nescafe Renault Laguna, Renault Lagonda as a main calls him, anyone from New Zealand. And he's waiting to patiently down there. To Tux out from doubt. Tux. Ford Mondays. Andy Rouse, multiple BTCC champion, drove that car. Just the Tom Andrew Alfa Romeo. Represented in the BTCC by Gabriele Tarquini and others down the years, and spectacular. Too. I remember covering Formula 3000 when Gabriele Tarquini was involved in it, and others.
Well, he vaulted almost directly from karts to Formula 3000, didn't he, Marcus?
Yeah, amazing.
Extraordinary.
Really.
Why bother with the lower runs?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of funny things are happening in Italy, and there seems to be a lot of funding from the country to push persuasive young heroes into the limelight. Another one I covered was Manuel Piro, who was there at the time, so another of our house captains from Torbolton. There's the Kyriakos Cavalier with the unforgettable name of David Leslie on the side. David lost his life in that dreadful aeroplane accident with Richard Lloyd and other team members. I remember very, very fondly having a couple of days up in Scotland with David Leslie and his father, also David, when we went to drive their Formula Atlantic Rolt at the Ingliston circuit, and they knew how to have a good time. tremendous, and did so much work to educate new generations of engineers through unis and through the Motorsports Association. Did David Leslie. That it was incredibly sad when he was taken too soon. Derek Warwick, Sunday Times, Vauxhall Vectra. These cars all immaculately presented, and represents a lot of effort, a lot of investment by privateer owners. Tony Absalom's Fujifilm Vauxhall that I last saw racing back at Spa last year. Came out in one of the HSCC races at the Spa 6 Hours meeting, which follows directly from the weekend of the Goodwood revival. If you want to see something completely different on one of the world's most spectacular circuits, then move on from Goodwood and come over and enjoy that 6-hour race that's been going annually since 1993. We do everyone since '97, and it is the premier historic endurance race in the world, and one that numerous of our competitors here this weekend have won down the years. A race entirely for cars up to the end of 1965. Been the domain of GT40s in recent years, and you saw more than 20 GT40s out yesterday in the Mann Trophy race. And if you like your GT40s, then, and who doesn't, then the Spa 6 Hours is a good event to go to. Make it a motorsport fortnight to remember with Goodwood and Spa in rapid fire succession.
And it's great looking, Marcus, out around the circuit as we wait for the restart. Just how much there is to do. People braving the cold to go up in the Ferris wheel, onto the helter skelter, still eating and drinking in the Great Hall. We talked to the GT40s, Marcus, and let's have a look at the highlights yesterday evening. But I still remember it well.
It was incredible because the light was beginning to fade, and the race was. Not particularly photogenic, as you can see, as these GT40s jostle for position going up towards Manjwick for the first time. And we had Rob Huff and Christian Gleisel out there at the sharp end of the field. Rob Huff, world touring car champion in the past. That's David Hart, who snicked the wrong gear and came precious close to taking Andrew Smith. Of course, Christian Gleisel at the front of the picture there, just pulling off of his own volition down there.
Andrew Jordan waiting in the pits for his father Mike to bring the number 77 car in, which happened in due course.
Indeed, and Rob Hall was going at it in the GT40, but there's Mike about to hand over to young Andrew, BCCC champion a couple of years ago. And there's Rob Hall engaged in a good tussle with Tony Wood, wasn't it, in the white car. There's the inboard for Rob Hall, one half of Hall and Hall with Father Rick.
And he came in and handed over to Scott Walker. You can see Scott with the red band around his overalls. Pat on the back for Rob, and quite well deserved. The light continued to drop, but then so did the pace of the 77 Jordan car, and that just pulled off out of the lead, and the car that should have taken over was number 1, and that the following lap, if that long afterwards, 1 minute.
That was the Phil Keane and company car, wasn't it? And Ollie Bryant was supposed to be in that, yeah. It didn't make it to the end.
And so a car that started nearish the front but never really featured, but suddenly found its way to the front. Number 41, started by David Cuff, and Steve Soper took over. He was slightly worried by the door not being closed properly, but even more worried by the number 2 being beached, but they didn't lead to any problems for him.
Yeah, that was Dr. Afsham Fatemi, who managed to spin his early car into the gravel at Lavant.
So it was victory at the end for Cuff and Soper. Soper's having a fantastic 74th members meeting. Seems to be on the podium for everything he does.
Except when I'm 64, and as others sang. But yes, I hear engines in the background, so that sounds quite encouraging. Still haven't had the official word to countermand the original call from the race control people. Audi's contribution to motorsport down the years has been profound, hasn't it, Chris? And great to see the A4 Quattros here in duplicate. That's Emanuele Pirro, who's back in his original DTM overalls to drive the car. Still fits him like a glove. Absolutely loves it. And there's his house captain's blazer alongside. Such a character, Emanuele, isn't he? And
he's such an enthusiast.
It's infectious, his enthusiasm.
Absolutely.
Which is exactly what we need, exactly what the sport lacks in certain areas.
I bumped into Jochen Mass just now and had a quick chat with him. I was worried that everyone leaning on the magnesium bodywork of the Streamliner would end up with some ripples and dents, but he assured me that it's as pristine as ever. Quite right too. Jochen, I think, has competed in every revival up till now.
I would think so, yeah. He absolutely adores his Goodwood motorsport, and long may it continue, because as a Grand Prix winner, as a Le Mans winner, he does inspire a lot of people.
As a driver coach for the Sauber Mercedes Le Mans attack, coaching the likes of Michael Schumacher, Carl Vendiger on Vendiger on not on driving. They could drive, of course, but on tactics and tricks to
discipline, probably.
Discipline, yes.
That's what it needs.
Not rushing the gear changes, gentle on the gearbox.
The Minshaw team Volvo.
Now, of course,
Marcus,
life at Le Mans is very different to these modern cars. It's just flat out
all the way. It's a sprint race, isn't it?
So reliable. Well, on the whole, they're so reliable.
One race that wasn't a sprint race in period was the Marathon de la Route, an 84-hour race at the Nürburgring.
Yes.
Can you imagine that, 3.5 days? I don't think there were many people actually stayed by to watch that.
Real drama. W196 Streamliner dominates the room, certainly does. Paul Thompson at valve bounce. We've all experienced that. Ex-Brock Marshall Vauxhall has been bought at Bonhams. It'd be nice to have some contact from Bonhams to...
It's been bought by a 14-year-old, apparently.
Yes, to tell us the result of the sale, whether the Gullwing sold.
I don't have any 14-year-olds in stock, so it won't be one of my daughters.
No. Peekaboo ferret racing. What a brilliant
fabulous picture. Chris Thornhill.
Ferret number 2. Well done, Chris. Goodwood Road Racing, you are amazing. A legendary
place.
Track and place.
What can we borrow, Chris?
Yes. Nice to know we're Lendery. Another special day in the Goodwood office for Dario, driving the unique double chassis Lotus 88. Jochen, Frozen Speed at Frozen Speed. Well done, Jochen. And I haven't actually bumped into Anthony Reid this weekend.
But he's playing up his car owner's performance. The great driving by Tim Morley, fastest dolly in the Jerry Marshall, and finished 9th. Amazing. That is a remarkable result.
That's a good result for a dolly, isn't it?
Yep.
Anthony came up to Bowness for the Bowness Revival Hill Climb in September. Hopped into Robert Bremner's Connaught A-Type and really loved it. He was hoping to drive it last year, but a spare part hadn't arrived, so he drove Robert's Cobra instead. And subsequently, they've shared the car at various meetings. Methuen striding even further ahead with a massive score, 6,330.
That's Anthony Reid's team. Second is Tor Bolton. That's Emanuele Pirro playing the harp there.
I don't know how Anthony does it, because he can't select his team.
No. Well, who knows?
Yes.
Maybe he does. Maybe
dull skuggery going on.
Seeding meetings. 4782 is Darnley. That's Jochen Mass's team, and Aubigny bringing up the rear and holding that. Holding the mace this year is Andrew Jordan for
I wonder if
Nick Minassian.
Nicolas Minassian at Sebring is able to turn on a computer and
Andy Prio joined in one year, replaced Nick, didn't he, as sort of ceremonial house head.
He did.
Andy Prio, 3-time World Touring Car champion. There's the course cars come back in from its pitch inspection down there at Woodcote Corner, and let's hope for positive news.
The tyre barrier is great protection, but when it does become dislodged, and it takes time to replace.
Yes, those cars aren't light. I mean, it's a big, heavy car, and travelling at some velocity, and of course it does give after a fashion, and but it does its job. And, that's the important thing. So we will wait. Hopefully, we will get official news and definitive official news this time round as to what is going to happen. There's Emanuele Pirro still in the Audi. www.piro.com.
Just a shout out for our gallant brigade of marshals, British Motor Racing Marshals Club. Great work. Without them, we couldn't run meetings. Training for them is excellent. Quality of marshals in this country is renowned worldwide, which is why they're in demand at Le Mans and at various far-flung Grand Prix.
What amazed me was being at Phillip Island last weekend for the historics. There were 4 British marshals who went out for that.
Isn't that good?
2 of them had been out to the Bathurst 12 hours. They'd stayed on for the Clipsal 500 Aussie touring car race in Adelaide. And they were going on from Phillip Island, where 2 buddies had joined them, to marshal at the Grand Prix this weekend.
Excellent. And they're always looking for new joiners, new volunteers. It's a great way of getting close up to the action in motorsport. And as I said, excellent training is provided.
So I marshalled back in the 1970s and enjoyed it thoroughly.
Start maybe at sprints and hill climbs and progress to race meetings.
I was a junior race assistant and moved on to start line marshalling with the BARC under Bob Lentle. He was local to me, and I travelled all around the country pretty much every weekend because Bob was going past my parents' house door. Stand at the side of the A30 at 5:45 in the morning, whatever it was. I'll pick you up. And that was it.
Got a great husband and wife team on the start line at Festival of Speed and also at Cholmondeley.
Yeah, we do. And we've had Peter and Donna here working this weekend. I saw them walking down the grid earlier on.
The tractor that has been attending to the tyre wall at Woodcote is finally driving away. So that's a good sign.
And we had to wait while the ambulance went across the road. So that will clear the venue, and hopefully will be the last piece in the puzzle to get us back into action. But wasn't presupposed. Just wait for the official news, which.
We've got a team judging driving standards. Lord March, quite rightly, is very keen and expresses very seriously the view that drivers are here to enjoy themselves, and Goodwood takes a very strict view of driving standards. Lovely Win Percy used to be our judge. Is Steve Soper doing it this year?
Do you know, I'm not sure.
No.
He's been in a couple of races, hasn't he?
He
and,
has.
Found himself on the podium as a result of his efforts with both David Cuff yesterday in the GT40s and the Alan Mann race and John Young today.
Proudly announced to Henry, I think 2 or 3 times, that he's 64. Doesn't look 64, looks about 43.
And of course, Steve Soper racing minis and the Radbourne Fiat X19 at one point.
We feared that Steve feared that he would have to give up driving. He had an injury to his neck, but surgery involving carbon fibre has worked magic, and it's great to see Steve back at the wheel. Down in the assembly area is Henry, enjoying looking at these lovely Super Tours.
I am indeed, Chris. Thank you very much indeed. Just caught up with Johnny Westbrook, who's one of the sort of prime movers of the Super Touring reenactment, if you like. It's going great guns, Johnny, isn't it?
Yeah, really good. Really happy, and I mean, it's just fantastic to see all these cars here today, and we're really pleased with the turnout and the quality of the cars we've got here as well, and the invitation. Fantastic, thank you.
And the boys were having a bit of a go yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, it was a bit spirited. It was great. It's a good little demo of what the cars are capable of, and they're still driven very hard, and we like to have a bit of a go, but no panel bashing.
And we're standing next to this Audi A4, which is in your family, isn't it?
Yeah, family-owned car, restored with a lot of help from a lot of friends over a few years, and an absolute pleasure to have Mann in it this weekend.
I thought I recognised the name on the window and the helmet.
Yes, a lovely invite from Goodwood and a nice invitation for a great guy to drive the car back in his 1997 car, and yeah, it's a dream come true, to be honest.
Bearing in mind their age and their sophistication, are they quite hard to maintain and keep running?
Yeah, they're expensive, complicated cars, but if you put your mind to it, you can run them on a budget. This car's a case in point. It just takes a little bit of learning. They're comparable to a TGP or a Group C car, but like I say, once you've learned them, they're not too bad.
It seems amazing, doesn't it, that it's 15 years since it all went wrong?
Absolutely, I think budgets went a little bit too far, and yeah, the 2001 day is actually here today on the grid, and that was the high point, £10 million a year budget, and oh well, it's quite remarkable. We've managed to get them all back out here, and we're running them competitively on track again, to be honest.
How often do the cars get exercised?
We run anything between 4 and 5 times a year. Best historic meetings, Silverstone Classic, Brands Hatch, etc. Partnership with the HSCC, and obviously we've come here this year, and this is a great start to our year. We've got 5 races and a trip up to Knockhill to finish the season, which should be great.
And it's cool when you've got people like John Cleland and Patrick Watts racing in it.
Yeah, incredible to have the legends of yesteryear back in the cars, and still driving them very hard as well. They've lost none of their skills, and also I've got to say a massive well done to all the club racing guys we've got out here, the owners. They're the real stars of the show. They're not big names, but they're out there putting their money into cars. It's fantastic.
Here. Thanks for bringing them, Johnny.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Let's take a walk, Martin. I want to have a word with Jason Minshaw in this very special ex-Rickard Rydell championship-winning Volvo. It's taken months of hard work to get it going, but it is, in fact, finally here. I'm going to see if I can squat down here. Hello.
Hello, Henry.
I can't get my microphone. Can you put your naughty net down?
Absolutely.
Are you okay?
Yep, all good. A bit chilly now, but yeah, hopefully things will warm up soon.
Take me back to the beginning, how you acquired the car and what you've had to do.
Somebody opened their mouth that perhaps shouldn't have done, and I got wind that it was for sale. Found it, the fella's details. Car was in Norway, got in touch with him, struck a deal. Had a 4-day road trip, dragged it, brought it back, and restored it from a bit of a crumpled, poor, decrepit red and silver thing back to a lovely, beautiful championship-winning car.
And it's one of the chassis that Rickard used in '98.
Yeah, I mean, the guy, Chris Ambrose, this morning, who used to be one of the engineers on the car, came up and introduced himself and gave me a bit of the history. He did actually do 2 meetings in this car, so it actually helped him win the championship.
Any nasty surprises when you got it home?
Only the Americans that didn't want to supply us valves for 12 months. That was the only real hold-up.
I guess some of the bits are quite hard to come by, aren't they?
It actually came with a bucket load, absolute masses of spares. I think the other 2 cars that are still alive, both in museums in Sweden, with this one still racing in private hands, I think he got most of the spares, so it's good job.
Well, well done for finding it, and thanks for bringing it.
Thank you, no probs.
Jason Minshaw with the Volvo. I'll just pick up my bits. Got an amazing array of cars in the assembly area, the Honda Accord, the Audi A4, the Nissan Primera, the Renault Laguna, of course, that won the championship in the hands of Alain Menu. And as Johnny Westbrook was saying, the Ford Mondeo, the ProDrive built car that won the championship in the last year of Super Touring. Most of the drivers are in their cars, helmets on, waiting to go. Guys, I'll hand back to you up in the studio.
Well done, Henry, down in the paddock there. Good to see Emanuele Pirro putting his earplugs in just in front of Henry and about to climb on board the #1 Audi, and that's still wearing his STW as the German race Super Touring Series championship back in the 90s, and Emanuele doing hurry, quick to get in, because the signal has been given. In the background in the blue and white stripy jacket is Jochen Mass talking to Dario Fanchitti. Those two have hardly been out of the collection area. They just can't get enough of the cars, of any sort of cars, here at the Goodwood 74th members meeting. So the Super Touring high-speed demo, and it certainly was high speed yesterday, because we almost fell into the mistake of considering as a race. Such was the action, as some of the drivers were very keen to put one up and over their erstwhile competitors, their rivals from yesteryear. Not all the cars, of course, in the hands of the people who raced them in period. Many of the drivers have bought them since and go out to race whenever they can, because the Super Touring element of historic racing is growing and the cars being prepared ever better each year to get back to their very best, and in some cases perhaps even better than their very best. But to have the likes of Emanuele Pirro, such a star here at Goodwood, back in one of the Audis he raced in the mid-90s, is absolutely fantastic. And he's in fact being waved out onto the track, so maybe they were just waiting for Emanuele to turn up.
Another familiar names driving. Andy Rouse is here. Patrick Watts, John Cleland, Richard Mines. Terrific array of Super Tourers.
Right, so waggling them around on the circuit, trying to get the heat in as quickly as they can. The good thing at the moment is the wind has dropped. It was so cold this morning and yesterday, but with the reduction of wind chill, that's certainly helped. But those cars have been sitting still for quite some while in the collection area, so the tyres getting colder and colder. But with a few twists of the wheel, hopefully they can get the heat in them. But great to see the Alfa Romeos, the Nissans, the Vauxhalls, the Hondas, the Fords, the everythings that just provided such great days of touring car racing in the 1990s, when Super Touring went pretty much global.
Amazing to hear of the budget for the Mondeo, 10 million 15 years ago. That was a lot of money.
It certainly was, but the television figures, the viewing figures were so enormous that it was money well spent. And to turn up one year at the British Grand Prix and have 11 manufacturers entering works teams, we can only dream of that these days. In fact, any touring car championship in the world would dream of that. But it provided us fabulous television, fabulous. It put tens of thousands on the gate at each of the touring car rounds. And it really was a great age of British motor racing, and so many people here at Goodwood today for the 74th members meeting really hold these cars in very fond esteem.
Alfa Romeo, long history in European touring car racing, and occasional forays with works cars in British Touring Car Championship.
Yes, it's been a while though, but the best name from all of those years of racing the British Touring Car Championship for Alfa Romeo, Gabriele Tarquini on the window. He had, I'm just trying to remember, his teammate was Giampiero Simoni, who raced in Britain in Formula Ford. And the cars, as they go down the Lavant Straight, really starting to pick up the pace. And now a whole gaggle just going closer to your end of the circuit through Woodcote. And we'll see how hard they accelerate, or listen how hard they accelerate out of the chicane onto the start-finish straight, because certainly we heard some very good, solid, barking engine notes from these Super Tourers yesterday.
Well, we're hearing them now. Emanuele leads the gaggle of cars past the pits. They're not hanging about.
There's a wave checkered flag on the outside of the circuit, so it was they will have an out-lap and an in-lap, but they'll be pressing all the way around the in-lap, if you understand what I'm saying. And now they go down, Emanuele Pirro still leading the way as everybody acknowledges the checkered flag, but keeping their foot in, because they're going to try and get around this second lap as fast as they possibly can. And Emanuele is really making that Audi flow. And in fact, the front end washing away from him. A bit of understeer, not enough heat in the tyres yet as he gets the kink before St Mary's, but he gathers it all together. Stuart White going around behind him in the number 70 Honda Accord, and just great to see these cars again. They were much, much more high-tech than people realised at the time, but the money that was being spent, they could only go in one direction, and that was to go high-tech.
Really interesting to hear that it's to maintain one is like similar to maintaining a Group C car. That's a complex piece of machinery as well.
Yes, in many ways, there are elements on the touring cars, super touring cars, that were a little more complicated than a Group C car at the time. And as everybody acknowledges, that's why the series came to an end. It priced itself out of the market, but it was enjoyable while it was out there. Well, particularly if you're a works driver being paid a work salary. Some of the drivers did very, very well indeed. Well, short but sweet, great to see those super tourers out there. Shame we couldn't have seen them for longer, but we fully understand why. The last one, seemingly to come back in, is the car that won the final championship, the Mondeo from 2000, that Alain Menu was such a star in. Clock ticking in, and the second gaggle of cars now coming up to complete their super touring demo. The fact that in that picture alone you can see 9 cars just shows what a good display these cars have put on. Fantastic yesterday, a shorter run today, but for a lot of people these cars are very, very evocative of the days when perhaps as a child people were standing on the spectator banking, and now they're probably horrified to realise that could have been 25 years ago.
9 cars of 6 different makes. Okay, we've heard from race control 3 more races, each 10 minutes duration. So we have got 3 more races to come.
Well, that's good news.
It is good news. We've got smoky windows so it looks pretty dark, but if I open the window, still plenty of daylight.
Yes, but it is a limited supply. We know what time it gets dark, and so that's the correct decision to shorten. So the next one out will be the Parnell Cup. Had the Bruce McLaren Trophy. I can move my bits of paper around. And the Parnell Cup, great sports cars. Sorry, what am I talking about? It's the Grand Prix cars, Formula 2 cars and voiturettes from a type that raced up to 1953. And there we have first sight. And number 4 down there is the Cooper Bristol that Will Nuttall put on pole position.
Almost a Cooper Bristol benefit for the front row, but the interloper is the little Gordini Type 16. Mark Valverkens, Amédée Gordini, Le Sorcier, the sorcerer in France, for developing Simca-based cars. Eventually produced his own Grand Prix cars. Even a 2.5-litre Grand Prix car was never a great success, but the 2 litres were pretty competitive, tended to be a bit fragile. There's, I believe, the ex-Ken Wharton Cooper Bristol Mark II in the hands of Chris Phillips. And alongside him, the HWM 402 HWM gave Stirling Moss their first team drive, driven by Jarrah Venables, who has been responsible in the past for getting lots of cars. There's the ex-Acuria Cos Mark I Cooper Bristol that I raced a few times in the 80s, and alongside him, David Wenman's another Mark I Cooper Bristol, and then the lovely A-type Connaught, which Spike Milligan has raced for many years. And then pre-war Maserati, the early small Maserati, that's not a Bugatti Type 73, we'll come to that a bit later on, but next door to the Maserati is, first of all, ERAs, drum-braked cars, of course. Discs weren't invented. The post-war cars are from the era when the authorities, in their wisdom, decided that Grand Prix should no longer be for 4.5 litres unsupercharged or 1.5 litre supercharged, which, for instance, the V16 BRM took part in, and should be for 2 litre Formula 2 cars, much to the disgust of the BRM. But it brought Cooper Bristol to the fore, and I was in fact here on the launch of the Cooper Bristol when Mike Hawthorne suddenly shot to fame. Number 6 is the Cooper Bristol Mark II, Simon Frost, and next door to him, not limited to 2 litres, is the big 8CM Maserati of Robert Newell. And alongside him is one of the most famous racing cars of all time, Remus B-Type ERA, driven for many years by Patrick Lindsay and now Colin McCabe. It's in his capable hands. So a 10-minute race for the Parnell Cup. Reg Parnell was a star just pre-war and for some time post-war. In the wartime, he was an optimist. He thought, well, it's going to turn out all right, and spent a certain amount of time during the war collecting and storing racing cars. So when peace broke out in 1945, pretty soon Reg had a stable of racing cars ready to go. And in fact, the first post-war race meeting was at Cranston Lodge in 1946. Goodwood, as you know, opened here in 1948. Barry Wood in the Écurie Écosse Cooper. Cooper Bristols originally had the gear lever between the driver's legs, which was slightly disconcerting, and a lot of them modified to have a linkage so that it was a right-hand gear lever. Bristol engine developed from the BMW 328 engine, but actually having the benefit of much more advanced metallurgy than in the BMW days, so the Bristol engine was more robust and more powerful, could be developed to produce in period about 130, 140 horsepower. Subsequently, in recent years, has been even further developed and can be tweaked to produce 160, 170, or perhaps even more. There's the A-type Connaught. Connaught were based in Send in Surrey, near Guildford, always underfunded, mostly funded by Ken McAlpine, and the A-type Connaught used a developed version of the Lee Francis engine and never won a Grand Prix, but then in 1955 Tony Brooks scored the first British Grand Prix win in Europe with the Type B Connaught when he was still a dental student. There is the Parnell Special, MG based. So a mixture of post-war and pre-war cars. Cooper Bristol and Gordini on the front row of the grid.
Well, certainly easy to spot Will Nuttall's bright green Cooper Bristol. That stands out well in the lowering light. One of the younger drivers in the race, but certainly he is gaining some enormous amount of experience in historic racing. Proves to be quick in absolutely everything.
Number 16 is the unique Pierce MG. Parnell MG and Pierce MG, both specials built with MG engines. There's the Pilkington Talbot Largo, followed by Luc Brand's single-seater version, which won Grand Prix in the late 40s against the might of Alfa Romeo and Ferrari, mostly because it had a fairly understressed engine with better fuel mileage, and so didn't need as many stops for refueling. Barry Woods had that Cooper Bristol for a number of years. It was a delightful car to drive. I had a mega dice at Donington against one of the ERAs. He went away on the straights. I managed to catch up in the corner, just got past him, and then promptly spun on the next corner.
Salutary tale in there somewhere.
Yes.
So the metallic green Cooper Bristol is David Wenman, middle of the third row.
So a 10-minute race for these lovely cars for the Parnell Trophy. Blue ERA works its way to its position on the grid. One green flag lap and then 10 minutes of racing lappery. Is Remus being pushed back off the grid or just pushed to get a push start. I think push to get a push start.
The plan is to gather that all the races are 10 minutes, and it's got that from race control. So, Richard Pilkington with the Turbo Largo,
which can race it as a racing car, and then put lights and mudguards on, and it's eligible for sports car racing. Here's the green flag lap.
Yes, the Bob Gerrard, Cooper Bristol of Will Nuttall, challenged by Eddie Maguire in his earlier type Cooper Bristol in qualifying yesterday. Here's the grid then. On pole 4 is Will Nuttall, Cooper Bristol Mark 2, alongside 75 Eddie Maguire, Cooper Bristol Mark 1. On the outside, 17 Mark Valvekens in the Gordini Type 16. Row 2 is Chris Phillips with his Cooper Bristol Mark 2, 33, and 18 Jarrah Venables, the Australian, in the HWM. Row 3, 23 Barry Wood, Cooper Bristol Mark 1. 2 David Wenman, Cooper Bristol Mark 1, and 31 Michael Milligan, local man from Leventon Boxgrove Motor Club with the Connaught A-Type. Row 4 is 73 Tom Dark, and there was a question as to whether he was in the Bugatti or a Maserati yesterday.
We haven't seen the Bugatti. I think he's hopped into a Maserati.
4CM. At 10 is Ben Fiddler with the ERA AJM1. Row 5 is 7 John Ure in the Pile LMG. 12 Terry Crabb, ERA R12C. 6 Simon Frost, Cooper Bristol Mark 2. Row 6 is 9 Rob Newell in the Maserati 8CM. And 11 Charles McCabe from the States. Charles Klein McCabe in ERA Remus here in 48. 8 is Guy Plant from the Channel Islands with his Cooper Bristol Mark 2. 5 Richard Pilkington with a Turbo Largo. 14 Julian Wilton with his ERA R7B. Row 8 is 20 Tim Greenhill with the Wolseley Hornet that broke yesterday in qualifying. And 26 Luke Brants from the Netherlands with his Turbo Largo. Row 9, 16 James Willis, the Mock Jock Racing PSMG from South Africa. Row 9, in the middle of that is 15, but he's a non-starter. And 1 Simon Diffie with Nick Upton's AC Bristol Monoposto has made it to the back of the grid.
Has he?
By the looks of things, I saw a pale blue car. I'm hoping that
would be good.
What I saw.
I don't think the Wolseley is there. I haven't seen it coming around.
Right.
It'd be great if Nick Upton's car is there. Single-seater AC constructed out of the wreckage of a AC car that was crashed in France. And Harris family have spent many years making that into a lovely single-seater race car, blue and yellow, reminiscent of the great Gonzales.
So we're pretty much ready to go with the Parnell Cup.
I fear, Marcus, that the AC Monoposto is not there.
Oh, okay.
It was, I think it was the PSMG that we saw coming to the grid.
It was put through on our grid sheet, so I was hoping it was going to be there. I can see the PSMG. Waiting then for the start of the Parnell Cup. It's going to be a 10-minute motor race. And green flag waved at the back. Marshall's happy that the order is correct. And away they go. And Connaught's broken. I hear no, it just faltered.
Away.
It just faltered. But it's the bright green Cooper Bristol, which is Will Nuttall on the inside. But it's Eddie Maguire, the Irishman, who leads in car 75 round the outside. In this wheel to wheel, the 2 Cooper Bristols out front. And it's Maguire who prevails coming out of Madrick Corner. Third is the blue Gordini of Valvekens. Chris Phillips is in there as well. Guy Plant, I think, maybe, or is it Wenman? No, Wenman in the green metallic Cooper Bristol.
Joe Venables in the HWM battling with the Gordini.
Well, the first 2 have made a break already at the kink before St Mary's, and it's our pole man in second, but that great start by Eddie Maguire, duking it out around the outside. Valvekens holding on to third place as they drop into the dip, but it's the Cooper Bristols really dicing way at the front. Eddie Maguire has the bragging rights for now. Quick in, was he a bit deep into the corner there? Will we have a fight back from Will Nuttall in the bright green number 4? Great little racing behind, but those first 2 Cooper Bristols already pulling clear.
Yes, the rest ganging up on the HWM of Jarrah Venables. He's in Michael Harting's car, and I can see he's been attacked by Wenman and Phillips in their Cooper Bristols, and Wenman streaks ahead of the HWM down the Lavant Straight, through the kink, down towards Woodcote Corner for the first time. But it's Eddie Maguire in 75, Will Nuttall hanging in there in a borrowed Cooper Bristol from Steve Russell's stable, I think.
Big ATM Maserati gets inside.
That's
one
the ex-Whitney Straight and McAlpine car. The two Cooper Bristols come through absolutely together, locked together.
And Michael Milligan in 31, atoning for his terrible start in the Connaught. He's starting to make up ground and gain places, but those Cooper Bristols putting clear, trying to go up the inside line at Madgwick. Has he made it stick? Yes, Will Nuttall, great move. He deposes Eddie Maguire for the lead. Great move there up the inside at Madgwick. It takes a brave person to carry as much speed as that into the corner, but he made it stick. In fact, perhaps Maguire put a little too much speed into the corner.
Yeah, someone's looking a little bit smoky back behind, but these two Cooper Bristols pulling away from the rest, headed by the Belgian Valkens with his French Gordini. Wedman Venables Phillips Fiddler is the top ERA in 10th place. Sorry, 7th place, car 10, the red car. AJM1 car built by Tony Merrick out of period from period parts. 23 Barry Wood, 12 Terry Crabb in the blue ERA 12C, and 7 John Ewer are the next ones through.
Well, David Wenman continues to push Mark Valverken's Gordini. Valverken's looking to his left, to his right, but right in behind him, though, a few car lengths back, is number 2, which is David Wenman. But good legs the Gordini has down the Lavant Straight. Maybe it's good entry speed, but closing up under braking. Wenman closes in. Venables in the HWM in 5th place, trying to hold off number 33, which is Chris Phillips in another Cooper Bristol. And once in front, it does appear that Will Nuttall is able to pull clear. He was only a third of a second faster than Maguire in practice yesterday, but on that lap alone, what's his advantage? Well, he lapped
1.1 seconds.
Yeah, well spotted, Marcus.
It's a little bit smoky, Will Nuttall's, maybe well filled with oil, and David Wenman, slight grassy moment at Madgwick.
And Fiddler has Crabb with him in that battle to be top of the ERA group. Fiddler in 10, Crabb in the blue car, number 12. And in fact, Terry Crabb has got past Ben Fiddler. Terry Crabb now ahead, and behind them is Rob Newell, car that was raced at Goodwood in the 50s and the 60s, that big Maserati.
Well, David Wenman a lap ago was really, really close to the back of Mark Valverken's, but now you can see the blue Gordini really with a lot of track between himself and the Cooper Bristol that's chasing. A much closer battle is the one behind them, and Chris Phillips has moved ahead of Jarrah Venables, so the yellow nose on the Cooper Bristol now ahead of the HWM, the metallic green HWM, down to 6th place.
Will Nuttall's fastest lap so far, the only flying lap, 1:33.417, pretty much a second outside his own pole time yesterday.
I think David Wenman had a bit of grassy moment at Madgwick, which dropped him back, so maybe he'll catch back up to the Gordini.
Okay, let's watch and see, because he certainly lost a lot of ground in the first half of the lap before they came down to my commentary position at St Mary's.
1:32.059, and that is 4/10 under his pole time of yesterday. Falcons now lonely 3rd. Wenman is in 4th place. Phillips is 5th. Where's Venables gone?
Venables is falling back. He's just lost another place to
Barry Wood.
Venables coming into the pits.
The Alta engine in the HWM, always a bit fragile. There's the power of the big 8cm Maserati, taking it past the 2 litres of ERA.
Great rear shots as the cars work their way around the early part of the lap, and we can see the setting sun cleverly caught by the cameras. It's not quite setting, but it's going down behind the trees. Jarrah Venables in the pit lane.
Yep, there
frustration.
Was Dad Phil, the scrutineer, on the pit counter as well.
Car belongs to Michael Harting, who runs HWM at Hersham in Surrey. Is Maguire slowing down?
He was on the grass coming out of Lavant. I'm not sure
he would be
slowing down.
Slowing down, but not enough.
Involuntarily.
Mark Valverken is having a very, very quiet race, because there's nothing that David Wenman in the background can do about him. Now, can anyone do anything about Wenman? Is that Phillips coming in behind in number 33? No, yes it is. That's Chris Phillips in 5th place. Catching up, he was a bit slower last time around, but he did seem to be running a little bit better there. So maybe 4th isn't nailed down, but 1st place, it's only a 10-minute race, is looking very good indeed for the driver who started from pole, Will Nuttall. He didn't get the best of starts, and he was outpaced to the first corner by Eddie Maguire.
Nearly 6 seconds the advantage now.
So you can see the lowering sun behind the trees as you go, as our race leader Will Nuttall goes through the Madgewicks and heads off down towards Fordwater. Eddie Maguire giving chase, but he's losing out by a second and a bit every lap.
See how tall the Bristol engine is, with the sump almost scraping the ground.
And there's Rob Newell in the Maserati, hurtling past Terry Crabb in a straight line.
So they've taken 2 ERAs in 2 laps.
John Ewer's in the 7 car. He's in 10th place.
Well, just looking at the gap between 1st and 2nd, Will Nuttall leading Eddie Maguire by just under 6 seconds, and Eddie Maguire doing his absolutely all that he can there. He's on the large screens in the dark Cooper Bristol, but the much lighter green Cooper Bristol there, number 4, being driven very, very positively by smoking away a little bit there as he comes down towards the chicane.
Yeah,
but
just breathing a little heavily, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's only a 10-minute race, so I think he can afford to lose a little bit of juice out of the back. Fastest lap, so last time around 1 minute 32.0, no, the one before 1 minute 32.05. Last lap there 1 minute 33.04.
2 minutes to go, so this lap and then one more.
7.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd. It's become a well-spaced race up front, hasn't it? Because Valvkens in the 17 car is a lonely 3rd. This is the real battle, though. The 2 ERAs chasing Robert Newell, who was a Jaguar XK120 ace at one point.
But
and
he passed them.
Formula Ford as well. Yeah, he's passed them gradually over the last couple of laps.
But they're back onto his tail, so
yeah,
you pass but you're not through. But
and
Frost
going really
is
well.
going really well.
Yeah, Simon Frost, who races 500cc Formula 3 cars normally. This Cooper Bristol, a real education for him.
Yeah, he's really closed up. What was his lap compared to theirs last time around? Oh yeah, he took 2 seconds off a couple of the ERAs ahead of him, so scope for more places to be gained, but the clock is counting down.
Newell might have taken a toll on his brakes a bit to get past the 2 ERAs.
Belch of flame from the exhaust of the big Maserati. Rob Newell, whose father raced at Brooklands pre-war. Not Brooklands, Donington pre-war.
I think, well, it'll be one more lap after this.
Yeah, and it's a classic strap, yeah, because it'll be with half a minute to go when still on the clock when our race leader Will Nuttall comes up to take the start of his final lap. The checkered flag coming out in half a minute.
And there's traffic ahead in the form of James Willis in the South African PSMG and Luke Brantz with the big 4.5-litre Turbo Largo. Here's this tussle on screen, though, and it's Rob Newell in the ex-Whitney Straight Maserati, leading the 2 ERAs. Terry Crabb in the blue one, R12C, and Ben Fiddler in AJM1. And behind them, clinging on really well, Simon Frost in the Wilton family's Cooper Bristol.
Well, the laps are coming down for Simon Frost. He's about to start his final lap of the race, and he's really got to make his move. I'm sure the handling of the Cooper Bristol that much better, and maybe under braking he's stronger too, but under acceleration he can't live with the ERAs, and he can't live with the Maserati there with Rob Newell on board.
Yes, that's right. Parnell Cup, the Parnell MG is in the race, and that's the car driven by John Ewer, car that competed in one of the pre-war Grand Prix at Donington.
So it looks as though it's going to be victory for Will Nuttall. He comes down to Woodcote for the final time. You can see the low light of the sun hitting the tyre, the belting in front of the tyre wall there, telling us it's really getting towards late in the afternoon. He just has to keep number 14 ERA with Julian Wilton out of his passage, which he does very well indeed, goes around it, and the checkered flag will be unfurled. Cooper Bristol takes victory, and he was 8 seconds clear at the start of the last lap. He's backed off a bit, but a good win.
He's backed off so that Julian Wilton have an extra lap, I think. Simple as that. Didn't seem to want to get involved in that. In his last lap, Eddie Maguire did his personal best at 1:33.
Now, can Newell hold off the ERA attack?
Well, I think he can, because they've had about 2 laps right on his tail. He got past them, and I thought he was going to pull away, but I think whoever suggested brakes might be getting a bit short.
Third is Valkens in the Gordini. Fourth and fifth, the Cooper Bristols of Wenman and Phillips, nose to tail across the line. About half a second between them, but not to worry. And then Barry Wood, father of Tony Wood, who we saw yesterday in the GT40 race. And it's Newell, Crabb, the best of the ERAs, followed by Fiddler, and Frost at the back of that quartet. McCabe was in 11th, in car 11. Remus.
Followed by Tom Dark in the, not in the Maserati, not in the Bugatti.
And it was waiting for just 3 more cars to come in, and Richard Pilkington, Sergeant Pilko, managed to get past Guy Plant on the final lap, and they finish absolutely together. Former proprietor of the Totnes Motor Museum, and then Julian
illuminated by the moon.
So Will Nuttall delighted with his short but sweet race. He had to fight to get back past Eddie Maguire, who got the jump on him at Madgwick on the opening lap, but once clear he was able to really make his mark on this shortened race. So that's the Parnell Cup victory to Will Nuttall in the number 4 Cooper Bristol.
We've heard that the driver of the Lola that had the accident at Woodcote, Michael Schmitz, has been airlifted to hospital. We'll continue to provide updates on his condition as further information is available.
Will Nuttall getting out of the bright green Bob Gerrard Cooper Bristol. There's our result then. The Parnell Cup, first number 4 Will Nuttall in the Cooper Bristol T23. Second, number 75 Eddie Maguire, the Irishman, in the T20 Cooper Bristol. Third, number 17 Mark Valkens from Belgium with the Gordini Type 16, number 17. Fourth, number 2 David Wenman in his Cooper Bristol. Fifth, 33 Chris Phillips in his Cooper Bristol, and in sixth, the similar car, number 23 of Barry Wood. Seventh, Robert Newell with Chris Jakes' Maserati 8CM, number 9. Eighth, number 12 Terry Crabb in the ERA R12C. Ninth, number 10 Ben Fiddler in the ERA AJM1. 10th, number 6 Simon Frost at Cooper Bristol. 11th, number 11 Charles McCabe from the States in ERA R5B Remus. And 12th, number 73 was Tom Dark. 13th was Michael Milligan in the Connaught. 14th John Ure in the Parnell MG. And without further ado, let's go down to are we going to go down to Henry Hope Frost, who has with him our race winner, and that's Will Nuttall.
I do indeed, Marcus. Thank you very much. Will, you must be over the moon.
Yeah, over the moon as always. It's really glad to get home. Not had much luck here in the past few years, but going back to Old Faithful, really nice of Steve Russell to lend me the car for today, and really enjoyed it.
And you were lapping quicker than your qualifying pace.
Yeah, no, there was definitely more in it, and didn't need to hang out too much then. So Eddie managed to get ahead at the start, so I let him have a lap to himself. But no, I enjoyed it.
Shall I tell him you just gave that to him?
You can do.
Okay, well done, Will.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Right, let's move on straight to Eddie Maguire. Let me squeeze in there. Eddie, I've got to make sure I'm in the right place for the camera. Will says he let you get ahead at the start.
Can I ask the camera, is this my good side?
No, they're both bad.
Okay, well, yeah. No, that's the truth. Yeah, I let Will get away. Youth sometimes has to triumph over experience and age.
You'll beat him in the bar, though, won't you?
Every time.
Well done, Eddie, in the Cooper Bristol.
That was fun, really great.
Good stuff. Let's go over there, Martin, and grab Mark Falverkins in the Gordini.
Super good. Thank you.
Mark, another podium at the members' meeting. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The member meeting is a wonderful event. I like all the event of Goodwood, so I like it and I like the track. So I try to do my best.
These pesky Coopers, they were a bit too far ahead, weren't they?
They were too far away. They were too fast. Okay.
Well done, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mark Falverkins, third place then.
Thanks, Henry. And out come the cars of the John Whitmore Cup. Great Sir John Whitmore. Lotus Cortina exponent. So it looks like we're not going to have a green flag lap. These guys are going straight to the start for the 10-minute race for the John Whitmore Cup. John Whitmore's spent a lot of time at Goodwood helping to develop the GT40. Here's our starting grid for the Whitmore Cup.
And it's 63, Dickie Meaden on pole position in Grant Trobans' Lotus Cortina. Alongside it's 8, Steve Soper, already twice on the podium this weekend. He's in the Lotus Cortina. And 89, Andrew Banks in the Alphaholics Alpha GTA. Row 2, 77, Mark Sumter, Lotus Cortina, the pale blue car, distinctive machine that. 11, John Young in the Lotus Cortina. Third row is 76, Nick Swift in his Morris Mini Cooper S. 134, Tony Wood, whose father you just saw in the last race in the BMW Teaser, and number 1, Jason Stanley, second to the Mini Austin Cooper S this time. Row 4 is 46, World Touring Car Champion of yore, Rob Huff with a Cooper S. 50, Richard Solomons in the BMW 1800 Teaser. 56 is Nick Padmore, getting a race now, having missed out in the Lola earlier on. He's in a Cooper S. 33 is Andrew Lawley in an Alfa Romeo GTA. 121, Tim Abbott, BMW Teaser. Row 6 is 6, John Clark, BMW Teaser. 57, Henry Mann in the Lotus Cortina, son of the late great Alan Mann. Row 7 is 7, Charlie Setchington, Lord March's lad in the Austin Cooper S. 15, Max Girardo with the Cooper S. And 5, a similar car of Martin Hunt. Row 8 is 24, Thierry Delattre de Bosco with the Lotus Cortina. 17 is Rory Henderson, Lotus Cortina. 16 is missing from row 9, but 3, Tom Andrew with the Alpha GT Giulia Sprint. And number 9, Katsuaki Kubota in his Lotus Cortina Alvea, the Japanese driver. Row 10 is number 10, Stuart Patterson, BMW Teaser. 2, Najib Khan, Cooper S. Row 11, 71, Gavin Henderson, Cooper S. 14, Kurt Engelhorn, Lotus Cortina. And 74 should be Michael Gans with his Alfa Romeo GTA.
So we're told straight up to the grid, and as soon as the green flag is waved at the back of the grid, the race will start. So not a formation lap. So no marshals on the grid checking grid positions. Drivers trusted to find their own slot on the grid. Poleman Richard Meaden in the early Mark 1 Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, motoring journalist gets a lot of racing in this car, owned by Grant Tromans. Lights are on. Alfa Romeo, nice light, high revving, twin cam engine, 5-speed box, lots of aluminium in the bodywork. Cortinas will be running, if they're to FIA spec, at 751 kilos, plus the driver, of course. The Alphas are pretty much there. The BMW is a little heavier, but got slightly bigger engines. Alphas also have independent suspension all round, which is pretty handy. Disc brakes, very well spec'd cars. The GTA Allegretta.
So the front row held for quite a long time on the grid. Engines getting hot.
Last cars are just appearing. Michael Gans from the back should go well. We're on board with Steve Soper in this race in the middle of row 1, but it's Meaden who's quickest out of the blocks. Soper trying to go with him. The red Cortina from the second row is that of John Young, number 11, and the blue one is Mark Sumpter. Banks in the Alpha, wide out of the first corner, but gets a good run on the exit, but he's been surrounded by minis, and that looks like Nick Swift and also Rob Huff up there. Steve Soper fighting the Lotus Cortina from lock to lock as he chases Richard Meaden.
Well, they're still desperate to get some heat in their tyres after only that Solus outlap. Soper a little bit sideways, he comes through the kink before some
Minis round the outside, absolutely fantastic. Is that Rob Huff at the head of the mini
It is.
pack?
How the heck did he manage to get that haul down to get around St Mary's? Absolutely phenomenal. That's the darker green mini. The lighter green one is Nick Swift. He was late to the grid, had me worried, but I thought there has to be some action. It has to have Nick Swift. There's plenty of action. They've touched and they're slowing themselves down on the run to Lavant there, and Max Banks is going to try and fight back in the Alpha, but providing plenty of action. Huffy in the 46 and Swifty, if we can call him that, in the mini that's leading that little group.
Yes, he got back down at Lavant, didn't he? And he's fighting away. And Max Banks, Andrew Banks, trying to carve his way through. He normally shares with his brother, Maxim. But
sorry, you're right. Yep.
Down they come into the sunset over Woodcote. One of the BMWs locks up on the inside. And this is absolutely awesome stuff. But one of the Cortinas has come straight on through the...
Well, that's Soper's car.
That's Soper. So it's Meaden all on his own. Sumpter is second. Young is third. Swift is fourth. Banks is fifth. Huff is next up. Then the BMW. And Steve Soper, I think, has ground to a halt. Is he trying to make his way back to the pits? Or is he just going to pull off out there? I think he's waiting for the opportunity to duck across the track when it's clear and get back into the pits. That's our camera car in trouble, and he's going to peel off into the refuge road.
33 Alfa Romeo's gone for a spin up at Madgwick, and one of the Lotus Cortinas as well, 56 by looks of things.
Yep, 33. That's Andrew Lawley in the Alfa Romeo.
Meaden pulling ever further clear. Mark Sumpter had a very aggressive first corner, that gained him a bit of ground, and he's holding down second in the bright blue Lotus Cortina. Third place John Young, and now he's got Nick Swift right on his tail, and Andrew Banks in the Alpha starting to fight back.
Rest of the BMs is 134, which is Tony Wood. That's Jason Stanley behind him.
We've got yellow flag still waving at Madgwick. Is that Alpha stranded at Madgwick corner?
Nick Padmore 10th. So here they come then, and that's the battle behind. That's John Young in the red Cortina, Andrew Banks and Nick Swift. And Nick Swift's so close to the back of the Alpha, sweeps to the outside. Meaden with 2.4 seconds advantage at the end of the first lap. Sumpter going after him, but he's got his work cut out. His Meaden car very much top spec. Young in third place in 11. Banks in the Alpha next.
Well, see the way that John Young's at Cortina hit a bump on the approach to Madgwick and really had a squirm as he was trying to put a bit of braking down, and he's having to work very hard indeed because Andrew Banks is right on his tail. Nick Swift hanging in there in the little pale green mini. Then there's a BMW, and then a couple of cars further back.
Jason Stanley's past Huff. Yes, Jason Stanley's got himself past Huff now in the car, the one car, the turquoise car, reminiscent of the Key Barden Cooper S that Steve Neal, Matt Neal's father, drove back in '67.
Just looking to see if Andrew Banks can do anything about John Young, but as he looks to do so, in turn, Nick Swift in the 76 Mini is just trying to use that moment too to make an attack. I think the Mini's going to dive up the inside into Lavant. No, Andrew Banks was aware of that and kept the Alfa Romeo just on the right part of track to keep him back, but in turn that's given him a run up the inside of John Young, but John Young's been around the block too many times to give him enough space to put the power down where he wants to put it down as they go to the Lavant kink.
And Nick Padmore looks like he's gluing himself now to the back bumper of Rob Huff as they come down the long Lavant straight with the sunshine behind them.
Well, all this fighting over third place is very good news indeed for Mark Sumpter in second. It doesn't look as though he's able to do anything about the pace of Richard Meaden. We didn't expect him to, but it does mean that Sumpter in the bright blue Lotus Cortina there is cementing second place.
Stanley's trying to bridge the gap to the pack ahead of him. Doing a good job of it too, Jason Stanley in car number one. Padmore up ahead of Huff. 56 against 46. 121. Abbott is next up.
Well, is this the run we're going to see from Andrew Banks? Didn't manage to get past John Young too wily for that. He might have another look when they get to Lavant. He's got to be really smooth and carry as much speed as he can through the kink up to St Mary's, but carrying the most speed through the kink is the little mini behind with Nick Swift, but then he loses out again when they get to St Mary's, but he's got it almost alongside the Mini, going alongside the Alfa Romeo. The Alfa's got a bit more grunt up the hill, but certainly a whole load of momentum carried there by Nick Swift, and all along closing in behind is Tony Wood in the pale blue BMW right on his tail. Now
yes,
Swift
he's got a bit more grunt. Wood's got more grunt than the others, but look at that. Swift goes through, gets his nose ahead of the Alfa on the exit of Lavant, but the Alfa will prevail as that lusty twin cam is opened wide. Down he comes. Super battling this, absolutely brilliant.
Tony Wood right in the thick of the battle now, putting it in against the Swift Mini, but not putting it out as they go down through Woodcote into the chicane. But the BMW was able to close up on this three-way battle to make it a four-way battle. And behind, he's got Jason Stanley closing on him, and Nick Padmore behind him in turn. Then the BMW seemed to pull out of line, thought it was a problem, but he's lost a bit of ground there. The little Mini with Stanley able to attack up the start-finish straight.
Young, Banks and Swift in that chase, and Sumter's holding Meaden, but I think Meaden's just feathered back a little bit to make sure of this one. He's not going any quicker than he was early in the race, and Sumter just edging quicker and quicker and quicker. Meaden has the fastest lap of 32.452, 32.804 to Sumter.
Yep, unabated pace at the front, but just over 3 minutes to go as the sun gets lower and lower. The little battle for third place has opened out a bit, but he had to go past Kurt Engelhorn's Cortina that had a problem with the Alfa Romeo up at Madgwick a few laps ago, and that has broken the toe a little bit, but Andrew Banks able to attack back as they get to Lavant, almost close enough to look up the inside, and on the tail there Nick Swift trying to decide what he's going to do next, but of course he really struggles when it comes to horsepower. He's fine when you don't need to do any braking and go around a corner. Look, he's going around the outside of Andrew Banks this time, which then becomes the inside when it comes to King.
All the way round.
What a brave move he had. Oh, a cigarette paper between him and the grass on the outside.
And opened a gap for Tony Wood to try to duck through in the BMW, which is quick in a straight line. It's got lots of power, but it's heavy when it comes to the braking area for Woodcote. Of course, Nick Swift doesn't really worry about braking, just flings the Mini sideways and keeps his right foot buried against the bulkhead. It's actually becoming a fantastic tussle. The left hooker Cortina in third place, now with Swift on his boot lid.
But Swift has the correct line for Madgwick. Will he still have his nose in front of the Alfa Romeo? No, the Alfa Romeo's nosed ahead, powered ahead, and regained the position, but through the course of the corner at Madgwick. Look, almost three abreast. The Mini dives up the inside of the Alfa Romeo, edges him slightly towards the outside of the circuit, but then, of course, the Alfa's power comes in, and so the Mini back down to fifth place one more time.
With 2.8 seconds covering third right the way through to ninth.
Yes, it's a real shame the race had to be curtailed before it started, because the trio of Minis behind Tony Wood's BMW are closing in really, really quickly. But, of course, they hold each other up as they tussle. And Nick Padmore in 56 has moved ahead of Jason Stanley, and Rob Huff at the back of that group. And, of course, he delayed himself on the opening lap with the body rubbing with the Mini on the big screens at the moment, that of Nick Swift.
That tussle with the three Minis chasing along behind Tony Wood as well is just brilliant. But a 7-car group.
And by my reckoning, this is the penultimate lap, because I think we're about to have Richard Meaden start one more lap.
Is the BMW going to get ahead of the Mini down towards Woodcote? I don't think so, but if he does, the other three Minis are snapping at Tony Wood's back bumpers. Yellow flags waving out of the chicane. Not sure what that's for.
I think it's anticipation, Marcus. When you have that many Minis coming towards you, get your flags ready. You can see the Minis. In fact, Rob Huff has lost a bit of ground in the back of that grouping. He's dropped back in the fourth ranked Mini there, but the top Mini is still Nick Swift, 76, fighting as hard as he can to keep Andrew Banks honest. It's been a fantastic race. Tony Wood in the BMW, and then behind, definitely losing ground, is Rob Huff.
And now trying to snatch the final podium place and deny Cortina 1, 2, 3 is Andrew Banks.
Well, it's really tight till they come to Kink before St Mary's. Last time when they went to Woodcote, I thought John Young was having some handling difficulties, but that's just how deep he was going. And again, over the curbs on the inside at St Mary's, and up fleetingly to 4th place went Nick Swift, but as soon as the power had to go back down, the Alpha ahead.
And this is where that Mini of Nick Swift is so audacious. Again, he's trying to maintain that momentum, and Nick Padmore's not far behind them. He'd like to get in among the into Swift territory. Richard Meaden flicks the Cortina sideways. This is a triumphant flick of lock. Comes out and wins the Whitmore race. John Whitmore, of course, who won the 1965 European Touring Car Championship in an Alan Mann Cortina. Meaden 4.1 seconds ahead of Sumpter at the end. Here's that train of cars. Would have been fantastic if that had been for the lead. But it's Young, Banks, Swift, Wood, Padmore, Stanley and Huff, who faded just a little over the last couple of laps. Then there's 2 BMWs coming next in, which will be Abbott and Solomons, with Clark looming in their mirrors as well. In yet another one, John Clark, former BTCC racer, all the way down from Scotland. And next up will be the cars of Gerardo and Henderson, Delattre, De Bosco, Hunt, etc. But no denying that Richard Meaden led that one from start to finish. Mark Sumpter certainly kept him honest. Bear in mind that Sumpter's relatively new to these Cortinas, a real Porsche ace, of course, but Andrew Banks in 4th place, 0.3 of a second behind John Young, and 0.3 of a second only ahead of Nick Swift. He was 4/10 ahead of Tony Wood, and he was 8/10 ahead of Nick Padmore. So Nick Padmore denied the opportunity to race the big Lola, but came back strongly in his dad Mini, and has landed 7th place ahead of Jason Stanley, World Touring Car Champion of old, Rob Huff and Tony Abbott.
Well, that was a thoroughly enjoyable race. Richard Meaden broke clear and drove beautifully. Mark Sumpter very positive in the early laps, and he's really starting to take to these Lotus Cortinas as well. But perhaps the drivers who had the most fun with those out in the Minis, trying to wreak havoc in the much smaller Chargers. And there are the results, Marcus.
There's the result, Whitmore Cup then. First, number 63, Richard Meaden, Lotus Cortina. Second, number 77, Mark Sumpter, Lotus Cortina. Third, number 11, John Young, Lotus Cortina. Fourth, number 89, Andrew Banks, Alpha GTA. Fifth, Nick Swift in a Mini, 76. Sixth, 134, first the BMWs, Tony Wood. In 7th place, Nick Padmore, Mini, 56. 8th, number 1, Jason Stanley in a Mini. 9th, number 46, Rob Huff in a Mini. 10th, number 121, Tim Abbott in the BMW. 11th, number 50, Richard Solomons in the BMW. And in 12th place, yet another BMW in the hands of John Clark, number 6. 13th, 15th was Max Gerardo, Mini Cooper S. 14th, Rory Henderson, Lotus Cortina, number 17. 5th, Thierry Delattre de Bosco in the 24 Lotus Cortina. 16, the Austin Cooper S of Martin Hunt, number 5. 17, Tom Andrew, number 3, Alfa Romeo. And in 18th place, Nick Jarvis in his Cooper S. 19th was Henry Mann, his Lotus Cortina. 20th, Charlie Setrington in his Mini Cooper S. 21st, Marco Attard, GT champ, in his Lotus Cortina, number 12. Then 22, Stuart Patterson in the BMW. Michael Gans in the Alpha from the back, and Najib Khan in his Mini Cooper S. Gavin Henderson, Kurt Engelhorn completed the runners down with our winners, Henry Hope Frost.
Yeah, winner of the penultimate race of the day, Richard Meaden in the Lotus Cortina. Well done, old boy.
Thank you. I think that my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, I think.
And it does it to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was short but sweet. I think sums up that race. It was just brilliant. It's really horrible when you're leading. You almost want to be in amongst it because you forget about how many laps there are to go. But no, it's brilliant fun.
And the challenge from Steve Soper faded, sadly.
Yeah, what happened? He was there and then he was gone. Did he have a mechanical issue, I guess? Or
he's right behind you, pushing it in.
Ah, that would answer.
I think it broke.
That's a shame. It would have been really good fun to have a proper battle with him, but that's how it goes, I guess.
You're obviously trying to keep yourself awake by sliding it around on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, you got to, haven't you?
Good lad, well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
So let's go to the highlights of what was a cracking race, the penultimate race of the meeting. And off pole position went Richard Meaden, and Steve Soper tried to keep him honest, went with him in the first part of the race. Up the inside, the pale blue car of Mark Sumter had a go. John Young in the red Lotus Cortina holding down third place, riding on board with Steve Soper. Both the cars very twitchy. There was only one lap before they got to the grid, and so tyres were cold. Richard Meaden holding on in the lead of the race. But it was not to be for long with Soper behind him, because as you will see shortly, Soper ran out of brakes or the car stopped. Either way, he had to pull off at the chicane. But the Minis were loving the opening lap. Rob Huff and really fighting with Nick Swift, and already Soper has just pulled off on the right-hand side of the picture. So Sumter into second place, Young into third, Nick Swift looking for giant killing in his Mini in fourth, and Andrew Banks in the Alfa Romeo in fifth place. And this is how they ran. Unfortunately, we had 33 and 14 Klaus Engelhorn going around at Madgwick. The others all managed to avoid them, and they got out of the way very quickly indeed. But the driver who enjoyed the racing the most in the Lotus Cortina, number 63, motoring journalist Richard Meaden, having a lovely day.
Cars coming out then for the final race, the Peter Collins Trophy, and it's the 50s sports cars looking stunning there. Among them is the beautiful HWM, the first of the HWM. So let's have a look at the grid quickly. 14 Sam Hancock in the Cunningham C4R is on the front row, with 15 Steve Bolby-Brooks Aston DB3S, and 35 Fred Wakeman, the American, in his Jaguar C-Type. Row 2 is 8 Martin Hunt, Fraser-Nash Le Mans Rep, 26 Conrad Ulrich at Maserati 300S. Row 3 is 6 Carlo Vogler at Maserati 300S, 24 Nigel Webb, Jaguar C-Type, and 9 Patrick Blakeney Edwards in his Fraser-Nash Targa Florio. Row 4, 85 Stephen Bond won't be there with the Lister Bristol Flat Iron after this morning's incident. 75 Mark Midgley, Aston Martin DB3. Row 5, 74 Andrew Hall, HWM Jag. 18 David Wenman, Jaguar C-Type. 7 Guy Broad, HW Alta. Row 6 is 28 Jonathan Abekassis, grandson of George Abekassis, HWM founder, in HWM1, the HWM Jaguar. 5 is the Canadian Ian Dalglish with his Fraser-Nash Le Mans Rep. Row 7 is 3 Urs Muller from Switzerland, the Aston Martin DB3 Coupe. 2 the Italian Massimo Petati, Allard J2X, and 17 Martin Melling with the 1952 Goodwood 9-hour winning Aston Martin Peter Collins Pat Griffiths car. Row 8 is 4 Mark Donaldson Ferrari 375mm, 51 Nigel Winchester ACH Bristol. Row 9 is 21 Manuel Alisabi with the Maserati A6 GCS. 27 Tim Summers Fraser-Nash Le Mans Rep, and 1 Chris Mann Alfa Romeo 3000 PR Disco Volante. Row 10 on his own Richard Woolmer with the HWM Cadillac, a unique motor car. So we did get through the entire grid. Apologise, I've had to rush, but and here we go, doing the Santa Pod drag racing start in the Cunningham. Ben Shuckborough's replica of the Cunningham C4R is the good Sam Hancock. He was stretching his arms yesterday, giving him a real workout. There's Steve Bolby-Brooks in one of the Kangaroo stable. Australian delivered Aston Martin DB3Ss. I think there were 3 of them in the Kangaroo stable. On the outside of the front row, 35 is Fred Wakeman, Jaguar C-Type. He's done some great things in a Cooper Jaguar in recent years. Glorious Maserati 300S coming through. There's an HWM Jag in the background.
Targa Florio Fraser-Nash.
DB3 Aston Martin behind number 75, that's Mark Midgley in from Switzerland. The C-Type is number 18.
There's the HWM Jaguar. And
isn't it great to see George Abekassis' HWM1 being raced by his grandson. Did its first ever race here at Goodwood back on in April 1956, and hasn't been to Goodwood since the 1960s.
Good to see the white AC Ace Bristol of Nigel Winchester, which had problems in qualifying, but it's good to see that's fixed and out. I would expect Nigel Webb in the C-Type to advance a bit.
Are they going to go straight out? They are. And the Cunningham rockets out of pole position. Somebody's way out into the pit lane as he comes up towards the corner, but safely gathered into the pack. Bobby Brooks second, 35 is Wakeman out wide in third, and then it is Martin Hunt's Fraser-Nash Le Mans rep in fourth place. Aerodynamics at the Fraser-Nash Le Mans rep not conducive to particularly high speeds, because the other Fraser-Nashes, many of them are more aerodynamically clothed, shall we say, but way out in front is Sam Hancock.
Well, I could pick him out by the headlights. It's so much darker now than it was not even 20 minutes ago, but he's already half the distance from the King to St Mary's, clear in the Cunningham, sounding fantastic, using as many revs as he dares. The track is cold, everyone behaving very well indeed behind, but you can see the gap as they go up to 11th for the first time. Martin Hunt having a look up the inside. He's back in fourth in the Fraser-Nash number 8, but he couldn't get past 35, which is Fred Wakeman. Bobby Brooks holding down second place and starting to pull away in second, it must be said.
Wakeman and Hunt teammates.
Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Targa Florio version of the Nash made a threat to get past Martin Hunt, but didn't come off.
Conrad Ulrich in the Maserati's just gone past Hunt in a straight line.
There is holding down second place is Bobby Brooks and the Aston Martin.
Hunt's got the Maserati back. Hunt's got the Maserati back into Woodcote.
Did well to pick that out in the gloaming markers. It looks much brighter from this camera angle. You can see Bobby Brooks holding down second place in the Aston Martin at the C-Type right now onto his tail. So getting very tight in the battle for second place, but way clear out front. Let's see what the gap is between Sam Hancock in the Cunningham. 7.8 seconds back to Wakeman. Wow.
Yeah, Bobby Brooks, in fact, is second.
Bobby Brooks, sorry.
But the transponder in his car was slow to react.
Yeah.
So Wakeman is second. Hunt is Wakeman is third. Hunt is fourth. Ulrich back to fourth. But that chasing pack all together.
And Hunt should be able to make. He's not so streamlined down the straight, but there was a mistake from Wakeman ahead of him. He got it wrong going through the second part of Madgwick, and that gave Hunt the chance to have a little look, but the lack of aerodynamics has had him spat out of the back, I'm afraid.
1.6 seconds splitting second through to sixth.
And Hunt, of course, has got 2 litres against the 3.4 of the C-Type. So catches up in the corners, loses out on the straight, and maybe under threat again from the Maserati 300S, but holds his position.
Yes, the Cunningham is way clear, as one would expect in the extremely skilled hands of Sam Hancock. Here comes the Maserati again, attacking the Fraser-Nash, past Martin Hunt. There is Martin Hunt, hunkered down behind the wheel. Glorious sunset.
Yeah, Bobby Brooks seems pretty much under control in second place in the Aston Martin, because there's been a few little slips from Fred Wakeman. Enthusiasm as he tried to close in. Number 11 sort of making a bit of ground there. That's Richard Woolmer in the HWM Cadillac. But we get to see very little of our race leader Sam Hancock, because he's in a race all on his own. The battle behind is fantastic. Almost all nose to tail past the Daffodils. But Hancock, not home and hose, but he'd be out the front enjoying it. But as he said yesterday, that Cunningham is a very very physical car to drive. In fact, all these cars are physical to drive.
Yeah, Woolmer's doing exceptionally well. He's come up through the field. Young Richard Woolmer in the HWM Cadillac. Abacassis is in 12th place in the 28 car.
Ulrich's making a big move. He went up and he's already passed Hunt. He's now just picked off 35 Wakeman as well. So the Maserati on a charge.
Yeah, at Fordwater.
These are all drum brake cars, of course, and drum brakes don't last so many laps.
Yeah, going past me at St Mary's into the dip. There is the Cunningham out on its own as he approaches the kink on the Lavant straight. That is an example of how far clear he was. 12.9 seconds on the start-finish line. By the time he goes onto Lavant straight, I think Sam Hancock will be 15 seconds clear in the mighty Cunningham.
He's still setting fastest sector times, a 1:33.117, his fastest lap.
I think Martin Hunt is slowing. He's been gobbled up by the HWM Jag.
Yes, HWM Cadillac. Yes, the car that spent a lot of its life in New Zealand. Leader through, and that is Hancock.
He looks in his mirrors, but I think he knows full well there's no one behind him that he's going to be able to see as he accelerates up towards Madgwick one more time. Second place still held by Steve Bobby Brooks in the Aston Martin DB3S.
Really nice sideways slide from Woolmer there.
Well, we said he's trying. He clearly is. Great hold there. The Maserati still in third place. Will he pick off Boltby Brooks before the clock runs down into the final 5 minutes of this abridged race?
Woolmer's fifth in number 11 now. He's come flying up through the field. Is he going to stop there, or is he going to get a podium out of this? He may well do. I mean, we've got, what, 4.5 minutes to go. Woolmer, you can see there, very sideways. Yeah, well caught. Young lad, enthusiastic, and he jinxed past Wakeman again between Fordwater and the kink.
Yeah, and he's carrying so much speed that he's really starting to trouble Ulrich on the way into St Mary's. In fact, he's drifting a little bit wide, and Wakeman's able to fight his way back at him, but it's only a matter of time before the Maserati, with Ulrich on board, that's done so well to pick its way up to third place, is going to be picked off, I am sure, by the charging Richard Woolmer.
16.5 seconds is the lead. I want you to get it out to 30 seconds. You can call it Hancock's half minute then, can't you?
What can one say to that?
It's a possibility.
A possibility, as you'd say, if you were Brazilian. So, Sam, P1 plus 16. Well, I tell you what, it's going to be more than that. Of course, they can't tell him the gap as it will be. That's as it was last time around. So, Sam Hancock in the very upright Cunningham. Still in second place, the Aston Martin of Steve Boltby Brooks. Ulrich is in behind and rather straighter onto the start-finish straight this time, less sideways. Is Richard Woolmer up to third place?
Yeah,
fourth place. Sorry, the timing screen is really confusing. You look at it and
yes, because we've got cars with transponders that aren't recording and they're being tapped in manually.
Now, Conrad Ulrich had a little look at Boltby Brooks' Aston Martin up into Madrid. Didn't make it work, lost a little bit of ground, and that's given encouragement to the HWM Cadillac in the background. Richard Woolmer in the number 11, really making a fist this race. He's looking around the outside as they run down the hill towards the kink.
Do you know, I think he's made it.
I think he's done it. He has. It's hard to pick them out by the headlights. In fact, his headlights a little brighter. So
that was a fabulous line, beautifully drifted by Richard Woolmer through the kink, and he's up ahead of Conrad Ulrich now.
Can't wait to hear what he's got to say about this when he speaks to Henry Hope Frost afterwards. He now fancies getting past the Aston Martin, but the clock is ticking down. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Well, Hancock 18 seconds ahead after 4 laps. You can rein it in now a little bit. And here's Richard Woolmer with that Cadillac. Really has some grunt. He dives down the inside of Boltby Brooks, has a look. Can he squeeze through? No, he can't.
But we know he's happy to put it sideways, so there's still a chance in the latter part of the corner.
He wants to use the grunt of that Cadillac V8 in the straight line. He's not going to go past Boltby Brooks into the chicane, but he may well be able to thunder past him in a straight line on route to Madgwick.
Well, he's looking for the inside line into the corner. He's made his intention absolutely clear. Is Boltby Brooks going to come across on his nose? Absolutely in his rights to do so. That's his racing line. But who can get the power down better through Madgwick? Who can preserve the momentum? Every ounce a little bit sideways again from Woolmer, but he's not afraid of sideways.
No. It's after Fordwater where that car carries so much speed, and young Richard Woolmer is happy to exploit it. Here he goes
around
down the outside
again. Will it work 2 laps running? I don't think Boltby Brooks would have really seen it before, but certainly carrying more momentum. The brighter headlights.
Well, he's very wide. He's going to be on the grass. He's on the grass. He's off the grass. How did he catch that? I do not know.
Well, I thought he was going to even if he caught that, I think he was going to clatter into Boltby Brooks, but somehow that was a massive save.
I thought he was going to clatter into something, but
it's a question of which way it was going to jump. But
that was amazing.
Even more reason to speak to him after the race, I feel.
So the Cunningham into the chicane for the final. No, probably one more lap.
Get one more lap out of this, which is grist to the mill of Woolmer. But here we go. P21 goes out to Sam Hancock.
So on to the last lap.
There's Richard Woolmer in 11. He's still behind the Aston Martin. He's using all the track and just a little bit more. He's just got to temper his enthusiasm just a little bit and make sure he finishes this next 2.4 miles, because he's certainly got prodigious speed, and he wrings it out of this unique HWM Cadillac that came back to Goodwood at the end of last year.
But he's Marcus, importantly, he's a couple of car lengths further back than he was last time when he was able to carry the speed he got out of Madgwick down around the outside out of Fordwater. This time I think he's going to have to pick a different point. Perhaps the entrance to Woodcote. I don't know. So Bowlby Brooks holding down second place in the Aston Martin. He knows that Richard Woolmer isn't scared to try the outside line. Woolmer again, far greater velocity as they arrive at St Mary's, running a little bit wide, out to the grass, and he had to come off the power again.
I think those tyres have taken a beating, Bruce.
Yes, he's pummeled them into submission. There's an Alfa Romeo ahead of them. That's Chris Mann's Excellenzi Disco Volante. There's our leader with the sort of Martini-esque stripes on his crash helmet. It's young Sam Hancock.
Only the chicane to go, and he dispenses that very easily indeed.
He's through, and he's won this Peter Collins trophy race in Ben Shuckborough's Cunningham. He's delighted with that. What's happening out on the track, because wait for the next group to come up. The Aston is still there ahead of the HWM, which seems to be increasingly gripless. Woolmer goes past one of the Fraser Nash Le Mans reps into the chicane, and then hammers on the loud pedal. But Steve Bowlby Brooks has driven an exemplary race to come home second. Barely got the Aston out of line. Woolmer in the HWM Cadillac was rarely pointing forwards. Very entertaining drive from him. Conrad Ulrich was fourth in the Maserati. Fred Wakeman in the C-Type Jaguar was fifth. And Nigel Webb, another C-Type, was sixth ahead of Martin Hunt. And 74, Andrew Hall. Pat Blakely Edwards was in ninth place, and 10th, Mark Midgley in his Aston Martin. Going down, Jonathan Abacassis in that HWM1 Jaguar. That was 11th. Looking down also, let's see who else is around. Broad in the HW Alta was there as well.
Well, that was a thoroughly entertaining end to the racing at the 74th members meeting, and I'll take my hat off to Richard Woolmer for keeping it really interesting to the end. But great run.
Look, there's number 17. That's the 1952 Goodwood 9-hour winning Aston Martin. Peter Collins, for whom this race was named, and Pat Griffith coming home in the hands of Martin Melling in 18th place. So what, 64 years after its big win here. But there's the Cunningham, and Sam Hancock, ever the gentleman, acknowledging the marshals who stayed out and worked so long and hard. There's the Peter Collins Trophy result then. First, number 14, Sam Hancock in the Cunningham. Second, 15, Steve Bowlby Brooks in the Aston Martin DB3S. Third, number 11, from way down the field, Richard Woolmer in the HWM Cadillac. Fourth, 26, Conrad Ulrich, who drove the Maserati beautifully. And in fifth place, number 35, Fred Wakeman with his Jaguar C-Type. Sixth, Nigel Webb in another C-Type, number 24. In seventh place, number 8, Martin Hunt, Fraser Nash Le Mans rep. Eighth, number 74, Andrew Hall, HWM Jaguar. Ninth, number 9, Patrick Blakeney Edwards, Fraser Nash Targa Florio. 10th, number 75, Mark Midgley, Aston Martin DB3. 11th, number 28, Jonathan Abacassis, HWM Jaguar. And in 12th place, number 7, Guy Broad with the HW Alta Jaguar. 13th, 18, David Wenman, Jaguar C-Type. 14th, number 2, Massimo Bettati with the Allard J2X. 15th, number 5, Ian Dalglish, Fraser Nash Le Mans rep. 16th, number 4, Mark Donaldson, Ferrari 375 MM Spider. Number 4, 17th, number 3, Urs Muller, Aston Martin DB3 Coupe. And in 18th place, Martin Melling with the number 17 Aston DB3. 19th, 27, Tim Summers, Fraser Nash Le Mans rep. 20th, Manuel Elisabe in the 21 Maserati A6 GCS. 21, number 12, John Breslow. 22nd, number 1, Chris Mann. 23rd, number 10, David Grouse. And not starting eventually was Nigel Winchester in car number 51, the AC Ace Bristol. So that was our Peter Collins trophy. And down in the reception area is Henry Hope Frost with our race winner, Sam Hancock. There's Ben Shuckborough, the car owner, congratulating him.
Big congratulations from Sam to Ben, and the other way around. Sam, a masterful performance.
Thanks very much. It's such a shame we got a shortened race, but thank God we got a race. And It's just really good fun, this car. It's a drifting machine. And so once you get the hang of it, it's got this crazy steering rack that takes some getting used to. But I was grinning ear to ear, you know, drifting around Goodwood in the sunset. Fantastic.
You said yesterday you were going to build up such a big lead that you could have a bit of a rest. That didn't happen, did it?
The difference is today I feel a bit more tuned into the car. So I was, instead of sort of being in charge, I felt a bit more in charge of it today. So I was kind of just quite happy to keep pushing. And also we had a little flutter of a misfire, and I thought, well, I might need that cushion. But anyway, you know what it's like. It's so easy to make a mistake. There's no point giving up the chance to have a lead if you can build one.
Well done. I'll leave you to have a garland and a kiss.
Thanks.
Well done, Sam. Let's move down and have a word with Steve Boltby-Brooks, who held off a stunning challenge from Richard Woolmer. He tried everything, didn't he?
He did try everything. He was very good, wasn't he? He came from nowhere.
Fantastic end to the day.
Yeah, amazing end to the day. Really exciting. And when the sun's setting and it's getting dark at Goodwood, there's nothing like it, is there?
Yeah. Tomorrow will be a real anticlimax, won't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well done, Steve.
Thank you.
Let's turn around. I'll let the girls give you a garland and a kiss. Our second place finisher, Steve Boltby-Brooks in the Aston. And then let's talk to young Richard Woolmer. Richard, the commentators described it as a massive save.
Yeah, just a bit. That was I'm speechless.
So what happened in qualifying? You were 24th on the grid.
The car had a horrible misfire. We managed to track it down in the end, but it was just kind of lots of little things, and it all just, made my qualifying nightmare, really.
I guess without that, you'd have given Sam a hard time at the front, wouldn't you?
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
Amazing fun drifting one of these around Goodwood in the sunset.
Stunning. Can't compare it.
Wonderful. You've earned a garland and a kiss from the girls. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Richard Woolmer, third place then in our final race of today, the Peter Collins Trophy in the unique HWM Cadillac.
So the last race of the day, the Peter Collins Trophy, drum brake sports cars, 1948 to 1955, and a great start from the powerful Cunningham of Sam Hancock on pole position. Everyone behaving beautifully behind as they headed to Madgwick and turned into the setting sun. Steve Boltby-Brooks putting his Aston Martin into second place and holding off as he kept Wakeman on the outside in the C-Type. Martin Hunt gaining ground on the inside in the Fraser Nash, but no one could hold a candle. Already quarter way around the opening lap, we've got the Cunningham breaking clear, the Aston Martin holding down second place, then the Jaguar C-Type, then the Fraser Nash, and right at the back of the field, Richard Woolmer starting his charge. We'll see more of him anon. Boltby-Brooks then soon had the Conrad Ulrich Maserati up onto his tail, making a challenge, but challenging him in turn around the outside on the run down between Fordwater and the Kink prior to St Mary's comes the HWM Cadillac with young Richard Woolmer on board. He wasn't afraid to slide the car, and he certainly gave Steve Boltby-Brooks a few scary moments as he got closer and closer and challenged in all sorts of places, but the Aston Martin held on, and this was the moment that had the heart in the mouth for everybody who saw it, because going around the outside and touching the dirt, but a big twitch saved before Richard Woolmer got it back together and had to accept third place was his. Steve Boltby-Brooks would take second place, but Cunningham took victory with Sam Hancock. And down to Henry for his last words.
Thank you, Bruce. It's good night from me down here in the Parc Fermé. It's been a wonderful 2 days at the 74th members meeting. I've thoroughly enjoyed being out on the grid, in the assembly area and here in Parc Fermé, talking to the heroes of the weekend. Well done to you, Marcus, Chris and Bruce up there in the commentary box. Thanks once again to the marshals and the officials. It's goodbye from me and see you next year.
Well, we're back on air, and here is the latest house points. It's not the final score, but it looks like a third successive win for the Methuen team. They were briefly headed yesterday evening, but Anthony Reid has steered them to another incredible victory. 3-0-0-0 reads the scoreboard over the Grand Slam. I think they probably get to keep the trophy. In second place on 5.686 currently Tor Bolton, 5.589 Aubigny have come back ahead of Darnley. So a bit of a change around in the chase, but no doubt about it, Methven's going to win it again.
And we didn't have a chance to show you the Parnell highlights earlier, so let's see if we can give you those right now to complete the show. So there we are. Not everybody got away well. Mike Milligan caught in the 31, not getting off the line at all well, but the Parnell race, he would work his way up the order, but great run from Mark Valverkens in number 17. He worked his way around the outside and held it in the Gordini, but up front it was the Cooper Bristols. And leading the way on the opening lap was Eddie Maguire. He took the lead on the outside at the opening corner, but he wasn't to stay there long because pole man Will Nuttall in the green number 4, Cooper Bristol, went up the inside, and then once there he was able to pull clear. Eddie Maguire gave it his absolute best shot trying to keep up with him, but I'm afraid it wasn't to be his day because Will Nuttall was the master of the circuit this afternoon, and number 18 losing a little bit of ground there. That was the HWM, but look at the way that Will Nuttall was happy to throw the Cooper Bristol around the number 4 out front. But there was a fantastic battle between the ERAs that built up through the course of the race. But there we have Terry Crabbin, the blue ERA, holding it in front, and they fought all the way to the finish. But this race was all about Will Nuttall. It was all about the Cooper Bristols, and in due course the number 4 Cooper Bristol came through to take the finish to win the Parnell Trophy.
Well, what a cracking day's sport then, as the sun sets on RAF Westhampton, which became the Goodwood Motor Circuit we all know and love. We've had a wonderful weekend at the 74th members meeting, the 3rd in the recent sequence. We thank once again the marshals, the medics, everybody who has worked so hard to get through this day in some challenging conditions. We're looking forward to the Festival of Speed and to the revival meeting back here at the Motor Circuit in September. From me, Marcus Pye, on behalf of Bruce Jones, Chris Druitt, Henry Hope Frost and Barry Nutley, our motorcycle expert, I'd like to say a big thank you for you all for turning up. Drive safely on the way home, and we'll look forward to talking to you later in the season from the other Goodwood road racing events of 2016. From me, good night.